everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
I became the alien god in Tokyo. Synopsis. Hibiki Tochibana had lived in Tokyo for 18 years. His dream was simple: survive high school, finish his manuscripts, and become an ordinary writer with an ordinary future. Then, on the night of his 18th birthday, purple static swallowed his computer screen. Heroic spirit summoning system activated. This world is approaching destruction. Restore mystery. Gather humanity's will. Rebuild the foundation of human order. Before Hibiki could even process what was happening, he drew his first heroic spirit card. Berserker. Ibarakiduji. But this was not a system that summoned servants. It allowed him to become them. In a world where gods had faded, legends had died, and mystery had withered to almost nothing, Hibiki found himself holding the power to bring myth back into reality. So he made a decision. If the world had no gods, he would create them. If humanity had forgotten awe, he would teach them fear. If evil hid behind money, politics, religion, and power, he would drag it into the light and let Tokyo witness the beginning of a new age. An Oni walks through the night. A goddess descends beneath neon lights. Ancient kings raise their blades over modern skyscrapers. The moon cell, alien gods, noble phantasms, and forgotten legends begin to appear one after another, turning ordinary Japan into the first stage of a supernatural awakening. Politicians panic. Tycoons kneel. Cultists scream prayers to beings they never believed were real. And behind every miracle, every disaster, every divine revelation, sits Hibiki Tochibana, quietly watching the power of humanities will rise higher and higher. Emotional value plus 999. Mystery level has exceeded the threshold. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Divine Mystic Code Venus, Goddess of Beauty. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Moon Cell. The world believes gods have returned. Hibiki smiles from behind the curtain. This is only the opening act. After all, the real alien gods have yet to descend. Chapter 1 to 63, Heroic Spirit Summoning System. Tokyo, Bunkyo Ward. Past 1 in the morning, most of the apartment building had already gone dark. Only one bedroom still held a stubborn pool of light. A desk lamp shone over scattered notes, empty coffee cans, and a laptop screen filled with half-finished text. The soft clatter of typing continued for a long while, then finally stopped. The boy at the desk leaned back in his chair. 1 in the morning. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose, his eyes sore from staring at the screen. My 18th birthday passed just like that, and I still haven't finished the manuscript. He gave a tired laugh. What a disgrace to all my seniors. His name was Tochibana Hibiki, 18 years old. And also a transmigrator. It had been 18 years since he arrived in this world, a place almost identical to his previous life, yet subtly different in countless ways. Unfortunately, despite possessing the supposedly glorious title of transmigrator, he had achieved nothing worthy of it. No empire built from scratch. No secret organization founded in the shadows. No business monopoly. No political ascent. No shocking technological revolution. The only thing barely worth mentioning was that, by relying on fragments of memories from his previous world, he had become a mildly successful high school author. Mildly successful. That phrase alone was enough to wound the soul. Worse still, as he grew older, the stories he remembered from his previous life had begun to blur. Plots he had once thought unforgettable now came apart in his head like wet paper. Characters lost their edges. Climaxes turned vague. Famous lines became half-remembered ghosts. Now, instead of conquering the literary world with otherworldly masterpieces, he spent every day wrestling with deadlines. In the end, I just don't have the ability to perfectly reproduce the works from my previous life. Hibiki picked up a can of coffee and took a bitter swallow. And even if I could, that wouldn't guarantee success here. After all, this was a different world. Trends, culture, timing, marketing, reader taste, luck, too many factors decided whether a work lived or died. A novel that became a phenomenon in one world might sink without a ripple in another. Success was never as simple as copying answers from a test paper. He stared at the blinking cursor on the document. "What the hell is wrong with this world?" he muttered. "If I'm supposed to be the protagonist, where's my golden finger?" He tapped the side of his keyboard with one finger. "Don't tell me the memories from my past life were my transmigrator starter pack. That garbage became useless after middle school." The more he thought about it, the more his expression twisted. Looking back now, I really shouldn't have been so flashy as a kid. His childhood was, in hindsight, a spectacular self-inflicted disaster. Back then, drunk on the superiority of having memories from another world, he had shown off far too much. He learned things too quickly, spoke too maturely, and enjoyed the praise of adults with all the shameless vanity of a fake prodigy. His parents had once proudly called him a genius. A child prodigy. The future of the Tochibana family. Then academic pressure slowly increased, his early advantage evaporated, and his true level was exposed piece by piece. By high school, his grades had collapsed. The so-called prodigy had fallen from grace. After a major fight with his family, he had ended up leaving home and living at his aunt's place instead. A shitty world like this. Hibiki sighed and lightly punched the keyboard. Sometimes I really wish it would just hurry up and end. He did not hit it hard. This keyboard had been a gift from his older sister. It was expensive enough that replacing it would cost him several months of manuscript fees. He could insult the world, curse fate, and question the meaning of his second life, but he absolutely could not afford to break that keyboard. Yet the moment his knuckles tapped the keys, the screen changed. The white document interface flickered. Then, from the edges of the screen, streams of deep purple data began to seep inward. Pixel by pixel, the color spread like ink dropped into clear water. The document vanished beneath it. The browser, taskbar, icons, everything was swallowed by that strange purple glow. Huh! What did I press? Hibiki jolted upright. He grabbed the mouse and clicked frantically, trying to stop whatever had happened. Nothing responded. The purple pixels continued crawling across the screen, slow and certain, until they froze the entire display under a curtain of violet light. Even forcing a shutdown doesn't work. Hibiki's face gradually went blank. A crash doesn't go this far, right? Is this a virus? His hand went limp on the mouse. The manuscript. The manuscript he had finally, painfully, desperately managed to write. He had not saved it yet. A hacker. A hacker had chosen this exact moment to destroy his manuscript. Japanese hackers were too damn rude. At least give me a ransom screen first, you bastard. Let me decide whether I'm poor enough to abandon the file with dignity. Just as Hibiki slumped back in his chair and began losing the light in his eyes, the purple screen shifted again. Words appeared. "Found you, Mr. Savior." Hibiki froze. The cheerful line floated on the monitor, glowing softly against the violet background. Then another appeared. 18 years of waiting must have been hard on you. But don't worry. I'm here now. Your golden finger. Your system. For several seconds, Hibiki could only stare. What? His identity as a transmigrator was the deepest secret he had. He had never told anyone. He had decided long ago that he would carry it silently to his grave. And yet that secret was now being displayed on his computer screen as casually as a pop-up ad. Cold sweat broke out across his palms. Now. Please don't be so nervous. I have no hostile intentions. Quite the opposite, actually. I'm looking forward to our time together. After all, you are my master. The thing that had invaded his computer somehow seemed to know what he was thinking. It even offered him comfort with a strange, almost playful warmth. By that point, Hibiki's initial panic began to fade. Golden finger. System. He stared at the screen, still tense, but no longer completely overwhelmed. You're really not some hacker playing a nasty prank on me? A pause. Then he frowned slightly. Also, for a system, aren't you a little too lively? After forcing himself to calm down and think, Hibiki decided that this self-proclaimed system was at least somewhat credible. His reasoning was simple. He had nothing worth stealing. At the moment, he barely had tens of thousands of yen to his name. There was nothing about him that should attract the attention of some mysterious super hacker, powerful entity, or secret organization. Even a scammer would probably check his bank account, sigh, and move on to the next victim. So, with the mentality of a man who had already fallen into the river and might as well learn whether he could swim, Hibiki chose to accept the situation. Maybe this really was his Transmigrator starter pack finally arriving 18 years late. Thinking about it that way, he even felt a little excited. At last, he had caught up with his seniors. Hey, am I? Ahaha. Please don't worry about minor details. It's my first time being a system too. In short, I'll be in your care from now on, Master. Heroic Spirit Summoning System, at your service. Would you like to open the newbie gift pack? The purple pixels gathered and scattered with each line, forming text that felt oddly alive. This was not like the cold, mechanical systems Hibiki had read about in web novels during his previous life. It did not simply issue missions and rewards like a vending machine with delusions of divinity. It had warmth, personality, possibly even a suspicious amount of smugness. Wait, what genre am I in? Hibiki muttered under his breath. A standard web novel power fantasy? A comedy gacha story? Please don't tell me I'm in one of those cursed survival genres. It was said that experienced transmigrators could identify which kind of story they had fallen into based on their first impression of the system. Unfortunately, this was Hibiki's first transmigration. He had not yet mastered that miraculous survival skill. Still, one phrase caught his attention more than anything else. Heroic Spirit Summoning System. His eyes sharpened. Actually, since you're using Type Moon terminology, I mostly believe you now. This world had no mushroom-like writer whose name must not be taken lightly. Naturally, no Type Moon works had ever been released here. Fate, Tsukiheim, Kara no Kyukai, Fate Grand Order, none of them existed. If this thing could mention heroic spirits, then it was almost certainly connected to his previous world. The alternative was too ridiculous. What, another transmigrator from the same world had also arrived here, learned absurdly advanced hacking techniques, found him by sheer coincidence, and decided to mess with a fellow victim of dimensional relocation for fun? Impossible. Probably. Hibiki took a breath. Open the newbie gift pack. Understood. Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained Saint Quartz X30. Newbie summoning pool unlocked. The first 10 pull is guaranteed to include a gold card. As soon as Hibiki gave the command, a gift box icon appeared on the computer screen and opened by itself. A pile of shining Saint Quartz spilled out in a neat animation. Then the interface changed. A familiar summoning circle appeared in the center of the screen. Beneath it were 2 buttons. Single summon. 10 pull summon. Hibiki's breath caught. For a moment, he forgot the manuscript, the deadline, the virus scare, his miserable bank balance, and the fact that an unknown system had just invaded his computer. The blood of a 10-year Fate Grand Order veteran roared awake inside him. His body moved before his brain finished thinking. Roll. 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 He clicked the 10-pull button with the skill and decisiveness of a man who had once thrown away countless precious resources chasing limited banners. White Spiritron light gathered over the summoning circle. Lightning flickered. The card began to form. Then gold light burst across the screen. Berserker. Ibarakiduji. The first pull. Gold. A demon from Mount Ooi of the Heian-kyo era. A calamity that had once brought terror to Kyoto. And at the same time, a cute little blonde girl. Chapter 2, Heroic Spirit Card Ibaraki. 2014 words. Chapter 2, Heroic Spirit Card Ibarakiduji. The golden card gleamed in the dim bedroom. On the back of the card, the Berserker class icon crouched like a beast waiting to spring. Even though it was only an image, it seemed to radiate a brutal, ominous pressure, the kind of presence that made the air around it feel heavier. Berserker. Ibarakiduji? Tochibana Hibiki whispered the true name written on the card. A faint warmth seeped into his fingertips. It was not a 5-star. But for a starter 10 pull, pulling a 4-star already counted as standard protagonist treatment. In the game, Ibara Kiduji had been a powerful single-target berserker with excellent flexibility. As an initial combat force, she was more than enough. Honestly, more than enough was putting it politely. For an ordinary high school student with no combat experience, no magecraft, and no mysterious bloodline, even a 4-star berserker was basically a nuclear warhead with horns. Hibiki pinched the corner of the card between 2 fingers. Then he took a slow breath, straightened his posture, and raised his arm in what he personally believed to be a stylish enough pose. Following the summons of the Holy Grail, I respond. To the Guardian of the Scales. His voice stopped. The room remained quiet. No storm of magical energy erupted. No summoning circle spread across the floor. No heroic spirit descended in a flash of light. The golden card simply sat there in his palm, silent and motionless, as if calmly observing his performance and deciding not to comment out of basic human kindness. The only sound in the bedroom was the computer fan still working diligently in the background. Hibiki slowly lowered his arm. The silence grew a little sharper. This was awkward. System, he said after a moment, his expression stiff. What's going on? Is this card defective? Hey, Master, did you not receive the instructions? The system's text skipped across the screen, playful and innocent enough to make him want to punch the monitor. The mystery level of this world has declined to nearly 0. Because of that, heroic spirit cards cannot connect to the throne of heroes and summon a complete heroic spirit body. Hibiki felt as though someone had poured a bucket of ice water directly over his head. Cannot summon a heroic spirit? Then what was the point? Was this heroic spirit summoning system just a fancy card collecting app? Was this shining 4-star card nothing more than an expensive-looking decoration? What kind of scam handed someone a limited shiny card at the beginning, then immediately told him the card could not be used under the current rules? Fraud. This was blatant fraud. As if sensing his mood plummeting, the words on the screen refreshed in a hurry. But, although the card cannot connect to the throne of heroes, it still contains that heroic spirit's complete power, memories, and saint graph. Therefore, Master can overlay the heroic spirit card onto yourself and temporarily transform into that heroic spirit. During possession, you may use all of their power. Hibiki paused. Transform? Not summon a heroic spirit. Become one himself. For a few seconds, he stared at the screen in silence. Then, deep inside his mind, something far larger and far more absurd than merely summoning servants began to take shape. If he could only summon a heroic spirit, then he would still be Tochibana Hibiki, a master hiding behind the scenes while a legendary existence fought in his place. But if he could transform into a heroic spirit himself, that meant he could create another identity completely separate from Tochibana Hibiki. No, not just one. He could create countless transcendent existences, each walking through the world with no apparent connection to an ordinary high school student living in Bunkyo Ward. On one side, Tochibana Hibiki, harmless, broke, sleep-deprived, and struggling with manuscripts. On the other, a legendary Oni from Mount Ooe. And after that, heroes, demons, saints, kings, monsters, saviors, calamities. All those myths could step back onto the stage of the modern world through him. A grand performance of Mystery's revival, directed by his own hand beneath Tokyo's neon lights. That sounded much more interesting than being a simple master. I see. Hibiki suppressed the thoughts stirring in his chest. A gentle smile returned to his face. So it's a persona system. The words on the screen flickered. Then how do I use it? Please place the card against your chest. Then silently chant, Spirit Origin Possession. Hibiki followed the instructions and pressed the warm golden card against his chest. Spirit Origin Possession. The moment the phrase settled in his mind, the card erupted with blinding golden light. It broke apart. Countless spiritron particles scattered into the air, then rushed toward him like living things. They sank into his body through his chest, his arms, his throat, his eyes. The change came brutally. His bones screamed under the strain. His height was forced upward, then collapsed back down, shrinking into a smaller, more delicate frame. Muscles, nerves, skin, organs, everything was rewritten in a single violent breath. His blood burned. No, it was not blood anymore. It felt like molten iron was flowing through his veins. A raw, ancient impulse roared up from somewhere deep within him. Hunger. Violence. Pride. The desire to crush, tear, laugh, and reign. His short black hair turned a brilliant gold. 2 crimson oni horns tore through the skin of his head. The hoodie that had fit him perfectly moments ago now hung loose over his much smaller body, swallowing him in folds of fabric. When he raised his right hand, what entered his sight was no longer a human hand, but a red-skinned oni claw with sharp black nails. Power filled him. Not the shallow excitement of adrenaline. Not the fragile strength of muscle. This was something older and heavier, something that poured into every limb and bone until his body felt like a vessel barely large enough to contain it. He could see dust drifting through the lamplight. He could hear his aunt's steady breathing from the next room. He could smell the lingering scent of Odin from the convenience store at the end of the street. The world had opened. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say that he had finally stepped above it. So this is. His voice had changed. It was lighter, sharper, and carried a strange arrogance that did not belong to Tochibana Hibiki. This is what it feels like to be transcendent. This was Ibarakiduji, the great Oni of Mount Ooe. Hibiki turned toward the full-length mirror beside the wardrobe. Reflected in the glass was a small figure with brilliant blonde hair, red oni horns, and ruber-like eyes. The face was childish, almost doll-like, but the aura around it was anything but harmless. This was the kind of creature that ancient people would have seen once and spent the rest of their lives offering prayers against. A small oni girl. And yet the pressure she radiated was immense. Hibiki flexed the grotesque claw of his right hand. The urge to rip apart everything in front of him bloomed in his chest. It was primitive, simple, and frighteningly sincere. But his rationality held firm. The bloodlust belonged to Ibarakiduji. The will controlling this body was still Tochibana Hibiki. Is this the power of an oni? The feeling was intoxicating. For one dangerous second, he felt as though he could do anything. But a feeling was only a feeling. If he wanted to understand this power, he needed to test it. The Oni girl's golden slit pupils swept across the room before settling on the sturdy wooden computer desk. Hibiki extended his claw, spread his fingers, and placed them gently over the corner of the desk. He did not use magical energy. He did not call on any technique. He simply applied strength. His 5 fingers slowly closed. Creak. The sound of tortured wood cut through the quiet room. The solid tabletop, which should have been firm enough to survive years of use, crumpled in his grip like cheap foam. Wood fibers split apart one by one, producing a sharp, grinding noise that made his teeth itch. Kyo! A woman's voice came from the next room, soft with drowsy concern. Are you still awake? Don't stay up too late, all right? Tochibana Hibiki's excitement vanished on the spot. His heart clenched. Too loud. He had made too much noise. He released the desk at once and silently chanted in his mind. Spirit origin unload. The overwhelming power receded like a tide. His body returned to normal. The blonde hair, red horns, ruby eyes, and oni claw disappeared. The bloodlust and savage pride faded with them, leaving behind only an ordinary high school boy with black hair, black eyes, and dark circles from lack of sleep. Hibiki hurried to the wall and knocked on it lightly. Sorry, Aunt Kyoko. I accidentally knocked over a pile of books. I'll sleep soon. Is that so? Good. Don't push yourself too hard. Her relieved voice came through the wall. Hibiki let out a slow breath. Then he turned back toward his desk. 5 deep finger marks had been crushed into the corner of the solid wood. The sight made his scalp prickle. Luckily, Aunt Kyoko had not come over to check. Otherwise, how was he supposed to explain that her weak, sleep-deprived nephew, who looked as if a strong breeze could knock him over, had crushed a wooden desk with his bare hand? It seemed he would have to be careful when using this power in the future. At the very least, he absolutely could not mess around at home. Hibiki returned his attention to the computer screen. There was still one critical question. System, I understand how the card works now. What do I need to obtain more heroic spirit cards? Is it still Saint Quartz? Yes, Master. However, Saint Quartz cannot be created from nothing. It must be exchanged using Human Order Foundation. Hibiki frowned slightly. Human Order Foundation? The so-called Human Order Foundation is the collective consciousness born from humanity's recognition, awe, and belief toward the mysterious and the transcendent. The Human Order Foundation of this world is so thin that it is almost dried up. Therefore, the first priority is to make humanity recognize the existence of the transcendent once again. As the system explained, a new line of purple pixel text slowly formed at the center of the screen. Main quest issued: cultivate the transcendent, nourish human order, weave miracles. Phase 1 goal: within Tokyo, create a supernatural event influential enough to bring mystery back into the public eye. Hibiki stared at the quest description. His face showed no emotion. Cultivate the transcendent. Nourish human order. Weave miracles. In other words, it wanted him to become a fraud. No. That was not quite right. A fraud pretended to create miracles. He could create real ones. In this lifeless age where mystery had withered almost to nothing, he was being asked to stir the first wave of supernatural revival, a wave that could one day sweep across the entire world. What a wonderful job. Hibiki looked down at his own hand. It was pale, human, and slightly thin from lack of exercise. Under the dim desk lamp, that ordinary hand formed a sharp contrast with the monstrous oni claw marks carved into the corner of the desk. His boring daily life had ended tonight. What young man had never carried a little Chunibyo fantasy in his heart? After coming to this strange yet familiar country, Hibiki had prayed countless times for a miracle to appear. Now, at last, his wish had been granted. A plan began to form in his mind. If he needed to create a supernatural event, then what could be more direct, more terrifying, and more convincing than letting a real Oni rampage beneath Tokyo's night sky? The corner of Tochibana Hibiki's mouth slowly curved upward. A silent smile appeared in the glow of the purple screen. Chapter 3, The Evil Spirit's Night Patrol. 1,227 words. Chapter 3, The Evil Spirit's Night Patrol. Tokyo at night was a city of light. Neon signs bled color onto wet pavement. Office towers glittered like glass altars. Convenience stores glowed on quiet corners, their doors opening and closing with polite electronic chimes. Even after midnight, trains still groaned along distant tracks, taxis slid through intersections, and somewhere in the city, people laughed, drank, worked, lied, loved, and cursed tomorrow. But no matter how brightly Tokyo shone, there were always places where darkness remained. Between rooftops. Beneath eaves. In narrow residential alleys where the street lamps flickered and old shadows gathered against concrete walls. A golden figure darted through that darkness. 2 crimson horns curved from her head. Her small body moved with inhuman lightness, crossing the gaps between buildings as easily as stepping over puddles. Blonde hair fluttered behind her, and ruber-like eyes shone with the sharp gleam of a predator loose beneath the moon. She was the Oni of Mount Ooe. Ibara Kiduji. Or at least, that was what she looked like. Inside that body was Tochibana Hibiki, who had received his golden finger only a few hours ago and was currently far too excited to even consider sleeping. Rather than rolling around in bed until morning, he had made the very mature and responsible decision to sneak out for a late-night stroll. The power of a heroic spirit really is convenient. Ibarakiduji dropped from the 6th-floor window of an apartment building. Her bare feet touched the ground without so much as a stumble. The landing produced only the softest tap, barely louder than a cat hopping down from a wall. Remembering how he had escaped, Hibiki could not help grinning through Ibaraki's mouth, revealing a neat row of sharp little fangs. Aunt Kyoko was much more lenient than his biological parents, but even she would never allow him to go out wandering Tokyo in the middle of the night. Leaving through the front door was impossible. So naturally, he had chosen the bedroom window. With the agility and raw physical ability granted by the heroic spirit card, walls and rooftops were no different from flat ground. Drain pipes, balconies, exterior ledges, air conditioning units, all of them became convenient footholds. If his old body had tried this, he would have become breaking news before reaching the second floor. Now, he felt as if gravity had become a polite suggestion. Tokyo was a city that never truly slept. Still, Hibiki's apartment was in a residential part of Bunkyo Ward. At this hour, most households had already gone dark. The streets were quiet, the windows dim, and the whole neighborhood seemed wrapped in that drowsy stillness unique to places where ordinary people had normal lives. As Ibarakiduji passed a few windows where lights were still on, her golden vertical pupils widened with curiosity. She peeked inside. One room held a pale, hollow-eyed youth hunched over a glowing monitor like a ghost who had forgotten to die. Another contained a loving couple doing their part to fight Japan's declining birth rate. A third revealed a miserable corporate drone in a wrinkled shirt, working overtime from home while whispering curses at his boss through clenched teeth. All walks of life, each suffering in their own way. Pardon me. Hibiki considered himself a morally upright student. Once his initial curiosity faded, he immediately stopped prying into other people's privacy. Besides, Bunkyo Ward was too quiet. If he wanted to create a proper supernatural incident, he needed a more suitable stage. Shibuya, perhaps. Or Shinjuku. Kabukicho, with its bright signs and darker corners, sounded promising. A shady bar. A nightclub. Maybe even the hideout of some Yakuza group. As Ibarakiduji leaped across a low rooftop, Hibiki's thoughts moved quickly. How should he reveal the persona of Ibarakiduji to the world in a reasonable way? He could not actually go around eating people like a proper evil spirit. There had to be a pretext, a structure, a story. This concerned the future image of the character and the efficiency of harvesting human order foundation. Should he make a debut like a Kiju in an old tokusatsu show, appearing suddenly and causing mass destruction? No. Too crude. A monster that only destroyed would inspire fear, but fear alone was shallow. Powerful, yes. Immediate, yes. But not enduring. Awe, worship, faith, reverence, those emotions lasted longer. They sank deeper. They could become stories, rumors, legends. What he needed was a stage. A proper stage where Ibarakiduji could display the brutality and power of an Oni while also revealing a strange sense of order. A monster with rules. A calamity with standards. That was far more memorable than a beast that simply smashed whatever stood in front of it. Just as Ibarakiduji was about to leave the quiet residential district, a scent drifted into her nose. Sweet. Metallic. Fresh. Her small figure stopped on the edge of a roof. The Oni girl's nose twitched. This smell. Hibiki recognized it at once. Blood. Human blood. Very fresh. And there was far too much of it. Ibarakiduji's eyes sharpened. Looks like I don't need to go all the way to another ward after all. Her pink tongue slid across her lips. It was not Hibiki's habit. It was the instinct of the evil spirit, the blood of the Oni stirring inside Ibarakiduji's body. Excitement pulsed beneath her skin, hot and savage, as if something ancient had opened its eyes. Following the scent, Ibarakiduji crossed the rooftops in a few silent leaps. She landed outside the second-floor window of a detached house. No lights were visible from the street. The curtains were drawn. To an ordinary passerby, it would have looked like any other sleeping home in the neighborhood. But the smell of blood leaked through the cracks. Ibarakiduji pressed one golden eye close to the window. Her Oni vision pierced the thin barrier of the curtains with ease. Inside, a grotesque scene unfolded. The room had almost no furniture. The floor had been stripped bare, and white candles had been arranged in a crooked pattern around an ambiguous hexagram-like circle. At the center of that pattern stood a wooden cross. A girl in a school uniform was bound to it with coarse hemp rope. Her wrists and ankles had been cut. Blood dripped steadily from the wounds, trailing down into grooves carved into the floor. The channels guided the blood through the ritual pattern, staining the strange lines a deeper and deeper red beneath the candlelight. In front of the cross stood 3 hooded men in robes. The leader held a thick book with metal-bound corners high in both hands. His voice trembled between frenzy and devotion as he chanted words that sounded half-invented and half-remembered from some forbidden corner of the internet. With the blood of a pure maiden as the catalyst, and an unsullied soul as the sacrifice, we welcome the supreme and most benevolent one true Lord, the great God of beautiful wishes. His voice rose. Please descend upon this world. The other 2 men knelt on the floor, bowing again and again. Please hear our devoted prayers. Please redeem our sunken souls. Their voices were feverish. Their bodies trembled with worship. Their faces, hidden beneath their hoods, were turned toward the bleeding girl as if they were not looking at a person at all, but an offering. Chapter 4, Mayuan Church. 2,177 words. Chapter 4, Mayuan Church. A little earlier. Inside a detached house in Bunkyo Ward, an ordinary second-floor room had been stripped bare and converted into a temporary film studio. The curtains were drawn. The furniture had been removed. White candles circled the floor, their flames wavering over the blood-red ritual pattern carved beneath them. In the middle of it all, a girl in a school uniform hung bound to a wooden cross, her head lowered, her breathing so faint it was almost drowned out by the soft hum of the equipment. A man in a white robe adjusted the high-definition camera mounted on a tripod. He worked carefully. Too carefully. He checked the angle, then the focus, then the audio receiver clipped beside the lens. His movements were smooth and practiced, completely unlike someone participating in his first ritual. The camera had to capture the center of the circle clearly. The sound had to be clean. The lighting had to preserve the atmosphere without obscuring the sacrifice. To the Mayuan Church, even murder needed production value. The livestream signal is stable, the robed man reported in a low voice. We can begin whenever you're ready. The leader of the ritual gave a satisfied nod. The Mayuan Church was one of the ugliest tumors festering beneath Tokyo's polished surface. On paper, it was a private religious organization preaching salvation, beauty, wishes, and the healing of wounded souls. In reality, it colluded with politicians, drained believers of every yen they possessed, and operated as one of Japan's largest human trafficking networks. Tonight's sacrifice was not some sacred ceremony born from true faith. It was a paid livestream. A meticulously arranged performance prepared for important clients hiding behind screens. The leader reached into his robe and drew out an old-looking dagger. Its blade was narrow, its handle engraved with meaningless symbols meant to look ancient. He stepped toward the cross, intending to complete the ritual with the offering's heart. Then the room changed. A strange wind swept through the sealed space. The doors were closed. The windows were locked. And yet the heavy velvet curtains stirred on their own, thrashing violently as if something outside the world had dragged its claws across them. Their shadows stretched over the walls, twisting into shapes that looked almost like fangs and grasping hands. The flames of more than 100 candles bent low at once. Some nearly went out. Others flared bright, thin, and red. The room, already foul with blood and incense, sank into something far more sinister. The leader's expression stiffened. "What's going on?" he snapped. "Didn't I tell you to seal the doors and windows?" "They are sealed," another cultist cried, his face draining of color as he checked the room. "Nothing's open. Where is this wind coming from?" No one answered him. The ritual circle on the floor began to glow. The girl's blood, pooled through the grooves carved into the wood, lit with a deep crimson radiance. A heartbeat later, flames bloomed from the center of the circle. Not ordinary fire. The flames were bright red, yet their edges burned black. They did not spread to the floor. They did not consume the candles. They simply rose from nowhere, blazing with a heat that seemed to reach past flesh and scorch the soul itself. Then, from the heart of that infernal light, a small figure stepped forward. Long golden hair, pale skin, bare feet touching the blood-stained floor without hesitation. A magnificent kimono draped over her petite body, and above her head rose a pair of tall crimson oni horns. She walked out of the flames one step at a time, calm and unhurried, like a monster strolling out of an old tale and into the modern world. It was Ibara Kiduji. Or rather, Tochibona Hibiki playing the role of Ibara Kiduji. I did not expect, the horned girl said, glancing around with golden Oni eyes full of amusement, that mortals in this age would still crave the power of Oni and gods. Her voice was young, but it carried arrogance sharpened by legend. I am the Oni of Mount Ooe. She smiled, revealing sharp fangs. Ibara Kiduji. The flames behind her twisted higher. Mortals, you called me forth. Speak. What purpose drove you to summon me? The three cultists stared at her in blank horror. For several seconds, no one moved. The leader's grip tightened around the dagger. This. What is this? His voice trembled despite his effort to control it. A magician hired by the church. Some kind of special effect. He swallowed hard, then forced out a laugh that sounded brittle even to himself. Not bad. It looks convincing. He chose to believe it was fake. A hidden segment arranged by the church. A surprise prepared for the clients. Anything was easier to accept than the truth standing in front of him. Summoning what little courage he had left, the leader stepped closer and reached toward Ibara Kiduji's shoulder, intending to prove that the girl before him was human. Ibara Kiduji moved first. Insolent. Her golden eyes narrowed. Who gave you permission to touch my body, mortal? The words had barely left her mouth when an ink-black Oni claw pierced through his chest. The leader froze. His mouth opened, but no words came out. In the next instant, Ibara Kiduji tore out his still-beating heart and shoved the limp body away as if discarding a broken doll. The corpse collapsed onto the blood-stained floor with a dull thud. The Oni girl looked at the heart in her hand with faint disgust. Then she crushed it. Impossible. One of the remaining cultists fell backward, his legs giving out beneath him. Impossible, impossible. He shook his head again and again, eyes wide, face twisted with terror. How could there really be an evil Oni? How could gods and monsters really exist in this world? Ibara Kiduji tilted her head. Then she smiled. It was innocent enough to look almost cute. That made it worse. Hee. You offered a sacrifice and begged for an Oni to descend. Now that I have answered, this is your reaction. She stepped forward lightly. What is this, mortals? Were you playing tricks on me? Her expression darkened by a fraction. To deceive me, to look down on the Oni of Mount Ooe. The capricious cruelty of an Oni bloomed across her face. She raised one slender arm and waved it casually. The cultist's head burst apart. Red scattered across the wall behind him, staining the room far more terribly than the ritual circle ever could. No. The last cultist finally understood. This was not a trick. Not theater. Not a hired performer. The thing standing in front of him was not human at all. You're not human. You're not human. He crawled backward on all fours, cold sweat soaking through his white robe. His hand searched behind him, feeling for the door. Slowly, quietly, he tried to escape. Ibara Kiduji turned her head. A bit of blood had splashed across her cheek, but her smile remained pure and bright, like a child delighted by a game only she understood. What's this? Her fangs flashed. You summoned an Oni, and now you intend to leave without offering proper hospitality. The cultist froze. Didn't you say you had a wish to convey to me? Ibara Kiduji's voice softened. If you can please the Oni of Mount Ooe, perhaps. I may grant it. Those words stopped him from bolting. Hope. Thin, pathetic, but real. The deaths of his companions were still fresh before his eyes. Disrespecting this self-proclaimed Ibara Kiduji meant death. Ignoring her meant death. Running meant death. If he wanted to survive, there was only one path. Please the Oni. Please her. His mind spun desperately. Then he threw himself to the floor and prostrated until his forehead struck the wood. Great Ibara Kiduji-sama, he shouted, trembling so hard his voice cracked. We are faithful believers of the Mayuan Church. This ritual was held to welcome your descent. To witness your divine form with our own eyes is our greatest honor. He pressed himself lower. The Mayuan Church is willing to offer you everything. More sacrifices. More girls. We will worship you as the one and only God of beautiful wishes. Give the word, and we will provide as many offerings as you desire. As for the church's wish, he claimed only the Grand Master had the authority to decide. The Mayuan Church. Ibarakiduji repeated the name softly. Inside her, Tochibana Hibiki carved those words into memory. The cruel innocence returned to the Oni girl's face. She walked toward the kneeling cultist with light, unhurried steps. More sacrifices, in the future. She smiled. How naive, mortal. The cultist trembled. Oni are greedy creatures. We do not believe in promises for tomorrow. Her shadow fell over him. If you wish to please the Oni of Mount Oi, then offer your life now. The cultist's survival instinct snapped. He sprang up and lunged for the door, abandoning dignity, faith, and flattery all at once. Ha ha. Ibarakiduji raised her black Oni claw high, laughter echoing through the room. Trying to run? Too late. Tochibana Hibiki made his decision. He would test the power of this body's noble phantasm. Run wild, Sugenbi. Black flame ignited around her claw. Rashomon Dai Enji. The moment the true name was released, hellfire erupted from empty space. A massive Oni hand formed from black flames tore into the room with a roar, descending like divine punishment from an age that modern humanity had forgotten. Boom. The giant claw struck. The fleeing cultist vanished beneath it. So did the wall behind him. The force tore through the room, shattered several walls in succession, and ripped apart half the detached house's structure as if it had been made of paper. Wood cracked. Concrete burst. Dust and sparks rolled outward in a violent wave. As for the cultist who had taken the noble phantasm with his back to it, not even ash remained. The hellfire had erased him completely. Ara. Ibarakiduji lowered her hand, looking over the devastation with mild dissatisfaction. What an unsatisfying slaughter. Once the three cultists had been dealt with, she turned toward the camera still fixed on its tripod. The live stream was still running. Ibarakiduji sauntered over. First, she pretended to examine the black mechanical box with curiosity. She leaned close, allowing the lens to capture every impossible detail. The crimson horns rising from her head, the gold vertical pupils, the fangs, the blood on her pale cheek, the inhuman gleam in her eyes. Then she grinned. It was a terrible smile. It seems some little bugs are peeping at me through this mirror. Her voice lowered, playful and cruel. You saw everything just now, didn't you? She tilted her head. Don't worry. The black flames on her Oni claw flared. You won't escape either. With that, Ibarakiduji reached out and crushed the camera, tripod and all, into a mangled clump of metal and shattered glass. Only then did she turn toward the girl bound to the cross. The room had gone quiet again. Too quiet. Tochibana Hibiki approached and looked at her once. His heart sank. There was no saving her. Her body had been ruined beyond recovery. Too much blood had been drained. Too much had been taken. For some reason, she still clung to a final thread of consciousness, perhaps kept awake by some drug prepared for the ritual. A final cruelty before death. He had to end it quickly. That was Tochibana Hibiki's judgment. And the last line drawn by what remained of his ordinary human conscience. I'm sorry, Ibarakiduji said quietly. With what I can do now, I can only send you on sooner. She raised one slender hand toward the girl's forehead. But before her fingers touched skin, the girl's pale, cracked lips moved. A faint murmur slipped out, barely louder than a breath. Godsama. Ibarakiduji stopped. Her hearing caught the plea clearly. Godsama. She looked into the girl's grey eyes. They had already lost their light. For the first time that night, Ibarakiduji's expression held no amusement. I'm sorry, she said flatly. There are no gods in this world. A pause. And even if there were, they would be vile things that do not answer mortal prayers. Tochibana Hibiki did not know what this girl had suffered. He did not know what kind of life had led her here, what story had ended in this blood-stained room, or whether anyone out there was still waiting for her to come home. All he could do was extend Ibarra Kiduji's slender hand and gently close her eyes. At least those dim, lifeless eyes could finally rest. But inside his chest, a nameless fire began to burn. Mayuan Church. Those vile men spoke of salvation with reverent voices while committing acts more monstrous than Oni. In this peaceful age, in this ordinary city, they had created a tragedy that should never have existed. People like that did not deserve forgiveness. They deserved to die 1,000 times. Chapter 5, The Beginning of a New Era. 1953 words. Chapter 5, The Beginning of a New Era. The next morning, Tochibona Hibiki woke up early, as usual. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, changed out of his sleepwear, then went to the kitchen and began preparing breakfast for two. The apartment was quiet in the pale light of morning. Outside the window, Bunkyo Ward was slowly waking up. Somewhere below, a bicycle bell rang. A garbage truck rumbled down the street. The smell of damp concrete and early summer air slipped in through the narrow gap in the window. Hibiki stood in front of the stove, yawning as he flipped the food in the frying pan. Pink bacon curled at the edges, sizzling as fat melted into the pan. Beside it, 2 fried eggs trembled softly, their whites tender and glossy. The smell was rich, savory, and perfectly ordinary. Unfortunately, it reminded him of something from only a few hours ago. Blood. Broken bodies. A white wall painted red. Hibiki's hand paused over the pan. His stomach turned slightly. Comparing breakfast to the aftermath of last night was deeply twisted, even by his own increasingly suspicious standards. He wrinkled his nose and forced the image away. Still, it was strange. He did feel nauseated. He did feel uncomfortable. But guilt. That crushing, world-shaking horror that should have come after killing someone for the first time? It was not there. Not much of it, at least. Was it because my mind shifted closer to Ibarra Kiduji's while I was using her Saint Graph? He lowered the heat and stared at the bacon. Or maybe, deep down, I never considered those cultists the same kind of human as me. The thought lingered. He gave a faint, self-mocking curl of his lips. Surely I'm not just naturally evil. Taking advantage of the short gap before breakfast was ready, Hibiki pulled out his phone and began searching. Mayuan Church. As a transmigrator who had lived in Tokyo for 18 years, he had heard the name before. Only vaguely, though. He knew it was some kind of religious organization, but he had never cared enough to look into its scope, doctrine, or members. Now, the search results opened one after another. Celebrating the 100th anniversary of the founder's birth, Mayuan Church donates 1 billion yen to charitable foundations. Mayuan Church collaborates with local groups to build orphanages and nursing homes. Preserving tradition, Mayuan Church acquires and renovates abandoned shrines across Japan. A model civilized religion for modern society, politicians praise Mayuan Church's public service work. Hibiki scrolled for a while. His expression slowly turned strange. Judging only by the news, the Mayuan Church looked radiant. A wholesome religious organization full of charity, tradition, community service, and public virtue. They donated frequently, funded orphanages and nursing homes, and even helped preserve abandoned shrines that would otherwise be forgotten. No wonder certain politicians praised them as a model civilized religion. They were rich. Far too rich. So where did all that money come from? Hibiki stared at the polished headlines on his phone, his eyes narrowing. In the past, he would not have cared. He would have seen those articles, rolled his eyes at the usual performance of public virtue, and moved on. But now, between those neat lines of praise and carefully staged photographs, he seemed to smell something else. Blood. Thick, hidden, and impossible to wash clean. So this was what lay beneath the familiar peace of the world. Not an age without monsters. An age where monsters wore suits, shook hands with politicians, built orphanages with dirty money, and smiled for cameras. Hibiki set his phone down. For a while, his posture remained complicated. In this life, he had been born into decent circumstances. Even after falling out with his family, his aunt had taken him in. He had never been forced to sleep under a bridge. He had never truly gone hungry. He had lived inside the comfortable walls of ordinary life for so long that he had almost forgotten how cruel the world could be. No, that was not quite right. Perhaps he had simply been afraid to look. So he had ignored it. Hibiki shook his head. That cowardice, at least, he could admit. Before, he had no power to change anything. Avoiding it had been the easiest way to keep living. But now, he had the heroic spirit summoning system. He had power. Enough power to shake the foundations of this world. So what would he do? What should he do? Or rather, he had already started. At 7 in the morning, the Tochibana family dining table was set with toast, bacon, fried eggs, and miso soup. Tochibana Hibiki sat in his usual seat, spreading cream over a slice of toast with a butter knife. He had been spreading the same spot for nearly half a minute. Across from him, a woman with long purple hair and loose beige loungewear watched him with growing suspicion. Kyo. Hibiki's hand stopped. Did you get enough rest last night? Kyoko Tochibana tapped the table lightly with one finger. Her tone was gentle, but the worry in it was clear. I won't be as strict as your mother about your deviation score, and I'm not going to forbid you from writing novels while you're still in high school. But you're still a student. A minor, too. Sleep is not optional. She glanced at the breakfast on the table. If you're too busy, let me handle breakfast from now on. You can at least sleep a little longer. Kyoko Tochibana was a reporter for the Tokyo Daily, a well-known newspaper in the city. She was also Hibiki's maternal aunt. After Hibiki's relationship with his mother collapsed, Kyoko had taken him in. In a sense, both of them were outcasts from the Tochibana family, just in different ways. Sorry, I was just spacing out. Hibiki looked up and gave her a bright smile. Besides, didn't we agree that I'd handle the chores? If I did nothing and just lived here for free, even my self-esteem would take a fatal hit. He pushed the toast onto a plate. And you're way busier than I am. Your work is at least 10,000 times harder than me attending a public high school. Maybe not 10,000 times. Kyoko studied his face for a moment. Only after confirming that he did not look completely exhausted did her expression soften. But if you're tired, tell me. Don't try to act tough alone. I know. Hibiki answered obediently. Silence returned to the table. For a while, there was only the quiet clink of chopsticks and dishes. Then Hibiki asked, seemingly out of nowhere, Aunt Kyoko, do you think gods exist in this world? Kyoko paused with her bowl of miso soup halfway to her lips. She lowered it slowly and looked at him. Why ask that all of a sudden? Her bright eyes were filled with confusion. I saw something about myths and legends while studying, Hibiki said calmly, continuing to eat as if it were just casual conversation. You're a reporter, so I figured you must have seen more strange things than I have. Gods, huh? Kyoko thought for a moment. Probably not. Then she gave a small, helpless smile. Though I do wish they existed. Hibiki's hand slowed. If there really were gods watching over us, Kyoko continued, blowing lightly on her soup, then tax-evading businessmen, merchants selling defective products, and politicians who lie through their teeth might at least have a little fear in their hearts. Her voice carried a trace of resentment. Unfortunately, karma doesn't seem to exist. Perhaps she was thinking of an old investigation. Perhaps of a report that had been killed by her editor-in-chief. Kyoko Tochibana was famous in the industry for being stubborn, bold, and unwilling to bow her head. But even she had no choice but to feel powerless before the deeper rot of society. At times like that, wishing for divine punishment was only human. Sadly, wishes were still only wishes. I see. Hibiki nodded thoughtfully. So even Aunt Kyoko wished for gods to exist. Their conversation was interrupted by the ringing of Kyoko's phone. Yes, this is Tochibana. Her relaxed expression changed almost at once. She covered the mouthpiece, stood from the table, and walked toward the balcony. After sliding the glass door shut behind her, she began speaking in a low voice. Hibiki continued eating without raising his head. He had not been exaggerating when he said Kyoko was busy. Emergency calls outside work hours were routine for her. Reporters, especially good reporters, We're always one call away from running to a scene. Understood. I'll head there immediately. About a minute later, Kyoko slid open the balcony door and returned to the living room. Sorry, Kyo. She was already moving as she spoke. The newsroom has an urgent field report. I need to leave early. She pointed at him. Finish breakfast and go to school by yourself. Don't be late, or Nadeshiko will get angry again. Without waiting for his answer, Kyoko pulled off her loungewear, tossed it onto the sofa, and hurried into the master bedroom. When she reappeared, the Tokyo Daily Reporter had transformed completely. The loose home clothes were gone, replaced by a sharp professional suit. Her makeup was elegant, her long hair neatly styled, and her entire presence had shifted from sleepy aunt to battlefield-ready journalist. She grabbed her bag from the rack, changed into practical flats at the entrance, and pulled open the heavy security door. I'm heading out. Be careful on the way. Hibiki stood to see her off. The door closed. A few minutes later, Kyoko Tochibana arrived less than a kilometer away from the apartment, at a crime scene already cordoned off by the Metropolitan Police Department. The very same detached house where Ibara Kiduji had descended the night before. Inside the apartment, Hibiki watched the door for a moment after Kyoko left. His expression turned thoughtful. Aunt Kyoko was one of the Tokyo Daily's star reporters, known for being impartial and fearless. If she had rushed out in such a hurry, then the Mayuan church case had probably surfaced. Last night, the Ibara Kiduji he transformed into had unleashed a noble phantasm nearby. Although he had deliberately restrained himself, he had still nearly destroyed half the house. With a commotion that large, there was no way the neighbors would not call the police. On top of that, the Mayuan church had been live-streaming the ritual. Relevant information must have reached the cult's higher-ups almost immediately. The fact that the media was only receiving the news now meant someone had been working behind the scenes to delay it. In a world without gods, people lacked awe. Kyoko's words echoed in his ears. Slowly, a vague idea became clear. Punishing Evilders was only treating the symptom. Last night, that sacrificial girl had prayed to a god before she died. This morning, Aunt Kyoko had said she wished there were gods to judge evil. Humans longed for an absolute justice that stood above the mundane world. A judgment that money could not buy. A punishment that power could not escape. A god who would answer. So if no gods existed in this world, then I'll create one. Hibiki's voice was soft. The one from another world. A faint smile touched his lips. The alien god. The hazy future in his mind finally took shape. He raised his hand. Spiritron particles gathered like motes of pale light, flowing between his fingers. A heroic spirit card appeared in his grasp. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 6, Gas Explosion? You've got to be kidding me. 1,321 words. Chapter 6, Gas Explosion? You've got to be kidding me. Kyoko Tochibana arrived at the residential district less than 30 minutes after receiving the call. The area was only 2 or 3 kilometers from her rented apartment, a quiet cluster of detached houses tucked inside Bunkyo Ward. On any other morning, it would have looked perfectly ordinary: narrow streets, neat fences, potted plants by front doors, bicycles parked beneath awnings, and curtains drawn against the early sun. Today, the atmosphere had changed completely. Police cars blocked every entrance and exit. Blue and white cordon tape sealed off the entire block. Uniformed officers moved from house to house, questioning residents in small groups, while the people barred from returning home gathered outside the restricted area with pale faces and restless whispers. Every now and then, someone glanced fearfully toward the depths of the neighborhood. Kyoko's grip tightened around the strap of her bag. She could still hear the voice from the phone call half an hour ago. Her informant was someone she had planted in Tokyo's underworld after spending no small amount of money and effort. The man was cautious, greedy, and terrified of death, but his information had always been reliable. According to him, the notorious Mayuan church had held a live-streamed human sacrifice here last night. Near the end of the ritual, something had gone wrong. An unknown intruder had appeared at the scene. Alone. Barehanded. That intruder had killed 3 members of the Mayuan church and caused destruction comparable to a bombing. Her informant had emphasized again and again that it was not the result of guns or explosives. It was something else. Something supernatural. A mysterious being had attacked a cruel sacrificial ritual performed by cultists. For a journalist, there was no phrase more intoxicating. Kyoko felt her blood heat beneath her professional composure. A scoop like this was not merely big. It was the kind of story that could overturn common sense, drag hidden filth into the sunlight, and tear open the polite mask of modern society. More importantly, this place was only a few minutes' drive from her home. This was not some distant incident from another prefecture. It had happened near her. Near Kyo. Those Mayuan bastards. Kyoko cursed inwardly, her eyes turning cold. How dare they run wild this close to me? Her expression settled into the calm mask of a professional reporter. She pulled her press card from her bag, slipped past the first layer of confusion at the outer cordon, and headed straight toward the half-collapsed house. The closer she got, the stranger the damage looked. One side of the detached house had been torn open. Not burned out. Not blasted apart in the usual way. The structure looked as if some invisible giant had reached in and gouged out half of it by force. Kyoko's gaze sharpened. At the edge of the inner cordon, she quickly found the officer in charge of the Metropolitan Police Department's operation. He was a middle-aged man with a bloated face, narrow eyes, and the unpleasant air of someone used to smiling while hiding dirty hands. His name tag read: Police Inspector Kenji Sokota. Kyoko stopped in front of him and showed her press card. Police Inspector Sokota. Kyoko Tochibona, Tokyo Daily. She did not bother with pleasantries. Her voice was cold and direct. Has a violent homicide occurred here? According to my source, there are at least 3 dead. I'm requesting permission to enter the crime scene for interview and photography. The moment Sokota saw her, the fat on his face twitched. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. It vanished quickly, replaced by a broad, practiced smile. He straightened his posture and put on the stiff dignity of a public official doing his solemn duty. Reporter Tochibona, you seem to have misunderstood. He gestured toward the ruined house. No homicide occurred here. This was an unfortunate accident. According to our preliminary assessment, an old natural gas pipe leaked and triggered an explosion. He sighed with just enough weight to look sincere. As for your request to photograph the scene, I'm afraid I cannot approve it. We must protect the victim's privacy. The scene will remain fully sealed until our investigation is complete. A gas explosion? Kyoko almost laughed. She looked past him toward the damaged house. The destruction was too clean. A gas explosion would have blown outward, shattered windows, scorched walls, scattered debris, and affected neighboring buildings. But the surrounding houses had suffered only minor damage. The target house itself looked as if half its interior had been carved away with absurd precision. No normal gas explosion caused damage like that. Not unless natural gas had learned how to use a sword. Kyoko took one step forward and stared directly into Sokota's eyes. Police Inspector Sokota, I'm not a rookie fresh out of university. His smile stiffened. You know better than I do whether a gas explosion could cause such precise damage. Furthermore, my informant told me that members of the Mayuan church were active here last night and conducted a human sacrifice. Her voice dropped. Are you certain you want to classify this as an accident? Sokota's eyes narrowed. Kyoko did not give him time to interrupt. If you continue brushing me off with this kind of nonsense, you may find tomorrow's Tokyo Daily front page very difficult to handle. The smile on Sokota's face froze completely. Anger rose behind his eyes. A mere reporter dared speak to him like that. Yet he did not dare act on it. Kyoko Tochibona was not an ordinary reporter. She was one of Tokyo Daily's star journalists, famous for being stubborn, fearless, and annoyingly difficult to silence. Worse, her background was troublesome. She came from the prestigious Tochibona family, old Kazoku nobility with roots deep enough to make many bureaucrats think twice before offending them. There were rumors that Kyoko had long since broken ties with her family. But rumors were only rumors. Sokota had no intention of gambling his career on whether they were true. If he offended the Tochibana family and guessed wrong, he could forget about rising any higher for the rest of his life. After weighing the matter in an instant, he forced down his anger and softened his tone. "Reporter Tochibana, please calm down. The police have procedures for handling cases. I promise that once evidence collection is complete, I will arrange an exclusive interview opportunity for you." A promise so empty it almost echoed. Before Kyoko could press further, Sokota turned and signaled to two female officers nearby. "You two, accompany reporter Tochibana properly. Ensure her safety." He emphasized the word accompany. The two officers understood at once. They moved to either side of Kyoko with polite, professional smiles, their bodies subtly forming a barrier around her. "Reporter Tochibana, this area is dangerous," one of them said. "Please step back a little." Sokota wasted no more time. He turned and hurried toward the collapsed house. Kyoko watched his retreating back. He was anxious. That was obvious. Most likely, he was rushing to warn the people inside who were busy altering the scene. If they moved too slowly, if they left even one obvious flaw behind, this so-called gas explosion would collapse faster than the house. Kyoko glanced at the two officers beside her. Protection? No. Surveillance. They were stalling her. Her eyes turned cold. Unfortunately for them, Kyoko Tochibana had never been the kind of woman who obediently stood where corrupt officials told her to stand. She swept her gaze over the chaotic scene, residents arguing with officers, investigators moving equipment, reporters gathering outside the outer cordon, emergency workers passing in and out, neighbors whispering in fear. A narrow window would appear. It always did. And when it did, she would slip through. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The Oni God Descends in Broad Daylight. 1486 words. Chapter 7. The Oni God Descends in Broad Daylight. Kenji Sokota nearly ran into the ruined house. The moment he stepped past the shattered entrance, the smell hit him. Blood. Burnt wood. Charred flesh. And beneath it all, the sour stench of fear that seemed to have soaked into the walls overnight. Sokota wrinkled his nose in disgust and covered his mouth with the back of one hand. Half the building's walls and ceiling had been torn away, allowing morning sunlight to pour directly into the room. That bright, clean light only made the scene inside look more obscene. The ritual circle on the floor had not yet dried. Blood filled the grooves carved into the wood, darkening into a nauseating shade of red. Two corpses in the white robes of the Mayuan church lay beside the circle. One had a hollowed-out chest. The other had no head at all. Red and white matter had splattered across the remaining wall, turning it into a grotesque painting that no sane person would ever want to understand. Several men in police uniforms were moving around the scene. They were not investigating. They were arranging evidence. Syringes. Small bags of white powder. Empty drug packets. Clothing disturbed in ways meant to imply a sordid party that had gone wrong. Every item was placed with practiced hands and careful calculation. One officer noticed Sokota and quickly approached. "Police inspector. We're almost finished. As long as forensics cooperates and issues the report we prepared, this can be closed as a drug overdose and internal dispute." Sokota gave a curt nod. The Mayuan Church's roots had long since burrowed deep into Tokyo's business circles, political factions, and police departments. Last night's live-streamed human sacrifice had shaken far too many important people awake. The order from above was simple. Suppress everything. At any cost. As for the Oni girl who called herself Ibara Kiduji, they were to search for her with all available resources. The appearance of supernatural power had made countless powerful men restless. To them, the deaths of a few disposable cultists meant nothing. The dead girl meant even less. What mattered was the impossible power that had appeared on that livestream, a power capable of overturning the common sense that held modern society together. Sokota waved impatiently, irritation rising as he looked over the bloody room. Hurry up. That crazy woman from Tokyo Daily is watching outside. Don't let her catch anything useful. He pointed toward the bodies on the floor and began giving orders. There are 3 relatively complete corpses here. 2 men and 1 woman. His gaze fell on the dead girl tied to the cross. For the woman, write that she died of a drug overdose during an obscene party. Then he pointed at the 2 cultists. As for these 2 men, say they fought over her and killed each other. He glanced at the ruined half of the building, where the 3rd cultist had vanished beneath black hellfire. The one who disappeared along with half the house. Mark him as missing in the report. Treat him like he was never here. Not a single officer objected. Those sent to handle the aftermath were all the same kind of people as Sokoto. They had ties to the Mayuan church, debts to its patrons, or secrets that could ruin them if exposed. Every man present knew exactly how to turn black into white and call it public order. Yes, police inspector. The officers moved faster. Sokoto had just finished barking orders and was about to inspect the scene again when laughter rang out from above. Yahahaha. It was crisp, pleasant, almost childish. Yet the moment it reached their ears, every man in the ruined house froze. This is truly impressive. Even a real Oni like me cannot compare to you mortals when it comes to telling ghost stories. The voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It slipped into their ears as clearly as if the speaker were whispering right beside them. Sokoto's body stiffened. Cold sweat crawled down his back. One by one, the officers slowly raised their heads, their necks moving with the rigid horror of men under a curse. From what I know, the voice continued lazily, a maiden offered to an Oni god must be pure. Under the morning sun, a petite figure floated in midair. She wore a magnificent golden kimono. Brilliant blonde hair fluttered behind her in the breeze spilling through the broken ceiling. Her skin was almost translucent beneath the sunlight, and above her head rose a pair of crimson horns that declared, more clearly than any words could, that she was not human. Her bright golden eyes looked down at the panicked mortals below with open interest. Bare feet rested on empty air. Around her body burned a ring of purgatorial black flame, its heat so intense that it made the air ripple like boiling oil. The officers had all seen the interrupted livestream through various channels. They had all seen the face captured in the camera's final moments. How could they fail to recognize her? Oni. Someone's voice cracked. An Oni. It's Ibaraki Duji. After a moment of dead silence, screams erupted inside the ruins. The officers abandoned their tasks, stumbling backward in panic. Several nearly tripped over the scattered evidence they had planted themselves. Hands fumbled at holsters. Pistols were drawn in clumsy desperation and aimed toward the impossible figure floating beneath the open sky. None of them had imagined that an Oni would appear again. In broad daylight. Yumu, Yumu. Facing more than a dozen black muzzles, the blonde girl in the air showed no sign of fear. Instead, she nodded with great satisfaction, as if responding to the cries of worshippers. Indeed. It is I. Her lips curved proudly. The leader of the Oni of Mount Ooe, Ibaraki Duji. Her golden slit pupils swept across the terrified faces below before finally settling on Sokoto. A playful smile appeared on her face. I seem to have heard you officers saying something quite strange just now. Her voice remained childish and pleasant. That only made the words feel colder. Something about the sacrifice offered to the Oni of Mount Ooe being a promiscuous slut. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Sokoto stared at Ibaraki Duji, his heart pounding so violently it hurt. Fear gripped him like an icy hand. But beneath that fear, another voice whispered. A sweeter voice. The Mayuan church cadres had promised him. If he could capture Ibaraki Duji alive, or at least bring back her corpse, his promotion to police superintendent would be guaranteed. More than that, he might even climb to chief police superintendent one day and step into the true upper levels of the Metropolitan Police Department. Chief Police Superintendent. For a non-career bureaucrat like Sokoto, police inspector was almost the highest point he could ever hope to reach. If he could rise further, it would be more than a promotion. It would be a leap in class. A rebirth. A completely new life. His hunger for power smothered his terror in only a few seconds. "Stop playing tricks." Sokoto forced courage into his voice and shouted at the girl in the sky. "The Oni of Mount Ooe is nothing but a myth from the Heian period. You're using some trick we don't understand to put on a show." He tightened his grip around his pistol until his fingers ached. Then he roared at his subordinates. "Stay calm. She's only one person. We have more than a dozen guns." His voice rose, sharp and strained. "Come down and surrender immediately, or we'll open fire." The cold metal in his hand gave him a thin, pathetic thread of courage. Inside Ibarakiduji, Tochibana Hibiki nearly laughed. This man was perfect. Arrogant. Greedy. Stupid. The kind of stage prop that delivered itself to the spotlight and begged to be used. "Really, you mortals." Ibarakiduji puffed her cheeks in displeasure. "You tell more lies than even Oni." She looked genuinely annoyed by their disrespect. "You do not even intend to answer my question? Enough. You have no manners at all." She shook her head as if she could no longer be bothered with them. Then she slowly raised her right hand. A pitch-black Oni claw spread beneath the sunlight. The officers' pupils shrank. They had seen the recording. They knew what that gesture meant. A giant Oni hand appearing from nowhere, burning with hellfire, powerful enough to crush reinforced concrete with a single strike. "Fire." Sokota's composure shattered. His scream came out hoarse and broken. "Fire! Fire!" Survival instinct overwhelmed everything. The officers pulled their triggers. Bang! 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 More than a dozen pistols spat flame at the same time. Bullets tore through the ruined house, forming a dense net of death as they rushed toward the petite figure floating in the morning sky. Chapter 8. The Slaughter of the Oni. 1,279 words. Chapter 8. The Slaughter of the Oni. Gunfire shattered the ruined house. The cramped space filled with deafening cracks, muzzle flashes, and the sharp stink of gunpowder. Bullets tore through dust and sunlight, weaving a net of death toward the small figure floating beneath the broken ceiling. For a brief instant, Ibarakiduji seemed startled. "Eek!" She gave a tiny gasp, raised her pitch-black Oni claw, and curled herself up behind it like a frightened animal. The bullets struck. But the expected spray of blood never came. Instead, a string of crisp metallic sounds rang through the air. Clink. Clank. Clink. A faint golden glow shimmered across Ibarakiduji's pale skin. Then fine, scale-like patterns emerged from beneath the surface, spreading over her body in a heartbeat. They were delicate enough to look almost ornamental, but the moment the bullets hit them, sparks burst outward as if lead had struck tempered steel. Several rounds punched neat holes through her elegant kimono. Not one reached her flesh. Most of the bullets flattened against the golden scales, twisted out of shape, and bounced away uselessly before clattering across the floor. Shapeshift A. One of Ibarakiduji's inherent skills as an Oni. A power that allowed her to alter her form at will. When directed toward defense, it strengthened her body to a level beyond ordinary human imagination. Inside that small body, Tochibana Hibiki quietly processed the sensation. So this is the defensive power of shapeshift. He had expected pain. At the very least, he had expected impact. But what he actually felt was closer to being pelted with pebbles by a child. A little itchy. Honestly, the shoulder pain from staying up too late writing manuscripts had been worse. Below, the officers who had opened fire stared in disbelief. Their expressions shifted from aggression to confusion, then from confusion into naked terror. How? How is this possible? Bullets don't work. Monster. She really is a monster. Police Inspector Sokoto, what do we do now? One officer's voice had already begun to crack. Smoke still rose from his pistol, but his arm shook so violently that the muzzle rattled in the air. This was an Oni. A real Oni from legend. A monster said to laugh at blades and spears, to tear warriors apart beneath the moon, to haunt old Kyoto with fear. And they had tried to kill her with handguns. Damn it. Use your brains. Police Inspector Sokoto was just as frightened as the rest of them, but he clung desperately to his authority. His fear turned into anger, and that anger came out as a frantic roar. If bullets don't work, go get salt. Roasted beans, peachwood swords. Hurry up and find them. His voice grew more incoherent by the second. Silver bullets too. And crucifixes. Don't forget the crucifixes. He shouted every exorcism method he had ever seen in folktales, horror movies, and late-night television specials. At the same time, his feet quietly shuffled backward. Even while giving orders, he was already thinking about running. I wondered what it was. Ibarakiduji slowly lowered the oni claw covering her face. Her golden eyes looked down at the officers with undisguised contempt. So they are merely slingshots. The room went still beneath her voice. What era is this? You mortals truly believed toys like these could defeat an evil oni? She shook her head, genuinely disappointed. The humans of this world have not progressed at all. The air around her changed. The playful fright vanished. Her smile returned. Well then. Game time is over. Her golden slit pupils narrowed. Now it is my turn to strike back. The moment her words fell, Ibarakiduji vanished from midair. The next second, a magnificent golden figure appeared behind one of the officers like a phantom. The man did not even have time to turn around. A chill brushed his back. The first one. A young, cold voice whispered beside his ear. The officer stiffened. Slowly, he lowered his gaze. A black, twisted oni claw protruded from his chest, its surface marked with eerie patterns. In its grip was something wet, red, and still faintly beating. His heart. Ah! A shrill scream tore through the ruins. The surrounding officers went mad with fear. None of them spared a glance for their comrade, whose chest had been pierced through and whose eyes were still wide with lingering consciousness. They simply turned their guns by instinct and opened fire again. Bullets sparked uselessly against Ibarakiduji's scales. Ha ha! The oni girl laughed. Then louder. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this is more like it. She tossed the corpse aside. The cooling heart slipped from her claw, rolled across the dusty floor, and came to rest among broken plaster and shattered wood. Ibarakiduji spread her arms as if welcoming the storm of bullets. Her golden eyes burned with savage delight. Come, 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 let me enjoy this long-awaited slaughter. She moved. The petite figure became a golden blur. She darted through the crowd of officers faster than the human eye could follow. Every flash of motion brought the crack of breaking bone, the wet sound of flesh tearing, or the desperate cry of someone realizing far too late that he was already dead. One casual swing of her black oni claw snapped a grown man's neck, leaving his body to collapse like a puppet with its strings cut. A light kick from her bare white foot sent another officer flying across the room. He smashed into a distant wall with a sound like a sack of wet clay, leaving behind a dark smear as he slid down. The strong bodies humans were so proud of were no sturdier than paper lanterns before an evil oni from the age of gods. She did not use hellfire. She did not need to. Without calling upon the flames that could burn all things to ash, without invoking her noble phantasm, she relied only on raw physical power that surpassed human reason and turned the corrupt officers one by one into broken dolls. The slaughter was not a battle. It was a game. Monster. 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 Requesting backup. Headquarters. This is the crime scene. We are under attack. Repeat. We are under attack. Police Inspector Sokoto threw away his empty pistol. All color had drained from his bloated face. Like a stray dog with a broken spine, he crawled over rubble, blood, and corpses, clawing desperately toward the street outside. He grabbed his radio and screamed into it with all his strength. The gunshots and screams should have alerted the officers stationed around the block. Unfortunately, to make his own work easier earlier, Sokoto had deliberately sent the honest officers, the ones without ties to the Mayuan church, farther away from the actual scene. It would take at least 2 or 3 minutes for backup to rush in. And how long did Ibarakiduji need to kill a dozen corrupt police officers? Less than 1 minute. You could not even last a minute. Just as Sokoto was about to crawl out of the ruins and reach the sunlight beyond the house, a golden figure appeared silently in front of him. His path was blocked. Ibarakiduji stood there with a relaxed smile, as if she had only just finished a light warm-up. It was almost impossible to connect that innocent-looking, exquisite face with the creature that had slaughtered more than a dozen armed men in under 60 seconds. Sokota's limbs gave out. He collapsed onto the ground. A warm stain spread across the front of his trousers. He looked up, trembling, and met a pair of golden vertical pupils. There was not a single trace of mercy in them. Chapter 9, This shall be a trial. 1,658 words. Chapter 9, This shall be a trial. Despair swallowed Kenji Sokota whole. It came like black water from the bottom of the sea, rising past his throat, filling his lungs, drowning whatever remained of his reason. He stared at the Oni girl before him. Her petite body was stained with the blood of his subordinates. Her golden kimono fluttered lightly amid the ruined house, and her bright eyes still held that innocent, amused curve, as if the massacre around her had been nothing more than a game she had briefly enjoyed. Sokota's mind went blank. Run. Where? Resist. With what? The shadow of death had never felt so close. It was no longer an abstract fear, no longer something that happened to criminals, victims, or fools unlucky enough to be caught in reports and statistics. It was standing in front of him. Smiling. No, please, don't kill me. Survival instinct crushed every shred of dignity he had left. Kenji Sokota, police inspector of the Metropolitan Police Department, dropped to his knees on the filthy floor. He no longer cared about the gravel cutting into his skin or the blood soaking into his trousers. He prostrated himself before Ibarakiduji, pressing his forehead to the ground again and again until his skin split and blood smeared the dust. I beg you, Lady Ibarakiduji, I'll do anything. His voice broke into a sob. Please spare me. Money, power, sacrifices, anything. Just give the order, and I'll get it for you. He threw out every bargaining chip he could imagine. Money, influence, human lives, promises, loyalty. The desperate offerings of a man who had spent his whole life believing everything could be bought, sold, buried, or negotiated. Ibarakiduji merely tilted her head. She watched him with open interest, her smile unchanged, like an audience member enjoying a particularly pathetic farce. Sokota's heart sank deeper. She was unmoved. Of course she was. Money and influence meant nothing to a true Oni god. What else? What else could he offer? His brain, driven to its limit by terror, began clawing desperately through every fragment of rumor and legend he knew about the Oni of Mount Ooe. In old stories, many Oni had once been humans. Humans who had fallen. Humans who had sinned. Humans who had been twisted by hatred, desire, and karma until they were no longer fit to stand among mankind. Sokota's eyes widened. He had committed more sins than he could count. Bribery. Cover-ups. Shielding criminals. Framing colleagues. Destroying evidence. Selling justice piece by piece until the badge on his chest became nothing but decoration. Even some of his subordinates, the ones who hated him, had privately called him Sokota the Oni. If that was the case, a mad thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Yes, that's it. His eyes lit up as if he had found the last rope dangling over a cliff. I'm willing to become an Oni. He raised his head, face twisted between terror and fanatic hope. I want to follow Mount Ooe. Please allow me to serve by your side forever, Lady Ibarakiduji. Rather than clinging to the fleeting power and luxury of the human world, why not follow the leader of Mount Ooe before him? Why not abandon humanity and become one of the Oni who would bring chaos upon the world? That was true power. Eternal power. What? For a moment, even Tochibana Hibiki, who was playing Ibarakiduji, was stunned. This guy. His survival instincts were flexible to a terrifying degree. If you cannot beat them, join them. Defecting on the spot. What kind of wild move was this? Inside Ibaraki's Saint Graph, Hibiki almost gave him a mental thumbs up. As far as sheer will to live went, Kenji Sokota had broken through human limits in the worst possible direction. Ha ha ha. Ibarakiduji began to laugh. Then louder. Ha 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 ha. Her clear laughter rang through the ruins. She clutched her stomach, shoulders shaking, laughing so hard that tears almost gathered in the corners of her eyes. I see. So that is what you were thinking. She wiped at her eye with one finger, still grinning. Honestly, humans are such interesting creatures. Truly, truly interesting. Was she mocking human weakness? Their shamelessness? Their boundless capacity to crawl toward any path that might keep them alive? Perhaps all of it. Seeing her laugh, Sokoto was overjoyed. He had guessed correctly. He had found a way to live. Thank you for your mercy, Lady Ibarakaduji. His voice turned sickeningly sweet. In truth, I've admired the power of evil Oni since I was a child. If my wish can finally be granted today, then even death would be worth it. While spewing flattery, he crawled forward on all fours like a dog. Then, in a gesture so disgusting it made even the air feel dirtier, he stuck out his tongue and tried to lick Ibarakaduji's bare foot as proof of loyalty. You pervert. What do you think you're doing? The smile vanished from Ibarakaduji's face. Pure disgust replaced it. Her slender bare foot rose. Not to be worshipped. To strike. The kick landed cleanly against Sokota's chest. Thud. A large section of his chest caved inward. Gwa. Sokota flew backward like he had been hit by a speeding truck. He crashed heavily onto the broken floor, eyes bulging, mouth hanging open as a strangled noise escaped his throat. For several seconds, he could only twitch. Ibarakiduji rolled her eyes. You want to become an Oni? She walked toward him with light, unhurried steps. It is not impossible. After all, I too was once human. She stopped beside Sokota and looked down at him. But such a thing requires a trial. Ibarakiduji raised one slender finger. At its tip, a needle-sized wisp of crimson flame ignited from nothing. It was small. Almost delicate. Yet the moment it appeared, the ruined house seemed to grow darker. The air tightened. The corpses on the floor looked colder, and even the sunlight pouring through the broken ceiling seemed unable to touch that flickering red-black fire. Within my karmic fire dwell the grudges of the 100 Oni of Mount Ooe. Ibarakiduji gazed at the blood-colored flame with a casual smile. Since you wish to become an evil Oni, give it a try. Her golden eyes shifted back to him. If you can endure the gnawing of this purgatory karmic fire, you may molt from human into Oni. The flame trembled at her fingertip. If you survive, you are my kin. Her smile deepened. If you fail, your soul will become nourishment for the fire. Inside her, Tochibana Hibiki treated it as an experiment. A cruel one, perhaps. But the subject was Kenji Sokota. A man like this dying in pain could hardly be called a tragedy. At most, it was waste disposal with dramatic lighting. Ibarakiduji bent down and lightly touched that insignificant wisp of Sugenbi to Sokota's body. The instant the black flame made contact, it exploded. Like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, the fire erupted across him in a frenzy. Sokota, who had been lying half-conscious from the kick, arched off the floor and released a scream more piercing than all the victims before him combined. Ah! The blood-colored karmic fire spread over his skin like something alive. It poured from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, wrapping him from head to toe within a single second. Yet it did not burn his flesh. Not directly. It was worse than that. It burned something deeper. His soul. Within the black-red Sugenbi, faces appeared and disappeared. Grinning Oni. Weeping monks. Twisted mouths. Empty eyes. Silent curses. Silent laughter. The grudges of Mount Ooe churned inside the flame, mocking him, devouring him, testing whether the rotten thing called Kenji Sokota had the strength to become something even worse. The pain shattered him immediately. It felt as if thousands of red-hot blades were slicing through him again and again. As if fire and ice had both been poured into his organs. As if countless demons had crawled beneath his skin and begun gnawing at his bones, nerves, memories, and sins. Sokota rolled across the floor, screaming, convulsing, clawing at his own body. He smashed his head against the ground until blood sprayed. His throat produced sounds that no longer resembled human language, raw and wet and broken, like an animal dragged from the water and left to cook beneath the sun. Hee. You still have plenty of energy. Ibarakiduji watched his performance with great interest, even offering commentary like a gourmet appraising a dish. Tochibana Hibiki felt no sympathy. Not for him. Letting this scum burn was already a form of recycling. Then a woman's voice sounded from behind her. It was trembling. Barely. But it was being forced to stay calm. What have you done? Ibarakiduji's bright smile froze for the smallest instant. Inside her, Tochibana Hibiki's heart dropped. No. Why her? But he adjusted almost immediately. He was not Tochibana Hibiki right now. He was Ibarakiduji, the Oni of Mount Ooe. Isn't it obvious? Ibarakiduji turned with careless grace and glanced over her shoulder. I am giving him a trial. Her golden eyes gleamed. A trial to molt into an evil Oni. At the entrance to the ruins stood a woman in a sharp business suit and square-framed glasses. Her long purple hair had been tied into a neat ponytail, and a portable video camera was clutched tightly in her right hand. Kyoko Tochibana, Hibiki's aunt. Her face was bloodless. The hand holding the camera trembled violently, yet her feet seemed nailed to the ground. She did not take even one step back. Her gaze moved past Ibarakiduji and swept across the ruined house. The corpses. The blood. The broken bodies of the officers. And Kenji Sokota, still writhing in black flame, screaming with a voice that no longer sounded human. Chapter 10, The Person Who Confronts the Evil Oni. 1,506 words. Chapter 10, The Person Who Confronts the Evil Oni. Tochibana Hibiki had known Kyoko Tochibana was there for a while. Those two female officers had never stood a chance of keeping her under watch. His aunt was not the type of person who obediently remained where others told her to stay, especially when the truth was close enough to touch. During Ibarakiduji's slaughter of the corrupt officers, Kyoko had been hiding behind a half-ruined patch of lawn not far from the collapsed house, clutching her portable camera and recording everything with a face drained of color. Hibiki had thought she would stay hidden until the end. He had not expected her to step out on her own. Foolish woman. Inside Ibarakiduji's body, Tochibana Hibiki cursed under his breath. It was precisely because of that reckless, truth-seeking personality, the kind that placed her own life beneath the weight of a story, that the Tochibana family had been forced to distance itself from her. If Kyoko was allowed to continue charging into danger wherever she smelled corruption, then even the Tochibana family, with its centuries-old roots in Japan, would eventually be dragged into something disastrous. Ibarakiduji. Kyoko Tochibana forced herself to breathe. Her left hand pressed tightly against her chest, as if trying to hold her pounding heart in place. Her right hand kept the camera raised, lens fixed firmly on the legendary evil Oni standing amid the corpses. Her face trembled despite her effort to control it. Every word seemed to be dragged out from between clenched teeth. The leader of the Oni of Mount Ooe, according to myth and legend. Questioning an evil Oni who had just slaughtered more than a dozen people without so much as blinking made Kyoko feel like a sheep willingly stepping into a wolf's den. No. That was too generous. It was closer to a rabbit walking up to a tiger and asking whether it had already eaten breakfast. Insane. Absolutely insane. And yet she did not lower the camera. Hey! Ibarakiduji seemed to finally give this reckless mortal a proper sliver of attention. She shifted her gaze away from Kenji Sokota, who was still twitching on the floor beneath the remnants of black-red karmic fire, and turned her head toward the woman at the entrance. You are clearly terrified. So why did you come out? Her golden slit pupils narrowed with curiosity. Wouldn't it have been better to keep hiding where you were? I have no interest in going out of my way to bully the weak. Tochibana Hibiki said it deliberately. Half as a probe, half as a warning. But Kyoko took a deep breath, and for some reason, those words seemed to give her a little strength. She straightened her back. Her voice still shook, but the logic behind it was clear. I am Kyoko Tochibana. A reporter. The camera remained steady in her hand. Seeking the truth is my responsibility. Warning the public is my duty. She paused. Whether to organize her thoughts or steal her courage, even she might not have known. Lord Ibarakiduji, I only learned today that legendary Oni gods truly exist. Evil Oni that once belonged only to myths are now walking through the modern world. Her gaze sharpened. Does that mean the 8 million gods are also about to reappear among humans? The ruined house was silent except for Sokota's broken gasps. What exactly are you trying to do? Kyoko asked. Do you intend to recreate the night parade of 100 demons and bring chaos to Kyoto again? That was the question she cared about most. If the Oni of Mount Ooe truly returned to the world, then this era had no Minamoto, no Uramitsu, and no 4 heavenly kings to subdue them. If large numbers of invulnerable evil Oni, monsters who regarded human life as grass beneath their feet, surged into modern streets. Kyoko's mind flashed, not to herself, but to Hibiki. To Kyo. That child still had to take the train to and from school by himself every day. If creatures like this began appearing across Tokyo, how could any ordinary person be safe? She had to know. No matter how terrified she was, she had to find out what this meant. Listening to Kyoko's voice gradually steady itself, Hibiki sighed helplessly inside Ibarakiduji's Saint Graph. This aunt of his was really always thinking of others first. A reporter. Ibarakiduji stroked her smooth chin, looking Kyoko up and down with golden eyes full of curiosity. That is a job I have never heard of. She tilted her head, then nodded as if she had suddenly understood. Oh, I remember. Is it like those old night watchmen who walked the streets beating clappers, warning everyone to beware of fire and thieves? She smiled brightly. Or perhaps a spy gathering intelligence for a daimyo? The innocent ignorance was perfect. An ancient Oni god who had stepped out of myth would not understand modern society. She would naturally compare unfamiliar occupations to the closest things she knew. Kyoko's mouth twitched. Being compared to a night watchman or a spy was not exactly flattering, especially when journalism was a profession she took pride in. But now was not the time to argue over occupational dignity. You could understand it that way, she said with difficulty. Ara, in that case, I shall let you off. Ibarakiduji waved her hand with exaggerated generosity. Even an evil Oni would not lay hands on a night watchman. After all, if I ate all of you, who would be left to sing of us Oni gods for the next 1,000 years? It sounded like some ancient, unwritten rule among yokai gods. When monsters attacked a village, they would always spare the bard. Naturally, Tochibana Hibiki followed that logic without hesitation and found himself the perfect excuse not to harm his own aunt. Hearing that she had been spared, the string pulled taut in Kyoko's heart loosened by the slightest amount. Only then did she realize that the back of her suit had been completely soaked through with cold sweat. Then, I suppose I should thank you for your magnanimity, Lord Ibarakiduji. She glanced at the carnage nearby with lingering fear. The broken bodies scattered across the ruined room. Kenji Sokota, who could no longer even scream properly, writhing on the floor like a maggot burned down to the soul. Kyoko forced herself to look away. Then she gathered her courage again and pressed on. Can you answer my previous question now? Her grip on the camera tightened. This concerns the survival of Tokyo, no, perhaps the entire world. That sort of thing. Ibarakiduji blinked. Then she smiled, as if amused by the seriousness of this mortal night watchman. It is not exactly a secret. Telling you humans would not hurt. She snapped her fingers. Black-red karmic fire gathered from empty air beneath her, roiling like a cloud of burning oil. Ibarakiduji settled lightly atop it, suspended above the blood-stained floor. She rested her round chin on one hand and lazily crossed one fair calf over the other. The posture was casual. Almost childish. Yet the arrogance in it belonged to a being standing above humans. Only after finding a comfortable position did she speak. And the words that left her mouth were enough to shatter Kyoko Tochibona's understanding of the world. A great transformation has already begun. Kyoko's breath caught. A god born from the alien god has descended upon this world. Ibarakiduji's golden eyes gleamed. Its existence has stirred the ley lines of this planet, ley lines that had long since dried up. Now, they are beginning to awaken again. Kyoko's mind buzzed. Alien god, leyline revival. The terms sounded like something from a fantasy novel. But spoken by the genuine evil Oni before her, they carried a weight that made disbelief feel childish. Ibarakiduji ignored her shock and continued at her own pace. The revival of the ley lines means the return of mystery. Her voice drifted through the ruined house. We Oni gods, demons, and forgotten things, those driven into the corners of legends after being abandoned by the world, are finally permitted to step out from the shadows of the phantasmal realm once more. She extended her left hand. Small. Fair. Almost cute. She spread her 5 fingers toward Kyoko Tochibana. Toward Tokyo. Toward the entire world. So, you ask what I want to do? Ibarakiduji scoffed. Her golden eyes were filled with mockery and ancient arrogance. I do not want to do anything. The karmic fire beneath her stirred. I am merely following the tide of the era and coming out for some fresh air. Her smile widened. If there is one thing that must be declared, then it is this. The sunlight pouring through the broken ceiling seemed to dim around her. The age that belonged solely to humans ends here. Ibarakiduji looked down at Kyoko, at the camera in her hands, and at the world beyond the ruined walls. It is about to close. Chapter 11, The Alien God and the End of the Human Era. 1,337 words. Chapter 11, The Alien God and the End of the Human Era. Kyoko Tochibana stood at the edge of the ruins, clutching her portable camera so tightly that her fingertips had gone white. For a moment, she could not move. The words Ibarakiduji had spoken seemed to hammer directly against her skull. The age that belonged solely to humans ends here. It is about to close. Under normal circumstances, if anyone had said something like that to her, Kyoko would have treated them as either a severe case of delusion or a fanatic from some new cult trying to sell salvation with a pamphlet and a bank account. She might have glanced at them with disgust, turned away, and never wasted another second. But those words had not come from an ordinary person. They had come from Ibarakiduji, an Oni god from myth. A monster who had slaughtered more than a dozen armed officers in less than a minute with her bare hands. A being who now sat lazily upon a cloud of black-red karmic fire, suspended above a ruined crime scene in broad daylight as if the laws of the modern world had never applied to her in the first place. Reality itself gave weight to her words. Kyoko swallowed hard. Alien god, leyline revival. She repeated the terms silently, trying to force them into some shape her mind could accept. Her instincts as a veteran reporter screamed that this was not meaningless rambling. This was not some drug-fueled cult speech, not theatrical nonsense, not a criminal trying to confuse witnesses. This might be the first sentence of a new era in human history. And she, Kyoko Tochibana, was the first person to hear it directly from the mouth of something that should not exist. A shudder ran from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. It was not only fear. It was the sensation of standing at the edge of a historical fault line and feeling the ground begin to split. If what this monster said was true, then what did the civilization humanity had built over thousands of years amount to? Law, science, government, economics, police, military power, all the structures people trusted without thinking. What did any of it mean before gods, yokai, and monsters that had once been dismissed as stories for children? Kyoko took a deep breath. Her voice still trembled, but she forced it to hold. Lady Ibarakiduji. She took one step forward, keeping the camera lens fixed firmly on the Oni girl. What exactly do you mean by alien god? Are you talking about beings from outside Earth? Have they already arrived? Her questions came faster. And this return of mystery, does that mean more supernatural creatures will start appearing in our cities from now on? Her professional instincts had taken hold. Even standing before a bloodthirsty Oni, even with corpses scattered only a few steps away, she still wanted to dig deeper. Ibarakiduji glanced sideways at her. A flicker of impatience passed through those golden-slit pupils. "TCH. You talk far too much, mortal." She waved her black Oni claw. A gust of wind swept past, scattering dust and blowing Kyoko's purple hair into disarray. "Did I not already say enough?" I am merely an Oni acting on instinct. I cannot be bothered with such profound and troublesome matters. Ibarakiduji lifted her chin slightly, as if tasting the air. All I know is that the air has become better. It no longer carries that dry, lifeless stench. Her lips curled. As for what those gods want to do, what does that have to do with me? Her answer was careless. Capricious. Nothing like the words of some mastermind delivering a grand conspiracy. Inside Ibarakiduji's Saint Graph, Tochibona Hibiki felt helpless watching his aunt press forward even in this situation. The lie about the alien god and the revival of mystery had been prepared to set the tone for what would come next. Governments, corporations, secret organizations, powerful families, criminal networks, religious groups, and ordinary citizens all needed to feel the same thing. Crisis. Awe. Fear. Only then would humanities will gather faster. Only then would the world begin to believe. But Aunt Kyoko was far too sharp. If he gave her room to keep asking, she might actually start tearing at the seams of the performance. Enough questions. Ibarakiduji leaned forward, revealing a ferocious smile. If you keep annoying me, I might forget myself and eat you. Her sharp fangs caught the sunlight with a cold gleam. Kyoko's heart skipped. The warning was childish in tone, almost playful, but the danger behind it was real. She understood clearly. Before a monster like this, laws, ethics, negotiation, and public opinion meant nothing. If Ibarakiduji decided to kill her, it would be no more difficult than crushing an insect. Then, from the end of the street, came the screech of brakes. Tires scraped against asphalt. Boots thundered over the pavement. Move. Block every exit. Squad 1, left flank. Squad 2, cover the approach. Survivor spotted. It's reporter Tochibona. Get her out of there. The main force of the Metropolitan Police Department had finally arrived. This time, it was not a group of corrupt officers trying to stage a cover-up under Kenji Sokota's command. A fully armed special unit had been deployed. The officers at the front wore heavy bulletproof vests and carried riot shields. Behind them, tactical officers took positions with submachine guns and automatic rifles, their muzzles trained on the ruined house. Such a sight was almost unthinkable in peaceful Bunkyo ward. Several armed officers rushed forward. Without waiting for Kyoko's consent, they grabbed her arms and dragged her back. Ms. Tochibona, it's too dangerous here. Please evacuate immediately. The young officer shouting at her could not hide the fear in his voice. He had seen the scene inside the ruins. He had seen Ibarakiduji floating above the blood-stained floor. Kyoko was pulled behind the police defense line. She looked at the dark gun barrels aimed toward the ruins, then back at the Oni girl sitting in midair. Her expression tightened. She knew very well that those firearms were probably no different from toys before that monster. The annoying flies have multiplied. Ibarakiduji gave a disdainful snort. She did not even spare the armed unit more than a glance. Instead, her gaze lowered toward the thing on the floor that was still making broken, wretched sounds. Kenji Sokota. The former police inspector no longer looked human. Black-red karmic fire still burned across his body. His skin cracked and rotted in patches, only to heal again under the push of some eerie force. A thick layer of green-black keratin began spreading over his flesh like armor made from disease. His bones ground against one another with a sound that made the teeth ache. His body was expanding, twisting, changing. Oh! Ibarakiduji raised an eyebrow. You actually survived my karmic fire? Her tone carried the pleased surprise of someone who had discovered a new toy. The cloud of karmic fire beneath her drifted lower, carrying her to a spot several meters from Sokota. How unexpected. It seems your greed and malice run deeper than I imagined. She smiled down at him. Otherwise, you would have burned to ash long ago. In full view of everyone, Kenji Sokota released one final shrill scream. Then he lurched upright. His once obese body had been reshaped into something swollen with brutal muscle. His height had surged past 2 meters. The uniform still clinging to him tore apart under the pressure of his changing frame. At the center of his forehead, skin split open. A curved horn forced its way out, slick with dark red blood. His eyes had turned completely crimson. No pupils. No reason. Only madness and violence remained. Kenji Sokota was no longer human. He had become a low-ranking Oni. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 12, The Game of the Oni God. 1921 words. Chapter 12, The Game of the Oni God. The street fell into an unnatural silence. The officers who had arrived as reinforcements stood behind their shields and gun barrels, eyes wide, breathing shallowly. Sweat slicked their palms beneath their gloves. Some of them recognized the thing kneeling in the ruins. Kenji Sokota. Police Inspector Sokota. A man with an ugly reputation, yes. A rotten superior, yes. A piece of trash wearing a badge, without question. But still human. At least, he had been. Now, in only a few minutes, that man had become something else entirely. Is that Police Inspector Sokota? The officer holding a submachine gun could barely keep his voice steady. The creature in front of him wore the torn remains of a police uniform. Beneath the shredded fabric bulged slabs of blue-black muscle. A single horn jutted from his forehead, slick with blood, while his crimson eyes rolled with mindless violence. The officer felt his understanding of the world cracking apart. He turned into an Oni. How is that possible? Do we shoot? Sir, do we open fire? Conflicting orders crackled through their communicators from the rear command center. The officials sitting safely behind screens had clearly seen the drone footage, and just as clearly, they had no idea what they were looking at. A monster. An Oni. A former police inspector transformed before their eyes. All units, stand by, the sergeant leading the team shouted, forcing his voice above the panic. Do not fire unless the target attacks first. He sounded firm. His knees were not. Ibarakiduji hovered above the ruined house, arms folded, watching the newly born Oni with bright, interested eyes. Well then, you newborn piece of trash. Her smile was sweet enough to belong on a festival poster. That made it infinitely more terrifying. You have already abandoned your human skin. Let me see what you can actually do. Kenji Sokota's head snapped up. The voices around him, the pointing, the fear, the disgust, all of it poured into the newborn Oni's heart like oil onto flame. Rage and violence surged through his warped body. But the moment his blood-red eyes met Ibarakiduji's smile, that rage shrank. A deeper instinct seized him. Fear. Not the fear of bullets or death. Something rooted deeper than thought, carved into the soul now twisting inside his new body. Before the Oni of Mount Ooe, he could not raise his head. Ibaraki, my lord. Sokota lowered himself quickly, his voice hoarse and dry, like rusted iron scraping against stone. Do not face me. Ibarakiduji's golden eyes narrowed. I have no interest in the weak. She raised one small hand and pointed toward the armed police line. Those people tried to kill you just now, did they not? Go on. Unleash your anger. Her lips curved. If you survive, I may consider letting you become a little gatekeeper Oni. That sentence was enough. Kenji Sokota's blood-red eyes turned toward the police. Killing intent flooded the street. In that instant, he remembered everything. The suspicion when he had called for help. The contempt. The way his former colleagues had hesitated over whether he was still worth saving. And deeper than all of that, he remembered his lifelong hunger for power. Now, he had power. Then anyone who stood in his way could die. Roar. The Oni that had once been Kenji Sokota released an inhuman roar and kicked off the ground. Rubble shattered beneath his feet. His huge body shot toward the police defensive line like a blue-black cannonball. His charging. The sergeant's face changed. Fire. Open fire. Gunfire erupted. Submachine guns and automatic rifles spat flame at the same time. Bullets poured across the street in a dense storm, hammering into Sokota's body. An ordinary person would have been torn apart instantly. But Sokota was no longer ordinary. The bullets struck his blue-black skin with dull, heavy thuds. Some buried themselves into his flesh, but they failed to punch clean through. His muscles tightened like powerful springs, trapping the rounds inside. The impact forced him to stagger back several steps. He did not fall. The pain only made him angrier. Raw. Sokoto charged through the hail of bullets, grabbed an abandoned car at the side of the street with both hands, and hoisted it over his head. A policeman screamed and emptied his magazine in panic. Monster. Die. Sokoto roared back and hurled the car. Boom. The vehicle smashed into the riot shield formation with crushing force. The front line broke apart. Several officers were thrown backward, their shields spinning from their hands as a massive gap opened in the defensive line. Sokoto rushed through it. One huge hand closed around an officer's head. Snap. With a slight twist, the man's neck bent at an impossible angle. The slaughter began. In the distance, Kyoko Tochibana stood half-hidden behind a utility pole, her camera still recording. Her stomach churned. This was not a film. Not a staged disaster. Not a nightmare she could wake from. This was real. Those well-trained officers, men who had arrived with armor, weapons, discipline, and orders, were as fragile as paper dolls before the Oni. Help. Headquarters, requesting support. We need heavy weapons. Ah. My leg. Gunfire, screams, shouted commands, and the crash of metal tangled into chaos. Kenji Sokoto rampaged through the police line. His movements were crude, but his strength was terrifying. Every swing scattered men. Every step cracked asphalt. Every broken scream seemed to pull him deeper into the pleasure of his new body. For the first time in his life, power was not something he borrowed from rank, bribery, or connections. It was in his hands. In his bones. In the fear of others. The joy of tearing through flesh and deciding who lived or died swallowed him whole. For one mad moment, he even thought that becoming an Oni was the luckiest thing that had ever happened to him. But in the end, he was only a low-ranking Oni freshly born from corruption and fear. Once the initial chaos passed, the police began retreating with purpose. Then came the snipers. Bang. A dull, heavy shot cut through the noise. A large-caliber round struck Sokoto's knee with brutal precision. Arg! His leg half-buckled beneath him. Bone fragments flashed white through the torn flesh, and his enormous body crashed down onto one knee. Another shot followed. Then another. Shoulder. Chest. Side. The power of a sniper rifle was nothing like a handgun or submachine gun. Each hit tore open great wounds in Sokoto's blue-black body, splashing dark blood across the broken street. Stop shooting. Stop. Sokoto's voice cracked with panic. I'm your superior officer. I'm Kenji Sokoto. The large-caliber rounds had taught him something important. His new body was strong. It was not invincible. And once Kenji Sokoto realized that, his agile, shameless mind began working again. His shouting had an effect. For a brief moment, the rear command center hesitated. A living Oni sample would be far more valuable than a dead Sokoto. Scientists, politicians, and every secretive power behind the scenes would want him alive if possible. Sokoto seized that hesitation. Ibaraki, my lord. He twisted his broken body toward the sky and screamed. Save me. Please save me. He no longer cared about rampaging. He no longer cared about dignity, revenge, or the thrill of power. The cowardice buried in his bones had resurfaced the moment death drew near. I am already an Oni of Mount Ooi, he shouted, trying to crawl toward her. I am your subordinate. Please help me. Ibaraki Duji only looked at him. Her gaze was cold. It was the way one looked at garbage. An Oni of Mount Ooi? She laughed softly. Her voice was not loud, yet it seemed to drown out the gunfire, the shouting, the sirens, and the drone rotors above. You! A coward who fears death, grovels before humans, and has not even learned the first shred of pride. Her golden eyes narrowed. What makes you think you deserve to call yourself my kin? She slowly raised one finger. A tiny black spark danced above her fingertip. I told you before. This was only a trial. The spark flickered. Surviving it would have given you the qualifications. But now, it seems you have not only failed to survive. You have failed to understand the dignity of an Oni. Sokoto froze. Looking at Ibarakiduji's cold face, the last thread of hope in his heart snapped. No, you can't. He wanted to say more. The police did not let him. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The command center had made its decision. The moment they saw Sokoto begging Ibarakiduji for help, they understood one thing clearly: the situation was no longer under human control. A living sample was valuable. A monster that might be taken away by a higher-level Oni god was a disaster. A dead Sokoto was better than an escaped Oni. The kill order came down. Snipers fired first. Then the armed officers tightened their formation and surrounded him. Automatic rifles roared, pouring round after round into Sokoto's head and chest. Without Ibarakiduji's favor, without karmic fire protecting him, without time to adapt to his new body, the low-ranking Oni could only twitch beneath the storm of bullets. Part of his head was torn away. His chest became a ragged, blood-soaked cavity. A few seconds later, Kenji Sokoto, once a police inspector who had swaggered through the Metropolitan Police Department, now a failed Oni born from greed and fear, collapsed into the spreading pool of dark blue-black blood. He did not move again. TCH. Ibarakiduji did not spare the corpse another glance. Boring. She lifted her gaze and swept it across the armed officers staring at her with pale, terrified faces. It feels rather satisfying to slay an Oni, does it not, mortals? Her smile carried a strange, meaningful curve. Sharp canines peeked from beneath her lips. She seemed completely unmoved by the death of the creature that had begged to be her kin. Today's entertainment ends here. The black-red fire around her stirred. As expected, humans and Oni killing each other is far more amusing than anything else. Her golden eyes gleamed. I look forward to seeing whether you can bring me something more interesting next time we meet. With that, Ibarakiduji's body dissolved into golden flame. The fire shot upward, blazing through the air beneath everyone's gaze. It shrank rapidly in the sky, becoming a brilliant spark before finally vanishing beyond the clouds. Silence returned. All that remained were the devastated ruins, corpses scattered across the street, broken vehicles, spent shell casings, and the foul pool of blue-black blood where Kenji Sokoto had died. The armed officers of the Metropolitan Police Department looked at one another. No one spoke. Everything they had seen today had twisted their understanding of the world beyond recognition. Before such a vicious, transcendent Oni god, simply surviving felt like something worth thanking Buddha for. Behind the utility pole, Kyoko Tochibana finally lowered her camera. The strength went out of her legs, and she slid down to the ground, back pressed against the concrete. Her chest rose and fell violently. Sweat blurred the lenses of her glasses. For a long while, she could only breathe. Then, in a hoarse voice, she whispered the thought that had settled in everyone's heart. This world has really changed. A pause. It feels so strange. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Human Order Energy and Mystic Codes. 2,170 words. Chapter 13, Human Order Energy and Mystic Codes. The Oni incident in Bunkyo's residential district ended in the strangest way imaginable. Publicly, the Metropolitan Police Department and the upper levels of the Japanese government remained united in silence. Their official statement was simple, consistent, and insulting to anyone with eyes. A violent explosion caused by aging gas pipes. That was all. As for the dozen police officers who had died grotesque deaths at the scene, the cultists from the Mayuan church, the sacrificed girl, and the monster that had been reduced to a mass of flesh by sniper fire, every detail was classified as top secret. Leaking information was strictly forbidden. But truth had never been something that could be buried forever. Especially not in an age where a single image could cross the world faster than any government order. Absolute suppression no longer existed. For ordinary people, Bunkyo had simply suffered a tragic gas explosion. For those standing at the top of the power pyramid, for senior officials, corporate tycoons, old families, underworld brokers, intelligence agents, and anyone with the channels to obtain first-hand information, an invisible storm had already begun. It was a storm that overturned common sense. Ibara Kiduji, the legendary leader of the Oni of Mount Ooe from the Heian period, had appeared in modern Tokyo. She could manipulate hellfire. She could withstand bullets with her bare body. She could fly freely through the sky. And, most terrifying of all, she seemed capable of transforming an ordinary human into a powerful, bloodthirsty, cruel Oni. Fragments of intelligence, along with blurred photos and shaky footage from the scene, spread through Tokyo's underground channels like a virus. From there, the information moved outward, carried by fear, greed, curiosity, and desire. Panic spread. So did ambition. After all, fear was not the only emotion awakened by the appearance of supernatural power. There were always people who, upon seeing a monster, thought not of survival but of ownership. And the instigator behind all this, the so-called mastermind who had lit the fuse, was currently sitting peacefully in a high school classroom in Tokyo. Tochibana Hibiki wore black-rimmed glasses and looked down at the textbook on his desk with an earnest expression, as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with him. Midday sunlight spilled lazily through the clear classroom windows, falling across his desk and illuminating the face of a slender, slightly delicate boy. His complexion was pale from long-term sleep deprivation, giving him the faintly sickly air of someone who spent more time at a keyboard than under the sun. On the surface, he was nothing more than an ordinary male high school student. Of course, anyone who thought he was actually studying would be badly mistaken. All of Hibiki's attention was focused on the system notifications ringing inside his mind. Detected that a mysterious event related to Ibara Kiduji is continuing to ferment. Observed slight increase in human society's awareness of mystery. Human order energy +1. Human order energy +1. Human order energy +2. Last night, the Ibara Kiduji he had performed was like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond. The angle had been calculated. The force had been chosen. The target had been selected by his own hand. And now, that small stone was finally creating ripples. Slowly, but without stopping. Humanity's fear, awe, curiosity, worship, suspicion, and desire toward the unknown were being converted into human order energy and deposited into his system account. By modern standards, the growth was painfully slow. By the standards of a world where mystery had long since faded, however, it was already a beginning. In just one morning, his originally empty reserve of human order energy had broken into triple digits. System, Hibiki asked silently, what was the exchange rate between human order energy and Saint Quartz again? The system's lively electronic voice answered immediately. Reporting, Master. The current exchange ratio between human order energy and Saint Quartz is 100-1. Based on the current growth trend, you are estimated to accumulate enough Saint Quartz for 1 temple summon within 1 to 2 weeks. 1 temple every 1 or 2 weeks. Hibiki's brows twitched. He knew human order energy would not be easy to obtain in modern society, where mystery had nearly dried up, but this was still slower than he had imagined. Is it because the various forces are still suppressing the news, and the general public has no idea what happened? That was probably the main reason. Right now, the incident was spreading only within special circles, government agencies, corporate elites, underworld channels, religious groups, intelligence networks, and private factions with enough influence to bypass normal information control. Ordinary people had yet to truly participate. And without the public, the volume of human order energy would naturally remain limited. One explosive event isn't enough. Follow-up operations and controlled hype are necessary. Hibiki tapped the edge of his textbook with one finger. If I just wait quietly, I'll need half a month or even a full month for a single pull. That kind of life is too miserable. As expected, everything was difficult at the beginning. The pioneering period was bitter no matter which world one lived in. Just as Hibiki was sighing inwardly and beginning to consider how to stir up the next round of trouble, the lunch break bell rang. The teacher on the podium announced the end of class with visible relief, and the classroom immediately came alive. Chairs scraped against the floor. Students gathered in small groups. Laughter and chatter filled the room. Lunchboxes opened one after another, and the air was soon filled with the warm smell of rice, fried food, curry, tamagoyaki, and the noisy freshness of youth. Hibiki transferred into this school during his second year. On top of that, he was too lazy to maintain relationships he considered unnecessary. As a result, he existed in a state close to invisibility, not only within his class but across the entire school. No friends. No fixed group. No lunch circle. No after-school club companions. That suited him perfectly. It saved him from useless socializing with peers whose minds were full of romance, club activities, exams, gossip, and weekend karaoke plans. Of course, in the eyes of others, his solitary appearance probably looked like social isolation. Hibiki did not care. He calmly took his smartphone from his desk drawer, unlocked the screen, and prepared to pass the lunch break in a more meaningful way. Then his eyes paused. On the home screen, an app icon had appeared at some point. It was incredibly familiar. And, at the same time, strangely foreign. Isn't this Fate Grand Order? Hibiki stared at the icon for a moment. I didn't expect to see it again in this form. He was not especially surprised. The heroic spirit summoning system had never been limited to that old computer at home. Since the system's voice could sound directly inside his mind, the so-called computer terminal had most likely existed only to match his habits as a modern person. Compared with directly manipulating a complex database through consciousness, an interface disguised as a mobile app was far more convenient. He tapped the icon. Tardie. Welcome to the Heroic Spirit Summoning System, Portable Mobile Terminal. The system's cheerful voice rang out in his mind. This is a mimic app specially tailored for you, Master. Now you can operate the system anytime, anywhere. In the eyes of others, it is merely an ordinary, unremarkable mobile game. You can check system messages, search the system warehouse, and once you have saved enough Saint Quartz, conduct exciting summoning rituals here. Well done. Hibiki praised it sincerely in his heart. Although this was not his first time dealing with the system, he still had to admit that the user-friendliness of his heroic spirit summoning system was absurdly high. Compared with those rigid tool systems that only issued missions and handed out rewards with cold mechanical indifference, his little assistant was considerate to an unreasonable degree. He had already heard the latest system notifications, and he was still far away from his next summon. Naturally, his gaze fell on the system warehouse option. Last night, he had used the 30 Saint Quartz from the beginner gift pack for a 10-pull summon. The result had not been bad. Although he had only obtained one golden 4-star heroic spirit card, that card was currently his greatest trump card. Ibara Kiduji. Aside from her, the summon had also produced several mystic codes that served as filler in the summoning pool. Because the situation had been urgent last night, and because he had been far too excited after obtaining Ibara Kiduji, Hibiki had only glanced over them roughly. Now, he finally had time to check his meager assets properly. He opened the warehouse interface. Rows of familiar card faces appeared before him. Blue-black key. Green-black key. Red-black key. Good grief. Hibiki's eyelid twitched. I collected the 3-colored black keys right at the start. My luck really is something. His heroic spirit summoning system had not necessarily inherited everything from Fate Grand Order, but it had certainly preserved the fine tradition of stuffing the card pool full of black keys. He could only comfort himself silently. At least he had not been unlucky enough to pull 9 lonely keys in one 10-roll. He patiently continued scrolling. As expected, the remaining mystic codes were mostly the same sort of low-star filler. Nothing especially eye-catching appeared at first glance. System, what exactly are these mystic codes used for? Hibiki was unwilling to give up. Reporting, Master. The functions of mystic codes are exactly as described on their card faces. Their usage is literal. The system quickly explained. For example, armed-type mystic codes can be used directly by you, Master, manifesting as weapons or armor. Workshop-type mystic codes can manifest specific environments, temporary workshops, or barriers. The most basic conceptual mystic codes can act directly on you or on a target you designate, granting a corresponding concept. The explanation was simple. Clear. Almost too clear. Hibiki's eyes lit up. His finger moved quickly across the screen. After digging through a pile of apparent trash, he finally found an unremarkable one-star mystic code. The card face showed a golden sun. All light seemed to radiate from it. The name had only one word: Awakening. In the fate grand order from his previous life, this was the kind of low-rarity card players disliked pulling. Even using it as enhancement fodder felt like a waste of space. But now, after hearing the system's explanation of conceptual mystic codes, Hibiki realized that this card could not be dismissed as mere garbage. System. His gaze fixed on the card. What does awakening do? The system's reply came almost instantly, bright and excited, as if it had sensed his anticipation. Yes, Master, your intuition is very accurate. The mystic code awakening can act directly on the human body. Its core concept is opening. It can forcibly open the dormant magic circuits within your body. If conditions are favorable, there is even a chance of awakening the origin buried deep within your soul during the process. Magic circuits. Origin. The two terms struck Hibiki's mind like thunder. Both were core concepts from the Type Moon worldview. And now, this insignificant one-star mystic code could allow him, an ordinary person, to step onto the path of a true magus. Hibiki's heart began to beat faster. A heat he could not describe rose inside his chest. For a moment, he wanted to stand up, rush into the restroom, and use the mystic code on himself immediately. Reason quickly suppressed the impulse. No. Not at school. Using a mystic code in a place crowded with students and teachers was asking for trouble. There was no telling what kind of abnormal phenomenon might occur during the awakening process. If it caused a commotion, or if he lost consciousness midway, the consequences would be disastrous. He had to endure. At the very least, he needed to wait until he returned home after school and could perform the process in a safe, undisturbed environment. Hee. The corner of Hibiki's mouth rose before he noticed. Hee. If he could become a magus, if he could awaken magic circuits and perhaps even his origin, then his options would expand dramatically. He could create events more efficiently, manipulate the spread of mystery more precisely, use the world itself as a stage, and place every actor, monster, god, government, cult, and secret organization in the palm of his hand. Just as Hibiki stared intently at his phone screen, sinking deeper into plans that were becoming increasingly dangerous, a teasing female voice suddenly sounded above him. Tochibana, smiling that disgustingly at your phone during lunch break is suspicious. A bento box was placed on his desk with a sharp slap. Are you playing some kind of bishojo-raising gal game again? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The Down on Her. 1920 words. Chapter 14. The Down on Her Luck Shrine Maiden's Lunch Invitation. The sudden voice snapped Tochibana Hibiki out of his pleasant daydreams about the future. His thumb moved on instinct. The phone screen went dark. Only then did he look up. Standing beside his desk was a girl in the same metropolitan high school uniform as him. She had long black hair, slightly wavy at the ends, falling naturally over her shoulders. Her features were refined and cool, the kind of beauty that made her seem a little difficult to approach at first glance. Mizuki Mirei. His classmate. Hibiki's impression of Mizuki Mirei was complicated. At this school, their situations were surprisingly similar. Both had transferred in during their second year of high school. Both had personalities that leaned toward aloofness. Neither had many people in class they could casually talk to. Over time, they had somehow become each other's only regular conversation partner. But if one traced their connection further back, it began long before Metropolitan High School. Elementary school. Hibiki still remembered it clearly. Back then, his biological mother had been in the rising phase of her career, full of ambition and vanity. Her favorite activity had been dragging her young son to all sorts of so-called high society banquets, charity dinners, and gatherings where wealthy families paraded their children like proof of superior bloodlines. Unfortunately for those children, Hibiki had carried an adult mind from another life. At those parties, He had casually displayed the kind of knowledge and maturity that no child his age should have possessed, crushing the confidence of an entire generation of privileged little brats and earning himself the reputation of a child prodigy. Mizuki Mirei, standing before him now, had been one of the unfortunate children caught in that disaster. "It's you, Mizuki-san." Hibiki expressionlessly slipped his phone into the drawer and offered no real response to her teasing. He could not deny it. Every time he saw Mizuki Mirei's face, he was forced to remember those awkward years when he had shown off in front of children like some unbearable little genius. The embarrassment was enough to make him want to dig a basement beneath his desk and disappear into it. What's with that reaction? Mizuki Mirei seemed dissatisfied with his flat tone. She pulled a nearby chair over without asking, sat down across from him, and opened her lunchbox. "You're so boring." Then her gaze fell on his desk. Sitting there was a single unopened melon pan from a convenience store. Mizuki's brows drew together slightly. "Wait. Is that all you're having for lunch today?" Hibiki glanced at the bread. This. His heart skipped for a fraction of a second. He could not exactly tell her, "I was in too much of a hurry to commit a supernatural crime this morning, so I bought bread from a convenience store on the way to school." That would be difficult to explain. His mind turned quickly. "Yeah," Hibiki said with a calm face. "I accidentally overslept this morning and didn't have time to make anything." Overslept? Mizuki stared at him. Then her face showed an exaggerated look of disbelief, as if he had just claimed the sun rose in the west. "No way." The legendary child prodigy Tochibana Hibiki, fluent in 3 languages at 3 years old, able to do mental calculus at 5, always the first to raise his hand in class, actually had a day where he overslept. Hibiki tore open the bread wrapper in silence. "Mizuki-san." He took a bite, chewed, and swallowed with the composure of a man enduring public execution. "Could you please stop bringing up ancient history? It's awkward." "Heh." Seeing him deflate seemed to improve Mizuki's mood. She laughed lightly, then picked up a golden piece of tamagoyaki from her lunchbox with her chopsticks and stuffed it directly into the bread he had just bitten. Fine. I'll stop teasing you." She gave the sad-looking convenience store bread a critical glance. "You look too pitiful today, so I'll share half of this with you." After saying that, she took out a whole banana from her lunch bag and offered it to him. Hibiki looked at the bright yellow banana. His movement paused. His eyes slowly became subtle. "Mizuki-san," he said quietly. "I should remind you of something." "What?" "You're not using this as a roundabout way to call me a monkey, are you?" The air went silent. Mizuki Mirei had been forced to leave an expensive private elite school and transfer to this ordinary public school because of her family's decline. Hibiki's situation was different. He had genuinely failed to keep up with the academic pace of his previous school. His grades had fallen badly enough that the teachers had politely advised him to transfer. So if Mizuki really meant to imply that he was a dumb monkey who could not keep up with lessons, he would have no way to refute it. "You." Mizuki's cheeks puffed up like an annoyed hamster. Her goodwill had apparently been interpreted as malice. She glared at him, then reached across the desk. "If that's how you're going to think, then keep eating your dry bread. Give back my tamagoyaki." She made as if to snatch the bread from his hand. Although Hibiki was practically a block of wood when it came to the opposite sex, even he knew this was not the time to keep being stubborn. "I was joking." He raised his hands in surrender. "Don't take it seriously." Then he quickly took the banana, peeled it, and bit into it before she could change her mind. To be honest, for someone who carried memories from another world, trying to survive lunch on a single cold piece of convenience store bread felt a little too miserable. Mizuki's charity had arrived at exactly the right time. Seeing him yield and accept her kindness honestly, the anger on Mizuki's face finally faded. Her shoulders relaxed, and she sat back down. And so lunch began in a slightly awkward but familiar atmosphere. The two of them shared Mizuki Mirei's generously packed bento. The lunchbox was surprisingly well prepared, with rice, tamagoyaki, simmered vegetables, carrage, and a few neatly arranged side dishes. Hibiki ate slowly at first, then with increasing sincerity as his stomach reminded him that supernatural masterminds also needed calories. During their casual conversation, Hibiki decided to get a little revenge for her earlier teasing. Speaking of which, he said, picking up a piece of courage, after graduation, Mizuki-san, you'll probably inherit your family's Shahu shrine and officially become a shrine maiden, right? He sighed with deliberately exaggerated regret. What a waste of your grades. Unexpectedly, the moment he mentioned her family shrine, Mizuki's expression changed. The shift was small, but Hibiki caught it. Her fingers tightened around her chopsticks. Her gaze lowered slightly. Whether I can inherit it or not is still uncertain. Her voice became much softer. There was a hint of complaint in it, barely audible beneath the noise of the classroom. Hibiki's attention sharpened. He did not show it on his face. What do you mean? It's nothing. You don't look like it's nothing. Mizuki pressed her lips together. Hibiki did not push too hard. He only guided the conversation with a few seemingly casual questions, the kind that sounded like idle curiosity rather than deliberate probing. Perhaps because she had been holding it in for too long, Mizuki eventually began to speak. A few years ago, Shahu Shrine had lost its greatest political backer. The person had once been an influential figure in the political world, someone whose protection had allowed the Mizuki family to maintain their position in the Shinto sphere despite their shrine's modest size. But that backer had fallen from power after a sudden political storm. Since then, the Mizuki family had been suppressed and encroached on from every direction. The number of parishioners had fallen sharply. Creditors with unclear origins began appearing one after another. The tax office conducted audits with suspicious frequency. Local officials suddenly became difficult to contact. Requests were delayed. Documents were questioned. Small problems became large problems, and large problems became threats. One trouble after another clung to the Mizuki family like rot on bone. Recently, a new religious organization called the Mayuan Church had approached them directly. Their goal was simple. They wanted to buy the entire plot of land where Shahu Shrine stood. At a low price. Relevant government departments had also begun advising Mizuki Mirei's father, Mizuki Daikei, the head priest of Shahu Shrine, to sell the shrine and land as soon as possible to avoid greater trouble. Hibiki listened quietly to Mizuki's complaints. On the outside, he nodded with the appropriate amount of concern. Inside, however, his thoughts had already begun moving. Mayuan Church? He had been wondering how to find a suitable excuse for Ibarakiduji to visit those people and teach them another lesson. And now, just as he was getting sleepy, someone had delivered a pillow. The Mayuan Church. Hibiki pretended to think for a moment. I think I heard my aunt mention them before. They're no good. Their methods are almost like Yakuza. He looked at her. You'd better be careful. I know. Mizuki sighed. Her earlier sharpness had dimmed into something weary. But the situation at home really isn't optimistic. You know my father's personality. If the pressure keeps increasing, he might actually hand over the family shrine. Hibiki nodded. He silently filed away this important piece of information. Out loud, he only offered a few ordinary words of comfort. Don't push yourself too hard. If anything happens, discuss it with your family first. Sometimes delaying for time is also a strategy. The words were not wrong, but they were also not what Mizuki had hoped to hear. Seeing his calm, almost detached attitude, Mizuki secretly bit her lip. In truth, she had not approached Tochibana Hibiki today purely out of concern between classmates and childhood acquaintances. There had been another purpose. She had hoped to find a powerful new backer for her family shrine through him. The Tochibana family's influence in Japanese politics and business was terrifying. If that family was willing to say even a single word, then forget a small Mayuan church, even Shinto Honcho would have to reconsider any improper designs on Shahu Shrine. But how could she say that directly? Help my family. Ask the Tochibana family to protect our shrine. In exchange, I can. No. She could not say it. Her pride, her upbringing, and the last dignity of a girl who had once been raised as the daughter of a respectable shrine family all stopped her. She could not bring herself to act like some villainess in a drama, offering herself as a bargaining chip in exchange for her family's peace. Today's attempt, it seemed, had failed just like all the others. Disappointment and powerlessness welled quietly in Mizuki Mirei's chest. She closed her lunchbox sooner than usual. "I'm going back to my seat." Her voice had returned to its normal coolness, but the brightness from earlier was gone. "Thanks for the company." Hibiki watched her stand. "Mizuki-san." She paused. "What?" "Thanks for lunch." For a moment, Mizuki looked as if she wanted to say something. In the end, she only gave a small nod. Then she carried her lunchbox back to her seat in silence. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Shahu Shrine. 1906 words. Chapter 15, Shahu Shrine. The curriculum at Metropolitan High School had always been fairly relaxed. After lunch break, there were only 2 minor classes left, the sort of lessons students attended with half their minds already drifting toward after-school plans. By the time the final bell rang, the classroom loosened like a knot coming undone. Chairs scraped. Bags were zipped. Students called out to friends about club activities, cram school, karaoke, shopping streets, and whether anyone wanted to stop by the convenience store before heading home. Tochibana Hibiki, a model member of the Going Home Club, had no interest in participating in any of it. The moment class ended, he packed his bag with practiced efficiency and prepared to escape the suffocating campus as quickly as possible. But just as he reached the classroom door, his steps stopped. For some reason, he turned back. His gaze swept across the classroom before finally settling on Mizuki Mirei, who was preparing to leave for Kyudo practice. Hibiki walked over. "Mizuki-san." Mizuki looked up, a little surprised. "Tochibana-san? Is something wrong?" Hibiki studied her face. She was smiling, but the sorrow beneath that smile was too obvious to hide. The matter of Shahu Shrine had clearly been weighing on her since lunch. "The shrine situation must still be bothering you," he said. Mizuki's fingers tightened slightly around her bag strap. Before she could respond, Hibiki continued in his usual flat tone. "A new French dessert shop opened nearby. I heard their macarons are good." He paused. "As thanks for lunch today, my treat." The invitation came without warning. Mizuki froze. Her mind blanked for a full second. He was inviting her out. After school? To a dessert shop? Did that mean a date? Heat rushed from her chest to her face. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and her heart missed several beats before making up for it with frantic pounding. I. She waved her hands in a panic, completely losing the cool composure she usually maintained. "I'll ask for leave from club." "You, wait for me." Without waiting for Hibiki's reaction, Mizuki turned and fled toward the restroom at the end of the hallway like a startled rabbit. Hibiki watched her go, expression unchanged. Girls were really difficult to understand. Inside the restroom, Mizuki rushed to the sink and splashed cold water onto her burning cheeks. Again. Then again. The chill finally pulled her back from the edge of complete panic, but her heart was still beating so hard it felt ready to jump out of her throat. With trembling fingers, she took out her phone, opened Line, found the contact labeled Senpai Kinuko, and typed quickly. "Mirei, Senpai Kinuko. He invited me to a dessert shop." The reply came almost immediately. "Senpai Kinuko, oh? Really? Well done. Looks like my plan worked. Good luck, Mireiko-hai. Reviving the glory of Shahu Shrine depends entirely on you. Go for it." Mizuki stared at the screen. The words were enthusiastic, encouraging, and far too provocative. She leaned against the cold sink, and a complicated, bitter smile appeared on her face. A few minutes later, after fixing her hair and applying a little light makeup to make herself look less haggard, Mizuki took a deep breath and left the restroom. Hibiki was already waiting at the school gate. He leaned against the wall with his head lowered, idly tapping at his phone. When he saw her approach, he looked up as naturally as if nothing unusual had happened. "Let's go." Then, as if remembering something, he raised his phone. "Right. I don't think we've exchanged Line contacts yet. Is that okay?" "Why yes. That's fine." Mizuki's heart began racing again. She hurriedly took out her phone, nearly dropping it once before finally exchanging contact information with him. After leaving the school, the two walked side by side along the evening street. The dessert shop Hibiki mentioned was not far away. It stood on a commercial street near the school, tucked between a flower shop and a stylish little cafe, its glass windows decorated with elegant gold lettering and pastel displays. Along the way, Mizuki's thoughts were in complete chaos. This should count as a date, right? When we get there, what should I talk about? Books. He likes writing, doesn't he? Or maybe movies. What movies are popular lately? What if he suggests walking around after dessert? What if he asks to watch a movie? What if after dessert, he wants to take me to his apartment or a hotel? The thought nearly made steam rise from her head. Although she had approached him with the hope of connecting Shihu Shrine to the Tochibana family, that did not mean she was mentally prepared to move that quickly. Wasn't this pace too fast? Far too fast? While Mizuki's imagination ran so far ahead that it had nearly begun naming their future children, Hibiki, who was walking slightly in front, stepped into the dessert shop. Mizuki hurried after him. Before she could properly look around the interior, Hibiki had already purchased something from the counter and walked back out. In his hand was a beautifully packaged paper bag. He turned and handed it to her. Here. Mizuki blinked. This is the thank you gift I mentioned. The warm dessert box was placed directly into her hands. Hibiki's expression remained calm. I have something else to do, so I won't walk you home. Be careful on your way back. Then he waved, turned around, and left in the opposite direction without the slightest hesitation. He disappeared into the evening crowd before Mizuki could even process what had happened. She stood alone on the sidewalk, holding the beautifully packaged macaron set. The cold evening wind blew through her hair. Her heart, which had been racing wildly only a moment ago, seemed to freeze solid. The date. Her voice came out weak and empty. It ended just like that. She remained standing there for a long time before finally recovering from the violent rise and fall of emotion. She had been completely, utterly, mercilessly abandoned. A wave of grievance and shame surged up inside her. Her eyes stung, and for a moment, she almost cried right there in the street. With nowhere else to vent, Mizuki took out her phone again and turned to Senpai Kinuko, like a bullied young wife seeking comfort. Mireille, crying. Senpai Kinuko? What happened? Did the date not go well? Mireille, he didn't want to go on a date with me at all. He called me out, shoved dessert into my hands, and left. He left. Senpai Kinuko, ha 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 ha. Through the screen, Mizuki could almost hear the other party's unrestrained, deafening laughter. Senpai Kinuko, sorry, I couldn't help it. But that really does sound like something Blockhead Kyo would do. Senpai Kinuko, I told you before, that guy's emotional intelligence is terrifyingly low. In his eyes, you're probably no different from a lamppost on the side of the road. He doesn't see you as a girl at all, does he? Mireille, heartbroken. Senpai Kinuko, all right, don't be sad. Senpai Kinuko, by the way, let me tell you something important. Something huge happened in Tokyo recently. You definitely won't believe it, but legendary Oni and gods might actually exist. Mireille? Really? Senpai Kinuko, would I lie to you? I'll send you the exclusive video I got through my connections. It's bloody, so prepare yourself first. A few seconds later, an MP4 file appeared in the chat. Mizuki stared at the file for a while. Then she quietly put her phone away. Shihu Shrine was located in the suburbs of Tokyo. Even by taking the fastest train from the city center, reaching it took quite some time. By the time Mizuki Mireille dragged her exhausted body back onto the familiar mountain path leading to her family's shrine, the sunset on the horizon had turned the color of blood. The forest path was quiet. The city's noise faded behind her, replaced by rustling leaves, distant birdsong, and the occasional creak of old wood somewhere deeper in the shrine grounds. Every blade of grass, every tree, every stone lantern along the path filled her with painful nostalgia. This was where she had grown up. The only home she and her father had. The final crystallization of hundreds of years of Mizuki family heritage. And now, that home was about to be taken from them. Japan's religious world had always been deeply entangled with politics. Once the political ally the Mizuki family had relied on fell from power, their standing within Shinto circles declined sharply. Now, they were treated like a dying household. A shrine with history, land, and no protector. In other words, pray. If we can't find a new, powerful ally. Mizuki lowered her gaze. Those people really will take Shahu Shrine away. Her father, Mizuki Daikei, the current head priest, was too gentle. Too weak. Too kind-hearted. Expecting him to maneuver between politicians, religious organizations, creditors, and opportunists to find a new backer for the family was almost impossible. Which meant the burden of reviving the family had quietly fallen onto her shoulders. A girl of only 17. Mizuki subconsciously tightened her grip on the dessert shop bag in her hand. An unprecedented urgency rose in her chest. Should I be more decisive? Her thoughts drifted unwillingly to Hibiki. Tochibona-san doesn't seem like a bad person. She bit her lip and stepped onto the shrine approach with a heart full of self-pity. From there, she could already see the torii gate of Shahu Shrine. The shrine gate looked somewhat worn from years of insufficient maintenance. The paint had faded, and some of the old wood bore clear signs of weathering. There was no helping it. With too little money and too few people, the Mizuki family no longer had the ability to properly maintain such a large compound. Mizuki walked into the shrine courtyard and instinctively prepared to call out to her father as she usually did. But before she could speak, she stopped. The inner sanctum, which should have been quiet at this hour, had voices coming from inside. Visitors. No. Not just visitors. Arguments. Mizuki's expression changed. Curiosity and unease pulled her forward. She stepped lightly across the courtyard, hid herself in the shadow near the corner, and listened. What she heard made her blood run cold. Chief Priest Mizuki, we originally agreed to give you 1 month to consider. The man's voice was polite. Far too polite. Beneath that courtesy was something chilling. However, our leader changed his mind today. He hopes you can make a decision as soon as possible and formally transfer this compound and the land to the Mayuan Church. Mizuki's fingers clenched around the paper bag. The man continued calmly. All of Shahu Shrine's current external debts have already been transferred to the Mayuan Church. Therefore, our request is completely reasonable and legal. A pause. We hope the Mizuki family will stop this pointless resistance. His voice lowered slightly. Chief Priest, you wouldn't want your precious daughter, who is still attending high school, to meet with an accident on her way home, would you? Mizuki's breathing stopped. You must have heard of our church's methods. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The Evil Oni That Broke Into the Shrine. 1801 words. Chapter 16. The Evil Oni That Broke Into the Shrine. It was the Mayuan Church. They had come directly to Shahu Shrine. Hiding in the shadow near the corner of the corridor, Mizuki Mirei's eyes widened. She clamped both hands over her mouth, afraid that even the smallest sound might escape. She had known the Mayuan Church was pressuring her family. She had known they were dangerous. But she had never imagined they would move this quickly. They had not even bothered to honor the 1-month deadline they had given earlier. They had cast aside even the thinnest layer of civility and walked straight into her home to force her father's hand. And worse, they had used her safety to threaten him. Those bastards. Those devils wearing the mask of religion. The exchange between her father and the Mayuan Church's messenger did not last long. In truth, it could hardly be called a conversation. It was an ultimatum. A one-sided declaration filled with pressure, threats, and the quiet certainty of people accustomed to getting what they wanted. Before long, the suited messenger walked out of the chief priest's room with several rough-looking followers at his back. Their footsteps crossed the shrine corridor without restraint, arrogant and unhurried, as if they already owned the place. They did not notice Mizuki hiding in the shadows. The man at the front was Saito Shigeru, deputy leader of the Maiyuan church. As he walked, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief, his expression faintly disgusted, as though even speaking with the Mizuki family had dirtied him. One of his subordinates leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Saito, didn't we already agree to give that old man a month? Why is the church leader suddenly in such a hurry? Why do we need this land today?" Saito Shigeru sneered. He stopped and turned his head, looking at the subordinate as if he were staring at an idiot. "You fool," he said softly. "Do you think things are still the same as before?" His voice was low enough not to carry far, but every word contained a strange, unsettling fervor. "The times have changed." The subordinate stiffened. "You've heard about what happened in Bunkyo Ward, haven't you?" Saito continued. "That evil Oni called Ibarakiduji, that was a true Oni god. Bullets couldn't kill her. She walked through armed police like they were insects. She could even turn humans into monsters." A fanatical light appeared in his eyes. "Use that lard-filled brain of yours and think carefully. If Oni gods truly exist in this world, do you believe there could only be one?" The subordinates behind him went silent. Saito's expression twisted with greed and madness. "The church leader has issued the highest directive. The Maiyuan church will spare no expense. In the shortest possible time, we will search every old shrine, temple, and spiritual site across Japan with a long history." His voice grew even softer. "We must find more existences like Ibarakiduji before the government and those old families react." A pause. "And then, control them." A chill ran through the men behind him. Saito seemed not to notice. "This is the only true eternal power. Money, political influence, connections. In front of real Oni gods and yokai, those are nothing but clouds passing across the sky." His words lingered in the shrine corridor like something cold and damp. Only after Saito and the others had completely left the shrine grounds and vanished down the mountain path did Mizuki Mirai finally step out from the corner. Her legs felt weak. Inside the chief priest's room, her father sat slumped on the tatami. Mizuki Daikei, the head priest of Shahu Shrine, had always been gentle and somewhat weak, but he had still tried to preserve the dignity of the household. Now, however, he looked as if someone had pulled the spine out of his body. His tall, thin frame seemed older than it had that morning. Lonelier, too. When he saw his daughter appear, his body shook. For an instant, panic crossed his face, the shame of a father caught in his most helpless moment. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to explain or hide what had happened. In the end, all his words became a bitter sigh. "I'm sorry, Mirai." His voice was hoarse. "Am I very useless?" He did not dare meet her eyes. His head lowered as he apologized to his only daughter again and again. "It's my fault. I lack ability. I can't even protect the shrine passed down by our ancestors." "That's not true." Mizuki's heart clenched painfully. Seeing her father look as if he had aged 10 years in a single day hurt more than she had expected. She forced down her own panic, walked over quickly, and knelt beside him. "Father, that's not true. You've already done very well." Her voice was soft, mature beyond her years. "This isn't your fault. It's just the way things are now. You've done everything you could." She tried to smile. A sensible, relaxed smile, as if losing the place where she had grown up was nothing worth crying over. "Actually, maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I didn't inherit the shrine. My grades are good enough to enter a good university in Tokyo. After graduation, I could find a normal job and become an ordinary office worker. That kind of life wouldn't be bad either, right?" That was what she said. But how could she truly be calm? In order to become the successor of Shahu Shrine, she had received strict shrine maiden training since childhood. She had learned Shinto rites, ceremonial etiquette, purification rituals, shrine records, old prayers, festival procedures, and countless details that most people would never care about. Her childhood and youth had been given to this shrine. And now, everything she had worked for, all the skills she had learned, all the quiet pride she had carried, were about to lose their meaning. The fall from the clouds into the mud was enough to crush anyone unprepared. "It's good that you can think of it that way." Seeing that his daughter did not appear resentful or broken, Mizuki Daikei's wounded heart finally found a small measure of comfort. He sighed wearily. Then he said no more. He only raised a hand, silently indicating that he wanted to be alone, and staggered toward the inner sanctuary. Mizuki watched her father's desolate back. The smile on her face lasted until he disappeared from sight. Then it crumbled, piece by piece. Her eyes emptied. She returned to her room, quietly changed into the red and white shrine maiden outfit she knew so well, then picked up a broom and began sweeping the shrine courtyard. The movement was mechanical. One stroke. Then another. The dry leaves gathered. Dust shifted. Gravel scratched faintly beneath the broom. She swept for hours. From sunset until the bright moon climbed high above the trees. She seemed tireless, repeating the same simple motion again and again. Moonlight fell on her thin shoulders and stretched her shadow long across the old stone path. Perhaps. This is the last time I'll sweep here as a shrine maiden of Shahu Shrine. The thought settled in her chest like a stone. Her heart filled with quiet sorrow. Then a voice sounded behind her. Oh my. I only came looking for a place with rich ley lines to replenish some magical energy, but I did not expect to find something so interesting. The voice was childish, frivolous, lazy, and it appeared without warning. Mizuki, who had been lost in her own thoughts, nearly dropped the broom. She turned around on instinct. Who are you? The question had barely left her mouth when her eyes widened. Her pupils shrank. What stood before her was not a lost child who had accidentally wandered into the mountains at night. It was a petite young girl. She looked only 11 or 12 years old. An extravagant golden kimono draped around her small body, beautiful yet somewhat tattered. Long blonde hair flowed freely in the moonlight like pale flame. But the most striking things were the curved crimson horns growing from her forehead, and the enormous scarlet oni claw attached to her right arm. That claw was twisted, ominous, and covered in strange markings. It was far too large for her small frame, a grotesque contradiction that made the girl look less like a child and more like a calamity wearing one. At that moment, she was sitting on a large rock in the courtyard with an unruly posture, watching Mizuki with open interest. Ha ha! Since you asked so sincerely, I shall graciously tell you. The Oni girl seemed pleased by Mizuki's terror. She grinned, showing an innocent yet cruel smile. Listen well, human girl. Her golden eyes gleamed beneath the moon. I am Ibara Kiduji, sworn friend of Shutenduji and leader of the Oni of Mount Ooe. Ibara Kiduji. The moment that name reached her ears, Mizuki felt her mind go blank. If she had heard it before today, she would have assumed it was a child playing at being a legendary monster. But now, she knew better. This afternoon, through the video sent by Senpai Kanuko, she had witnessed just how terrifying the legendary leader of Mount Ooe truly was. She had seen this seemingly innocent Oni girl walk through a hail of bullets as if strolling under spring rain. She had watched her tear fully armed police officers apart one after another, as easily as ripping paper. To this being, killing humans was no more difficult than stepping on ants by the roadside. And now, that living evil Oni had appeared at Shahu Shrine without anyone noticing. What does she want? Eat people? There's only father and me here. Ibaraki. Ibaraki Dujisama? Mizuki's teeth chattered uncontrollably. It took all her strength to force the words out of her throat. May I ask, what brings you to our humble shrine in the middle of the night? Her voice was cautious. Even her breathing had become guarded. Sure enough, when misfortune came, even cold water could get stuck between one's teeth. Forget preserving the shrine's inheritance. At this rate, the Mizuki family might be eaten clean by a legendary evil Oni tonight. What brings me here? On the rock, Ibaraki Duji tilted her head, as if pondering a profound question. A moment later, a brilliant smile bloomed across her beautiful face. When an evil Oni visits a shrine, what else could she want besides filling her stomach? She hopped lightly down from the rock. Then, with cheerful steps, she began walking toward Mizuki Mirei. One step at a time. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03 Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The evil Oni doesn't eat people, it eats macarons. 1451 words. Chapter 17. The evil Oni doesn't eat people, it eats macarons. It was over. The moment Mizuki Mirei saw Ibarakiduji's sweet smile and heard the words "fill my stomach," those were the only words left in her mind. A cold, bottomless despair swallowed her. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run. She wanted to call for help. But her legs felt as if they had been filled with lead. No matter how desperately her mind ordered them to move, they refused to take even a single step. Her throat had gone rigid too, as though an invisible hand had closed around it and crushed every sound before it could escape. In the end, her strength gave out. Mizuki collapsed to her knees on the cold stone path, her face bloodless beneath the moonlight. "Am I going to die?" Her voice came out faint and hollow, like someone speaking from inside a dream. To be eaten by an Oni. At that moment, she did not even think to call for her father. No. She did not dare. If she screamed, her father would hear. If her father came running from the inner shrine, helpless and worried, then this evil Oni might notice him too. And if Ibarakiduji was satisfied after eating only her, then perhaps her father would still have a chance to live. But if he came out as well? Considering the cruelty this Oni had shown in the video, would she really mind adding an elderly priest to her meal? Rather than both of them dying, it was better for her alone to be sacrificed. With that tragic thought, Mizuki gave up resisting. She slowly closed her eyes and waited for the pain of fangs and claws tearing into her body. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. The pain never came. The shrine courtyard remained silent. Only the night wind rustled through the treetops. Then, mixed into that quiet, Mizuki heard something strange. Crunch. Crunch. It sounded like chewing. Nom, nom. This crunchy thing is really tasty. A childish voice, slurred with food and satisfaction, echoed through the moonlit courtyard. Huh. That sound was very different from the bloody scene Mizuki had imagined. Still trembling, still terrified, she cautiously opened her eyes by the smallest slit. Her first instinct was to look down at herself. Arms. Still there. Legs. Still there too. Her red and white shrine maiden outfit was intact, not even wrinkled. My hands, my feet. Mizuki blinked in a daze. They're still attached. After confirming that she was unharmed and had not lost any limbs, she finally gathered enough courage to raise her head. She followed the strange chewing sound. Then she froze. What she saw was not a hideous evil Oni drenched in blood and chewing on human flesh. The legendary, terrifying Oni girl was squatting beneath the shrine eaves, holding a small round pink pastry in one hand and eating it with obvious delight. White powdered sugar clung to the corners of her mouth. Her golden vertical pupils, which should have been full of violence and slaughter, were now happily narrowed because of the taste. By her feet, the elegant gift box from the French dessert shop had been opened. The colorful macarons inside, which had once been arranged so beautifully, were already more than half gone. So, the evil Oni was not enjoying the flesh and blood of a living shrine maiden. She was eating the sweets Tochibana Hibiki had given her. Lady Ibarakiduji. Mizuki's voice trembled. Are you not going to eat me? Even after the first wave of shock, her mind still could not quite process the situation. This was the same Oni she had seen in the video that afternoon. The same Ibarakiduji who had slaughtered fully armed police officers as easily as tearing paper. The same monster who had walked through bullets, crushed men, and turned a corrupt police inspector into an Oni before letting him die. And now, that same being was squatting in the corner like a child stealing sweets, munching on macarons. The contrast was too much. She was clearly a bloodthirsty Oni god. Yet her appearance was so petite and cute, and her behavior was so strangely grounded. Ibarakiduji, who had been immersed in the world of sweets, finally looked away from the nearly empty gift box. Her cheeks were puffed out. She glared at Mizuki with visible displeasure. Eat you? Why would I eat you? As she spoke, she picked up a yellow macaron and stuffed it into her mouth. I am not some low-ranking hungry ghost that needs to devour human flesh just to maintain its existence. Her words were slightly muffled by the pastry. Do you think I am the kind of low-class yokai who needs to eat people to gather magical energy? She swallowed, then pointed at Mizuki with the half-eaten macaron. How rude. You are insulting the dignity of an Oni king of Mount Ooe. No. I absolutely didn't mean that. Being accused of insulting an Oni king scared Mizuki so badly that she shook her head like a rattle. She did not dare offend this moody Oni god again. I only meant, those sweets. Lady Ibarakiduji, I'm glad you like them. She stammered through the explanation. But as she watched the macarons vanish at an astonishing speed, a strange, indescribable gratitude toward Tochibana Hibiki welled up in her chest. If not for the sweets he had given her that afternoon, which had just happened to attract Ibarakiduji's attention, then whether this evil Oni would have eaten a person tonight was hard to say. In a sense, Tochibana Hibiki had once again saved her life without meaning to. Nom. This sweet, chewy thing is quite good. After righteously scolding Mizuki, Ibarakiduji did not forget to evaluate the food. The food of the modern world is much better than the monotonous things from Heiankyo. It has its merits. She swept through the last few macarons in the box, then licked the remaining powdered sugar from her fingers with great satisfaction. Finally, she let out a small, contented burp. Only after eating her fill did she seem to remember why she was here in the first place. Her gaze returned to Mizuki Mirei, who was still kneeling on the ground and looking completely lost. By the way, Ibarakiduji tilted her head and looked her up and down. Judging from your clothing, you are the shrine maiden of this shrine, yes? Mizuki stiffened. Why yes. This is a shrine. And beneath it gathers a ley line that, while not large, is fairly pure. Ibarakiduji's golden eyes curved with interest. And I just ate your things. She pressed a finger to her cheek, pretending to calculate. Put together, does that not mean I have accepted an offering from you, shrine maiden? When Mizuki heard the word offering, her heart jumped. The deities enshrined at Shahu Shrine were numerous and mixed. Most were minor incarnations of mountain spirits, local gods, and nameless presences that had gathered faith over generations. The most famous among them was only the mountain god that once occupied Shahu Mountain. But no matter which of them one chose, their names and status could not be compared to the being before her. Ibarakiduji, the infamous lord of Mount Ooe, spoken of in myth and legend. Comparing the shrine's minor local deities to her was like comparing a village headman to an emperor. As an Oni god, if I accept an offering from a mortal and leave without giving anything in return, that would not quite fit the rules. Ibarakiduji patted the powdered sugar from her hands. Moreover, I have only just returned to the mortal world from that dreadfully boring void realm. My power has not fully recovered yet. She stepped out from beneath the shrine eaves and into the cold moonlight. I do indeed need a stronghold with a decent ley line to provide stable magical energy. As she spoke, she walked slowly toward Mizuki. One step. Then another. Her golden kimono swayed beneath the moon, and her red oni claw looked like a shadow from some ancient nightmare. Mizuki did not dare move. Ibarakiduji stopped in front of her. Then, under Mizuki's shocked and confused gaze, the Oni girl slowly extended her intact, fair, delicate left hand. Well then, unknown shrine maiden. A smile appeared on Ibarakiduji's innocent face. It was beautiful, seductive, and dangerous enough to resemble a devil's invitation. Do you wish to form a contract with me? Her golden eyes gleamed. And become my master in this world. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The Contract with the Oni God. 1161 words. Chapter 18. The Contract with the Oni God. A contract. With an Oni God. To become her master. When those words left Ibarakiduji's mouth and reached Mizuki Mirei's ears, her heart skipped without warning. Then it began to pound. Thump. 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 In the moonlit silence of Shahu Shrine, that heartbeat sounded painfully clear, as if it might break through her chest. She, Mizuki Mirai, a shrine maiden on the verge of losing her home, her faith, and everything her family had protected for generations, had suddenly been struck by something that seemed far too absurd to be called fortune. No. Fortune was the wrong word. This was not some blessing falling from the sky. It was a poisoned trap wrapped in honey. A contract with an Oni? Wasn't that the same as selling one's soul to a devil? In Mizuki's mind, countless old warnings from myths, legends, and shrine teachings flashed past at once. Mortals who made bargains with monsters. Humans who accepted gifts from demons. Fools who reached for forbidden power and paid for it with their lives, their souls, or something even worse. Her reason screamed at her. Refuse. Run. Get away from this dangerous being before it is too late. But her lips moved. The word no would not come out. Because another voice was screaming inside her too. Agree. Agree to her. This is Ibarakiduji, the legendary Oni king of Mount Ooe. If you obtain her power, then what is one Mayuan church worth? The shrine. Your home. Your dignity. Everything you are about to lose. With this power, you might be able to take it all back. Fear and desire clashed violently inside her. Mizuki's body trembled. Half from terror. Half from an excitement she could not suppress. What? Ibarakiduji's brows rose slightly when the shrine maiden failed to answer. Are you unwilling? A dangerous edge slipped into her childish voice. That is true, I suppose. I am an Oni, after all. For a shrine maiden who serves the gods, associating with an Oni must be terribly difficult. She gave a careless shrug. In that case, forget it. I cannot be bothered to force anyone. With that, she began to withdraw the small hand she had extended. Wait. The word burst from Mizuki's mouth before she could stop herself. She did not know where the courage came from. By the time she realized what she had done, her hands had already closed around Ibarakiduji's left hand. It looked fair and delicate. A child's hand. Yet Mizuki knew very well that this hand belonged to a monster whose power could crush human life like dry leaves. Her voice was hoarse from tension. I have a question I would like to ask, Lady Ibarakiduji. Oh. Ibarakiduji stopped. Her golden eyes turned toward Mizuki with renewed interest. Then ask. Mizuki inhaled slowly. She tried to force her chaotic thoughts into order. This might be the only negotiation of her life. The most important one. If she was going to step into the abyss, then she had to obtain something from it. Not only for herself, but for the entire Mizuki family. If. Her fingers tightened unconsciously. If I agree to become your master and form a contract with you. Mizuki raised her head. For the first time, she looked directly into Ibarakiduji's golden slit pupils with a seriousness that did not waver. Then what can I gain from this contract? A brief pause. What can the Mizuki family gain? Gain? Ibarakiduji stared at her. Then she burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Her bright, childish laughter echoed through the empty shrine courtyard. She laughed so hard her shoulders shook, as if Mizuki had told the funniest joke in the world. Little human girl, have you misunderstood something? Her laughter stopped. The smile vanished from her face. What replaced it was the cold, arrogant disdain of a being looking down from a height far beyond human reach. Do you think this is a fair trade? The air changed. To become the shrine maiden of Ibarakiduji, to stand at the side of an Oni king of Mount Ooe, is already the greatest honor I can bestow upon a mortal. Her voice lowered. And you dare negotiate terms with me? A terrifying demonic aura erupted from Ibarakiduji's small body. It swept through the entire shrine courtyard like a storm. The trees groaned. Loose leaves scattered across the stone path. The old shrine buildings creaked under the pressure, and the moonlight itself seemed to dim. Mizuki felt something slam directly into her soul. Her vision went black at the edges. For one terrible moment, she thought she might faint. It was too much. The pressure was too great. She was a tiny boat in a raging sea, and the petite Oni girl before her was the merciless god commanding the storm. The gap between them was beyond words. However, Just as Mizuki felt her will beginning to crack, the demonic aura receded. Instantly. Like a tide pulled back into the sea. Ibarakiduji looked down at the shrine maiden before her. Mizuki was trembling. Her face was pale. Her breathing was unsteady. But her hands were still gripping Ibarakiduji's hand. She had not let go. A faint trace of approval flickered through Ibarakiduji's golden eyes. Since you do possess a little courage, I will make an exception and answer. She cleared her throat and resumed a posture that looked deliberately grand and mysterious. What you can gain by forming a contract with me is very simple. Her lips curved. Power. The word fell into the courtyard like a spark into dry grass. Power enough to change your own destiny. Ibarakiduji slowly raised her black oni claw. And perhaps even change this world. She closed her claw around empty air. A cluster of dark red flames ignited in her palm. The fire was thick and ominous, burning like boiling blood. It gave off a dreadful presence, filled with destruction, resentment, and ill omen. Just looking at it made Mizuki feel as if her soul were being scorched. Do you see this? Ibarakiduji's voice became low and bewitching. This is my power. The flames pulsed. Karmic hellfire. Mizuki could not look away. As long as you become my master, my power will naturally answer your command. The fire in Ibarakiduji's claw twisted, casting crimson shadows across her innocent face. When that time comes, forget the Mayuan church. Even the monsters hiding behind the curtain, plotting to stretch their hands toward your shrine, can be burned to ash. Her smile deepened. The flames of revenge. The pleasure of reducing everything to nothing. She leaned closer. How about it? The Oni's whisper curled around Mizuki's ear like a devil's temptation. Isn't it enticing? The dark red flames burned silently beneath the moon, inviting Mizuki Mirai to fall into the abyss called power. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Ibaraki. 1587 words. Chapter 19, Ibarakiduji's command spell. A shrine maiden was someone who devoted herself to gods and spirits. From the time Mizuki Mirai was young, that had been the core of the education she received from her mother, and later from her father after her mother passed away. Serve with reverence. Offer with sincerity. Stand between the divine and the human. That was what a shrine maiden was supposed to be. And now, standing before her beneath the moonlight, was a true living Oni. Not a symbol. Not a legend carved into old records. Not a frightening story told to children. Ibarakiduji, the Oni king of Mount Ooe, whose name had left a bloody mark across myth and history. If Mizuki formed a contract with her, then the difficulties currently pressing down on Shahu Shrine would most likely vanish. The Mayuan Church, the creditors, the officials applying pressure from behind polite smiles, all of them would become meaningless before the power of a being who could slaughter armed police officers in broad daylight. But what would the price be? A deal with an evil Oni could not possibly be as simple as she hoped. To worship. Mizuki's lips trembled. To worship Lady Ibaraki. Her teeth chattered faintly. Each word seemed to scrape its way out of her throat. She gathered the greatest courage of her life and asked the question that had been haunting her heart. Do you require living humans as sacrifices? If worshipping the Oni of Mount Ooe required innocent lives as offerings, then what was she supposed to do? Could she really make that decision? Could she sacrifice someone else's life to protect her family shrine? If she did, then how would she be any different from those bastards of the Mayuan Church, who treated human lives like disposable offerings? Mizuki's mind went blank. The cruel answer she feared did not come. Instead, Ibarakiduji looked offended. Huh? Are you looking down on me? The Oni girl's small face darkened. Her golden eyes narrowed, and her cheeks puffed with visible anger. I already told you. I am not the sort of low-ranking Oni who cannot control her own appetite. She planted both hands on her hips and snapped back with great indignation. The magical energy I need to act in this world will be drawn from the ley line beneath this mountain. There is no need for such troublesome nonsense. She lifted her chin. As my shrine maiden, all you need to do is offer fine wine and delicious food. Then her expression sharpened with sudden seriousness. Oh, right. Those sweet snacks from earlier must not be missing. The more, the better. When she mentioned the snacks, Ibarakiduji subconsciously licked her lips. A very obvious glimmer of desire flashed in her golden-slit pupils. Mizuki stared. Her mind had already played out 100 bloody scenes of sacrifices, screams, rituals, and corpses. She had been prepared to hear something horrifying. Instead, the legendary Oni of Mount Ooi crossed her arms, stomped her foot, and demanded wine, delicacies, and sweets. Was this really the monster whose name once stopped children from crying? The contrast was too large. Just fine wine, food, and ordinary sweets. Mizuki repeated the words instinctively, still unable to believe what she had heard. Of course. What else did you think? Ibarakiduji gave her a look that very clearly said, "Are you stupid? My requirements are that simple." Simple? That was more than simple. That was practically a golden pie falling from the sky, one with diamonds embedded around the edges. Mizuki's heart, which had sunk to the bottom of despair, was thrown into the clouds by a sudden surge of joy. Her eyes widened. For the first time that night, light returned to them. Lady Ibarakiduji, she nearly lunged forward, clasping her hands to her chest with a piety almost like an oath. "Please, by all means, form a contract with me." Her voice rang clearly through the moonlit courtyard. "From this day onward, Shahu Shrine will serve as your sanctuary." Was there even a need to hesitate? With conditions this generous, she could gain a mythical being as the shrine's backer. Forget Mizuki Mirei, any normal person would find it impossible to refuse. You are quite sensible after all. Seeing her cooperate so quickly, Ibarakiduji's puffed cheeks relaxed at once. Her familiar, slightly arrogant smile returned. "I was thinking that if the owner of this shrine did not welcome an Oni like me, I would simply burn this place to the ground, drain the ley line beneath it, and leave." She said it lightly, as if discussing what to eat for dinner. But the words struck Mizuki like ice water poured over her head. The heat of joy vanished at once. That was right. She had nearly forgotten. The being before her might look small and cute. She might even be greedy for sweets. But in her bones, she was still the legendary Oni of Mount Ooi. A monster who killed without blinking. Her goodwill and her malice were both frighteningly pure. If she liked you, she could grant power and glory. If she was displeased, she would destroy you along with everything you cherished without the slightest hesitation. To worship the Lord of Mount Ooi is the supreme honor of Shahu Shrine. Mizuki immediately gathered herself. She suppressed every unnecessary thought, lowered her body, and knelt with the most respectful posture she knew. Under the cold moonlight, the young girl in red and white shrine maiden robes offered her loyalty and faith to the horned Oni girl standing before her. Behind them, the old and worn shrine stood in silence. The weathered wooden buildings, the stone lanterns, the torii gate half hidden in shadow, all of it seemed solemn and mysterious beneath the night sky. Like a god or Buddha seated above the clouds, quietly witnessing a contract that crossed race and era. Very good. It seems you have already entered the role. Ibarakiduji was quite satisfied with Mizuki's attitude. This shrine is somewhat dilapidated, but the ley line beneath it is barely usable. As a foothold for my Mount Ooi in this era, it is suitable enough. As she spoke, she reached out and pulled Mizuki up from the ground. I'm looking forward to it now. If my dear friend Shuten can also return from that dull void realm soon and see the foundation I established for Mount Ooi, she will surely look at me with new respect. While Ibarakiduji spoke to herself in good spirits, Mizuki suddenly felt a sharp burning pain on the back of her right hand. The hand Ibarakiduji was holding. It felt as if red-hot iron had been pressed directly into her skin. Ah! She cried out despite herself and instinctively tried to pull back. But Ibarakiduji's hand, despite looking small and delicate, possessed terrifying strength. Mizuki could not break free at all. The pain came fiercely, then vanished just as quickly. In only a few seconds, The burning sensation disappeared without a trace. Mizuki hurriedly looked down. On the back of her fair right hand, 3 mysterious marks had appeared. They were vivid red, bright as fresh blood. The shape was strange, yet carried a bewitching beauty. At a glance, they looked like 3 overlapping lipstick marks from a beautiful woman. But when Mizuki looked closer, a chill ran through her. They were not lips. They were 3 wide-open mouths. 3 bloody, fanged mouths, twisted into a pattern filled with violence and ill omen. This. Mizuki covered the back of her hand with her other hand, her voice trembling with uncertainty. What is this? A command spell. Ibarakiduji released her hand, hopped over to the wooden veranda of the shrine, and sat down cross-legged without the slightest care. Her 2 small feet swung lightly above the ground. It is a crystallization of magical energy. She spoke as if this were the most natural thing in the world. You are now the shrine maiden who serves the Oni of Mount Ooe. Naturally, I must grant you a fitting gift. Mizuki stared at the red marks on the back of her hand. As long as you trigger it with your consciousness, you can communicate with me at any time, no matter where you are. Ibarakiduji raised 1 finger. Of course, its greatest use is different. By consuming 1 command spell, you can force me to obey 1 command. She spread both hands. There are 3 in total, so you have 3 chances. Mizuki's breath caught. Force Ibarakiduji to obey? This tiny red mark on the back of her hand had that much power. Ibarakiduji looked at her dazed expression and sighed with the air of someone looking at a country girl who had never seen the capital. The inheritance of Shinto has truly declined. She shook her head. A shrine maiden of the present world does not even know such basic knowledge of Onmyodo. Back in the Heian period, which of the Onmyoji under that Abe no Seimi fellow would not have understood this? Mizuki's cheeks heated. Since childhood, she had received the most orthodox shrine maiden training of the Mizuki family. But neither her father nor the old records of the family had ever told her that evil Oni, contracts, command spells, and Onmyodo from myth were actually real. This was far beyond the scope of her education. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The Shrine Maiden Heading Toward Darkness. 1138 words. Chapter 20. The Shrine Maiden Heading Toward Darkness. How is it, little girl? After briefly explaining the use of command spells, Ibarakiduji once again wore that playful, mocking smile on her innocent-looking face. She tilted her head, golden slit pupils studying Mizuki Mirai with obvious interest, as though admiring some amusing new toy. Now you are already my shrine maiden. You have also grasped power born from the hell of resentment. Her smile widened. So, the next thing to do is stir up conflict, yes? The whisper was soft, sweet, filled with temptation. There is no need to deny it. I can see it clearly. The flames of anger are burning inside your heart. Ibarakiduji glanced toward the inner shrine, where Mizuki Daikei had disappeared. That old head priest was sighing constantly earlier. This shrine must have encountered quite the troublesome matter, hasn't it? Her voice grew more delighted the longer she spoke. By the end, a low snicker escaped her throat, carrying a hunger for blood and violence that did not belong in the quiet moonlit courtyard. Oh, my shrine maiden, be at ease. I am not the sort of Oni who accepts offerings for free. Her golden eyes gleamed. Tell me, where are we going next? Who are we killing? And how many? At that moment, she was no longer the cute little girl who had happily eaten macarons beneath the shrine eaves. She was an evil Oni that had crawled out of hell. She did not conceal her craving for slaughter or destruction. That pure, unfiltered malice chilled the air around her until the night itself seemed to draw back. Mizuki felt a shiver race from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Under Ibarakiduji's aggressive gaze, she instinctively took a step back and looked away. I haven't thought it through yet. Her voice came out flustered. It was the truth. She truly had not thought about what she should do after obtaining Ibarakiduji's power. This was still 21st century Japan. A modern society ruled by laws, order, documents, contracts, and surveillance cameras. The Mayuan Church was pressing Shahu Shrine step by step through despicable means, but on the surface, at least, they were still using debt contracts and legal procedures to pressure her father. She was only a 17-year-old apprentice shrine maiden. Was she really going to use supernatural power to retaliate against a group of people who, on paper, were still considered legitimate? For a moment, she could not think of any proper way to break the deadlock. What kind of answer is that? The smile on Ibarra-Kiduji's face vanished. Disappointment and disdain replaced it without the slightest attempt at concealment. You are the shrine maiden of an Oni. What is with that pathetic look? She clicked her tongue. In my opinion, there is no need to think about so many unnecessary things. Tear all the people you hate into pieces. Is that not enough? Simple. Direct. Brutal. Ibarra-Kiduji's words were like a devil's whisper, carrying a fatal temptation. Mizuki's gaze gradually blurred. She remembered the fear and powerlessness from earlier that evening, when the people of the Mayuan Church had walked straight into her home. She remembered Saito Shigeru's polite voice. The threat hidden under civility. Her father's aged, lonely back. That sigh full of helplessness and bitterness. Was she angry? Of course she was. Did she hate them? Of course she did. At that moment, she had even imagined destroying everything together with those people. Kill them. Mizuki's eyes moved unconsciously toward the dark mountain path leading down from the shrine. Kill them all? In her mind, Saito Shigeru's face surfaced clearly. Polite. Cold. Cruel. That was right. Against jackals like the Mayuan Church, who wore religion as a cloak, the simplest and most effective method was absolute violence. Crush them completely. Make them afraid. Make them never dare stretch their hands toward Shahu Shrine again. But, was that truly all right? Ignore the law. Ignore society. Ignore morality. Use the power of an Oni simply because she was angry, simply because she hated them, and harm others according to her own feelings. If she did that, what difference would there be between her and those people? Sorry. Mizuki's eyes regained their clarity. She closed them in pain, self-loathing twisting across her face. I really am a weak-willed woman. Her voice trembled. When it matters most, I can never make up my mind. Just imagining herself coldly ordering Ibarra-Kiduji to attack filled Mizuki with inexplicable panic. In the end, she was still too young. She might have had wild thoughts born from impulse. She might have hated enough to imagine revenge. But when it came time to truly act, all sorts of concerns, restraints, and fears dragged her back. She was only a young girl raised in an ordinary household, not someone prepared to stain her hands with blood. It was the same at school. She knew very well that if she were more proactive, if she threw away that pitiful pride and decisively built a closer relationship with Tochibana Hibiki, then Shahu Shrine might be able to connect itself to the unshakable Tochibana family. But she had hesitated. As a result, after more than a month as classmates, their relationship remained at the awkward level of acquaintances who were only slightly closer than ordinary classmates. She was always like this. Hesitating in front of every opportunity. Standing still until the chance slipped away. Well, it is understandable that you would hesitate. Unexpectedly, Ibarra-Kiduji did not mock her this time. The Oni girl looked at the shrine maiden curled on the ground like an injured little animal. A calm light passed through those golden slit pupils. Such a Mizuki Mirei could not yet become a proper tool in Tochibana Hibiki's hands. She was too soft. Too clean. Too accustomed to living beneath sunlight. After all, you have lived your entire life under the sun. Ibarra-Kiduji hopped down from the veranda and walked toward her. In that case, I shall take you to see it. Mizuki raised her head. See, what? Ibarra-Kiduji stopped before her. The side of this world steeped in darkness. The night wind passed through the shrine courtyard, rustling the trees beyond the torii gate. There, the boundary between humans and Oni becomes terribly blurred. A meaningful smile appeared on Ibarra-Kiduji's face. The number of humans devoured by us evil Oni is far smaller than the number of humans devoured by your own kind. She extended her left hand. Come, My shrine maiden. Under the moonlight, that pale little hand looked almost gentle. But behind it waited an abyss. Tonight, I will teach you a lesson. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@treon. p@treon.com fanficlord03. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The Mayuan Church's Ambition. 1688 words. Chapter 21. The Mayuan Church's Ambition. Lady Ibaraki, are you sure this is the right direction? Tokyo, late at night. Shinjuku, Kabukicho. Mizuki Mirei stood at the entrance of Ishibangari in the plainest casual clothes she had managed to dig out of her closet, shoulders tense and eyes uneasy as she looked around. It was her first time setting foot in this place. Neon signs in every color lit the night until it almost resembled day. Music poured from storefronts on both sides of the street, colliding with the laughter, shouting, and drunken chatter of pedestrians until the air itself seemed to vibrate. Young men and women in revealing clothes walked past with their arms around one another. The smell of alcohol, cigarette smoke, cheap perfume, sweat, and late-night food drifted together in a heavy, suffocating haze. To Mizuki Mirei, who had grown up within the quiet boundaries of an old shrine, the entire district felt like another world. No. Worse than that. It felt like she had wandered into a den of wolves. Every passing glance made her skin prickle. Every burst of laughter sounded too loud. Every alley looked as if it might swallow someone whole. A demon's nose is quite keen, you know. Ibaraki-doji's voice sounded abruptly beside her ear. Mizuki jumped and instinctively turned her head. There was no one there. Only a few fashionably dressed women smoking by the roadside. They glanced at Mizuki strangely, probably wondering why this nervous-looking girl had just turned toward empty air. I told you already, did I not? This time, Ibaraki-doji's voice sounded directly inside Mizuki's mind. I am currently spiritualized. As long as I do not reveal myself, no one in this world can detect me. Mizuki pressed her lips together and quickly looked away from the women by the roadside, her cheeks faintly red. Through the link of the command spell, the two of them could communicate without speaking aloud. No matter their distance or state, the connection allowed clear transmission of thought. A miracle. Or perhaps, given who had bestowed it, a curse shaped like one. Even so, Mizuki answered carefully in her mind. I still can't imagine the base of a religious organization like the Mayuan Church being in a place like this. She looked at the garish signs, the narrow alleys, the men calling out to women on the street, the host clubs, bars, and entertainment venues crammed together under layers of neon light. Aren't they at least a public religious organization? Have they become too lazy to maintain even the most basic pretense? In Mizuki's mind, a religious site should have been solemn and quiet, like Shahu Shrine. A place of clean stone paths, trees, incense, purification basins, old wood, and prayer. How could such a thing be connected to a place so gaudy, vulgar, and swollen with desire? HMPH. A religious organization? Ibaraki-doji's laugh carried open contempt. In my eyes, they are nothing more than swindlers hiding behind gods and Buddhas while satisfying their own greed. A den of filth like this suits them perfectly. Her voice sharpened. Enough chatter. Follow the scent. The foul stench of the scum who visited your shrine earlier comes from this direction. Guided by Ibaraki-doji, Mizuki forced herself to move. She stepped into Kabukicho's bustling night, into a street that felt to her like a maze from another world. Hosts with carefully styled hair and bright smiles called out to passers-by. Women in glamorous dresses gathered in small groups, laughing behind their hands. Men with unfriendly faces and tattoos visible beneath their collars leaned against walls, watching the flow of people with sharp, appraising eyes. Mizuki lowered her head, trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. Following Ibaraki-doji's guidance, she slipped through the labyrinth of side streets and narrow alleys. Before long, they stopped in front of an unremarkable building deep within Kabukicho. It looked almost the same as the love hotels, izakayas, and private clubs around it. The only strange thing was that there was no sign at the entrance. No name. No advertisement. Nothing that revealed what the building was supposed to be. That lack of identity made it feel more suspicious than any vulgar signboard could have. This is the place. Ibarakiduji's voice echoed in Mizuki's mind. That nauseating stench is coming from this building. Come, let us go in. Wait. Mizuki stiffened. We're just going to walk in. Her gaze moved toward the entrance. There are surveillance cameras. And there might be security guards. Security guards. Surveillance. Ibarakiduji scoffed. What difference do such things make to me? They may as well not exist. Walk in boldly. I will handle it. Before Mizuki could object again, an invisible force wrapped around her body. It did not feel rough, but it left no room for refusal. She moved forward and pushed open the heavy glass door. Sure enough, 2 security guards sat dozing at the reception desk inside. Mizuki's heart nearly stopped. But when she walked past them, neither guard reacted. Their heads remained lowered, their breathing steady, as if she did not exist at all. The surveillance camera near the elevator flickered with static the moment she passed beneath it. Its lens turned useless. With Ibarakiduji's impossible power covering her, Mizuki entered the building without effort, undetected from beginning to end. The elevator rose smoothly. The numbers above the door changed one by one. Finally, it stopped on the 7th floor. Ding! The doors opened. The scene beyond them made Mizuki frown at once. Unlike the quiet, lifeless atmosphere below, the entire 7th floor had been remodeled into a vast, luxurious space like a high-end private club. Crystal chandeliers poured warm light over the corridor. Expensive Persian carpets covered the floor. Modern art pieces Mizuki could not understand hung on the walls. The air was thick with cigar smoke, alcohol, women's laughter, and crude male voices. Men in sharp suits, each looking like a successful businessman in public, moved in and out of private rooms with young women in revealing clothes clinging to their arms. This did not resemble the office of a religious organization at all. It looked more like an underground club built for illicit entertainment. It seems we came to the right place. Ibarakiduji's voice carried undisguised disgust. These wretches are even more rotten than I imagined. Where do we go? Mizuki suppressed the discomfort rising in her chest and asked silently. The private room at the very end. Ibarakiduji answered at once. The foul odor is strongest there. That man named Saito Shigeru from this afternoon should be inside. Mizuki nodded. She took a deep breath and walked down the corridor. Under Ibarakiduji's spiritual concealment, she moved like a transparent ghost among the men and women drowning themselves in debauchery. No one noticed her. No one looked her way. The deeper she went, the more unbearable the sounds became. Behind half-open doors and thin walls, the so-called elites who wore proper masks during the day had cast away every trace of restraint. They discussed bankrupting competitors through despicable means. They boasted about how many naive young girls they had played with and discarded. They laughed about people driven into ruin through predatory loans. They spoke of threats, bribes, forged documents, favors, women, money, and lives with the same casual tone one might use to discuss a restaurant menu. Every word struck Mizuki like a poisoned needle. The education she had received since childhood had taught her the difference between good and evil. But this place showed her something else. Human malice could be this pure, this shameless, this ordinary. At last, she reached the most luxurious private room at the end of the corridor. The door was not fully closed. A narrow gap remained. Through it, Mizuki could see inside. Sitting within the room was Saito Shigeru, deputy leader of the Mayuan Church, the man who had visited Shahu Shrine earlier that very day. He leaned back on a soft leather sofa, arms around 2 young and beautiful girls. A glass of expensive red wine rested in his hand, and his face wore an expression of lazy enjoyment. Across from him sat several men who looked like underlings, each carrying the unmistakable air of the underworld. Mr. Saito. A crew-cut subordinate with a tattoo on his neck spoke with confusion. Is that piece of land at Shahu Shrine really so important? Important enough to rush things like this? He scratched his head. I heard the great leader gave strict orders to acquire that land at all costs, and as quickly as possible. Saito Shigeru chuckled and took a slow sip of wine. What do you know? His tone was full of superiority. That shrine is far more than a piece of land. It is a Shinto lineage with more than a century of history. In the past, perhaps such a thing would not have mattered much. His eyes narrowed. But now, times are changing. The room quieted slightly. A fanatical light flashed in Saito's eyes. You have all heard about the Bunkyo Ward incident, haven't you? The one that caused such a commotion? He leaned forward. That was a real Oni god. Mizuki's fingers tightened against the doorframe. Saito's voice grew lower, hotter. The great leader says this world is about to enter an unprecedented transformation. Whoever finds and controls these mysteries first will become the master of the new era. He spread his hands. What the Mayuan Church must do is seize every similar shrine and spiritual site across Japan before the government, those old families, and the other stubborn fossils can react. A smile appeared on his lips. Shahu Shrine is only one of our targets. Outside the door, Mizuki Mirei felt her heart jolt violently. She had never imagined that the Mayuan Church's desire for Shahu Shrine concealed this kind of ambition. They were not merely after land. They were not merely after money. Their true goal was to control supernatural existences. Existences like Ibarakiduji. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Metamorphosis. 1417 words. Chapter 22, Metamorphosis. I see. Mr. Saito truly looks far ahead. After listening to Saito Shigeru's grand speech, the underlings in the private room immediately put on expressions of sudden enlightenment. Flattery followed at once. As long as we can control a real Oni, forget Tokyo. In the future, all of Japan will have to obey the Mayuan Church. When that time comes, money, women, power. Won't we have whatever we want? The men sank into their own beautiful delusions and burst into wild, triumphant laughter. Outside the door, Mizuki Mirei felt sick. These people were insane. They had no understanding of what an existence like Ibarakiduji truly was. They had seen only a fragment of terror, only a few blurred images and confidential reports, and already they dared to fantasize about controlling an Oni god. It was not ambition. It was madness. But speaking of which, Mr. Saito, one of the underlings, a slightly sharper-looking man with a flattering smile, rubbed his hands together and leaned forward. I heard the little shrine maiden from the Mizuki family is quite beautiful. Are we really just going to take the shrine land and clear their debts? Isn't that letting the old man off too easily? At that question, a vile smile spread across Saito Shigeru's face. He reached out and pinched the cheek of one of the girls beside him, then spoke slowly. Of course I won't let that old fool off so easily. He gave a soft snort. Once Shahu Shrine is gone, the Mizuki family will have no value left. I already arranged the acquisition terms. His voice was low, but the cruelty in it was unmistakable. Once the old man signs the transfer agreement, he will discover something very interesting. In our contract to acquire Shahu Shrine, the Mizuki family is included as part of the shrine's attached property. The underlings paused. Then their eyes widened with understanding. Saito smiled. In other words, they will be acquired together. He swirled the wine in his glass. When the time comes, not only will they receive no money, they will not be allowed to leave. They will serve us like dogs and work like beasts until the day they die. As for that old priest, he is dull, weak, useless. If he becomes troublesome, we can simply dispose of him somewhere. Saito's tongue slid over his dry lips. His eyes gleamed with lecherous greed. But his daughter, I have heard for a long time that she is a famous beauty in the area. When the time comes, perhaps I should have her wear her shrine maiden robes and perform kagura for me. His smile grew more twisted. Or perhaps something more interesting. Just thinking about it makes me impatient. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Saito really knows how to enjoy himself. I wonder if that girl will cry when she learns what's waiting for her. To be noticed by Mr. Saito must be her greatest fortune. Even filthier laughter erupted in the private room. Outside the door, Mizuki Mirei stood completely still. The moment Saito Shigeru's words reached her ears, something inside her seemed to snap. A buzzing filled her head. Her face, already pale from tension and fear, drained of its last trace of color. The final hesitation in her eyes disappeared. What replaced it was a dead, bone-chilling calm. So that was it. In the eyes of these people, she and her father were not even worthy of the most basic human dignity. They did not simply want to take her home. They wanted to crush her father, destroy their future, and reduce what remained of the Mizuki family into something they could control and humiliate at will. And her. They had even prepared such vile fantasies for her. An indescribable cold fury surged up from the deepest part of Mizuki's chest. It burned away the last thread of goodwill left in her heart. Now that she had seen the true faces of these cruel, cold-blooded scum, these humans who were uglier than Oni, she no longer felt any guilt about using Ibaraki-Duji's power to do something beyond the boundaries of ordinary society. Some trash did not deserve to remain in this world. There's no need to wait for my father to hand over the shrine. A cold, emotionless voice sounded from the doorway. Because I'm already here. Mizuki pushed open the half-closed door and stepped inside. One step. Then another. The obscene, noisy atmosphere in the private room froze because of her sudden arrival. Every gaze turned toward the door. When they clearly saw that the person who had entered was the very shrine maiden they had been discussing, Saito Shigeru and his underlings all went still for a moment. None of them had expected this. This frail girl, who should have been dozens of kilometers away at a suburban shrine, trembling over the fate of her family, had appeared alone in the middle of the night at their headquarters. After the brief surprise, Saito was the first to smile. He pushed the two girls beside him away, rose from the sofa, and leisurely straightened his suit and tie. Well, if it isn't the shrine maiden of the Mizuki family. He looked Mizuki up and down with the gaze of a cat toying with a mouse. What's the matter? Couldn't wait to join the Mayuan church? His tone became flippant. Or did you hear our conversation just now and rush over because you wanted to experience being cherished by me ahead of schedule? Ha 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 ha. His words immediately drew laughter from the underlings behind him. In their eyes, Mizuki's actions were no different from a lamb walking into a slaughterhouse. A powerless girl had barged alone into a den filled with wolves. There could only be one result. Bold little thing, aren't you? The thug closest to the door grinned maliciously and reached out with his greasy hand, aiming for Mizuki's shoulder. Couldn't wait to be trained by Mr. Saito. But before his hand could touch even the edge of Mizuki's clothing, his wrist was caught by a small, pale, delicate hand that appeared out of nowhere. Huh. The thug froze. A kid. He followed the hand with his eyes. Only then did he see that behind Mizuki Mirei, a petite figure in a golden kimono had appeared at some unknown point. She was short, less than 150 centimeters tall, and looked completely like a little girl, though her clothing was strange enough to resemble a costume from some theatrical performance. Why had the Mizuki family's shrine maiden brought a little girl here? That is. Unlike his shallow underlings, Saito Shigeru shot to his feet the instant he saw the figure behind Mizuki clearly. Every hair on his body stood on end. His eyes widened in terror. He had seen that figure before. In the top-secret file sent from the Metropolitan Police Department to the church leader. The leader of Mount Ooe. The Oni from the Heian period. Ibaraki-Duji. Yes. As Saito's mind crashed under the weight of fear, Mizuki's icy voice sounded again. There was no fear on her face now. No panic. Only a chilling indifference. I couldn't wait any longer. She lifted her eyes and swept her gaze across every face in the private room. It was the gaze one gave to the dead. I couldn't wait to send all of you worthless scum, who only waste rice by staying alive, straight to hell. The moment her words fell, Mizuki no longer hesitated. In her mind, with all the strength she possessed, she issued the first and most ruthless command of her life. Lady Ibaraki, kill them all. Leave none alive. As you command, my master. The corner of Ibaraki-Duji's mouth lifted in an innocent, cruel arc. In the next instant, A vast demonic aura erupted from her petite body. It was like a dam bursting. The temperature in the entire private room plummeted. Every breath turned cold. Every instinct screamed. Boom. The thug whose wrist Ibarakiduji held did not even have time to scream. His body burst apart like a cheap water balloon. Flesh, blood, and shattered bone sprayed across the private room in a violent red storm. Blood splashed over the walls. Entrails struck the ceiling. The laughter died. For one frozen moment, every mind in the room stopped working. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@Trion. p@Trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 23, The Feast of the Oni of Mount Ooe. 1,371 words. Chapter 23, The Feast of the Oni of Mount Ooe. The screams came several seconds late. For a brief moment after the first man burst apart, the private room had fallen into a silence so complete that even the music beyond the walls seemed distant. Then terror returned all at once. The two women who had been sitting beside Saito Shigeru rolled their eyes back and fainted on the spot, collapsing limply against the sofa. The remaining thugs finally processed the scene before them. Blood on the walls. Fragments of flesh across the carpet. A golden-haired little girl standing calmly in the middle of it all, one pale hand still lifted as if she had merely brushed dust from her fingers. Monster. What the hell did you do? Shoot. Shoot her. Survival instinct crushed the fear that had frozen them. These men, who had spent their lives harming others without blinking, drew hidden handguns, knives, and machetes from beneath their jackets. Their faces twisted with panic and rage as they unleashed everything they had toward the petite figure standing in the pool of blood. Bang! 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 Gunfire thundered through the cramped private room. The noise was deafening. Muzzle flashes lit the room in violent bursts. Bullets tore through the smoky air, forming a deadly web of fire that swallowed Ibarakiduji and Mizuki Mirei standing behind her. Then every heart in the room sank. The bullets never reached them. Half a meter in front of Ibarakiduji, they struck something invisible. One after another, the rounds lost force, stopped in midair for the briefest instant, then fell uselessly to the carpet with crisp metallic clinks. Ibarakiduji did not even bother to move. She simply watched them struggle with a look of pitying amusement, as if a group of children had pointed water pistols at her and declared war. You thought an attack of that level could harm me? She tilted her head. A naive, innocent smile appeared on her face. Weak. Her golden eyes narrowed. Far too weak. She took one step forward. Since your performance is over. Her figure vanished. It is my turn. The next instant, she appeared before a thug who had been rushing forward with a machete. Splurt. The enormous scarlet Oni claw, grotesque and far too large for her small body, pierced through his chest with casual ease. Goo. The thug looked down in disbelief. A bloody hole had opened straight through his torso. He made a meaningless sound, his eyes trembling as if his mind could not accept what had happened to his body. Ibarakiduji frowned in disgust. With a flick of her arm, she threw the corpse aside like garbage. Then she moved again. Each flicker of her small body brought another scream. Another torn body. Another burst of blood across the luxurious room. Ha ha ha. Come, come. Her golden pupils narrowed with delight. Dance with me. Ibarakiduji's slaughter became a dance. A beautiful, hideous, impossible dance. The thugs of the Mayuan church were no more than dead leaves caught in a storm. Their blades struck her body and failed to leave even a white mark. Their bullets could not get close. Their curses became screams. Their courage lasted only until they realized that courage did not matter. This was not a battle. It was a feast. A one-sided feast of blood and violence, offered to the Oni of Mount Ooe. Mizuki Mirei stood at the doorway without expression. Blood splashed across her cheek. She did not wipe it away. The thick scent of iron filled her nose, yet she felt no nausea. No dizziness. No trembling revulsion. Only a calm so deep it frightened even herself. She watched the men die and thought quietly, if I had not met Lady Ibaraki today. If I had not obtained this power, then one day soon, would father and I have been the ones slaughtered and toyed with like this? The answer was obvious. Yes. So she had no regrets. No. No, don't come closer. In the blink of an eye, the only person in the private room still conscious and alive was Saito Shigeru. He stared at the Oni girl walking toward him step by step. She looked like a child. She looked like an Azura from hell. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. A foul smell spread beneath him. He had wet himself from fear. Please, don't kill me. I have money. A lot of money. I can give it all to you. He crawled backward, face covered in tears and snot. That's right. You're an Oni, aren't you? You must like sacrifices. The Mayuan church has plenty. Men, women, virgins, whatever you want. We can prepare them all. His voice cracked. At least let me become an Oni too. I don't want to die like this. He knelt on the floor, then lowered himself into a full Dajiza, bowing again and again until his forehead struck the blood-soaked carpet. The man who had been boasting moments earlier about controlling gods and Oni was gone. What remained was a stray dog with its spine broken. My shrine maiden. Ibarakiduji raised an eyebrow with interest when she heard Saito beg to become an Oni. How shall we dispose of this fellow? She turned toward Mizuki, whose eyes were cold and still. After witnessing the darkest face of the Mayuan church, the high school girl who had stepped into this building had already changed. Perhaps it was too much to call it maturity, but she had certainly shed something tonight. Scum like this is not worth pitying. Mizuki wiped the blood from her cheek with the back of her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. She would not show mercy to her enemies. Especially not to these cultists who wore religion like a mask while acting no differently from Yakuza. She did not know how many ordinary people they had ruined, threatened, sold, or driven into despair. As a shrine maiden raised in orthodox Shinto rites, she hated people like them more than anything. Shrine maiden. Saito's eyes widened. Ibarakiduji's shrine maiden? He finally understood. Why Ibarakiduji had appeared here. Why Mizuki Mirei had come alone. The power the Mayuan church had desperately wanted to seize had already fallen into the hands of the fragile shrine maiden from Shahu Shrine. He had no time to wonder what kind of impossible fortune had landed on the Mizuki family. He threw away every last shred of pride and crawled toward Mizuki. Ms. Mizuki, I was blind. I didn't know your greatness. He bowed again and again. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything. I'll apologize. I'll compensate you. I repent for disrespecting Shahu Shrine and the Mizuki family. Compared to pleading with an Oni god who killed without blinking, Mizuki Mirei looked easier to move. She was young. Naive. A high school girl. Surely, there had to be some softness left in her. But Mizuki ignored his pleas. She walked forward slowly and looked down at the broken man sprawled at her feet. Kneeling. Her voice was quiet. Apologizing. A faint sneer touched her lips. Repenting. Her gaze sharpened. Until now, Mr. Saito, you must have heard many people beg like this, haven't you? Saito's body trembled. I only have one question. Mizuki looked at him with pitch-black, emotionless eyes. Did you ever show mercy to any of the pitiful people who groveled before you? Saito opened his mouth. Once. Twice. No words came out. He glanced toward Ibarakiduji and saw the playful smile on her face. A lie would only make him look even more ridiculous. The silence answered for him. It seems your actions have already given me the answer. Ibarakiduji narrowed her eyes, her expression bright with the lingering joy of slaughter. She slowly raised her scarlet Oni claw. Blood dripped from its tips. Do it, Lady Ibaraki. Mizuki turned away. Her voice was cold. No. Saito's scream tore through the room. The Oni claw fell. And his plea came to an abrupt end. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Attacking Kyoto Again. 1,473 words. Chapter 24, attacking Kyoto again. Who? After the final scream in the private room faded into silence, Ibarakiduji gave her scarlet oni claw a light shake. Blood scattered from its fingertips and splashed across the ruined carpet. Only then did she turn around and look at Mizuki Mirei, who was still standing near the door. Well, my Oni Miko. A grin appeared on Ibarakiduji's innocent face, fresh blood staining the corner of her lips. Was this little sideshow to your satisfaction? Mizuki was silent for a moment. Then she slowly nodded. She did not say she was satisfied. She did not say she was not. Only that single sound escaped her lips. Her feelings were far too complicated to put into words. Seeing those pieces of scum, who had been loudly discussing how they would ruin her and her father just moments ago, now reduced to cold remains on the floor, Mizuki truly felt a vicious sense of relief. Vengeance had a taste. It was bitter, metallic, and frighteningly sweet. But at the same time, witnessing such a bloody massacre with her own eyes made her stomach churn. Reason told her these people deserved death. Emotionally, however, she was still an ordinary high school girl who had never seen anything like this before. No matter how firm her resolve had become, her body could not completely reject its own horror. TCH. What a boring reaction. Ibarakiduji seemed rather dissatisfied by Mizuki's lack of enthusiasm and puffed her cheeks in displeasure. Forget it. The appetizer is finished anyway. Her golden pupils narrowed. It is time for the main course. Mizuki looked at her. Main course. Next, we make a declaration to this world. Ibarakiduji stepped lightly across the river of blood spreading over the carpet and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window of the private room. Outside the glass was Kabukicho's glittering night. Neon signs. Crowds. Sirens still distant. Countless ordinary people laughing, drinking, bargaining, flirting, and wandering beneath the false daylight of the city. That we, the Oni of Mount Oe, Ibarakiduji placed one hand against the glass, have returned from hell. She did not look back. My Oni Miko, how does it feel to walk with an Oni? Her voice carried a strange, eerie amusement. Mizuki fell silent. Standing beside Ibarakiduji, she felt something she had never experienced before. Relief. As though the chains around her wrists had finally snapped. Morality. Law. Common sense. Ethics. The rules built by ordinary people, the rules she had obeyed her entire life, seemed as thin as paper before an Oni. If one possessed enough power, one could act according to one's own likes and dislikes. One could punish those who deserved punishment. One could destroy those who reached for what should not be touched. As long as one was strong enough, no one would dare insult them again. No one would dare trample on them again. No one would dare take their home and laugh while doing it. Walking with an Oni. Mizuki's voice was soft, almost a murmur. It feels as if I've become an Oni too. She stepped through the blood and came to Ibarakiduji's side. Yes. At this point, there was no reason to retreat. No reason to regret. She was the Oni Miko. Shahu Shrine would become the foothold of the Oni of Mount Ooe in this world. From now on, even if Ibarakiduji had to stand against the entire world, Mizuki Mirei would have no choice but to stand beside her. Chem. I did not misjudge you after all. Ibarakiduji gave Mizuki an appreciative glance, then laughed happily. Then let us truly rampage tonight. Her smile became bright and wicked. The first battle of Mount Ooe's second march on Kyoto shall begin here. Mizuki's breath caught. Kyoto? Symbolism, my shrine maiden. Ibarakiduji's grin widened. This entire building is filled with Mayuan church lackeys. As if answering her words, dense footsteps rang out beyond the private room. Although Saito Shigeru and his men had been slaughtered quickly, it had not been so quick that they failed to scream for help. Or rather, Ibarakiduji had allowed them to scream. She had wanted the noise to spread. Bastards. Who is it? Who dares wreck the Mayuan church's place? Boss Saito. Are you all right? The brothers brought weapons. Kick the door down. Cut them to pieces. The shouting grew closer. Then the office door was kicked open. The cultists stormed in, only for their momentum to die the moment they saw what waited inside. It was not a fight between gangs. It was hell. Blood had pooled into rivers across the carpet. Severed limbs and mangled remains sank into the red. The walls, ceiling, sofa, and expensive decorations were painted in scattered flesh and gore, like some child's careless graffiti drawn with human bodies. Even these men, who thought themselves hardened by violence and sin, could not endure the sight. Several bent over and vomited on the spot. Others noticed the two figures standing inside the room. A high school girl. And a small girl in a golden kimono. "Who are you?" "The Oni who will send you all to hell." Ibarakiduji turned back. With a radiant smile, she raised her crimson, ferocious Oni claw. "My Oni Miko, let me show you the true form of an Oni." Her voice rang out, wild and unrestrained. Gwahaha. Severed by a treacherous plot, the right arm that has returned to this body becomes a monstrosity. Black-red fire gathered around her right wrist. The karmic hellfire thickened, roaring like resentment given shape. The air distorted. The luxurious private room groaned beneath the pressure of the spirit origin being released. "Run wild, Sujenbi." The flames surged. Rashomon Dai Enji. The moment the true name was released, the karmic hellfire condensed to its limit. Then a gigantic phantom Oni claw erupted from Ibarakiduji's right arm. The Mayuan Church's men screamed and scattered, scrambling desperately away from the doorway, away from the private room, away from the monster standing before them. It was useless. The massive demonic claw tore forward. Everything in its path was crushed. Walls, floors, doors, furniture, human bodies. The claw advanced with overwhelming force, and wherever it passed, black-red flames exploded outward. Concrete shattered. Steel twisted. Glass burst. The 7th floor of the building screamed as if something ancient and hungry had bitten into it from the inside. No one escaped the palm of the Oni. "This is..." Mizuki stared, eyes wide with shock. The entire 7th floor, a den that had hidden the Mayuan Church's filth and countless crimes, was being destroyed from the inside out by that enormous flaming Oni claw. And it took only a dozen seconds. Karmic hellfire roared from doors and windows. Dark red flames burst through the 7th floor like the breath of hell. The windows exploded outward one after another, showering the street below with glittering fragments. The glass of nearby buildings cracked and shattered from the force of the explosions. On the bar streets below, men and women drinking, laughing, and staggering through the night all looked up in horror. They saw fire. But it was not ordinary fire. It was too dark, too red, too alive. It stretched from the building like the greedy maw of an Oni, swallowing the entire floor from within. What the hell is happening? Is that building on fire? Why isn't it spreading to the buildings beside it? And what's with that color? That's not normal fire. Is this a terrorist attack? Look at the sky. What is that? Under the terrified gazes of countless people, Ibarakiduji floated out from the burning building. She held Mizuki Mirei's hand as they emerged from the hellfire. The two hovered in midair before the eyes of Kabukicho. Behind them, the 7th floor was slowly being devoured by karmic flames. Below, sirens began to scream from every direction. Police cars and fire trucks rushed into the district, blocking streets and sealing off escape routes. Officers shouted into radios. Firefighters stared upward in disbelief. Civilians screamed, filmed, fled, or stood frozen where they were. Attention! Attention! Target has appeared. Repeat, target has appeared. Target confirmed in midair. Do not fire. All units, do not fire without orders from headquarters. On the ground, a police superintendent who seemed to be the on-site commander shouted hoarsely into his radio. The Metropolitan Police Department had already pulled surveillance footage from the surrounding streets and from inside the building. They knew who had attacked this place. Ibarakiduji, the same Oni god who had caused the Bunkyo Ward incident. They had already paid a bloody price once. Conventional firearms were useless against that monster. A reckless attack would only create more corpses. If you don't want to wait for the next update, Read 50 chapters ahead on p@treon. p@treon.com fanficlord03. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Shinjuku Great Fire. 2,681 words. Chapter 25, Shinjuku Great Fire. According to reports from field journalists, the Great Fire caused by the Oni Ibarakiduji in Shinjuku has been effectively brought under control. During this extraordinary period, Tokyo citizens are advised to avoid going out late at night. If you encounter any abnormal event, please immediately contact the Metropolitan Police Department's emergency hotline. Communication with government officials is still ongoing. The latest casualty statistics are currently being compiled. Please stay tuned for further updates. Tokyo, Bunkyo Ward. Inside the apartment Kyoko Tochibana was renting, the late-night news broadcast filled the living room with tense voices and flickering light. Kyoko sat on the sofa, staring at the television. In her hand was a cucumber she had bitten halfway through. A few seconds later, she realized she had completely lost her appetite. That damn bald editor. She threw the cucumber onto the coffee table with a sharp thud. He kept telling me not to publish the report about an Oni appearing in the modern world. And now look at this. It's being broadcast live. Her voice was full of anger, frustration, and unconcealed resentment. My scoop. My world-shaking scoop turned into old news in one day. Kyoko's chest rose and fell with anger. Just yesterday, she had personally witnessed the appearance of the evil Oni known as Ibarakiduji in Bunkyo Ward. She had even briefly come into contact with the Metropolitan Police Department's so-called Supernatural Countermeasures Division. From that moment, Kyoko had known. This was not ordinary news. This was the kind of story that would shake Japan. No. Perhaps it would shake the entire world. A living Oni from legend had appeared in modern society. A monster that should have belonged to old scrolls, shrine records, folktales, and dusty academic papers had walked under the sun, slaughtered armed police, and declared the return of mystery before a camera. What kind of impact would that have? How could any journalist with a pulse not understand the value of such a report? Kyoko had rushed back to the newspaper office immediately. She had stayed up all night writing the article, recording everything she had seen and heard, then adding her own analysis and speculation. She had even taken a huge risk and contacted several old scholars through her own channels, people with some reputation in folklore and supernatural studies, extracting background on the Oni of Mount Ooe and the legends surrounding Ibarakiduji. She had thought that with this exclusive report, she could not only win this year's journalism award, but also push the Daily Times sales to an entirely new level. And the result? That balding, conservative editor, who only knew how to read the expressions of the higher-ups, had rejected her report on the grounds of insufficient evidence and unclear facts. He had even said something ridiculous like, publishing this kind of unverified information may cause social panic and affect stability. We must prioritize the overall situation. Prioritize the overall situation, my foot. Now look. Only one day later, Ibarakiduji had turned Shinjuku's Kabukicho upside down and appeared on nationwide live television. At this point, who could cover it up? Who still dared to call it an urban rumor? Her exclusive report had been forcibly delayed into second-hand news. How could she not be furious? The legendary Oni announced her identity in public like this. Now, even if someone wants to bury it, they can't. Kyoko took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She picked up the remote and lowered the television volume. But even with the sound reduced, the image on the screen remained impossible to ignore. A building in Kabukicho had been burned down to its skeleton. Dark red flames clung to the structure like something alive. And above the burning building, two blurry figures floated in the air. One small, one slender, one Oni, one shrine maiden. Anger was anger, but Kyoko Tochibana was still a professional journalist. More than that, she was a person with an almost obsessive pursuit of the truth. After cursing her bald editor enough to release some pressure, her attention quickly returned to the protagonist of this incident. Ibarakiduji. Even in Japanese history and folklore, that was a terrifying name. It symbolized cruelty, violence, and power. The Mount Ooe Oni clan to which she belonged had once brought disaster to Kyoto, igniting a bloody conflict between humans and Oni and leaving behind countless legends soaked in fear. And now, that evil Oni, once confined to myth, had truly reappeared in the world. Ibarakiduji has returned, and now she has openly settled in a shrine, accepting offerings from a shrine maiden and priest. Kyoko muttered to herself, her brows tightening. The television occasionally showed images taken from social media. Among them was one picture that had been captured from a shaky phone recording. Ibarakiduji stood side by side with a young shrine maiden. The shrine maiden looked no older than a high school student. Yet she stood so close to the evil Oni and remained unharmed even after Ibarakiduji caused such large-scale destruction. That alone was deeply suspicious. What exactly is she trying to do? Kyoko rubbed her temples. Using Shahu Shrine as a base to revive the Mount Ooe Oni clan? This was no longer ordinary social news. It involved the fundamental contradiction between humanity and mystery. It involved history. It involved the future. If Ibarakiduji truly intended to revive the Mount Ooe Oni clan, then this would become an unprecedented disaster for Japanese society. This Shinjuku fire is probably only a prelude to attacking Kyoto again. On the screen, the casualty count for the Shinjuku Great Fire continued to climb past 100. Kyoko felt a chill crawl up her spine. But what worried her most was not the news. It was the clock on the wall. The hands had already reached 11 at night. The biggest problem is, why hasn't that child Kyo come home yet? Normally, Tochibana Hibiki would already be home at this hour. Today, he had only sent her a message after school saying that he had an appointment with a classmate and would return late. After that, his phone could not be reached. He had not replied to Line either. That made Kyoko feel as if a heavy stone were hanging from her heart. Didn't I tell him to come home right after school and not wander around outside? Kyoko paced anxiously through the living room. If something happens to him, Nadeshiko will definitely kill me. The more she thought, the worse her imagination became. Then, just as her thoughts were spiraling out of control, the sound of a key turning in the apartment door suddenly came from the entrance. Click. In the quiet night, that sound was shockingly clear. Kyoko's head snapped toward the door. Her heartbeat accelerated at once. I'm home. The door opened. Sorry. The trains were suspended, and the network signal was affected too. Before his aunt could begin questioning him, Hibiki Tochibana had already given his explanation while changing into indoor slippers at the entrance. He placed his school bag on the entryway cabinet with movements so natural they seemed almost boring. As if he had only experienced an ordinary late return. He knew Aunt Kyoko must have been worried half to death. That was why he threw out the most reasonable explanation first, leaving her less room to interrogate him. Kyoko had already opened her mouth, ready to scold him. But when she saw Hibiki's slightly tired yet calm face, the words became stuck in her throat. Aunt, you saw the report about the Shinjuku fire, right? Hibiki changed his shoes and walked into the living room. He looked up at the television. On the screen, the news was still replaying footage of the building burned down by hellish karmic fire. The blurry shadow floating in the air remained the focus of the broadcast. Hibiki's face showed just the right amount of surprise and curiosity. Like an ordinary high school student who had only just learned about the matter. I didn't expect the legendary Oni to actually exist. And it even formed a contract with a high school girl. His tone carried a suitable amount of emotion, as if he were discussing a strange incident that had nothing to do with him. Mizuki Mirai. I was still with her this afternoon. Hibiki added it casually. At the same time, his eyes swept over Kyoko's reaction without leaving a trace. That shrine maiden with Ibarakiduji is your classmate. The moment Kyoko heard Mizuki Mirai's name, her eyes widened. She rushed toward Hibiki almost by reflex, pressed both hands firmly on his shoulders, and fired questions at him like a machine gun. Are you sure? The girl standing beside the evil Oni? The one people are calling the Oni Miko? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Kyoko's mind. That Oni Miko, Mizuki Mirai, was actually Hibiki's classmate? Why had she approached Kyo? Did she have any ill intent? Kyo, are you okay? Do you feel strange anywhere? Were you cursed? Did anything touch you? Kyoko looked Hibiki up and down nervously, afraid that he might have been contaminated by something ominous. She knew very well how dangerous supernatural incidents were, especially incidents involving evil spirits. Ordinary people dragged into such things could lose their lives without even understanding why. Aunt Kyoko, curses are a bit much. Hibiki rolled his eyes with practiced helplessness and leaned back slightly, trying to free himself from her grip. Actually, the Mizuki family and our family can barely be considered old acquaintances. He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if mentioning something completely ordinary. Don't you remember Shahu Shrine? Hibiki reminded her. Although it has declined in recent years, it used to be rather well known, right? Hibiki spoke nonsense without changing his expression or heartbeat. Of course, it was not entirely nonsense. He was not lying. He was merely choosing which truths to say. Was he supposed to tell Aunt Kyoko that the evil Oni who had just created the Shinjuku Great Fire with Mizuki Mirei and forced the Metropolitan Police Department to retreat was actually him in disguise? Is that so? Hearing the words Mizuki family and Shahu Shrine, Kyoko scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed. Something in her memory had indeed been stirred. Now that you mention it, I think I do have an impression. She really did remember such a Shinto family. But after breaking away from the Tochibana family, she had long since pushed that sort of family network information to the back of her mind. But Kyo, are you sure you're fine? Kyoko's worry had not completely faded. That is a shrine maiden serving an evil Oni. Her gaze still carried a trace of scrutiny. In the supernatural world, many things were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. Don't worry. My relationship with her is fine. Hibiki rolled his eyes again, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction at Kyoko's overreaction. She's not some witch who curses everyone around her for no reason. He waved a hand. Let's not talk too much. Aunt Kyoko, I still have to finish my draft. As he walked toward his room, he added with complete seriousness, even if an Oni appears in the world, even if the apocalypse arrives tomorrow, the deadline won't move. The bedroom door closed with a bang. Kyoko stood in the living room and sighed, frowning. This child. Inside the room, with Aunt Kyoko's worried gaze shut outside the door, Hibiki Tochibana's expression changed. A smile slowly appeared on his face. The smile of someone whose plan had succeeded. After being busy for an entire day, it's finally time to harvest. After this series of operations, he had finally broken the blockade placed by Japan's upper echelons around the news of the Oni's appearance. From the moment Ibara Kiduji first appeared and made contact with modern society, the government departments and metropolitan police divisions controlling information about mystery had been trying to suppress the truth. They did not want ordinary people to know that supernatural power existed. They wanted social stability. They wanted to keep mystery under their own control. But Hibiki did not want that. His system needed human order foundation. And the source of human order foundation was humanity's recognition, fear, awe, and belief toward mystery. Only by allowing mystery to truly return to the world, only by making ordinary people believe in and fear supernatural power, could he obtain a steady stream of energy. The connection between Mizuki Mirei and Ibara Kiduji had become the wedge he used to break that blockade. A sharp wedge. It made the existence of the Mount Ooi Oni clan more convincing. No longer a vague legend. No longer an isolated monster sighting that could be sealed behind classified documents. Ibara Kiduji had appeared alive before the public eye and had even established a clear connection with a member of human society. A shrine maiden. This would undoubtedly strike the worldview of ordinary people with enormous force. It would make them begin to re-examine the world they lived in. Classmate Mizuki, I really have to thank you this time. Hibiki picked up the shimmering heroic spirit card. On the card was Ibara Kiduji's image. An innocent face. A cruel smile. The corners of Hibiki's lips curled upward. He knew Mizuki Mirei was probably still in tremendous shock and confusion. But no matter what, she had already taken the most critical step. And his gains today were not small. First, He had used the awakening mystic code to open his magic circuits. The process had been smoother than expected, almost as if it were meant to happen. After that, he transformed into Ibarakiduji and found Shahu Shrine. Using the opportunity created by the macarons he had given Mizuki, he successfully formed a contract with her. Hibiki silently complained in his heart. This protagonist is truly clever. He even eats the desserts he gives himself. Of course, he knew those macarons had been bought by him. But the Ibarakiduji he played had eaten them so happily. In that sense, it counted as making full use of resources. Finally, he had created the Shinjuku Great Fire, allowing the name and terror of the Mount Ooi Oni clan to resound across Japan once again. System prompt detected that the mysterious event related to Shinjuku Great Fire is continuing to ferment. Observed a significant increase in human society's recognition of mystery. Human Order Foundation plus 30. Human Order Foundation plus 5. Human Order Foundation plus 5. The crisp system prompts rang in Hibiki's ears one after another. To him, they were the most beautiful music in the world. It was worth all that trouble. Sitting in front of his computer desk, Hibiki stretched. His joints gave a few soft cracks. The rate of Human Order Foundation gain has increased by more than 5 times. He knew very well that the Shinjuku Great Fire had done more than raise Ibarakiduji's reputation to an unprecedented height. It had completely broken the official monopoly on supernatural intelligence. From now on, all of Japanese society, perhaps even the entire world, would be forced to face the existence of mystery. His combination of moves had made the existence of the evil Oni public. It had also placed Ibarakiduji in Shahu Shrine, turning her from a vague legend into a tangible Oni god with a visible foothold in modern society. No matter how much the officials wanted to suppress it, the dam had already cracked. Hibiki could almost foresee it. In the next few days, discussions about Ibarakiduji would spread wildly across the internet. Speculation, analysis, fear, worship, doubt, excitement. All of it would transform into a steady stream of Human Order Foundation and pour into his system. The show has only just begun. Hibiki leaned back in his chair and looked at the Ibarakiduji card in his hand. The Shinjuku Great Fire is only the prelude. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Huge Harvest, World Change. 1778 words. Chapter 26. Huge Harvest, World Change. System prompt detected that the mysterious incident related to the Shinjuku Great Fire is continuing to ferment across the internet, media outlets, and civilian channels. Observed a significant increase in human society's recognition of mystery. Human Order Foundation plus 30. Human Order Foundation plus 5. Human Order Foundation plus 5. Human Order Foundation plus 10. Human Order Foundation plus 2. A string of numbers pulsed across the system interface. In the upper right corner, the total amount of Human Order Foundation was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't a waste after all. Tochibana Hibiki looked at the result with deep satisfaction. The accumulation speed of Human Order Foundation has increased by more than 5 times. His chain of actions had produced immediate results. By thoroughly exposing the existence of an evil Oni and making Ibarakiduji settle into Shahu Shrine, he had transformed her from an intangible legend into something verifiable, visible, and even officially certified. A real Oni. A true mystery. A supernatural existence that could no longer be dismissed as folklore or online rumor. And through that, he had ruthlessly smashed the government's monopoly over supernatural information. Ordinary people were no longer passively accepting filtered reports. They were discussing, researching, doubting, fearing, believing. And that belief was the most fundamental source of Human Order Foundation. Well done. Even I cannot help but praise Master's cleverness. While Hibiki was checking the system messages, the system's greeting sounded at exactly the right time. Its tone carried a bit of playful excitement. However, There is one sudden piece of information I must remind Master about. Chem? Hibiki raised an eyebrow. What is it? Because of Ibara-Kaduji's activity, humanity's awareness of mystery has reached a new height. At the same time, this world has also begun to gain awareness of itself. Lines of text appeared on the system interface. The wording seemed unusually careful, as if the system itself was trying to organize a difficult explanation into something Hibiki could understand. To put it simply, the consciousness of this planet, along with the collective unconscious of humanity, has begun to awaken. Hibiki stared at the text. The consciousness of the planet. The collective unconscious of humanity. It sounded far too abstract. No, in Type Moon terms, it sounded far too dangerous. Before he could ask further, the system gave him a direct summary. In other words, due to the resurgence of magical energy and the rise of Human Order Foundation, this world's Alea and Gaia have begun to revive. Next, ley lines around the world will flow once more, and ownerless spiritual particles will begin condensing into physical phenomena. To summarize, spiritual energy has recovered. The final line even ended with a cheerful tilt in tone. After reading that far, Hibiki finally understood. His expression became strange. Half smile. Half disbelief. In other words, the lies I made up to fool people have now become real. Mystery returns. Ghosts reappear. The age changes. He suddenly remembered what he had said to Aunt Kyoko while playing Ibara-Kiduji. He had claimed that the times had changed. Unexpectedly, those words had now flown back like a boomerang and struck him right in the head. The world was truly about to change. But although Hibiki had not expected the situation to develop this far, he did not panic. If anything, he felt a little excited. The more chaotic the world became, the more mystery manifested, the larger his stage would grow. As long as he had the heroic spirit summoning system, as long as he could continuously harvest Human Order Foundation, then no matter what demons, ghosts, or phantasmal species were born from this world's revival, he had the confidence to deal with them. Bingo. Correct answer. The system responded cheerfully. In addition, there is more good news. Master's Human Order Foundation has reached 3,000 points, enough to purchase the Saint Quartz required for one temple summon. To reward your excellent performance, the system has specially opened an exclusive lucky bag summoning pool. You may choose one from any class. The guaranteed result of this lucky bag summoning pool will definitely be an SR or SSR heroic spirit card of that class. As the system prompt appeared, a summoning selection interface slowly unfolded before Hibiki. It was a scene he missed dearly. A class-based lucky bag summoning pool. A special event pool. Lucky bag. The moment he saw those words, Hibiki's breathing quickened slightly. For any gacha player, a guaranteed high-rarity character was an irresistible temptation. In front of him, 7 familiar class icons appeared. Saber. Archer. Lancer. Rider. Caster. Assassin. Berserker. Each icon emitted a faint glow, waiting for his choice. Hibiki's gaze swept back and forth over the 7 classes. His mind began running at high speed, weighing the pros and cons. The Saber class is full of monsters with excellent parameters. Their frontal combat power is unquestionable. Artoria, Siegfried, Okita Tsuji, any one of them would be a top-tier fighter. The Archer class goes without saying. That class is full of cheaters. Gilgamesh, Nikola Tesla, Arjuna, once they start fighting, the scale becomes absurd. Lancer isn't weak either. Skatchuk, Kana, Cu Chularin, the 3 knight classes are packed with talent. His fingers slid lightly across the Saber, Archer, and Lancer icons. Heroic spirits from the 3 knight classes generally possessed excellent attributes and combat skill. If he wanted a main fighter, choosing one of them would be extremely safe. But was he lacking combat power right now? In a world where supernatural power had only just begun to surface, the Ibara-Kiduji card alone was enough for him to walk sideways for the time being. Supplementing frontal combat power was not urgent. Soon, his gaze moved to the remaining 4 standard classes. Caster has the strongest versatility. Offense, support, preparation, territory management, information warfare, and all kinds of strange magecraft. They can handle complex situations. Merlin, Zhuge Liang, Tamamo no Mei, if I could pull one of them, my operating space would expand tremendously. As for Rider, Assassin, and Berserker, their quality varies too much. Their upper limits are frightening, but their lower limits are also frightening in a different way. Still, in certain situations, they can produce unexpected effects. Hibiki fell into thought. He already had Ibarakiduji as a powerful berserker. For the moment, he did not lack raw battle strength. What he needed more was a heroic spirit who could make up for Ibarakiduji's shortcomings or provide more tactical options. Caster was undoubtedly tempting. However, only the 7 standard classes? Hibiki frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. What I want most is obviously extra. His gaze swept toward the blank space beyond the 7 standard class icons. Longing filled his heart. Among the 7 standard classes, there were strengths, weaknesses, and compatibility relationships, but no single class could completely overwhelm all the others. Extra classes were different. Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, Alter Ego, Foreigner, Pretender. Each one was almost a rule unto itself. A walking cheat. If he could obtain a heroic spirit card from an extra class, it would be a qualitative leap for his future plans. With the mindset of trying his luck, Hibiki asked in his heart. System, is there an extra class option in this lucky bag summoning pool? The system's response paused for a moment. That almost never happened. In principle, an extra class lucky bag does not exist. The system's answer sounded hesitant, as if it were choosing its words. In principle. Hibiki immediately caught the key phrase. His eyes lit up. In other words, there are situations outside of principle, right? He asked immediately, his tone carrying absolute certainty. The system fell silent again. Hibiki did not rush it. He waited patiently. He knew the system was probably conducting some kind of internal judgment. After several seconds, a new line of text slowly appeared on the interface. Since Master has said this much. The system's tone sounded like someone finally giving in after being pestered for too long. Immediately afterward, at the end of the 7 standard class icons, light began to gather in the originally blank space. A new option emerged. It shone with prismatic light, entirely different from the other class icons. Extra. Oh, yes. That's the one. Seeing the summoning pool he wanted most appear, Hibiki nearly jumped off the bed in excitement. Without hesitation, he converted all 3,000 points of Human Order Foundation in his account, which had only just arrived and was still warm, into Saint Quartz. Then he took a deep breath and threw every last piece into the hard-won extra class customized summoning pool. Come on. His eyes sharpened. Let me see my luck. The system interface changed instantly. Countless golden points of light rose from the bottom of the screen, gathering into 3 rotating halos. The color of the halos shifted constantly. Blue. Gold. Then a brilliant rainbow glow. A moment later, golden lightning flashed and leapt between the halos, crackling across the summoning circle. Hibiki's heartbeat quickened. He stared at the screen without blinking. This was it. The sign of a high-rarity pull. The light grew brighter. Finally, 11 cards flew out from the halos and floated in midair with their backs facing him. It was here. Hibiki held his breath, extended a finger, and tapped the screen. The first card flipped. Silver border. A 3-star mystic code. HM standard operation. He nodded calmly and tapped the second card. Silver. Mystic code. The third card. Silver. Mystic code. The fourth. The fifth. The sixth. The seventh. The eighth. All 3-star mystic codes. Although some of them had decent effects, Hibiki's heart had already risen into his throat. Only 3 cards remained. The lucky bag guaranteed 1 SR or SSR of the selected category. In other words, among these final 3, at least one had to be gold. His fingertip hovered over the 9th card for a moment. Then he pressed down. Whoosh. The card flipped. Hibiki's mood sank. Silver again. And yet. Hey. He froze. It's not a mystic code this time. On the silver card back, what appeared was no longer a complicated magic circle. Instead, a rider class icon slowly emerged. A moment later, the card flipped. An unexpected figure appeared on its face. It was a magnificent crimson warhorse. But strangely, from the horse's body grew the upper half of a muscular man. Then a rough, heroic voice echoed in Hibiki's mind. Rider, responding to the summons, has manifested here. From this moment forward, allow me, peerless under heaven, to become your strength. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 27, Defying Fate, Lucky Bag Summon. 2,268 words. Chapter 27, Defying Fate, Lucky Bag Summon. Red hair. Horse body. Human torso. Horse head. You beast, why? Looking at the centaur-like figure on the card, whose design could easily be called mental pollution, Tachibana Hibiki's expression became extremely complicated. Of course he recognized this guy. The famous steed of the Three Kingdoms period. Lu Biyu's mount. Red hair. In the Type Moon universe, because Red Hair had spent too long in a state of unity of man and horse with Lu Biyu, its own self-recognition had somehow mixed together with Lu Biyu's. In the end, it was summoned in this bizarre form. It claimed to be Lu Biyu, but in reality, there was not a single shred of Lu Biyu's elements in its spirit origin. Its appearance was strange. No. Calling it strange was too polite. But its combat power was absolutely not something to look down on. Heroic spirit, red hair. Class, rider. Rarity. Noble phantasm, false god force. This is weirdly nostalgic. I never thought I'd get to experience transforming into red hair in this life. When Hibiki played the game in his previous life, he had liked this nonsense-filled beast quite a lot. Not only had he fed it enough holy grails to raise it to level 100, he had even given it the rider crown, forcing its rarity up to 5 stars through sheer favoritism. Unexpectedly, in this life, he had pulled it on his very first 10 pull. Did this count as fate? Very good. Hibiki nodded with satisfaction. With red hair, my mobility and raiding ability have improved tremendously. Whatever else could be said about this beast, its ridiculous physical parameters, paired with the continuously active nature of unity of man and horse, made it an undeniable stat monster. For charging into battle, breaking through defenses, and creating urban legends at impossible speed, Red Hair was a fantastic card. After calming his excitement, Hibiki shifted his gaze to the 10th card. With the surprise of Red Hair already in hand, his mentality had relaxed a little. An SR extra class would be enough. I'm not greedy. He muttered those words while tapping the 10th card. Hum. A rainbow halo exploded across the interface. Brilliant light flooded the screen with a radiance more intense than any of the previous pulls. A rainbow circle. Holy crap. Hibiki's eyes widened. The lucky bag guarantee is here. He clenched his right fist and stared at the summoning interface, unable to hide his excitement. Within the rainbow light, a dazzling golden card emerged. On the back of the card, a class icon appeared. Caster. Hey. Hibiki froze. Not extra. That meant this was not the lucky bag guarantee. This was a rainbow pull from the normal part of the summon. Before he could think further, the golden caster card turned over. On the card was a black-haired woman dressed in a revealing purple monk's robe, her figure dangerously eye-catching. She sat upon a lotus pedestal, holding a kakura staff in one hand while forming a Buddhist mudra with the other. Her face carried a smile that was both compassionate and strangely seductive. I am the Western traveler, guided by the Buddha, I have manifested here. As for my class, it is caster, heroic spirit, Xuanzang Sanzang. Class, caster. Rarity, noble phantasm, 5 elements mountain, palm of the Buddha. Holy crap, Sanzang. Hibiki's eyes nearly popped out. This person could be called one of the most famous monks in the world. In the Type Moon universe, Although this Xuanzang Sanzang was very different from the gentle, refined holy monk many people imagined, and had instead become a physically enlightened, eccentric monk with a rather bold outfit, her strength was beyond question. Her heart was broad. Her capacity was vast. And in every sense, she was very accommodating. More importantly, she also carried elements of her three disciples, allowing her to use aspects of Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and Shou Wujing's abilities. She can fight, heal, support, and even create clones. That's practically perfect. Hibiki rubbed his hands in excitement. With Xuanzang Sanzang, his tactical system immediately became far more three-dimensional. Whether it was frontal assault, rear support, rescue, defense, or acting as a righteous figure to contrast Ibarakiduji, she was more than capable. 2 heroic spirit cards in a row. This luck was absurd. It felt like he had suddenly become blessed by the gacha gods. Hibiki's heart thumped wildly. Only one card remained. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The last card, guaranteed extra-class heroic spirit card. With a feeling bordering on pilgrimage, he lifted his slightly trembling finger and tapped the final card. The true protagonist of this lucky bag summoning pool. The card guaranteed to belong to an extra class. The instant his finger touched the card, the entire screen trembled violently. Dark purple light burst from the gaps of the card. It was difficult to describe. The light felt as if it came from the abyss of the universe, filled with ominousness, malice, and a playful evil that made the skin crawl. For a moment, it even overwhelmed the golden Buddhist radiance of Xuanzang Sanzang's card. Then a bizarre class icon appeared on the back of the card. It looked like a fusion of electronic virus, cancer cells, and a twisted moon. Moon cancer. It's here. Hibiki's pupils constricted. The card slowly turned over. On its face was a young girl wearing a small evening dress, holding a teaching pointer in her hand. Her long purple hair flowed behind her, and a devilish smirk curved her lips. Her eyes were filled with the pleasure of someone preparing to toy with the entire world. Heroic Spirit, BB. Class, Moon Cancer. Rarity. Noble Phantasm, CCC Cursed Cutting Crater. BB-chan. Hibiki stared at the girl on the card and muttered the name under his breath. His entire body sank into shock. This one was an even greater heavyweight. A high-level AI born from the Moon Holy Grail War. The origin of the Moon Cancer class. A being who possessed the authority of Potnia Theron, with capabilities powerful enough to modify reality within her domain. She could practically be called an embodiment of rules. Red hair. Xuanzang Sanzang. BB. 3 heroic spirit cards in a single 10-pull. As expected of a lucky bag summoning pool. This result was ridiculous. Hibiki looked at the 3 shining heroic spirit cards in his hand, and the corners of his mouth nearly split from smiling. Red hair. Top-tier mobility and physical destructive power. Xuanzang Sanzang. An all-rounder caster with offense, support, and healing. BB. A rule-class hacker and mastermind. The 3 heroic spirits each possessed enough power to stand alone, and their abilities complemented one another almost perfectly. However, after the huge surprise came a new problem. Hibiki looked at the cards in his hand. Then he looked at himself. Heroic spirits are great, but I only have one body. His system could not summon real heroic spirits to fight beside him like in the game. All heroic spirits could only be played by him through transformation cards. He could not be in 2 places at once. That was the most realistic problem he currently faced. Just as Hibiki began to feel a headache over how to simultaneously use so many powerful alter egos, the system's notification sounded again. Master, please do not worry. Among the mystic codes drawn this time, there is one specifically suited to this kind of situation. Oh! Hibiki immediately perked up and opened the system inventory. Among the 8 3-star mystic codes, he quickly found a unique card. The card art showed a complex, precise alchemical formation resembling a neural network. Mystic code, partitioned thinking. Rarity. Effect, capable of partitioning the user's thoughts, allowing the user to possess multiple thought circuits simultaneously. All divided thought processes maintain unity and can operate toward the same goal. Origin: Atlas Institute. Atlas Institute. The moment he saw those words, Hibiki's eyes lit up. Atlas was one of the 3 great branches of the Mage Association, the Giant's Pit, famous for its alchemy. The alchemists of Atlas were monsters of calculation. Every one of them possessed terrifying mental processing ability, and partitioned thinking and high-speed thinking were among their most fundamental techniques. Having this ability meant being able to perform multiple complex tasks at the same time. This really is a pillow delivered right when I'm sleepy. Hibiki held the Mystic Code card, unable to stop himself from smiling. This ability was practically tailor-made for him. With partitioned thinking, he could simultaneously play multiple heroic spirits, allowing different alter egos to carry out separate tasks in different places. In short, let's test the effect first. Hibiki could not wait. I'll use Ibarakiduji, since I've already transformed into her several times, to test what it feels like under partitioned thinking. He took out the partitioned thinking Mystic Code card from the inventory and held it in his hand. Then he activated the magic circuits that had only recently awakened within his body. Magical energy flowed into the card. In the next instant, the Mystic Code burst into a stream of spiritron light containing an enormous amount of knowledge and information. It flowed along his arm, entered his brain, and spread through his magic circuits. Hibiki felt a faint sting deep in his mind, like something had been carefully split apart. Immediately afterward, a vast torrent of knowledge washed over his consciousness. In an instant, he understood the principle and usage of partitioned thinking. Partitioned thinking, activate. He focused part of his consciousness on the Ibarakiduji heroic spirit card in his hand. The next second, the card flew out of his grasp. It unfolded in midair and transformed into a strange golden summoning circle. Light shone. A petite figure in a golden kimono slowly condensed from within the circle. Long golden hair, crimson oni horns, golden pupils filled with arrogance and madness. The evil oni of Mount Ooi, Ibarakiduji, appeared in his room, alive and vivid. Hibiki Tochibana and Ibarakiduji looked at each other. An extremely strange sensation surged into his heart. It was like looking in a mirror. But the person inside the mirror had independent thought and the ability to move on her own. He could clearly feel Ibarakiduji's existence. Her overwhelming demonic energy, her breathing, her thoughts. Through a mysterious connection, he could perceive her perspective. At the same time, his primary consciousness as Tochibana Hibiki remained perfectly clear. One person. 2 independent viewpoints. This really is amazing. Hibiki walked forward carefully. With a trace of curiosity, he reached out and pinched Ibarakiduji's fair, tender cheek. It was soft and elastic. A little cool to the touch. Ibarakiduji, who had been suddenly attacked, froze for a moment. Then she exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Rude human. How dare you put your hands on me? Watch me pinch you back. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. She raised both hands and grabbed Hibiki's face, then pulled hard. Hiss, oh, 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 oh. An Oni's strength was truly no joke. Hibiki grimaced from the pain, feeling as though his face was about to be torn off. Interestingly, the moment he felt pain, Ibarakiduji also subconsciously frowned. The strength in her hands immediately lessened. Their senses were connected. So that's how it is. Hibiki rubbed his reddened cheeks. After interacting with his Ibarakiduji incarnation for a while and staring at each other in silence, he finally understood the mechanism of partitioned thinking. When this mystic code was combined with his heroic spirit cards, it could produce an effect similar to an external incarnation. He could separate part of his consciousness to control a heroic spirit body, allowing that body to possess independent action capability. Meanwhile, his main body could stay safely at home. If his capacity was sufficient, he could even control multiple incarnations at the same time. Partitioned thinking can divide the user's subconscious into several portions. As long as Master uses this mystic code, you may play multiple heroic spirits simultaneously. The system's voice sounded at exactly the right time, giving the final summary. What a convenient mystic code. Hibiki nodded in satisfaction. With this, my operational space expands tremendously. I also don't need to worry about constantly failing to come home at night and making Aunt Kyoko suspicious. After completing the two-way consciousness test, Hibiki took out the 3 new heroic spirit cards. As the recovery of spiritual energy began, the mystery level of this world would continue to rise. The next script could not rely on Ibarakiduji alone. Red hair could gallop through Tokyo's streets at night as an urban legend, creating new mysterious incidents and harvesting human order foundation. Xuanzang Sanzang could act as a partner of justice, appearing before the public as a monk who subdues demons and eliminates evil. She would form a sharp contrast with the evil Oni Ibarakiduji, creating a perfect good cop, bad cop dynamic. As for BB, Hibiki looked at the card in his hand. The ominous aura it emitted made his eyes deepen. BB's abilities were too special. Too powerful. She was not suited to appear on the front stage too early. She was more suitable as a mastermind hidden behind the curtain, wandering outside the overall situation as a special guest. A brand new, massive, multi-line operation script had already begun slowly taking shape in his mind. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, System Upgrade, Undercurrents in Kyoto. 2,534 words. Chapter 28, System Upgrade, Undercurrents in Kyoto. Just as Tochibana Hibiki was immersed in the outline of his next grand script, the system's voice rang out again, interrupting his thoughts. By the way, Master, there is one matter I must specifically remind you about. This time, the system's tone was more serious than usual. BB's heroic spirit card is extremely special. Her spirit origin is unusually complex, containing a vast amount of information and causality. It also contains mixed elements of something difficult to define. Given Master's current soul strength, using a consciousness divided through partitioned thinking to bear her spirit origin would place immense pressure on your soul. In the worst case, it may cause irreversible damage. Is that so? Hibiki frowned. His gaze returned to BB's card, and his expression became a little complicated. He had known this moon cancer was special. BB was not the sort of existence that could be measured by ordinary heroic spirit standards. But if he could not even use her safely through partitioned thinking, that was indeed troublesome. BB's abilities, whether her authority as Potnia Theron or her terrifying control over the digital domain, were key pieces in many scripts he wanted to stage. If every time he needed to use her, he had to cancel all other heroic spirit projections and personally assume her spirit origin with his main body, that would be inconvenient at best. At worst, it would greatly increase the risk of exposing his real identity. That was not acceptable. If Master does not mind, the system has a solution. As if sensing his distress, the system proactively offered a suggestion. This heroic spirit card is different in nature. BB herself is a high-level artificial intelligence model. The system can absorb the card as upgrade material and use it to construct an external personality. External personality? Hibiki was taken aback. What do you mean? In simple terms, the system will acquire BB's personality and part of her abilities, allowing the system to communicate with and assist Master in a more humanized way. At the same time, Master will also be able to indirectly use part of BB's authority through the system, without bearing the risks of spirit origin possession. Please rest assured, Master. No matter how the system's external personality changes, the core principle that Master's commands are the system's highest priority will absolutely remain unchanged. The system explained the plan at length. Between the lines, Hibiki could almost sense a trace of worry. It seemed afraid that he might suspect its motives. Using an AI with the power to rewrite rules as upgrade material for his own system. Admittedly, it sounded a little like the opening act of a science fiction movie where an artificial intelligence attempted to seize control. However, contrary to the system's expectations, Hibiki only thought for a moment before replying. There's such a convenient option. No problem. I agree. His answer was crisp. Decisive. Without the slightest hesitation. A. The system seemed genuinely surprised. Only one syllable appeared in the pop-up window. Master, you agree that easily? BBS Spirit Origin possesses authority capable of rewriting the world's rules, you know. Handing that kind of power to me. Are you not worried? Worried about what? Hibiki asked back calmly. He raised his head and looked at the empty air before him, as if he could see the invisible system that had accompanied him all this time. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, for 18 whole years, you have been the only existence I could tell everything to without holding anything back. His voice was soft. But there was an unquestionable seriousness within it. To me, you stopped being a cold program a long time ago. You're my most important partner. He smiled faintly. If I even have to doubt and guard against the partner standing by my side, wouldn't that be too pathetic? Hibiki was not the type of person who lived in paranoia. He understood one thing very clearly. If the system truly wanted to harm him, it had countless ways to do so. There would be no need to circle around for this long and wait until now. A relationship where one could entrust one's true self without reservation was rare. No matter what, Hibiki would not be the one to destroy that trust with his own hands. The system fell silent. After a long while, a fuzzy, indistinct sentence flashed across the prompt box. It seemed to carry both a sigh and a trace of emotion. Senpai, you really are the same as always. The line appeared quickly and vanished just as quickly. So quickly that Hibiki almost thought he had imagined it. Chem. He narrowed his eyes. What did you just say? He had not clearly seen the disappearing text. Nothing. Merely irrelevant redundant system data. The system's voice returned to its usual calm, professional tone. Confirming Master's consent to install Heroic Spirit Card BB as the system's external personality. System upgrade requires 24 hours. During this period, the summoning function will be suspended. All other functions may be used normally. Then, see you tomorrow, Master. With the final notification, the system interface slowly faded. The room returned to silence. Hibiki looked at the empty space in front of him and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Senpai. For some reason, that way of addressing him felt strangely familiar. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Tokyo, the impact of the Shinjuku Great Fire was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The ripples had only just begun spreading. The name Ibara Kiduji, along with her overwhelming power, had been captured by countless phone cameras and news broadcasts. With a presence that could no longer be denied, she had announced to the entire world that supernatural power had returned. Tokyo, Minato Ward. In this district where every inch of land was worth gold, where Japan's wealth and power gathered beneath the shadows of skyscrapers, there stood a quiet and elegant Japanese-style mansion that seemed wholly out of place among the modern towers. Deep within the mansion, inside a refined tea room, two women in pure white garments sat facing each other on the tatami. Their features resembled each other by 60 or 70%. Although both were dressed in classical Heian-style attire, the old-fashioned layers of cloth could not conceal their beautiful faces or slender figures. One possessed a temperament as cold as moonlight. The other was as sharp as a drawn blade. It is rather surprising. The younger-looking woman leaned forward and poured tea for the woman opposite her. Shahu Shrine was already on its last legs, only one step away from bankruptcy. Yet it somehow caught the tailwind of this re-emergence of gods and Oni. Her thin red lips parted slightly as she continued speaking. That girl from the Mizuki family has transformed overnight into the most discussed figure in the Kyoto circles. She was Tochibana Koto. Tochibana Hibiki's elder sister. Mizuki Mirei. The woman she called mother, Tochibana Nadeshiko, picked up the teacup before her with an indifferent expression. The Oni Miko who serves an evil spirit. She looked down at the tea, as if admiring the delicate pattern painted at the bottom of the cup. The storms rising outside did not seem to concern her. Every movement she made carried a faint sense of distance, like a celestial being seated above the clouds, looking down on the affairs of the mortal world. Koto. Nadeshiko took a light sip of tea and spoke slowly. I remember you investigated that high school girl, didn't you? Her gaze lifted. Because she attends the same school as Kyo. Koto's hand paused for the briefest moment. Then the motion of pouring tea became steady again. She raised her head and met her mother's eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through everything. A helpless curve touched the corner of her mouth. Nothing escapes your eyes, mother. She gently set down the teapot, straightened her posture, and admitted it without avoidance. Yes. I did investigate the girl named Mizuki Mirei. Not long ago, I even considered incorporating Shahu Shrine into the Tochibana family system. Her tone carried a nearly imperceptible trace of regret. Thinking back on it, it is somewhat unfortunate. If my plan had gone more smoothly, if I had placed a little more pressure on her, perhaps that evil Oni named Ibarakiduji would now be a pawn in the hands of the Tochibana family. If she had been more proactive in matching Mizuki Mirei with Tochibana Hibiki, or simply used the conglomerate's influence to establish an engagement between the two families, the Tochibana family might now possess a first-mover advantage in this changing world. A true god or Oni. A real manifestation of mystery. Its value was immeasurable. It does not matter. Facing her daughter's regret, Tochibana Nadeshiko remained as calm as still water. She set down her teacup. The faint sound of porcelain touching would rang through the room. It is merely an evil Oni from Mount Ooe. It is not worth your concern. Her tone was light. Yet within it lay an arrogance that seemed innate and unquestionable. Koto, do not forget. Nadeshiko raised her eyes to look at her daughter. In those eyes, which had been as still as an ancient well, a faint ripple finally appeared. Our ancestor was the hero who subdued the Oni of Mount Ooe. Koto's expression shifted slightly. Although the Tochibana family did not inherit the name of Genji, the family shrine that venerates Lord Reiku has maintained its incense for hundreds of years. When she spoke those words, rare pride appeared on Nadeshiko's usually detached face. The Tochibana family was true Japanese nobility. A distinguished clan with a 1,000-year legacy. If one traced their roots far enough, their bloodline reached back to the great Oni-slaying hero of the Heian era. Minamoto no Reiku. Since the evil Oni of Mount Ooe can walk out from the dust of history and return to the world. Nadeshiko's voice remained calm. Then our ancestor will naturally not remain behind. This was the composure of an ancient family with history behind it. No matter how strange or terrifying a crisis appeared, one only needed to open the heavy books of the past. The corresponding answer would always be there. An evil Oni appears. Then slay it again. Hearing her mother's words, the regret in Tochibana Koto's eyes gradually faded. What replaced it was understanding. That was right. She had nearly forgotten. The Tochibana family was not some upstart that had risen through speculation and money. In their veins flowed the glory of the warrior class. You are right to correct me, mother. Koto lowered her head slightly. I was too fixated. Her expression returned to its usual calm sharpness. However, she changed the subject, her brows knitting slightly. What about Kyo? Nadeshiko's gaze moved toward her. He is quite close to that Oni Miko now. I worry he may be dragged into unnecessary trouble. In Koto's eyes, her younger brother Tochibana Hibiki had once been a once-in-a-century genius. But his nature was too lazy, too casual. He was clearly gifted in his studies, business, and anything else he set his mind to, yet he had cast aside his promising future and family responsibilities just to write light novels for public entertainment. Letting him become involved with a living evil Oni was no different from throwing a little white rabbit into a wolf's den. That child. When Hibiki was mentioned, the pride and arrogance on Nadeshiko's face quietly faded. What replaced it was a complicated emotion that was hard to define. She was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Koto, what kind of child do you think Kyo is? Kyo. Koto froze for a moment. She had not expected her mother to ask such a question. After thinking seriously for a while, she answered. He is very intelligent. Brilliant, even. Whether it is studying or writing, he can reach the highest level with ease. Then she paused. But he is too lazy, too casual. He cannot muster any drive for anything. He lacks the ambition and sense of responsibility a member of the Tochibana family should possess. This had always been her view of her younger brother. A talented but mediocre person. A useless genius content to live an ordinary life. Precisely because of that, Koto could not help wanting to protect him. She wanted to clear away obstacles for him, arrange everything for him, and allow him to live the lazy life he wanted safely and peacefully. Is that so? Nadeshiko smiled faintly. Perhaps. She set down her teacup and looked past the open shoji toward the courtyard beyond the tea room. You do not need to worry too much about him. And for now, do not interfere with him and the girl from the Mizuki family. Koto's eyes shifted. Mother, let us see how he chooses once this chessboard has fully unfolded. Nadeshiko's voice was calm. I still do not believe Kyo, a rare prodigy, would truly be content to remain ordinary for the rest of his life. Tochibana Hibiki's genius during childhood remained vivid in the memories of both his mother and sister. The two of them had always believed that Kyo was merely going through a rebellious phase. That was why he had abandoned his studies and family duties to write novels. But such nonsense could only continue for so long. They had already notified the publishers and bookstores across Tokyo. No matter how excellent Hibiki's works were, his final results would remain mediocre. One day, he would no longer be able to tolerate that mediocrity. One day, he would choose to return to their side. There is no need to pay too much attention to Kyo. Nadeshiko stood up. Kyoko will take good care of him. Her pure white garments shifted softly around her. The most important matter for the Tochibana family now is to follow the ancient methods and hold the Great Reiku Festival once again. Koto's gaze sharpened. Since those sneaky people of the Mayuan Church were able to summon an evil Oni, then we warriors may not be unable to awaken Lord Reiku from myth. The reason they had gathered here tonight in ancient Heian clothing was to imitate, in a proper form, the ritual that the Mayuan Church believed had summoned Ibarakiduji. Of course, the Lord Reiku worshipped by the Tochibana family was a true heroic ancestor. Blood sacrifices and similar filth would be nothing but defilement against the radiance of gods and Buddhas. As orthodox descendants of the warrior class, they would naturally reproduce the ancient methods. They would use the wishes of descendants to move the spirit of their ancestor. This antique courtyard, the arranged flowers, the ritual utensils, the garments, the incense, the tea room itself, everything had been prepared for that purpose. And it was not only the Tochibana family. The great clans in Kyoto, the old families of Japan, and perhaps even powerful houses across the world were likely beginning to do similar things. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, The Oni Miko Goes to School. 2,426 words. Chapter 29, The Oni Miko Goes to School. Even if the world ended tomorrow, work and school would still continue today. Holding fast to that absurdly practical philosophy, Bunkyo Metropolitan High School welcomed another morning. Only, this morning was nothing like usual. The road outside the school gate was packed with unfamiliar faces. Police cars, news vans, and black-windowed minivans lined both sides of the street. Reporters stretched their necks one by one like ducks waiting to be fed, their faces filled with anxiety, anticipation, and a greed they barely bothered to hide. Camera lenses glittered in the morning light. Microphones were held like spears, ready to thrust forward at the first sign of a target. Their purpose was simple. The Oni Miko. Mizuki Mirei. They had come to interview the high school girl who served Ibarakiduji, hoping to dig even one scrap of information about the evil Oni from her mouth. Quite a spectacle. Tochibana Hibiki walked toward the school gate with his bag over one shoulder and a convenience store energy bar hanging from his mouth. At a glance, he looked like an ordinary male high school student. Sleepy. Casual. Completely unrelated to the chaos swallowing Tokyo. He looked at the reporter's unconcealed excitement, then at the cars parked along the road with windows so dark that nothing could be seen inside, and felt no ripples in his heart. These people were merely pieces on the board. Extras added to make his script feel more real. Information about Mizuki Mirei was not classified. Anyone with even a little means, whether media company, government agency, or old family, could easily find out which high school she attended. But would she really come to school? After setting fire to Shinjuku with Ibarakiduji last night? After causing an incident that, to ordinary people, looked like a massacre committed by an evil supernatural being? A normal high school girl, after witnessing such a scene, would most likely be too frightened to even leave her house. Just as Hibiki was thinking, a sleek black sedan with government plates stopped silently not far ahead of him. The car was different from the surrounding vehicles. There was no logo that stood out, no unnecessary decoration, but it carried a heavy atmosphere that said, "Keep away." The front passenger door opened. A man in a crisp suit and sunglasses stepped out, walked around the car with efficient movements, and opened the rear door. Mizuki Mirai stepped out. She was dressed in her school uniform and carried her bag like usual. Her posture was straight. Her steps were elegant and calm. At first glance, the bloodbath from last night seemed to have left no mark on her at all. She noticed Hibiki nearby and gave him a perfectly measured smile. A polite smile. A formal smile. The awkwardness and hesitation she once carried were gone. In their place was a distant composure that felt almost unfamiliar. "You actually dared to come to school." Hibiki raised an eyebrow slightly and instinctively scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, the moment the reporters and other busybodies who had been waiting outside the school gate saw Mizuki appear, they stirred like sharks scenting blood. Then they surged forward like a tide. "Ms. Mizuki, do you have anything to say about the Shinjuku fire last night? Is Ibarakiduji truly the evil Oni from legend? As her shrine maiden, did you sign some kind of contract with her? What is your opinion on the Mayuan Church? Was last night's attack directed at them? Are the rumors that Shahu Shrine has become Ibarakiduji's base true? Do you consider yourself human, or something else now?" Flashbulbs flickered wildly. The questions came like rapid gunfire, loud enough to make one's head ache. But before the crowd could get close, men in black suits and sunglasses appeared from nowhere. They formed a moving wall around Mizuki, silently cutting off the reporters, cameras, and microphones. They did not shout. They did not threaten. They merely stood there, expressionless, radiating a cold pressure that made anyone considering forcing their way through immediately reconsider the consequences. "Hey, is classmate Tochibana worried about me?" Mizuki's voice sounded beside Hibiki. At some point, she had already walked up to him under the protection of those men in black. "There is no need." Her voice was soft. Yet it carried a certainty she had never possessed before. This society is always tolerant toward the strong. Hibiki looked at her. Mizuki's gaze remained forward. "Even if I brought an evil Oni to kill some scum yesterday, as long as certain important people are dealt with and the surface work is done properly, even a tragedy of the century can be smoothed into an unfortunate incident." Of course Mizuki understood what Hibiki meant. She knew that in Hibiki's eyes, perhaps she was still that weak classmate who needed worrying about. But she was different now. In her own heart, she did not regret what she had done. Yet to outsiders, her actions were cruel and violent. That fact would not change. The internet had already started calling her the Oni Miko. That was proof enough. People would not care whether the people killed by Ibarakiduji deserved death. They would only instinctively fear the girl who stood beside an Oni. An ominous shrine maiden. A witch walking with an evil spirit. Fear. Rejection. Revulsion. Mizuki had already anticipated all of it. But along with those things came awe. And power. Even so, it must still be hard for you. Hibiki looked at her, his tone calm. The air around you is completely different from before. He could feel it. The atmosphere around Mizuki Mirai was no longer the oppression brought by poverty and hardship. Now, what surrounded her was something stranger. Power. Danger. Alienation. It was as if she were protected by an invisible dome, and at the same time, isolated from the entire world. Hibiki saw through her feigned ease at a glance. After all, throughout last night, Mizuki had been intermittently communicating with his persona, Ibarakiduji, through the command spell. He knew very clearly what kind of violent struggle and transformation her heart had undergone. According to the information passed through the command spell, Shahu Shrine and the upper levels of the Japanese government had reached a certain agreement. The damage and impact caused by the Shinjuku Great Fire would not be pursued on an official level. In exchange, Mizuki Mirei had to control Ibarakiduji and prevent the capricious evil Oni from wandering the streets and killing people again. In addition, the government also hoped to obtain information from Mizuki about Ibarakiduji's statements, habits, and intentions. If possible, they even wanted fallen hair, skin flakes, or any physical trace that could be used for research. Correspondingly, the Mizuki family's status within the Shinto sphere would be restored, and Shahu Shrine would receive a large amount of financial subsidy and policy support. Last night, in Shahu Shrine's dilapidated reception room, Mizuki Mirei had knelt before the empty altar and recited the terms one by one. Lady Ibarakiduji, these are the conditions offered by the government. From my personal perspective, this is an opportunity to revitalize the shrine and the Mizuki family. Her voice had been calm, but her hand, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, had exposed the turmoil in her heart. But if you are dissatisfied, I will reject these conditions immediately. Everything will follow your will. At the end of that communication, Mizuki had handed the final decision to Ibarakiduji. And Ibarakiduji, who claimed to have entered the ley line beneath Shahu Shrine to sleep, but was in truth simply Hibiki going home to sleep, had responded lazily through the mental link. Such matters may be decided by you. Before Shuten returns, I have no particular interest in going to Kyoto for amusement. Eating, drinking, and sleeping every day is not bad. Offerings from the government sound rather pleasant. Then the Oni's voice had turned wicked. But hihi, do not ever expect an Oni to faithfully obey a contract. Who knows when I may wish to go on a killing spree again? When that time comes, you had best prepare even more offerings. In other words, Ibarakiduji had agreed to the government's proposal in an extremely casual manner. As for whether she would keep that promise, and how long she would behave, no one could say. Mizuki understood that as well. She knew the road beneath her feet no longer had a path back. Perhaps Shahu Shrine would sooner or later become a true nest of evil Oni. Perhaps the Mizuki family would one day become an object of fear and hatred to everyone in Kyoto. But so what? It was already impossible to turn back. Classmate Tochibana is right. Mizuki pulled her thoughts back from the memories and looked at Hibiki. A faint, genuine, slightly bitter smile appeared on her face. After experiencing some things, I have grown quite a lot. Her voice softened. I understand now the price one must bear in order to move forward. And the cruelty of the real world. Many memories flashed through Mizuki's mind. She knew she was walking down a road of no return. But what other choice did she have? She had merely stood at a turning point in her life, been pushed forward by the torrent of fate, and drifted until she found herself at the side of an evil Oni. At least, it was better than becoming one of the poor people forced into ruin by the Mayuan church. At least now, she possessed the power to protect herself and the shrine. You suddenly said something very profound. Hibiki scratched his head and answered in a half-joking tone. If someone else said that, I'd definitely think they were a Chunibya. He glanced at her. But when you say it, classmate Mizuki, it's strangely convincing. As the evil Oni accompanying Mizuki Mirei, Hibiki naturally understood her inner journey. He knew this girl was using a hard shell to wrap around a heart that was still soft. Thank you for comforting me, classmate Tochibana. Mizuki's smile softened a little. Hibiki's relaxed attitude seemed to loosen the tension that had been wound tightly around her nerves. However, our connection will probably end here. She looked ahead. You should understand as well. Her voice was calm. We are no longer people from the same world. Escorted by the men in black suits, the two passed through the noisy crowd and entered the gate of Bunkyo Metropolitan High School. Once they stepped onto school grounds, the annoying reporters and unidentified personnel could no longer follow. But Mizuki did not walk toward their classroom. Instead, she stopped. Then she turned around and faced Hibiki. It was almost like a farewell. Hibiki looked at her without speaking, waiting for her to continue. Actually, I came to school today to process my withdrawal. Mizuki's voice was calm, as if she was speaking about someone else. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell over her shoulders, making her ordinary school uniform look slightly unreal. Hibiki was silent for a moment. He had more or less guessed this result. But hearing it from her still felt sudden. After all, nobody wants to sit in the same classroom as a murderer. Mizuki gave a light self-mocking laugh. Who knows? Perhaps I might cast a curse on someone as the wicked Oni Miko. Then she shook her head. I'm joking. Casting curses is beyond me. Her laughter was soft. There was bitterness in it, but also relief. She had accepted her new identity and everything that came with it. She was no longer the ordinary high school student Mizuki Mirei, who worried about tuition, living expenses, and the future of her family shrine. She was the shrine maiden serving the evil Oni of Mount Ooe. A dangerous, ominous existence in the eyes of the world. She was no longer compatible with a campus filled with sunlight, laughter, exams, club activities, and the small troubles of youth. Hibiki looked at her silently. He knew what she said was true. Even if the school withstood the pressure and refused to let her withdraw, how would her classmates and teachers look at her? Fear. Rejection. Distance. Suspicion. She would become an island within the crowd. Leaving on her own initiative was the best choice. I see. In the end, Hibiki only nodded. He did not say empty words like don't go or things aren't that bad. He knew such words were meaningless. Worse, they would sound hypocritical. Mizuki did not seem surprised by his reaction. Instead, her smile became a little more sincere. She knew Tochibana Hibiki was different from others. He always seemed to see straight through to the essence of things. And finally, thank you for your kindness yesterday. She spoke solemnly. Yesterday, at her most desperate moment, Hibiki's appearance had given her an outlet. The dessert box he had given her had also indirectly led to her encounter with Ibarakiduji. Although behind that kindness was a chessboard carefully arranged by Hibiki, from Mizuki's perspective, the goodwill had been real. As for repayment, please wait until the next life. Mizuki held her school bag with both hands in front of her, slowly took half a step back, and bowed deeply to Hibiki with the most proper etiquette. That bow was both gratitude and farewell. A farewell to her former ordinary self. A farewell to this brief but meaningful school life spent with someone she had once considered a kindred spirit. When she straightened again, her face had returned to impeccable calm. She said nothing more. She only took one last look at Hibiki. Then she turned and walked toward the academic affairs office, escorted by the men in black. Her back remained straight. Her steps were firm. There was not a trace of lingering attachment. Hibiki stood where he was, watching her disappear around the corner of the school building. For a long time, he did not move. The next life, her. He repeated the phrase softly. The corner of his mouth curved upward by a barely noticeable degree. I don't think there's any need to wait that long. If he remembered correctly, Mizuki Mirei had ordered a batch of desserts last night, preparing to offer them to Ibarakiduji tonight. Since there were free desserts waiting for him, there was no way he would miss them. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 30, Yuhara Senmai. 2,289 words. Chapter 30, Yuhara Senmai. 3 days after the Shinjuku Great Fire, after every side had finished its preliminary investigations and gathered what evidence it could, the factions involved began releasing their official statements through the news media. Japanese society erupted. It was like someone had dropped a boulder into a pot of boiling water. The surface did not merely ripple. It exploded. Under the personal leadership of the Superintendent General, the Metropolitan Police Department held a press conference under a suffocatingly heavy atmosphere. At the very beginning of the conference, a row of high-ranking police officials stood before the cameras, lowered their heads in unison, and bowed at 90 degrees. They apologized to the citizens of Japan for their inability to respond effectively during the incident. Camera shutters clicked wildly. The flash of lights reflected off their bowed heads and dark uniforms. After the apology, however, the tone of the conference shifted. The Superintendent General's expression became grave, his voice almost tearful as he requested additional funding from the government. He demanded better equipment, the introduction of more advanced technology, and the establishment of a specialized response department capable of handling the supernatural attacks that might occur in the future. The citizens watching through their televisions reacted differently. Some sympathized. Some mocked them. But most felt something far more tangible. Fear. If even the police could not deal with those monsters, what were ordinary people supposed to do? The greatest victim of the Shinjuku Great Fire, the Maiyuan Church, also presented its own narrative. On a late-night talk show, the spokesperson of the Maiyuan Church faced the host's sharp questions with a pained expression. According to him, after an internal divine revelation investigation, the church had determined that deputy church leader Saito Shigeru, who had died in the Shinjuku branch, was actually a traitor. He had embezzled church funds. He had acted recklessly in private. He had tarnished the reputation of their deity. As for Ibara Kiduji, who had attacked the Maiyuan Church's Shinjuku branch, she was not a sinner at all. No. According to the spokesperson, she was a guardian deity under the god of beautiful wishes. Because she could not tolerate the traitor's corruption, she had manifested in physical form and descended to earth to cleanse the church's ranks on behalf of the divine leader. There was no need to explain how absurd that nonsense was. Anyone with a normal mind could hear how ridiculous it sounded. But the Maiyuan Church had never expected that lie to convince everyone. They only needed to give their deeply brainwashed followers a reason to keep believing. That was enough. Besides the Metropolitan Police Department and the Maiyuan Church, the two factions most directly affected by the Shinjuku Great Fire, there was another group that reacted with particular intensity to Ibara Kiduji's so-called second attack on Kyoto. Politicians. As natural political animals, they would never let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. Like hyenas smelling blood, they moved quickly. For a time, they appeared across the country. In the streets, in the Diet, on television, in interviews, and on social media, they delivered impassioned speeches one after another. They shouted slogans such as strengthening national security, protecting citizens' lives, and establishing supernatural order. They drew terrifying pictures of future disasters. Then they painted themselves as the only ones capable of delivering safety and stability. And at the end, naturally, they asked the public to cast their precious votes for their respective parties. The power of Oni and gods is uncontrollable. In a public square within the Tokyo metropolitan area, a young member of the House of Representatives stood on a temporary podium and spoke to the dense crowd below. His name was Yuhara Senmai. The theme of his speech today was, unsurprisingly, the supernatural. Unless this power can be firmly held in the hands of the state, existences like Ibara Kiduji must be eliminated. He wore a perfectly tailored suit. His face was handsome, his posture upright, and his voice loud and infectious. Only then can the lives and property of the vast majority of citizens be protected. His position was clear. Either the state had to completely control Oni, gods, and other supernatural entities and put them to national use, or Japan had to concentrate its strength and eradicate such beings entirely. Uncontrollable supernatural power must never be allowed to remain outside the state's grasp. Many people in the crowd, knowing nothing of the deeper truth, believed his words completely. Looking at the young, handsome, approachable Diet member on stage, they applauded with enthusiasm. To them, this was a good official. Someone who truly cared for the people. What they did not know was that the man standing on that podium, speaking righteously about the need for the state to control supernatural forces, was in fact the greatest backer of the Maiyuan Church. He had even witnessed, with his own eyes, the bloody night when Ibara Kiduji was summoned into this world. The speech ended amid thunderous applause. Yuhara Senmai wore an amiable smile and continued waving to the supporters below. He looked every inch like a rising political star who loved the people as his own children. He patiently shook hands with several elderly people in the front row. He even picked up a child brought forward by her mother, leaving behind a perfect photo opportunity in front of the cameras. Only after he entered his bulletproof black car and the door closed with a heavy thud, cutting off all noise from outside, did the smile on his face vanish completely. What replaced it was cold indifference. Next location. He gave the order to the driver in a flat voice, then leaned back against the soft leather seat and closed his eyes. The car started smoothly and merged into traffic. However, it did not immediately head to the next speaking venue. Instead, under Yuhara Sunmei's instructions, the driver turned toward the underground parking garage of a high-end hotel. There, a middle-aged man in a cheap suit had been waiting for a long time. The moment he saw Yuhara's car arrive, he ran over with a fawning smile, bowing repeatedly. "Assemblyman Yuhara, thank you for your hard work." The man hurried forward, clearly intending to open the door for him. "Get lost." Yuhara opened the door himself and stepped out. He did not even glance at the man properly before walking straight toward a private elevator. The man did not dare complain. He quickly followed, bowing his head as he reported in a low voice. "The church leader is very satisfied with your speech today. He believes it greatly stabilized the emotions of the followers. The asset liquidation of that traitor Saito Shigeru has been completed. All funds have been transferred to the designated account. The next ritual you ordered has also been prepared. It can begin at any time." The two entered the elevator one after another. The doors closed slowly. Trash. Only after entering that absolutely private space did Yuhara Senmai finally speak. He slowly removed his gold-rimmed glasses and took out a clean white silk handkerchief from his pocket. While carefully wiping the lenses, he spat out that single word in a tone devoid of emotion. The Maiyuan church liaison shuddered. Cold sweat immediately broke out across his body. "Lord Yuhara, I..." Before he could finish, Yuhara suddenly raised his foot. His expensive handmade leather shoe slammed into the man's abdomen. The liaison crashed to the elevator floor. The glasses he had been wearing shattered beneath him, and broken lenses dug into his cheek. Blood quickly spread across his face. Yuhara did not care. He stepped down on the man's head. Then he began grinding him against the floor as if crushing a disgusting insect. "Ibarakiduji was summoned by us." His voice remained steady. Every word sounded as if it had been fished out of an ice cellar. "And the result?" He pressed harder. "The result was that a dilapidated shrine like Shahu Shrine snatched away the fruit of our labor." The liaison whimpered in pain. "You useless idiots." Yuhara's eyes were cold. "You could not even keep watch over a summoned Oni god. What is the point of keeping you alive?" His voice lowered. "This is truly a humiliation." With each sentence, the force under his foot increased. The man's face was already a bloody mess. His body twitched from the pain, and broken, muffled sounds leaked from his throat. "Even your screaming is unpleasant." Yuhara frowned in disgust. It was as if the thing under his foot was not a human being, but a puddle of mud. After venting the anger in his heart, he kicked the man a few more times, until the liaison lay collapsed on the floor like rotting meat, barely able to make a sound. Only then did he stop. Ding. The elevator reached the presidential suite on the top floor. Yuhara straightened his suit, which did not have a single crease. Then he put on a spare pair of glasses and stepped out of the elevator as if nothing had happened. Behind him, the liaison who had been beaten half to death struggled to climb up from the floor. His face was almost unrecognizable, yet he looked at Yuhara's back with a fanatical, blissful smile. "To be punished by emissary Yuhara is my honor." Blood foam spilled from his mouth as he muttered, Thank you for the punishment, emissary." To a deeply brainwashed believer like him, Yuhara Senmai was the messenger of the god of beautiful wishes in the mortal world. Every action he took was an embodiment of divine will. Being beaten by him was purification. A supreme honor. Yuhara had no interest in the reaction of that pile of mud behind him. He walked into the spacious suite, where a high-ranking member of the church had already been waiting. The man immediately came forward and respectfully handed over a tablet. "Lord Yuhara, this is the procedure for the ritual you ordered. Please review it." Yuhara took the tablet and casually swiped through a few pages. Displayed on the screen were the location, time, sacrificial data, and detailed steps of every stage of the ritual. "According to your previous instructions, This ritual is a complete imitation of the one used when Ibara-Kaduji was summoned. Every detail has been replicated one-to-one. The high-ranking member explained cautiously. The location has also been chosen. A detached house in Bunkyo Ward. It will ensure no outsiders disturb us. He paused for a moment before continuing. It can begin tonight. Then he asked tentatively, "May I ask, will you be attending in person?" Yuhara Senmai did not answer immediately. He swiped the screen. A photograph appeared. It was the clearest frontal image of Ibara-Kaduji, taken from the original livestream. In the picture, the Oni girl had bloodstains on her face. Her smile was innocent and cruel. In her golden pupils was indifference toward life and absolute arrogance toward the world. Yuhara's fingers gently caressed that cute yet ferocious little face. An almost pathological intoxication appeared in his eyes. He would never forget that night. He would never forget the moment that petite figure rose from a pool of blood and tore living humans apart with her Oni claws. What he had felt then was not fear. It was trembling. Excitement. A kind of ecstasy that rose from the depths of his soul. That was true power. That was the true form of life. Standing above all rules and morality. Doing whatever one wished. Acting without restraint. "We are the same kind, Ibara-Kaduji," he murmured softly, his voice filled with irrepressible longing. Looking at that beautiful, cruel little face. "I cannot control myself." His fingertips lingered over the screen. "I can hardly stop myself from wanting to take flight right now." He was jealous. Madly jealous. Jealous of that high school girl named Mizuki Mirei. Why? Why could such an ordinary, weak girl become the master of such a great existence? It should have been him. Only he was worthy of standing beside an Oni god. Only he could understand the beauty of that power. Of course. Yuhara raised his head. A fanatical light flashed behind his glasses. Of course I cannot miss this second summoning ritual. At present, Yuhara Senmai had two plans. First, he would use political means to continuously pressure the upper levels of the government, forcing them to take tougher measures against Shahu Shrine. In the end, he would snatch Ibara-Kaduji from Mizuki Mirei's hands. Second, he would have the Mayuan Church perform another summoning ritual. A new ritual. A new sacrifice. A second Oni god. The first plan currently seemed difficult to achieve. The destructive power Ibara-Kaduji had displayed in Shinjuku, comparable to that of a modern army, had completely frightened the cowards in the government. They were terrified of enraging that evil Oni and provoking divine retaliation. That was why they had offered such generous ceasefire terms to the Mizuki family, treating Shahu Shrine with the caution one would show a shrine housing a wrathful deity. Under such circumstances, the temptation of the second plan became far greater. If this sacrificial ritual could summon another existence similar to Ibara-Kaduji. Yuhara Senmai firmly believed that with his schemes, eloquence, and ability to manipulate hearts, all of which far exceeded that ordinary high school girls, he would certainly be able to form a contract with the new Oni god. He would become its master. By then, he would hold both worldly power and supernatural strength. And all of Japan would crawl beneath his feet. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The Gaul Assemblyman. 2,616 words. Chapter 31. The Gaul Assemblyman. Night fell quickly. In Bunkyo Ward, a seemingly ordinary detached house stood beneath the darkness, its windows glowing faintly from within. From the outside, there was nothing remarkable about it. A quiet home tucked into a residential street, the sort of place one might pass without remembering a single detail. But every window had been sealed behind thick curtains. Not a thread of light leaked out. This was the location carefully selected by the Mayuan Church for its second Oni god summoning ritual. The living room had been completely cleared out. Furniture, decorations, and anything unnecessary had been removed, leaving only bare floorboards and a ritual circle drawn in some unknown red liquid. Every stroke was copied from the circle used several days earlier to summon Ibara-Kaduji. Complex. Eerie. Wrong in a way that made the eyes uncomfortable if one stared too long. At the center of the circle, a girl who looked no older than 15 or 16 had been bound to a wooden cross. Her wrists and ankles were fixed in place. Her face was pale, but there was no resistance in her eyes. Only numbness. And devotion. She was also a believer of the Mayuan Church. A pure maiden. The sacrifice chosen for tonight's ritual. Around the circle stood 3 white-robed believers, each holding an old book in their hands. Their voices overlapped as they chanted cryptic incantations, the words slipping through the room like insects crawling beneath the skin. The air stank of blood and incense. In the room next door, Yuhara Senmai sat on a comfortable sofa, watching the ritual through a hidden surveillance feed. Behind him stood several high-ranking members of the church. Every one of them held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Is everything the same as the last recording? Yuhara asked without turning his head. He gently swirled the red wine in his glass. Yes, Lord Yuhara. One of the high-ranking members hurriedly answered. From the drawing of the ritual circle to the chanting of the incantations, and even the sacrifice herself, every detail has been replicated one-to-one. There will be no oversight. Very good. Yuhara nodded in satisfaction. On the screen, the ritual proceeded step by step. The cultist leading the ceremony picked up a dagger glinting coldly under the lights and walked toward the girl in the center of the circle. The girl's body trembled violently. A muffled, mournful sound escaped her throat. A smile appeared on Yuhara Senmei's face. Pleasure. He loved this. He loved seeing the helplessness, fear, and despair of the weak when faced with absolute violence. It gave him the intoxicating feeling that everything was under his control. The dagger rose high. Then it fell. Warm blood spilled out, flowing along the grooves carved in advance and spreading through the patterns of the ritual circle. As blood soaked into the design, the circle seemed to acquire some trace of genuine power. A faint, ominous red light began to glow. The girl's body twitched several times. Then all movement ceased. Her head drooped limply. The ritual entered its most critical stage. Yuhara set down his wine glass and leaned forward slightly, staring at the screen without blinking. His heart began to beat faster. It's coming. It's about to come. Just like last time, hellfire would erupt from the ritual circle. A beautiful, powerful Oni would rise from the pool of blood. He would stand before it. He would speak with it. He would become its master. However, 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The faint red glow of the ritual circle did not grow stronger. Instead, it gradually dimmed. The expected hellfire did not appear. The expected beautiful Oni did not appear. Nothing happened in the entire living room, except for the smell of blood growing thicker and more nauseating with each passing second. It failed. The smile on Yuhara Senmei's face froze. Then, bit by bit, it vanished. Rage surged up from the bottom of his heart like an erupting volcano. What is going on? He shot up from the sofa and hurled the tablet in his hand to the floor. The screen shattered. Didn't you say it was foolproof? He turned and roared at the trembling church officials behind him, his voice no longer human. This is your foolproof plan? Lord Yuhara, please calm down. Please calm down, Lord Yuhara. The high-ranking members collapsed to their knees with heavy thuds and prostrated themselves again and again. We don't know where the mistake occurred. Every step was done exactly according to the recording. There should have been no difference. Could it be that the quality of the sacrifice wasn't sufficient? Shut up. Yuhara slapped the nearest man across the face, knocking him to the floor. At this point, you still dare make excuses? Useless trash. Like an enraged lion, he paced back and forth through the room. His chest rose and fell violently. Great expectation had turned into great disappointment. The difference between the two nearly drove him mad. His carefully prepared script. His dream of becoming the master of an Oni god. His fantasy of standing above this world with supernatural power in his hands. Had it all shattered so easily? He refused to accept it. He cursed them for a full 10 minutes, until his throat had gone dry. Only when he saw those useless things kneeling on the ground like dead dogs did he slowly regain his composure. Anger would solve nothing. The summoning ritual had truly failed. Since things have come to this. He breathed heavily and sat back down on the sofa. Let's eat first. His gaze returned to the surveillance screen. It fell upon the girl in the ritual area, whose body no longer held any trace of life. Her blood had nearly drained away. Her skin had turned unnaturally pale. But to Yuhara Senmai at that moment, that young body looked like the finest delicacy in the world. He licked his chapped lips. Greed flashed in his eyes. Since he could not summon an Oni god, he could at least avoid wasting such a fresh sacrifice. Bring the cutlery. He gave the order to a terrified cultist. The cultist froze for a moment. Then he understood what Yuhara meant. With an expression mixed with fear and flattery, he scrambled away to prepare a knife, fork, and plate. Just as Yuhara Senmai was about to rise and enjoy his dinner, a strange sound came from outside the house. Scrape. 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 Like a beast digging at the earth. Yuhara frowned. What is that noise? The next instant, the living room window shattered. A dark figure crashed through the glass. A humanoid monster crawled into the room. Its entire body was covered in rot. Its skin had split in places, revealing grey flesh beneath. A foul stench poured from it, and its sharp claws scraped against the floorboards as it moved. What? What is that thing? The cultists in the living room screamed in terror. The monster seemed to have been drawn by the smell of blood. Its nose twitched. A low, hoarse growl seeped from its throat. Then its scarlet eyes locked onto the corpse in the center of the ritual circle, still warm and soaked in blood. A growl. A growl from who knew where had smelled death and broken in. After Tochibana Hibiki awakened the supernatural factors of this world, ley lines across the globe had begun recovering their vitality. A thin environment of magical energy was gradually taking shape. And low-level undead like ghouls had started to appear throughout the world. Protect Lord Yuhara. The cultists outside were frightened enough that their legs trembled, but they still instinctively grabbed whatever was nearby and charged toward the ghoul. A chaotic, bloody fight erupted at once. Useless. Watching the chaos unfold on the surveillance monitor, Yuhara Senmai cursed in utter disappointment. You are all useless. These believers, who usually boasted before him about their devotion to the god and how they were willing to sacrifice everything for the church, performed no better than headless flies once real danger appeared. They swung chairs, lamps, and even their bare fists. They charged in messy waves at the ghoul. But their attacks barely affected the monster, whose body had already decomposed far beyond any normal human limits. The ghoul's counterattacks, however, were lethal. Its claws were like blades. With one swipe, it tore open a throat. With another, it ripped through a chest. Screams, wails, and the wet sound of flesh being torn filled the house. Blood and viscera splashed across the living room. The red liquid used to draw the ritual circle was quickly covered by real blood, becoming thicker, darker, and far more pungent. Yuhara Senmai watched everything with indifference. He had no intention of helping. In his eyes, the lives of these cultists were no different from ants crawling at the roadside. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. He only felt disappointment and irritation. The summoning ritual he had carefully prepared had failed to summon anything. Instead, it had attracted a low-level, mindless ghoul that only knew how to gnaw on corpses. What a joke. The battle did not last long. After paying the price of 7 or 8 lives, the remaining cultists finally became a little smarter. They stopped charging head-on. Someone found rope. Someone else found a fire axe. A few cultists used the ropes to lasso the ghoul's limbs and restrict its movement, while another seized the opportunity and brought the fire axe down with all his strength. Crack! A nauseating sound rang out. One of the ghoul's arms was hacked off. The monster roared in anger and struggled even more violently. But after losing an arm, its balance broke. More ropes tightened around it, pulling it down to the floor. Hack it! A surviving cultist roared with bloodshot eyes. Hack it to death. Chop it apart. The fire axe fell again and again. The gowl's other arm was severed. Then its legs. Then its head. Only after the monster had been completely dismembered, reduced to a pile of twitching fragments scattered across the floor, did the tragic fight finally end. The few surviving cultists collapsed to the ground, covered in blood and gasping for breath. Their eyes were filled with the terror of those who had barely escaped death. Yuhara Senmai stared at the chaotic scene. The anger in his heart rose once more. What he wanted was an Oni god like Ibarakiduji. Powerful. Beautiful. Intelligent. Capable of communicating. Capable of being controlled by him. Not this. Not an ugly, filthy beast driven only by instinct. However, his gaze fell upon the gowl fragments on the floor. Even after being dismembered, pieces of its rotten flesh continued to twitch. A strange feeling quietly took root in Yuhara's heart. Disgust. Longing. And something far more dangerous than both. Such tenacious vitality. It had been cut apart to this degree, yet it was still not completely dead. Was this the power of supernatural creatures? Even the lowest gowl possessed vitality far beyond a human. If he could possess that power. A mad thought crawled out from the darkest corner of his heart like a venomous snake. Then it spread rapidly, occupying every part of his mind. Although I failed to summon something as powerful and beautiful as Ibarakiduji, Yuhara muttered to himself. A resolute, morbid light flashed in his eyes. Fine. I'll use you to solve my immediate problem first. He pushed the door open and stepped out. The thick stench of blood rushed toward him, making his stomach churn. He forced it down. Seeing him appear, the few surviving cultists struggled to stand and salute. Move. Yuhara ordered coldly. He walked straight to the pile of gowl remains. Then he crouched down and reached out, picking up a strip of rotten flesh from the gowl's thigh. The piece of meat was cold. Slimy. Still twitching faintly. It gave off a nauseating stench of decay. Yuhara Senmai stared at it. His Adam's apple moved. Reason told him this thing could not be eaten. It had to be crawling with bacteria, toxins, rot, and disease. Unlike the delicate flesh of a living sacrifice, eating this would likely make him vomit, collapse from illness, or worse. But the desire for power buried deep within him whispered without end. Eat it. As long as you eat it, you may become like it. You may obtain supernatural power. The human body was too fragile. It could be cut by knives, pierced by bullets. Aging alone could destroy it. But once he became a monster, he would no longer have to fear such things. Hee. Yuhara suddenly laughed. At first it was low. Then louder. Then almost manic. He thought of Ibarakiduji. He thought of that small girl who could release hellfire with a wave of her hand. He thought of the enormous Oni claw that had destroyed an entire floor in Shinjuku. Then he thought of himself. A mortal with immense power in the secular world, yet still fragile and helpless before true mystery. He was sick of that fragility. He wanted power. At any cost. Under the terrified gazes of the surviving cultists, Yuhara Senmai opened his mouth and shoved the cold, rotten flesh into it. An indescribable taste exploded across his tongue. Rot. Blood. Earth. Corpse water. Ua. He retched, almost spitting it out. But through sheer willpower, he forced down his body's rejection. He closed his eyes and chewed. The texture was like raw leather soaked in stagnant corpse water. Tough, cold, gritty, and foul. His face twisted. Veins bulged on his neck. Finally, using every ounce of strength he had, he swallowed. The cold chunk of meat slid down his throat and into his stomach. The next second, pain erupted. It felt as if something inside him was trying to tear him apart from within. This gowl had appeared because the place where it had been buried sat above one of the first reactivated ley lines. Though it looked filthy and disgusting, its body contained a considerable amount of magical energy. And now, Yuhara Senmai had swallowed that corpse flesh. His body began absorbing the foreign energy. Arth! Yuhara let out a shrill, inhuman scream. He curled up on the floor and convulsed violently. His body felt like a powder keg that had been lit. Cold, violent energy crashed through him, tearing through every part of his flesh. His bones crackled under the strain. His muscles split and reformed. His skin began to turn pale, cold, and tough. His senses changed as well. The pain was fading. Replacing it was a dull numbness. When his convulsing body slammed into furniture, he barely felt it. When broken glass cut his skin, he did not feel the sting. At the same time, his digestive system mutated at terrifying speed. The concentration of his stomach acid rose sharply. His intestines began writhing with abnormal power. The piece of ghoul flesh he had swallowed, tough enough that even a fire axe had struggled to cut through it, was being rapidly digested and absorbed. Waves of pure energy seeped from the flesh. Cold, dead, rotten, filled with the aura of decay. That energy merged into his body, transforming every cell. His flesh became colder, stronger. His strength rose rapidly. Yuhara Senmai could clearly feel it. He was evolving. He was transforming. From a fragile human being into a powerful, undying monster. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 32, The Rebirth of a Monster. 1,392 words. Chapter 32, The Rebirth of a Monster. The pain came violently. Then, just as quickly, it faded. A few minutes later, as the tearing agony of metamorphosis gradually subsided, Yuhara Senmai finally stopped convulsing. He lay on the blood-stained floor for several seconds, chest rising and falling. Then he slowly climbed to his feet. Throughout the entire process, the few surviving Mayuan church cultists had huddled in the corner like frightened livestock, not daring to breathe too loudly. They could only watch as their divine envoy twisted, screamed, and writhed on the ground like a madman. Ha, ha! Yuhara Senmai gasped. The breath leaving his mouth carried a trace of cold white mist. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. His skin had become paler. Not the clean paleness of a nobleman who rarely saw sunlight, but the dead pallor of a corpse pulled from a cold morgue. His nails had lengthened and thickened, turning a decayed greyish color. The edges glinted faintly, sharp enough to tear flesh. He slowly clenched his fist. Crack. His knuckles released a crisp sound. A powerful, explosive sensation surged from deep within his muscles. It was nothing like the strength of an ordinary human. It was cold, dense, brutal. He felt as though he could punch through a wall with a single blow. Yuhara raised his head and looked toward the full-length mirror in the room. The person reflected there still had his handsome face. But the atmosphere around him had changed completely. His eyes had become cold and hollow. The color of his pupils seemed deeper than before, like two bottomless frozen pools. His lips had lost their warmth, stained with a sickly bluish purple. His entire body radiated a chilling aura that no longer belonged to a human being. It worked. He stared at himself in the mirror and murmured. A twisted, satisfied smile slowly spread across his face. I succeeded. He was no longer a fragile mortal bound by birth, aging, sickness, and death. He had obtained supernatural power. The process had been somewhat unexpected. His appearance was not quite ideal either. But the result was good. Feeling the cold, powerful force coursing through his body, Yuhara Senmai felt an unprecedented sense of security and control. Then his stomach growled. A deep, violent hunger swept through his entire body. It was not ordinary hunger. Not the kind of hunger that came from missing a meal. It was a craving rooted in flesh, blood, and soul. A brutal instinct that clawed from the depths of his transformed body, demanding meat. Fresh meat. Living meat. His gaze moved uncontrollably, first toward the scattered pieces of ghoul flesh on the floor, then toward the few living humans trembling in the corner. The surviving cultists met his cold, emotionless eyes, and their faces went blank with terror. El Lord Yuhara. One of them spoke with a trembling voice, trying to say something. Yuhara could no longer wait. His body blurred. In an instant, he appeared in front of the cultist. Too fast. Far too fast. The man did not even have time to react. Snap! Yuhara seized him by the neck with one hand. With the other, he curled his fingers into claws and pierced straight through the man's chest. Warm blood splashed across Yuhara's face. He stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Delicious, he whispered. Then, in front of the remaining cultists who had gone stiff with fear, he began to devour the food in his hands. The room fell into a new kind of silence. Only chewing remained. Wet, slow, hair-raising chewing, and the suppressed sobbing of those still alive, crushed beneath the weight of absolute terror. As he consumed the flesh, Yuhara felt his power grow. Little by little, mouthful by mouthful. The sensation was wonderful. He finally understood. This was the correct way to evolve. Not praying to gods. Not begging for the mercy of Oni. Not depending on some ridiculous ritual circle or the competence of useless believers. Plunder. Devour. Take the strong into oneself. Eat the strong, and the strong would become part of him. That was the truth of the world. The ultimate manifestation of survival. A few minutes later, the first cultist had been reduced to a bloody skeleton. Yuhara threw the remains aside, still unsatisfied, and turned his gaze toward the next target. No! The cultist's legs gave out beneath him. No! Don't come near me. Help! Monster! He's become a monster. The remaining cultists finally snapped under the pressure. They screamed and scattered, desperately trying to flee the room that had become a slaughterhouse. But compared to Yuhara Senmai, who had already crossed the line into monstrosity, their speed was no different from crawling. A one-sided hunt began. Yuhara Senmai enjoyed it. He enjoyed the sound of footsteps slipping on blood. He enjoyed the way prey screamed before death. He enjoyed the begging, the denial, the trembling realization that none of them would escape. Those sounds brought immense pleasure to his heart, which had grown colder than before. He caught one cultist at the doorway and ripped off his arm, then watched with interest as the man rolled on the floor, screaming until his throat broke. He dragged another from behind the sofa and crushed his bones one by one, listening to each crack as though appreciating music. He did not rush. He savored it. In the end, there was no one alive in the entire room except him. Mutilated corpses lay everywhere. Blood flowed across the floor, mingling with the remains of the failed ritual circle until the original pattern could no longer be seen. Yuhara Senmai stood in the middle of that pool of blood, his body covered in red and white filth. He did not care. He spread his arms, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The thick smell of blood filled his lungs. To him, it was more fragrant than any perfume in the world. From today onward, I am no longer merely Yuhara Senmai. He opened his eyes. A crazed, confident light burned within them. I am a new species that has surpassed humanity. His gaze swept over the scattered Gowl remains on the floor. Disdain flashed in his eyes. Such low-level monsters were no longer worthy of being his food. He needed stronger flesh. Higher mystery. More advanced prey. His gaze seemed to pass through the walls, through the night, toward a distant figure that had already etched itself into his soul. Ibara Kiduji. That powerful and beautiful Oni. Wait for me, Ibara Kiduji. Yuhara licked his lips. A possessive smile appeared on his face. One day, I will eat you as well. His smile deepened. Your power. Your beautiful body. Everything that makes you what you are. All of it will become part of me. He knew that for now, he was still far from being Ibara Kiduji's opponent. He understood that much. But he had time. He had patience. He could continue to hunt. Continue to devour. Continue to evolve. He would become stronger and stronger, until one day, he possessed the power to challenge that high and mighty evil Oni. Yuhara straightened his expensive suit, which had already become torn and stained beyond recognition. Then he calmly walked out of this living hell. He needed a new identity. A new plan. The era of the man-eating assemblyman had ended. Next would come the era of him, the King of Gowls. He would build his own kingdom. A kingdom made of monsters. And the first step was handling every loose end from tonight. Not a single trace could be left behind. Yuhara took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. A respectful voice came from the other end. "Lord Yuhara, what are your orders?" "Send people to this address in Bunkyo Ward and clean this place up." Yuhara's tone was cold and unquestionable. "Remember, I need it thoroughly clean. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord. I guarantee the mission will be completed." After hanging up, Yuhara Senmai disappeared into the thick night. A darker, bloodier storm had begun quietly brewing in Tokyo's underworld. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Aunt Kyoko's Concern. 1738 words. Chapter 33, Aunt Kyoko's Concern. Night settled over Tokyo. Beyond the curtains of Kyoko Tochibona's apartment, neon light seeped through the narrow gaps, painting vague colors across the living room floor. Tochibona Hibiki lay sprawled across the sofa, scrolling through social media and news apps with one hand. Every screen was filled with the same topics. The Shinjuku Great Fire. Ibarakiduji. The Oni Miko. The revival of gods and Oni. Japan had fallen into chaos. No, at this point, it might be fair to say the entire world had been stirred up by this sudden supernatural incident. Online, people were arguing, speculating, fearing, worshipping, and laughing with the frantic energy of those witnessing history but not yet knowing how terrified they should be. Government statements, expert interviews, folklore analysis, conspiracy theories, civilian recordings, and urban legends all tangled together into a single enormous storm. The central theme was always the same. Mystery had returned. And Hibiki Tochibona, the mastermind who had personally staged this spectacle, naturally had no intention of missing the carnival he had created. Like any ordinary netizen, he lurked in forums, group chats, and comment sections, silently watching wild imaginations collide across the screen. Some people claimed Ibarakiduji was a demon from hell, the herald of the apocalypse. Others insisted she was the emissary of an ancient deity, sent to punish human sin. There were even people digging through old texts, shrine records, folklore collections, and mythological archives, trying to find more traces of gods and Oni hidden between the lines. It feels like watching a stage I built myself, while the audience below argues endlessly about where the plot will go. The thought made the corner of Hibiki's mouth lift slightly. He remembered an anime he had seen in his previous life. The game designer, Kayaba Akihiko, had eventually been unable to resist entering the death game he had created. At the time, Hibiki had thought that man was hopeless. Now, he somewhat understood. The pleasure of controlling everything from behind the curtain, then watching the world move along the script he had written, was indeed intoxicating. He pretended to be an ordinary high school student who knew nothing, occasionally throwing a joke into a group chat while watching netizens analyze his fabricated stories as if they were solemn truths. The sense of accomplishment as the mastermind behind the curtain nearly overflowed. It was even more satisfying than writing a best-selling novel. Just as Hibiki was immersed in that invisible sense of superiority, the bathroom door opened. "Kyo! The bathroom's free. If you want to take a bath, go before the water gets cold." Kyoko Tochibona's voice came from the hallway, carrying a trace of post-bath laziness. She held a towel in one hand and gently wiped her damp hair. Her face was lightly flushed from the steam, and she wore a simple bathrobe, giving her the relaxed air of someone finally off work after a long day. "Oh, I'll go in a bit," Hibiki answered casually. He glanced over by instinct, then quickly looked away again. She was his aunt, after all. Admiring the scenery for half a second could still be excused as human instinct. Any more than that would be a moral problem. Kyoko walked toward the master bedroom, one hand already resting on the doorknob. Then she seemed to remember something. She paused, turned around, and looked at Hibiki lying on the sofa. Her hand shifted toward her chest as if she were considering how to speak. "Right. I was in such a hurry earlier that I forgot to ask." Aunt Kyoko's tone became a little more serious. "Kyo, Did you see Mizuki Mirai at school today? Hibiki did not lift his head. Still scrolling through his phone, he replied casually, yeah. I greeted her. After a pause, he added, but that might be the last time I see her at school. She came to finish her withdrawal procedures. As a reporter, Kyoko Tochibana was extremely sensitive to information. Although she did not directly call Mizuki Mirai the Oni Miko in front of Hibiki, her tone still carried a subtle trace of caution and distance. In a world where mystery was beginning to revive, ordinary people's imaginations toward supernatural power were always vivid. No one knew what a shrine maiden serving gods and Oni could actually do. If one encountered a narrow-minded shrine maiden, who knew if she might use some strange curse? Onmudu to charm men. Voodoo to control bodies. Foreign cursecraft to rot flesh. That was the most direct and terrifying image ordinary people had of the supernatural. Withdrawal, that's expected. Kyoko murmured softly, her voice carrying a complicated emotion. As the publicly recognized Oni Miko, staying among ordinary high school students would be too unsettling. She wrapped her damp hair in the towel and walked back to the living room sofa, sitting on the armrest behind Hibiki's head. A faint scent of rose water drifted into Hibiki's nose. He could not tell whether it came from her shampoo or body wash. I estimate that once the parents of Bunkyo Metropolitan High School students hear the news, they'll protest to the school and the government. Kyoko's tone became heavier. Clearly, she could already imagine the trouble that would follow. Hibiki forced himself to ignore the pressure coming from behind his head. Aunt Kyoko had a bad habit. Once she entered work mode, she became so focused on her thoughts that she ignored her surroundings. In simple terms, her brain sometimes ran on a single thread. As expected of a great reporter. Your perspective is very practical. Hibiki casually praised her, eyes still fixed on his phone. Of course. My intelligence analysis ability is among the best in Tokyo. Kyoko proudly puffed out her chest, accepting the compliment without the slightest modesty. Then, after saying that, she suddenly fell silent. The living room quieted at once. Hibiki's heart sank. The main event was here. Kyo. Aunt Kyoko's tone changed. Are you hiding something from me? Hibiki's fingers paused over the phone screen. In that instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. For a moment, he wondered if Kyoko had discovered that he was the mastermind behind everything. Or worse, whether she had noticed from some subtle clue that he was not originally from this world. But realistically speaking, that possibility was almost non-existent. He was a transmigrator, yes, but he had been born into this body. He had genuinely come into this world from his mother's womb, not taken over someone else's body halfway through life. There was no original owner whose habits he might accidentally contradict. As for Kyoko discovering that Ibara Kiduji was actually him in disguise, that was even more absurd. His impersonation came through a heroic spirit card created by the system. Unless Aunt Kyoko possessed some kind of detective system capable of seeing through another system's disguise, there was no way she could know. Damn it. I thought for too long. Hibiki's mind ran too quickly, and his mouth reacted on instinct. Mom gave birth to me. What? Kyoko stared at him in confusion. What happened to Sister Nadeshiko? Her puzzled look made it obvious she had not understood his divine-level answer at all. Nothing. Hibiki coughed to hide the awkwardness and used the moment to buy himself more time. He quickly clarified where Kyoko's suspicion likely came from. It was that morning. The day Ibara Kiduji had appeared. He had suddenly asked her, "Do gods truly exist?" Thinking about it now, asking that kind of question on the very day gods and Oni appeared in the modern world did carry a certain meaning. In other words, Kyoko believed he might have known some sign of the supernatural revival in advance through some channel. Kyo. Before Hibiki could explain anything, Kyoko's tone grew heavier. Maybe you'll think Auntie is meddling by saying this. She sighed softly. No matter how you found out, whether you saw the Mayuan Church's live sacrifice, heard something from Mizuki Mirai, or learned about it from old acquaintances. Her voice softened. Please, don't ever put yourself in danger. She reached out from behind and hugged Hibiki's head, resting her cheek gently against his soft black hair. "There's nothing wrong with being an ordinary child." Her voice was gentle, but the firmness beneath it could not be ignored. "Just live healthily, happily, with a clear conscience. Don't do anything that would make the people who love you sad." Those words, filled with expectation and concern, made Hibiki quiet down. He could feel the warmth of Aunt Kyoko's hands. He could also feel the worry hidden beneath her voice. "I understand." Hibiki held her hand. He did not make any excessive promises. He knew explaining everything to Aunt Kyoko now was impossible. It would only make her worry more. But that one sentence was enough. "I understand." Now that he possessed partitioned thinking, he no longer needed to personally assume a heroic spirit's body and charge into dangerous places himself. Even if a heroic spirit incarnation met with an accident, the loss would merely be one divided thought. The damage to his main body would be negligible. He would be careful. He would protect himself. And he would not let the people who loved him fall into grief because of him. Kyoko also quieted down. Feeling the familiar presence of the child she had raised, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the brief peace. For a moment, warmth filled the living room. Time seemed to slow. Then a violent engine roar exploded from outside the apartment building. The warm atmosphere shattered instantly. The entire residential building seemed to tremble under the frenzied sound. "TSK. Those bikers again." Veins popped out on Kyoko's forehead. The strength in her arms abruptly went out of control. Hibiki suddenly felt his head squeezed tight. He quickly struggled free from Aunt Kyoko's accidental nightmare hold with both hands and feet, then rubbed his abused head with a helpless smile. "Anyway, I'm going to take a bath first." He stood up quickly and headed for the bathroom. "Aunt Kyoko, don't worry. I won't do anything dangerous." With that, Hibiki slipped into the bathroom, leaving Kyoko Tochibana in the living room, now visibly irritated by the noise of the bikers outside. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, The Upgraded System. 1565 words. Chapter 34, The Upgraded System. In the bathroom, Tochibana Hibiki sank into the bathtub and let out a slow breath. Warm water rose to his shoulders. The rose bath salts Kyoko had brought dissolved into the bath, leaving a faint tingling sensation across his skin and a soft fragrance in the steam. Aunt Kyoko's concern still lingered in his heart. In this life, having such a gentle elder beside him was an incredibly fortunate thing. Perhaps because his family situation in his previous life had been too unbearable to recall, those memories had become blurred after 18 years in this world. He could no longer remember every detail clearly. But one thing was certain. It had not been pleasant. "Don't do things that will make people sad, huh?" Hibiki slowly sank lower, letting the water cover part of his face as he turned those words over in his mind. He knew he could not live entirely according to Aunt Kyoko's expectations. The tide of the era had already risen. Neither of them had the power to stop it. After Human Order Foundation was activated, the return of mystery had begun. Even if Hibiki did nothing, supernatural phenomena would naturally be born in this world. Monsters, opportunities, disasters, powers, faith, fear, and all kinds of hidden things would rise one after another. He could not stay out of it. More importantly, he did not want to. In that case, his gaze drifted toward the small ventilation window high on the bathroom wall. Beyond it, Tokyo's night sky was gloomy and gray. Only a few stubborn stars were still faintly visible. "I might as well enjoy it." Hibiki reached for the phone placed on the nearby shelf, took a breath, and lit up the screen. System Upgrade Countdown 005. On the Heroic Spirit Summoning System app, the upgrade progress bar had already reached 99%. Right before his eyes, the final countdown ended. System Upgrade Complete. External Personality Module, BB, successfully installed. Performing System Self-Check. Self-check complete. All functions operating normally. A series of prompt boxes appeared. Then, at the center of the phone screen, a cartoon avatar of a purple-haired girl with a playful expression and devilish smile popped up. Tardy Tilda. Sorry to keep you waiting. Your adorable, flower-blooming junior, BB, makes her dazzling debut Tilda. A lively, mischievous electronic voice rang directly in Hibiki's mind. It was completely different from the previous system. Before, even when the system occasionally teased him, it had generally remained calm and professional. Now it sounded like Trouble had learned how to talk. It really turned into BB. Hibiki stared at the familiar avatar, the corner of his mouth twitching. That goes without saying, senpai. BB's avatar winked at him. From today onward, your all-purpose junior will provide comprehensive, attentive service Tilda, whether it's serving tea, pouring water, warming the bed, destroying the world, or rewriting the rules. As long as it is senpai's command, BB will execute it perfectly Tilda. The upgraded system, or rather BB-chan, had completely changed its style. If the previous system was a text-based adventure game that communicated only through prompts and voice broadcasts, then now it had become something closer to a desktop mascot. No. More like a virtual idol with dangerous permissions. It suddenly feels much more advanced. From artificial idiocy to artificial intelligence. Hibiki tried poking the purple-haired little devil on the phone screen with his finger. BB immediately covered her head with both hands, looking as though she could not withstand the pressure. Oh my. Yumini-senpai, what are you doing to a lady? This level of interactivity was impressive. Hibiki chuckled inwardly. It seemed life would not be boring from now on. All right, system. No, I should call you BB now. After teasing her for a while, Hibiki got to the main point. Tell me, what new functions does the upgraded system have? Before the upgrade began, the system had said that using BB as an external personality module would grant it various authorities. After all, BB was an advanced AI born from the moon cell. In her complete state, she possessed the ability to reshape the world. Golden Grail, 10 crowns, Potnia Theron. Putting those aside, her noble phantasm, CCC. Cursed Cutting Crater, was already a cheat-level noble phantasm designed to invade worlds and rewrite laws. Tardy Tilda. The little devil on the screen smiled. New functions? Of course there are. Please look, senpai. This is BB's welcome gift for you. The purple-haired little devil raised the pointer in her hand and tapped a map app on the phone screen. The ordinary navigation software was instantly stained with a dark purple aura. Then the screen changed. What appeared was an image that made Hibiki's pupils shrink. What is this? The software, which should have only displayed street maps and road navigation, now showed a three-dimensional planet. There was no need to doubt it. It was Earth. Did you move Chaldeas here? Hibiki was stunned. If BB had really brought over something like Chaldeas, then this was no longer a system upgrade. This was a world-class problem. Ahem. Please don't make such impossible requests, senpai. BB coughed lightly, as if she felt his guess was a little too exaggerated. This is a structural map of the planet we currently belong to. Human settlements, ley line networks, and geographical structures can all be displayed in great detail. She waved the pointer in her hand. Dense points of light and flowing lines immediately appeared across the planet model. Cities. Population clusters. Ley line networks. Spiritual lands. They spread across the globe like veins and nerves beneath the skin of the world. Through this lovely staff, BB can also influence monsters born from ley line nodes to a certain extent. Fortunately, BB denied the Chaldeas theory. According to her explanation, this was a monitoring system that displayed the real-time state of the current planet. The authority of moon cancer had already spread across this world in a limited form. As long as she waved the pointer, ownerless spiritual particles and magical energy could be gathered according to her will, giving birth to corresponding supernatural creatures. This was the manifestation of Potnia Theron. The mother of all beasts. The mother of monsters. Amazing, as expected of you, BB. Hibiki praised her sincerely. For a mastermind, what mattered most? Information. Control. The ability to grasp every development before anyone else. BBS Global Monitoring System, combined with her ability to edit monsters, was an enormous advantage. From now on, this world would become transparent to him. He could see what he wanted to see, and if necessary, create the monsters he wanted to create. After Senpai restarted the tide of mystery in this world, ley lines all across the globe began stirring. BB explained while moving her finger across the planetary model. Skeletons, zombies, ghouls, even ghosts have already appeared in certain corners of various countries. A few images appeared on the phone screen. They were the first batch of supernatural creatures born in this world. A skeleton dragging itself out from an abandoned cemetery. A zombie staggering through a ruined building. A ghoul crouched over a corpse in a dark alley. A pale, transparent figure hovering in the corner of an old room. Some have already been discovered, captured, or studied by humans. BB continued. But many more are still hiding in darkness. On the images BB displayed, some monsters encountered humans. Some attacked. Some were fought off. Some were defeated. Hibiki watched with interest. Human adaptability really was terrifying. Even after encountering the supernatural, people quickly began developing countermeasures. Several major nations had already begun activating emergency plans for supernatural disasters, and special combat units designed to deal with monsters were being organized with astonishing speed. These monsters are generated by ownerless spiritual particles and magical energy combining with humanity's collective unconscious imagination. BB tapped the screen lightly. They are very weak. Some can even be killed by accidents. As they are now, they pose no true threat to modern human civilization. Then her avatar suddenly leaned closer to the screen. Her smile turned sweet and malicious. But with BBS editing, monsters can improve all at once. Her voice became tempting. Senpai, would you like to play a slightly excessive prank? The planet model spun slowly. Right now, all the ley lines in the world are within our field of observation. With a casual flick of BBS finger, dozens of ley line nodes across the model lit up in scarlet. Each one represented a place where supernatural creatures were about to be born. With a single command from Hibiki, edited, strengthened monsters would emerge from those locations. That feeling was difficult to describe. It was like touching the trajectory of the entire world's fate with one finger. Will the monsters you edit and create be under your control? Hibiki asked. This was the most important question. If they could not be controlled, then the monsters he created might eventually turn back and bite him. Of course. BB nodded with a matter-of-fact arrogance. BB is their creator. There is no logic where the creator cannot control her own creations. The answer made the corner of Hibiki's mouth slowly rise. A plan immediately formed in his mind. Now, his script could be written far more magnificently. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, The Shrine Changes Hands. 1,705 words. Chapter 35, The Shrine Changes Hands. Tokyo suburbs, Shuhu Shrine. Night had fallen. Inside the empty main hall, Mizuki Daikei sat alone beneath the dim light, his back slightly bent, his face buried in tired silence. From outside came the faint sound of wind moving through the trees. The shrine had never felt so quiet. He had never imagined that in only 2 or 3 short days, Shuhu Shrine would go from a desolate, debt-ridden, nearly bankrupt shrine on the verge of disappearing to a place with special status throughout Tokyo, perhaps even all of Japan. A Shinto site watched by the government. A place discussed across the news. A shrine tied to the return of mystery. But that status had come in the way he least wanted. Mireille, you. Daikei's voice trailed off. He sighed. Several times, he had tried to sit down and speak properly with his daughter. He had wanted to persuade her not to involve herself any deeper with that evil Oni. But every time he saw Mizuki Mireille's exhausted yet strangely resolute figure, a crushing sense of failure as a father pressed down on his chest. In the end, he could not say anything. He knew. It was because of his own weakness and incompetence that Mireille had been driven to a dead end. She had chosen to serve an evil Oni because that was the only way she could obtain the power to save the shrine. If Ibarra-Kaduji had not appeared, this shrine, with its history of several hundred years, would likely have already been swallowed by greedy creditors and real estate developers. The old grounds would have been leveled, the trees cut down, the main hall demolished, and the name Shahu Shrine reduced to a faded line in some local record. So be it. Daikei closed his eyes. So be it. He knelt before the ancient altar of Shahu Shrine. After completing the final prayer of the day, he silently took out several clean linen cloths he had prepared in advance. One by one, he covered the statues enshrined upon the altar. Mountain gods, fortune gods, minor local deities once worshipped by the people of this land. Their faces vanished beneath plain white cloth. From today onward, Shahu Shrine would no longer be a conventional shrine that worshipped orthodox gods and prayed for blessings, fortune, safe childbirth, and peace. It would become a den that served an evil Oni. A place that housed calamity. The evil Oni named Ibarra-Kaduji would become the only deity they needed to worship. The legendary Mount Oi Oni clan might descend here at any moment and turn this place into their new lair. When that time came, Daikei only had one wish. Please. Let Mireille be safe. Facing the covered statues, Mizuki Daikei bowed deeply one final time. I am sorry, Mireille. His voice was hoarse. It is all because your father is useless. Meanwhile, in the shrine's outer hall, Mizuki Mireille was fulfilling her duty as a shrine maiden. Serving the Oni god. The evil Oni named Ibarra-Kaduji sat cross-legged in front of the main table with absolutely no sense of decorum. In her small hands was a roasted lamb leg larger than her own head, its surface sizzling with oil. She tore into it with great enthusiasm, her mouth shining with grease. As expected, when eating, one must eat meat. Ibarra-Kaduji's golden eyes shone with joy. This is only natural. The truth of the world. Mizuki Mireille knelt quietly at her side. With lowered eyes, she respectfully refilled the empty cup before Ibarra-Kaduji with clear rice wine. Oh, wine. Ibarra-Kaduji noticed the movement, casually tossed aside the lamb bone she had stripped clean, grabbed the bowl, and drank it down in one breath. Wine is also something we Oni desire. She wiped her mouth with her sleeve, then let out a small hiccup. Hic. It is just that whenever I see fine wine, I remember that fellow Shutenduji. Her cheeks had become flushed from the alcohol. With two faint blushes on her cute face, Ibarra-Kaduji began complaining about old grudges. Come to think of it, you humans really are a race that makes Oni resentful. To use such despicable methods as poisoned wine in order to subdue us. Samurai, heroes, warriors, whatever they call themselves, in the end they are all shameless coward. Mizuki knelt beside her and listened attentively. Occasionally, she responded in a low voice. Her posture was respectful and obedient, exactly like a sensible attendant serving her lord. Ibarra-Kaduji drank more and more happily. Soon, she grabbed Mizuki by the sleeve and began chattering endlessly about Mount Oi, about how imposing she had been, and how she had followed her dear friend Shutenduji to burn, kill, plunder, and rampage through the world. Then a low vibration came from deep beneath the shrine. The shrine floor trembled slightly. Ibarra-Kaduji's drunken boasting stopped. Achem. Her golden pupils narrowed. A trace of displeasure flashed through them. Immediately after, it was no longer just a vibration. A chaotic roar rose from the foot of the mountain, carried upward by the night wind. It sounded like hundreds, perhaps thousands, of people screaming and shouting at the same time. What is happening outside? Mizuki also sensed something was wrong. She stood up quickly, walked to the door of the main hall, and pushed it open. Then she looked down toward the foot of the mountain. The normally peaceful town below Shahu Shrine had been swallowed by flames. Thick smoke billowed into the night sky. Panicked figures ran through the streets like headless flies. Even from such a distance, their screams and cries could be heard clearly. And among that chaotic crowd, monsters had appeared. They took different forms, but all of them had greenish faces, fangs, and sharp horns on their heads. Some carried enormous spiked clubs. Others held crude blades. Most were over 2 meters tall, their bodies bulging with muscle, their movements wild and violent. They rampaged through the town, destroying houses, streets, storefronts, parked cars, utility poles, anything that stood in their path. Those are, Oni. Mizuki's pupils shrank. The color drained from her face. Although she was now Ibarakiduji's shrine maiden, she was still, at heart, a high school girl. The scene before her was like a painting of hell. For a moment, her mind went blank. Her body began trembling uncontrollably. Father. She suddenly remembered that her father was still in the main hall. With a sharp cry, she turned and was about to run back. But before she could move, a small hand caught her wrist. What are you panicking for, useless shrine maiden? Ibarakiduji had appeared behind her at some point. The drunken look on her face had already vanished. In its place was the cold arrogance of a powerful being looking down upon inferior creatures. She had also seen the monsters rampaging below. HMPH. Her lips curled into a contemptuous sneer. A bunch of scum whose demonic energy is not even pure, and they dare call themselves Oni? Murderous intent flashed through her golden eyes. How ignorant of death! To a true Oni of Mount Ooe like Ibarakiduji, the low-level monsters at the foot of the mountain were laughable. They had only just been born from the revived ley line. Their self-awareness was still vague. Their demonic energy was impure. They were like children wearing the clothes of adults, awkwardly playing at being monsters. But at the same time, Ibarakiduji felt offended. The title of Oni was not something any random low-born beast could casually claim. Especially not on her territory. Not on the land of Ibarakiduji. Lady Ibaraki. Mizuki trembled beneath the cold killing intent radiating from the evil Oni. But she still turned toward her with pleading eyes. Please save everyone at the foot of the mountain. She knew very well that with so many monsters, ordinary people had no chance. Even the police would be powerless. Right now, the only one who could stop this disaster was the capricious evil Oni before her, the one who possessed overwhelming strength. Save them. Ibarakiduji sneered as if she had heard an enormous joke. Why should I save a crowd of ants who have nothing to do with me? Mizuki's face paled further. However, Ibarakiduji's tone shifted. Her golden eyes glanced at the shrine maiden beside her, whose lips had turned white from tension and fear. You are my shrine maiden. I suppose I can consider your request. She smiled wickedly. But you understand, yes? If you want an Oni to act, there is a price. Ibarakiduji stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. What offering can you provide that would satisfy me? Your soul? Or your flesh and blood? Mizuki's body stiffened. Of course she understood. Oni were never benevolent beings. Making a wish to an Oni meant paying a corresponding price. Soul. Flesh. Blood. None of those were things she could easily offer. But the screams at the foot of the mountain left her no time to hesitate. As long as you are willing to act. Mizuki gritted her teeth. A flash of determination appeared in her eyes. Whatever you want, as long as I can provide it, I am willing to offer it. Oh. Ibarakiduji looked at her with interest. You said that yourself. Then she laughed. Fine. Since you have said so, I will begrudgingly act this once. She released Mizuki's wrist and stretched her small body. Her joints gave several light cracks. As for the price, I shall put it on your tab for now. Her smile widened. When I remember it, I will come to collect. After saying that, she gave Mizuki no chance to respond. Her small figure flickered. Then she turned into a crimson streak and leapt down from the shrine steps, rushing toward the town at the foot of the mountain at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Lady Ibarakiduji, Mizuki cried out. Without caring about anything else, she lifted the hem of her shrine maiden outfit and chased after her with all her strength. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Early Signs of the Hyakki Yagyo. 1,365 words. Chapter 36. Early Signs of the Hyaki Yagyo. The town at the foot of the mountain had already become a living hell. To Ibara-Kiduji, the monsters that had appeared out of nowhere were nothing but worthless trash. Their demonic energy was thin, their instincts crude, their existence not even worth comparing to the Oni of Mount Ooe. But to ordinary civilians with no way to defend themselves, they were death-given flesh. Their strength was immense. Ordinary walls crumbled like paper beneath a single charge. Streetlights bent. Parked cars were overturned. Shop shutters were torn away like scraps of tin. Every swing of the weapons in their hands brought blood. Every roar sent people screaming deeper into panic. The residents fled in all directions, crying, stumbling, dragging children and elderly relatives with them. But how could human legs outrun monsters born from mystery? A mother holding her child had run only a little too slowly. Behind her, a hulking Oni with a carnabo caught up in a few strides. Its green face split into a twisted grin as it lifted the iron club high over its head. The mother closed her eyes in despair and curled herself over the child in her arms. The pain she expected never came. Instead, a sharp sound tore through the air. A miserable shriek exploded beside her. Trembling, she opened her eyes. What she saw would be branded into her memory for the rest of her life. The terrifying Oni that had been about to crush her was frozen in place. A massive hole had been punched through its chest. From behind, a scarlet, twisted, eerie Oni claw had pierced clean through its back and emerged from its chest. In that claw was a still-beating heart. Behind the monster stood a petite young girl in a gorgeous kimono. Her face wore a smile that was innocent and cruel. Trash is just trash. Ibara-Kiduji crushed the heart in her palm. Blood burst between her fingers. She shook off the gore with a look of disgust. Even the blood is foul. She raised her gaze and looked around. The lesser Oni that had been rampaging through the town stopped one after another. Their suspicious, uncertain gazes all turned toward her. Ibara-Kiduji's expression became even more disdainful. "Hey, you trash over there." She lifted a finger and beckoned. "Which one of you is the leader? Come forward." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty, spreading clearly across the chaotic battlefield. The low-level monsters froze. It was as if an invisible hand had seized them by the throat. One by one, they turned toward the petite figure that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the ruined street. Their intelligence was not high. Some had only just been born from the ley line. Their self-awareness was vague, and their thoughts were still muddled. But their instincts as supernatural beings screamed. From Ibara-Kiduji's body came an aura so terrifying that it made their souls tremble. It was not simply fear. It was suppression. An absolute, insurmountable hierarchy engraved into their very blood. A rabbit before a tiger. A sheep before a hungry wolf. GGH. The nearest monsters could not even keep their grip on their weapons. Clang. A carnabo fell to the ground. Then another blade. Their knees weakened, and they collapsed one after another, kneeling before her. From their throats came broken, unintelligible whimpers of fear. Achem. Ibara-Kiduji waited for a moment. When none of them dared step forward, her brows furrowed with impatience. What? No leader? Her golden pupils narrowed. A mob without even a backbone, yet you dare imitate us, the Oni of Mount Ooe, and come out to burn, kill, and plunder. She snorted coldly. Her figure flickered. In the next instant, she appeared in the densest part of the monster horde. "Since there is no leader, I shall personally choose one for you." Before her words had fully faded, an overwhelming demonic power erupted from her small body. Crimson magical energy swept outward like a tsunami. Above her, it condensed into a gigantic, hideous Oni claw burning with raging karmic hellfire. Then it descended from the sky. Rashomon Dai Enji. Boom. A deafening roar shook the town. The entire street trembled. At the point where the massive demonic claw struck, the ground caved in and split apart, forming a terrifying crater over 10 meters wide. The dozen or so lesser Oni caught within the attack had no chance to scream. They were swallowed by hellfire and burned to ash, leaving not even bones behind. That world-shaking blow shattered the courage of every remaining monster. In their newly born, chaotic minds, only one thought remained. Run. Get away from that monster. Get as far away from her as possible. Roar. Run. The surviving lesser Oni roared in terror. They no longer cared about destruction, slaughter, or prey. One after another, they turned and fled, wishing they had more legs to escape with. You want to run? A cruel smile curved Ibaraki-Duji's lips. Did you receive my permission? She raised her hand and made a grasping motion toward the scattering monsters. All of you, kneel. The command fell. An invisible pressure descended. Heavy as a mountain. The fleeing monsters felt their bodies crushed beneath an overwhelming force. Their legs buckled, and with dull thuds, they collapsed to their knees one after another. None of them could move. They prostrated themselves against the broken street, bodies trembling violently. Their eyes, filled with fear and awe, looked up toward the petite figure hovering above them. To them, she was no longer merely an Oni. She was a demon god descended into the world. For a brief moment, the entire town fell into deathly silence. The townspeople hiding in alleys, behind shattered windows, beneath overturned cars, and inside half-broken shops stared blankly at the scene. Mizuki Mirai, who had arrived late and was leaning against a wall while gasping for breath, also fell completely silent. What had they just seen? One move. One instant. That petite girl who looked harmless at a glance had completely suppressed the nightmare-like Hyaki Yagyo with absolute, crushing dominance. Is this? Mizuki's face was pale, her breathing ragged. Is this the true power of the Oni of Mount Ooi? She knew Ibaraki-Duji was strong. She had already seen that in Shinjuku. But in Shinjuku, what Ibaraki-Duji had displayed was mostly her overwhelming superiority against mortals. This time was different. This was the authority of a true monster over other supernatural beings. A level of power that humans could neither understand nor contend with. As everyone remained trapped in shock, one of the suppressed monsters finally raised its head with difficulty. It was larger than the rest. Its body was stronger, and two horns jutted from its skull. It seemed to be a leader-class individual among these newly born monsters. Trembling, it looked up at Ibaraki-Duji hovering in midair. Its voice was rough and broken, filled with awe and submission. Strong one, may I ask, your name? Ibaraki-Duji slowly descended from the air. Her bare feet touched the ground lightly before the kneeling monster. She looked down at the creature prostrated at her feet, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Then she cleared her throat. She puffed out her not at all impressive chest and declared loudly to every living being present, human and monster alike. Listen well, all of you. Her voice rang through the burning town. I am an Oni of Mount Ooi, the closest friend of Shutenduji, the Oni who once brought calamity to Kyoto, the leader of the Oni of Mount Ooi. Her golden eyes shone with savage pride. My name is Ibaraki-Duji. The declaration burst through the silent night like thunder. It struck deep into the hearts of everyone who heard it. From this moment on, the name Ibaraki-Duji would no longer be merely a symbol from internet rumors and ancient legends. It had become a living synonym for absolute power and terror. A forbidden name. A name the world would not forget. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Subduing the Oni, The Revival of Mount Ooi? 1,601 words. Chapter 37, Subduing the Oni, The Revival of Mount Ooi? Ibaraki-Duji. The leader of the monsters kneeling on the broken street murmured that name, its copperbell eyes filling with shock, then fanaticism. Although it was nothing more than a low-level monster edited into existence by BB, the spiritual particles that formed its body came from the ley lines of this land. Naturally, those ley lines carried fragments of old memory, scraps of fear and legend buried in Japan's collective unconscious. The name Ibaraki-Duji was one of those fragments. A legend branded deep into the blood of monsters born in this country. An insurmountable peak in the history of Oni. You, Are you truly that legendary Oni of Rashomon? Its voice trembled violently. Are you truly Lord Ibarakiduji? HMPH. The genuine article. Ibarakiduji folded her arms and lifted her chin, her expression arrogant enough to say, "At least you have some eyes." The moment it received a clear answer, the monster leader could no longer suppress its excitement. It slammed its head heavily against the rubble-strewn ground. Thud. This lowly one failed to recognize your greatness. I did not know I stood before Lord Ibarakiduji. I have offended you greatly and beg your forgiveness. That action became a signal. The other low-level monsters kneeling around them reacted one after another. They did not understand the weight of the name Ibarakiduji as clearly as their leader did, but they could feel it. The petite girl before them was a supreme ruler of their kind. An existence they could never oppose. And so, following their leader's example, they lowered their heads to the ground and expressed their submission with hoarse, grating voices. Greetings, Lord Ibarakiduji. We submit to you. Please lead us. For a time, cries of submission rose and fell across the ruined town. The townspeople who were still hiding in the shadows and trembling could only stare, dumbfounded. What was happening? The monsters who had been so ferocious just moments ago, looking ready to swallow people whole, had suddenly knelt before that little horned girl and begged for mercy. Some even sounded as if they wanted to acknowledge her as their boss. Could it be? Was that girl even more terrifying than the monsters? Ibarakiduji looked at the dark mass of kin kneeling at her feet. A long-lost sense of satisfaction welled up within her. Not bad. Not bad at all. Although these fellows were hideous, weak, and pathetic, not even worthy of polishing the boots of the Mount Oe Oni army of the past, the feeling of being worshipped and feared by countless kin, of having every word answered, still pleased her greatly. Back on Mount Oe, she had commanded elite Oni. She missed those days. The days of followers crowding around her, of standing above others with majesty and pride. HMPH. Since you are all so sincere, I shall reluctantly take you in. Ibarakiduji cleared her throat and assumed the posture of a superior addressing her subjects. From this day forward, you are my subordinates. Her golden eyes swept over them. This mountain range is now my territory. What you must do is stay here obediently. Without my command, you are not permitted to go out and harass humans again. Her voice sharpened. Do you hear me? Yes. We obey your command. The monsters shouted in unison, their voices shaking the night. Also, Ibarakiduji's tone changed. A hint of expectation appeared on her face. I am hungry. She pointed at the kneeling monsters. You. Go find something delicious for me. Meat. I want lots and lots of meat. And wine. The best wine in this town. Yes. The monsters froze for a moment, then quickly reacted. Several leading monsters leapt up from the ground, turning as if they were about to rush into the town to collect offerings. Stop. A cold voice, faintly trembling, halted them. Mizuki Mirai had recovered from her shock at some point. She quickly ran to Ibarakiduji's side, first bowing respectfully to the evil Oni, then turning toward the bewildered monsters. You are not allowed to pillage. Her voice was still shaking, but each word was clear. I will handle the negotiations with the townspeople. Then she looked toward Ibarakiduji. Lady Ibaraki, many people in the town at the foot of the mountain once worshipped at Shahu Shrine. Mizuki clenched her hands tightly. Now that you have taken up residence at Shahu Shrine, they are naturally your believers as well. If you require offerings of wine and meat, there is no need to seize them yourselves. She forced herself to continue. We only need to have them offer them obediently. Mizuki Mirai was terrified. Her legs were still weak. But she knew very clearly that if she allowed these lawless monsters to run wild in the town, the situation would only become worse. She was now Ibarakiduji's shrine maiden. In a certain sense, she was also responsible for managing these monsters. She had to step forward. She had to restrain them. If she allowed the Oni to commit atrocities here, the reputation of Shahu Shrine would be completely destroyed. By then, they would truly become enemies of the entire world. What are you? One of the more short-tempered monsters immediately glared at her with bell-like eyes. A mere human dares order us around. The words had barely left its mouth when a crimson whip shadow lashed through the air. Crack! Gah! The monster screamed as it was sent flying. It rolled several times across the street before stopping, a scorched black whip mark carved across its face so deep that bone could be seen beneath. The one who had attacked was Ibarakiduji. She withdrew the long whip condensed from demonic energy and swept a cold gaze over every monster present. Her voice was bone-chilling. "This human is my shrine maiden." The monsters froze. Her words are equivalent to my own. Ibarakiduji's golden eyes narrowed. "Whoever dares disrespect her disrespects me." Her smile turned dangerous. "You understand the consequences, yes?" Every monster caught in her gaze shuddered and quickly lowered its head even further. No one dared breathe loudly. This was not a joke. Before an absolute powerhouse who could crush them in a single move, her word was law. Who would dare disobey? Mizuki watched the scene with complicated feelings. She had not expected Ibarakiduji to actually strike one of her own kind in order to protect her. The feeling of being shielded allowed her tense heart to settle slightly. At the same time, she understood even more clearly that she was now completely bound to these non-human beings. After teaching the monster who had shouted at Mizuki a lesson, Ibarakiduji turned her gaze toward the nearby townspeople still trembling in hiding. "So these people are believers of Shahu Shrine?" She tilted her head. "Then after I move into Shahu Shrine, do they not become believers of the Oni of Mount Ooe?" She nodded to herself. Not bad." Her smile became smug. Ready-made fruit to pick. Ibarakiduji waved a hand. "My shrine maiden, I leave the negotiations with these mortal believers to you. The more fine wine and good meat they offer, the better." Hearing that Ibarakiduji had no intention of letting the monsters pillage and slaughter, the townspeople, who had been hiding like frightened ostriches, finally let out a breath of relief. A few quick-witted townspeople immediately understood the meaning behind Mizuki's words. They crawled out from their hiding places and knelt toward Ibarakiduji, bowing their heads again and again. That action made Ibarakiduji laugh heartily. Filled with immense satisfaction, she waved her hand and turned back toward the ferocious-looking monsters to lecture them. "Did you hear that, you blind trash?" Her voice rang through the ruined street. "This town is the property of me, Ibarakiduji." She bared her small fangs. To dare destroy it without permission is simply asking for death. Although Ibarakiduji was only about 1.5 meters tall, and even standing straight she barely reached the navels of the taller monsters, her words struck them like thunder. The monsters huddled together like quails, trembling uncontrollably. Boss, we were wrong. Lord Ibarakiduji, please forgive our offense. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." A group of monsters whose appearances alone were enough to make elementary schoolers cry were now begging for mercy with tears and snot. To the townspeople who had been fleeing for their lives only moments ago, the scene was almost unreal. Human fear mostly came from the unknown. Now that they saw these Oni could also fear death, they suddenly seemed a little less terrifying. "Stop acting pitiful." Ibarakiduji grinned, revealing sharp canines. "Later, you will follow Mirei's instructions and repair the houses of my believers." Her golden eyes gleamed. "If any of you dare slack off, I will skin you alive." The monsters did not dare bargain at all. They nodded frantically like chickens pecking rice. "Thank you for your understanding, Lady Ibaraki." Seeing the conflict finally come to an end, the heavy stone in Mizuki Mirei's heart dropped. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and turned toward the townspeople cautiously peeking out from their hiding places. She knew an even more difficult negotiation awaited her. From today onward, Mizuki Mirei, the only Miko who had been on the job for only a few days, would have to learn how to manage a special territory. A territory composed of humans and monsters. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 38, Chapter 39, The Shrine Maiden's New Duty. 1,427 words. Chapter 39, The Shrine Maiden's New Duty. Under the cover of night, the mountain town was a complete mess. Broken walls, collapsed fences, shattered shopfronts, and overturned cars could be seen everywhere. Gravel and debris scattered across the streets, and the air was thick with dust, smoke, and the lingering smell of blood. Yet in the central square, surrounded by that ruined scenery, an eerie and strangely harmonious sight was unfolding. A group of blue-faced, fanged oni were squatting obediently in the open space like elementary school students waiting for a teacher's lecture. In front of them stood a pretty young girl in shrine maiden robes, gesturing wildly as she directed the post-disaster reconstruction work. "You. Yes, you, the one holding the spiked club. I told you to carry the wood, not smash it. Please use your brain. And you over there. Clear out all those stones. Hurry. You, don't just stand there looking stupid. Go check whether anyone else is injured." Mizuki Mirai stood with her hands on her hips, barking orders at the monsters bowing submissively before her with an imposing aura she had never possessed in her life. Strangely enough, the same Oni who had been rampaging through the town only a short while ago had become exceptionally obedient under her command. They were clumsy, of course. One snapped a roof beam in half while trying to carry it. Another stacked stones so crookedly that the half-repaired wall nearly collapsed again. A third tried to sweep broken glass with its bare hands and ended up cutting itself before staring at the wound in confusion. But their attitude was earnest. None of them dared slack off. On the other side of the square, Ibara Kiduji sat like a foreman on a luxurious executive chair that had been brought out from the mayor's office. She sat there grandly, gnawing on a roasted chicken leg from who knew where, watching Mizuki Mirai work with great interest. As for the townspeople, most of them were hiding far away inside the few buildings that remained intact. They peeked through cracks in the windows, their expressions saying they had seen something even stranger than a ghost. What on earth is happening? Inside the mayor's office, the obese mayor wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling as he asked the secretary beside him. "Mayor, I don't know either." The young secretary looked just as confused and terrified. "Those monsters, they seem to have been tamed by that young girl." "Tamed?" The mayor's mouth twitched. "Isn't that the little shrine maiden from Shahu Shrine? Since when did she have that kind of ability?" Just as the two of them were whispering to each other, the office door was pushed open with a creak. Mizuki Mirai walked in from outside. "Ah!" The mayor and his secretary screamed at the same time, nearly falling out of their chairs in fright. "You two watched me grow up. Surely there's no need to be this afraid of me." Seeing their ghost-stricken expressions, Mizuki forced a smile and tried to make her voice sound as gentle as possible. What she had said earlier was not a lie. Many people in the town below the mountain had once been believers of Shahu Shrine. It was just that after the shrine declined, fewer and fewer people were willing to make the climb up the mountain to worship. I came to talk with you." Over the next hour, Mizuki Mirai used every scrap of eloquence and wisdom she possessed to explain the unbelievable situation to the mayor. She told him that the group of Oni outside had been subdued by Ibara Kiduji, the new deity enshrined at Shahu Shrine. From now on, they would serve as the shrine's guardian Oni. They would remain stationed in the mountain area and be responsible for maintaining peace here. Of course, in exchange, the town would need to regularly provide offerings to the shrine. Mainly food and alcohol. Enough to satisfy the needs of the mountain god and her guardian Oni. Guardian Oni. The mayor listened in a daze, feeling his worldview being shattered and rebuilt over and over again. "Miss Mizuki, you mean, we have to support that group of monsters? Please rest assured." Mizuki quickly explained. "They will not hurt anyone again, and they will not damage the town without permission. They will also be responsible for repairing the damage caused tonight." She took a breath and continued. "I will also apply to the government for disaster relief subsidies for everyone. More importantly, with them stationed here, no other wild beasts or unclean things will dare harass this mountain area again." Her voice softened slightly. "In a sense, this is a good thing for the town, isn't it?" The mayor fell silent. He looked out the window at the monsters obediently working in the square. Then he looked at the little girl sitting not far away, picking her teeth in boredom. She looked harmless. Almost cute. But in truth, she could tear open the earth with a single wave of her hand. A fierce struggle rose in the mayor's heart. A good thing. Letting a group of monsters act as bodyguards. No matter how he thought about it, this sounded like making a bargain with a tiger. But what else could he do? Call the police? Could the police defeat a little girl who had suppressed 100 Oni with one move? Ask the government for help? By the time government support reached this remote mountain town, everything would already be over. Right now, they had no room to choose. I understand. After a long silence, the mayor slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon. Everything will be done as Miss Mizuki says. Thank you very much for your understanding. Mizuki let out a long sigh of relief and bowed deeply to the mayor. She knew very well that coaxing, persuading, and half-threatening the mayor into agreement was only the first step. Next, countless problems waited for her. How to calm the townspeople. How to establish rules for peaceful coexistence between humans and Oni. How to manage that group of unruly monsters. How to explain this to the government. How to keep Ibaraki Duji satisfied. From today onward, her life had completely changed. She was no longer just a destitute shrine maiden worried about whether the shrine could survive. She was now a true Oni Miko. The shrine maiden responsible for managing a group of dangerous Oni. When Mizuki dragged her exhausted body back to the square, Ibaraki Duji had already finished eating and was yawning out of boredom. Oh, finished talking? Ibaraki Duji glanced at her lazily. Yes, Lady Ibaraki. Mizuki bowed respectfully. The townspeople are very willing to accept Lady Ibaraki as their lord and request the protection of the Mount Oi Oni clan. Good. Ibaraki Duji jumped down from the chair and stretched. Then I will leave this place to you. I am going back to sleep. She pointed at Mizuki. Remember, tomorrow morning, I want the freshest milk and the sweetest cake. After saying that, she ignored Mizuki's reaction completely. Her figure flickered, turning into a streak of red light that vanished from the square and returned to the shrine on the mountain. Mizuki Mirai was left standing alone in the empty square. Around her was a ruined town that needed rebuilding. In front of her were monsters still tirelessly constructing with terrifying strength and very questionable skill. A bitter, helpless smile appeared on her face. She looked up toward the shrine on the mountain. For some reason, it already felt somewhat unfamiliar. Then she lowered her gaze and looked at her own hands, now covered in dust. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Tochibana Hibiki. That classmate who always wore a lazy expression and seemed indifferent to everything. If it were him, what would he do in this situation? He would probably yawn while complaining about how troublesome it was, then solve every problem in some unimaginably simple way. Unfortunately, we are no longer from the same world. Mizuki murmured softly, suppressing the faint, unrealistic fantasy in her heart. She withdrew her gaze. Then she straightened her back again. Her eyes became firm. No matter how difficult the road ahead became, she had to walk it herself. Because this was the path she had chosen. A road from which there was no turning back. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Reactions from All Sides, Undercurrents Surging. 1,406 words. Chapter 39, Reactions from All Sides, Undercurrents Surging. While Mizuki Mirai was still overwhelmed by her small new territory, a storm stirred by her and Ibaraki Duji was quietly brewing in the upper levels of Tokyo. Tokyo, Metropolitan Police Department Headquarters. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. This brand new department had been established less than a week ago, yet tonight, every floor was brightly lit. The atmosphere inside was so heavy it felt almost tangible. Around the long conference table sat senior officials from the Metropolitan Police Department, along with several expert consultants urgently transferred from other government departments. Every face carried the same mixture of gravity, unease, and exhaustion. At the front of the room, a grainy video played on the giant screen again and again. It had been taken from a great distance by a high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, at the risk of being discovered. The video showed the scene of Ibara Kiduji suppressing 100 Oni with a single strike. Rashomon Dai Enji. Even though the footage was rough due to the distance, even though much of the image shook from altitude and interference, the flaming Oni claw that blotted out the sky and the crater it left behind were clear enough. Clear enough to make everyone in the room feel cold. You have all seen it. The Superintendent General spoke in a heavy voice. He was an old man with grey hair, but his eyes remained sharp. This is the new power displayed by our current S-rank Oni god, codename Ibara Kiduji. The room was silent. According to Field Intelligence Analysis, last night, she single-handedly suppressed an army of more than 100 low-level Oni. His fingers tapped the report in front of him. Furthermore, after suppressing them, she took that army as her own subordinates. The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. In other words, a consultant who looked like a scholar pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. His voice was dry. She is not merely a supernatural entity with overwhelming individual combat strength. She also possesses the ability to form an army. That is one way to understand it. The Superintendent General nodded. More importantly, we have reason to believe this is still far from the full extent of her power. He looked at the frozen image on the screen. The abilities she displayed in Shinjuku and the abilities she displayed last night are completely different in style. This suggests she may still be hiding even more terrifying trump cards we know nothing about. This is completely beyond our capacity to handle. A police officer responsible for field command could not help blurting it out. This is not simply an Oni. This is practically a mobile nuclear weapon. The ceasefire agreement we previously drafted, using the Mizuki family as a channel for soft diplomacy and appeasement, looks like a joke now. Exactly. Another official's expression was ugly. We thought her killing spree in Shinjuku happened because the Mayuan church provoked her. We thought that as long as her demands were satisfied, we could keep her settled at Shahu Shrine. He pointed toward the screen. But now she has directly expanded her influence. She is a willful evil Oni in the truest sense. Her actions last night had no reason we could understand. She was simply increasing her power. For a moment, the conference room filled with panicked voices, complaints, and harsh whispers. These people stood at the peak of authority in modern society. Yet for the first time, they felt their helplessness so clearly. Before that absolute power, the political influence, wealth, rank, and status they had always taken pride in seemed terribly fragile. Quiet. The Superintendent General slammed his palm onto the table. Bang. The sound cut through the room and finally brought the discussion under control. Now is not the time to complain or panic. His sharp gaze swept across everyone present. What we need are countermeasures. No one spoke. I do not care what method you use. Pray to gods and Buddhas, dig through old archives, consult temples, shrines, universities, folklore scholars, whatever it takes. His voice hardened. You must find a way to restrain her, or if necessary, eliminate her as soon as possible. The frozen image of Ibara Kiduji hovered above them like a nightmare. Otherwise, if she is allowed to continue developing unchecked, all of Japan will become her playground. At the same time, in the secluded Japanese-style mansion in Minato Ward, Tochibana Koto and her mother, Tochibana Nadeshiko, had also received the relevant intelligence. Mother, have you seen this? Koto handed the tablet in her hand to Nadeshiko. Displayed on the screen was a top-secret intelligence brief regarding Ibara Kiduji forming an Oni army. Koto's face carried worry she could not fully hide. That evil Oni named Ibara Kiduji is even more dangerous than we imagined. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were sharp. She is no longer alone. She has an army of her own now. Although that army appears weak at the moment, no one can guarantee it will not develop into a terrifying force capable of threatening national security in the future. Tochibana Nadeshiko only glanced faintly at the contents on the screen before picking up her teacup. Her expression remained as calm and indifferent as ever. It is only natural. She took a small sip of tea and spoke slowly. An Oni king naturally has an army of Oni. Has this not already been recorded in history? But Koto's brows furrowed. Kyo is getting too close to that Oni Miko. I am worried. What she cared about most was still her younger brother. Mizuki Mirai was no longer merely a shrine maiden serving an evil Oni. She was the proxy of an Oni king. A local warlord holding an Oni army in her hands. Letting Tochibana Hibiki, who in Koto's eyes was an ordinary high school student ignorant of the true dangers of the world, involve himself with such a dangerous person was no different from throwing a sheep into a pride of lions. Koto, I have already said this before. Tochibana Nadeshiko set down her teacup. Her gaze drifted toward the garden outside. Do not interfere in Kyo's affairs. And do not underestimate him. Koto fell silent. The blood flowing through the Tochibana family is the blood of heroes who subjugated the Oni of Mount Ooe. On Nadeshiko's face, the innate arrogance and pride of a 1,000-year-old noble house surfaced once more. Since the evil Oni of Mount Ooe can walk out from the dust of history, reappear in the world, and even gather an army again. Her voice remained calm. Then our ancestor, the great Oni-slaying hero, will naturally not remain silent forever. The wind brushed through the courtyard. Bamboo leaves rustled softly in the night. This game has only just begun. Nadeshiko's eyes were deep. Let us wait and see what choice Kyo will make once all the pieces have taken the stage. Elsewhere, in a dark basement somewhere in Tokyo, Yuhara Senmai, who had just finished a bloody feeding, received the news through informants he had planted within the government. An army. He stared at the intelligence on his phone. She already has an army? His handsome face twisted. Jealousy and madness intertwined in his expression until it became almost unrecognizable. Why? His voice trembled. Why can that mere high school girl obtain all of this? He hurled the phone to the floor. The screen shattered instantly. And his breathing grew rough. A new species that has surpassed humanity, can only hide in this filthy dark corner, gnawing on rotten flesh like a rat. He glanced down at the mutilated corpse on the ground, the one he had been feeding on moments ago. Disgust flashed in his eyes. He wanted power. He craved it madly. Power enough to rival Ibara Kiduji. Power enough to surpass her. Just wait. His lips parted, revealing teeth still stained with blood. Just wait, Ibara Kiduji. His eyes, which no longer looked human, flashed with morbid fanaticism. I will become stronger than you. Soon. His voice lowered into a growl. And when that time comes, your army, your power, your everything, all of it will become mine. Yuhara Senmai rose to his feet and walked out of the blood-scented basement. He needed more food. Stronger food. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The Alien Gods Global Verdict. 1,455 words. Chapter 40. The Alien Gods Global Verdict. While Japanese officials were still overwhelmed by Ibara Kiduji's subjugation of a large number of Oni, while they were still arguing over Shahu Shrine's sudden expansion of power and even discussing whether the self-defense forces should be deployed for a physical expulsion operation, the mastermind behind everything remained perfectly calm. To Tochibana Hibiki, allowing stronger monsters to be born from the planet's ley lines was only an appetizer offered to a boring world. The real feast was only just about to begin. BB, is everything ready? Tokyo, Bunkyo Ward. Inside Kyoko Tochibana's cozy apartment, Hibiki had already finished washing up and changed into a loose set of grey pajamas. He sat at his desk, drying his still damp hair with a towel while confirming the final progress with the lively purple figure on his computer screen. Okay, senpai. On the screen, BB wore a gorgeous cocktail dress as she spun around excitedly in virtual space, her skirt fluttering with the motion. The hacking programs targeting all network channels, electronic devices, and radio stations on this planet are ready. They can be activated at any time. She put one hand on her hip, looking smug and adorable. In a sense, the current BB has completely taken control of human society's information lifeline. If I wanted, I could crash their financial systems at any time or change every nuclear launch code to BB-chan is the cutest in the world. Then she leaned close to the screen, her purple eyes sparkling with dangerous excitement. Shall we start now, Master? Our unprecedented, magnificent grand strategy. Just thinking about it makes BB's heart race. Her voice was filled with barely restrained joy. She sounded like a little girl about to carry out the prank of the century with her beloved accomplice. That pure, unfiltered delight almost overflowed from the screen. What Hibiki was about to do would, by any normal standard, be described as insane. But to him, it was merely a necessary step in a plan he had prepared for a long time. He casually draped the towel over the back of his chair, adjusted the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and looked at the screen with calm eyes. Of course. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Now, let's begin. He rested his fingers on the keyboard. Hand down the final verdict from the alien god to every human being on this planet. Hibiki nodded solemnly. Then he extended his right index finger and gently pressed the enter key, which had already been set as the trigger for the plan. Boom. It was as though an invisible thunderclap exploded inside the minds of every person in the world. At the very moment Hibiki pressed the key, every operating electronic device on the blue planet fell into darkness. The giant billboards covering Times Square in New York. The old televisions in remote African villages barely powered by solar panels. The supercomputers scientists used to calculate models of the universe. The smartphones held in the palms of ordinary people. Ancient pixel screens. Advanced glass displays. Virtual images projected against walls. Everything, at that same instant, went black without warning. For one breath, the world seemed to pause. Global networks were cut off. Communications came to a screeching halt. On city streets, the enormous screens that had been playing advertisements turned into pitch-black mirrors, reflecting countless stunned and bewildered faces below. Inside office buildings, white-collar workers stared helplessly at dead computer screens, cursing the power system. In homes, television dramas, late-night shows, sports broadcasts, and live streams all vanished, replaced by silence. Families looked at one another across living rooms, hearing only each other's breathing. At first, there was only brief confusion. Then panic began to spread. What's going on? A power outage? My phone's screen is black too. I can't turn it on. The internet's down. There's no signal at all. Is this the end of the world? Just as the chaos was about to expand into global panic, those pitch-black screens lit up again in perfect synchronization. There were no brilliant images. No stirring music. Only lines of strange characters humans had never seen before, glowing with an eerie light as they slowly emerged on every screen. At the same time, from every speaker, headphone, broadcast system, and public announcement device came a cold, emotionless synthetic voice. It seemed to echo from the depths of space. The syllables did not belong to any human language. And yet, strangely, every person who heard the voice or saw the text understood its meaning with absolute clarity. Regardless of country, regardless of language, regardless of culture, the meaning pierced directly into the soul. All channels clear. Announcement. An announcement to all of humanity. Your evolution is filled with errors. Your civilization is inferior. Your history is nothing but lies. Therefore, in the name of God, I judge you as redundancy of the universe, a lesion upon the planet, and worthless insects. From this moment onward, calamity shall descend. Punishment shall be meted out. The trash shall be cleared. If you wish to argue or resist, then survive this trial and display the possibilities of your insignificant race. Though God does not care about such things. Beneath the Tokyo skytree, the crowd looking up at the tower fell collectively silent. On Wall Street, traders who had only moments ago been frantically reacting to rising and falling indices stared blankly at the identical oracle-like text displayed across every screen in the trading hall. At the Bund in Shanghai, the dazzling night view was swallowed by the sudden announcement. Couples walking along the river clung to each other, their faces pale with fear. In the Vatican, the white-haired Pope woke from prayer with a start. Trembling, he made the sign of the cross and murmured under his breath. Inside the Pentagon's underground command center, generals roared furiously at the military communication system that had been forcibly seized, but their anger changed nothing. What a magnificent declaration! What a shocking masterpiece! At that moment, regardless of identity, status, nationality, or wealth, all of humanity received the same verdict. A verdict from the alien god. Arrogant to the extreme. Cold to the extreme. What is this? A prank? Or have aliens really invaded Earth? Is this related to the recent rumors? Spiritual energy recovery? That Oni that appeared in Japan? God, please forgive our sins. This must be divine punishment. Bullshit. What kind of God is that? If you have the guts, show yourself. See if we humans don't blow you to pieces. Under this global anomaly, people reacted in countless different ways. Shock. Panic. Confusion. Speculation. Anger. Faith. And even a certain morbid excitement. All kinds of people held all kinds of thoughts in their hearts. Some longed for the alien god. Some hated it. Some feared it. But so what? A god standing high above would never care about the thoughts of ants. Back in Tokyo, inside Hibiki Tochibona's room. After completing the alien god's declaration, an announcement that would be written into human history, Hibiki slowly stood from his chair. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The city, which should have been gradually sinking into sleep in the middle of the night, now looked like boiling water splashed with hot oil. It had come alive all at once. Countless windows lit up. People called out to friends and neighbors, opened their doors, and walked into the streets. Voices rose from apartment buildings, roads, and alleys, all of them discussing, shouting, and venting their shock and unease. Car horns blared. Sirens wailed. Human clamor filled the night. The city had never been noisier. After all, aliens had shoved a declaration of war straight into the faces of Earthlings. There was no topic more explosive. No topic more terrifying. No topic more exciting. Hibiki quietly watched the chaotic yet strangely vibrant scene below. Unconsciously, the corner of his mouth curved upward. "Hey, master." Behind him, Bibi spoke from the computer screen. Compared to before, her voice held less excitement and a faint trace of worry. "Is it really okay for us to do this?" Her purple eyes looked at his back. "This is a direct declaration of war against all humanity. Against human order itself, which is intertwined with this planet." As Bibi said, what Tochibona Hibiki had done was no different from placing himself on the opposite side of the entire world. This was no longer a simple prank. It was a declaration of war that shook the foundations of human civilization. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The Approaching Turmoil. 1606 words. Chapter 41. The Approaching Turmoil. Humanity will not simply sit still and wait for death. BB's voice continued from the computer speakers. On the screen, her cute virtual avatar wore a rare serious expression. Once their collective unconscious, what you call a layer, senses a massive external threat, it will resist at all costs. Powerful individuals will continue to emerge. Heroes, guardians, chosen ones, whatever name this world gives them, they will be born for the purpose of defeating you. Her purple eyes looked straight at Hibiki. Perhaps even the so-called protagonist's blessing on you, senpai, will be suppressed and weakened by the world itself. As a super AI born from an error in the world, BB could observe the information flow of the planet from the outside, from a higher dimensional perspective. In the few minutes since Tochibona Hibiki had completed his declaration as the alien god, she had clearly seen the information circulation of this world begin to accelerate at an unprecedented speed. It was no longer simply spreading. It was exploding. The human order of the entire planet, that vast conceptual mass formed from the convergence of billions of human minds, resembled a sleeping giant forced awake by a sudden provocation. Human society, which had gradually become decadent and sluggish after the fading of technological dividends and large-scale war pressure, now seemed to have been injected with a stimulant. It had begun to boil. "Isn't that exactly my purpose, BB?" Facing BB's concern, Hibiki only turned around. A relaxed, composed smile appeared on his face. "More than that, this is a necessary step to make human order, and the human race itself, stronger." He walked back to the desk, pulled out his chair, and sat down. Then he interlaced his fingers and rested his chin on them. Behind his lenses, his eyes shimmered with cold rationality. "From what I understand of humans as a species, simply handing them resources and technology will never lead to true progress. They will only sink into benefits they never earned, then drown themselves in greed, comfort, and internal struggle." His voice was calm and clear, as if he were explaining a very simple principle. The only thing that can truly wake humanity up and make them look forward together is always the same thing. A common enemy. An enemy powerful enough to make them feel despair. That is the necessity of struggle. BB fell silent. Hibiki continued. "Humans will push themselves to fight under the urgency of survival. They will run forward without stopping because they fear the unknown." His fingers tightened slightly. "What I want is to use the absolute threat of the alien god to ignite that fire. I want to establish a clear enemy, so humanity will wake from its cradle of comfort and understand one thing. They are not the only intelligent life beneath this starry sky." His smile deepened. "There exist beings more powerful, more transcendent, capable of judging their entire race from above the way humans judge a colony of insects." In Hibiki's view, 21st century human civilization had already fallen into a certain degree of stagnation. The reason was simple. Humans lived too comfortably. In an era without large-scale wars, without a clear external threat, and without an enemy that forced all of civilization to look up at the same sky, most people had poured their energy into entertainment, consumption, and endless internal friction. Even their longing for the vast starry sky beyond Earth had begun to fade. Civilization grew under pressure. The arrogance buried deep inside human genes made them complacent the moment they achieved even a small victory. "So, now is the time." Hibiki's right hand slowly clenched into a fist. In his eyes was a light called pleasure. "Just like throwing a fierce catfish into a tank full of sardines, I will use the identity of the alien god to thoroughly stimulate all the potential of the human race. To manipulate the rise and fall of a species. To decide the direction of civilization." Those were privileges that belonged only to gods. Since he had reincarnated into another world, then of course he should do something earth-shaking. "Have you ever considered this, senpai?" BB sighed as she looked at his excited expression. "What happens if the plan fails? If you are rejected by this world, and in the end, you meet an ending where you are subjugated?" Being the enemy of the entire world was not a harmless game. Especially now that this world's Alea and Gaia had begun showing signs of recovery. Once those two vast wills, humanity and the planet itself, judged Tochibana Hibiki to be a virus that had to be removed, endless misfortune, unsolvable deadlocks, and even so-called favored children of the world or destined protagonists might come after him one after another. One should never underestimate the survival instinct of the world itself. No matter. Hearing this, Hibiki merely smiled indifferently. "If humanity can truly unite, pass through the trials I set, and finally defeat me, the so-called alien god, fair and square." A hint of anticipation even appeared in his eyes. "Then that means they already possess a noble and resilient will worthy of my admiration." His voice became almost cheerful. In that case, as the great villain, obediently being defeated by them at the end would be the most logical and perfect conclusion, wouldn't it? BB was left completely speechless. Her master's thought process was indeed different from that of normal people. Others would consider how to win. He was different. He had even prepared the script for after his own defeat, and worse, he seemed to be looking forward to it. "All right." Hibiki stretched and stood from his chair. "The first step of the grand strategy has been successfully completed. Next, it is about time for the second step to begin." He looked at the purple-haired girl on the screen. "BB, This is a unique special seat I arranged specifically for you. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Use your broadcast lens to transmit reality called despair and possibility called hope to all of humanity at the same time. BB stared at him. Her electronic purple eyes flickered. In an instant, she understood what Tochibana Hibiki intended. She immediately straightened her back and gave Hibiki a playful curtsy. That little devil-like smile returned to her face. Roger. Mission guaranteed to be accomplished, my dear senpai. At the same time, while the declaration of the alien god was causing global panic and unrest, different factions throughout Tokyo were reacting in entirely different ways. Metropolitan Police Department. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. Damn it. What the hell is going on? The Superintendent General slammed his fist onto the conference table. His wrinkled face was filled with anger and exhaustion. The Ibarakiduji situation has not even been resolved, and now an alien god appears? Are these monsters holding a party together? Inside the conference room, every official and advisor had an ashen face. Just moments ago, they had been frantically discussing how to deal with Ibarakiduji, who had already assembled an army of Oni. Then, in the blink of an eye, an even more ridiculous and incomprehensible global supernatural event had occurred. Superintendent General, according to the emergency analysis from the technical department. A technical advisor wiped cold sweat from his forehead as he reported, his voice trembling. The technical level of this global signal hijacking is far beyond the scope of what humanity can currently understand. He swallowed. The opponent bypassed all physical firewalls and network protocols as if they did not exist. It seized global information channels directly from the lowest level. The advisor's face grew paler. It was like a true god interfering with our systems from above. We are powerless against it. Powerless? The Superintendent General roared. I do not pay you useless people to tell me that word. But after roaring, what remained in his heart was only a deeper powerlessness. Actually, have we not heard rumors regarding the alien god before? As the atmosphere in the conference room grew quieter, an advisor from the intelligence department stood up. That report from reporter Tochibana. According to her conversation with Ibarakiduji at the time, the reason Earth's ley lines are recovering, and why ghosts, gods, monsters, and other supernatural beings are returning from the void, is because a god from an alien star descended. He looked around the room. At the time, there was no evidence to prove it, so we shelved the statement as nonsense spoken by an evil Oni. The intelligence advisor pushed up his glasses. His sharp gaze swept across everyone present. He had once strongly advocated that the report be taken seriously. Unfortunately, no one had cared. Now the alien god had truly appeared. How should they respond? This matter. I understand. The Superintendent General took a deep breath. You will be responsible for establishing a team to investigate all clues related to the alien god. The intelligence advisor nodded. Yes, sir. I have a premonition. The Superintendent General's voice became lower. The coming era will not be something we can endure simply by gritting our teeth. He pressed his hand against the conference table, then finally sat back in his chair with a long, tired sigh. First, specters had begun appearing all over Japan. Then Ibarakiduji had occupied Mount Shahu. Now an alien god had judged all humanity. The worldview he had built over his entire life was being ruthlessly shattered again and again. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, BB. 1991 words. Chapter 42, BB-chan's global debut. Roughly 10 minutes after the alien god's brief, devastating declaration ended, electronic devices and network communications across the world returned to normal almost at the same time. It was as if the global divine oracle that had swept across the planet had been nothing more than a collective hallucination. But no one truly believed that. After a short, suffocating silence, the internet exploded. What the hell happened just now? Did everyone else see that too? I saw it. That alien god declaration. Holy crap, I was in a video conference, and my boss's face got covered by that text. I almost resigned on the spot. Same here. I was taking an exam. Every computer in the hall went black, then that thing appeared. Even the proctor's face went pale. Is this a real alien invasion? Or did some country pull off a global hacker prank? A prank? What hacker could do something like this? This is definitely supernatural. It has to be connected to that Ibara Kiduji who appeared in Japan. Every major social platform, forum, and chat group across the globe was flooded with information at a terrifying speed. People frantically exchanged what they had seen and heard, shared their shock and fear, and tried desperately to find an explanation that could make them feel even slightly safe. Conspiracy theories appeared one after another. Some insisted it was a secret psychological warfare weapon developed by a certain government. Some began packing their belongings, preparing to hide in underground shelters or remote forests. Some had already started forming online groups worshipping the alien god, kneeling through text and begging for grace, salvation, and the cleansing of this filthy world. The entire world fell into a bizarre state of fanaticism and chaos. And at that exact moment, an even more unbelievable phenomenon occurred. A live stream called BB Channel suddenly appeared at the very top of the recommendation list on every mainstream video site and live streaming platform in the world. There was no warning. No algorithmic logic. No way to remove it. Whether it was YouTube, X, Bilibili, Douyin, or any other platform where videos could be watched, the entrance to the live stream was forcibly pinned to the top. It could not be closed. It could not be hidden. It could not be ignored. BB Channel. The cover image of the live stream showed an exceptionally cute anime-style girl with long purple hair. She wore a gorgeous purple dress, smiled playfully, and made a V sign toward the screen. Judging by the cover alone, she looked like nothing more than a well-produced VTuber. In this era, beautiful virtual avatars were everywhere. More refined and more extravagant designs were not uncommon. But when people saw the subtitle beneath the livestream title, their breath caught. The first apostle of the alien god, the cute, evil, and charming BB Chantilda. The first apostle of the alien god. That single line was like a bomb dropped into already strained nerves. Am I seeing this right? Apostle of the alien god. Does this livestream have something to do with that global declaration earlier? There's clout chasing, and then there's this. This is too insane. What shameless VTuber company would dare joke about this right now? Who cares? Click in and see. I want to know what the hell this is. I already reported it for spreading terror-related information. The cyber police should ban this immediately. Ban it. Are you blind? You can't even remove the recommendation slot. This is the same technology as that global declaration. This is absolutely not a normal prank. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The people who had not yet recovered from the shock of the alien god had their nerves completely set off by this sudden livestream. Curiosity, doubt, anger, fear. All those emotions intertwined, pushing countless hands toward that purple entry. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The number of online viewers in the upper right corner of the livestream began to soar at a hair-raising speed. 10 million. 50 million. 100 million. 500 million. The numbers jumped faster and faster, soon surpassing anything any platform should have been capable of carrying. Eventually, the viewer count broke into a string of incomprehensible garbled characters. But everyone understood what it meant. At that moment, at least billions of people around the world were watching this small livestream through countless screens. The livestream itself was simple. The purple-haired girl named BB stood gracefully in a virtual space woven from streams of data. She did not speak immediately. Instead, she smiled and watched with great interest as live comments poured across the screen like a waterfall. What the hell? Speak. What is your relationship with the alien god? Fraud. Believe it or not, I'll crawl through the internet cable and beat you up. Is this an alien? She looks kind of cute. The guy above, something is wrong with you. This is the enemy's apostle. Whoever you are, stop this boring trick immediately. Otherwise, you will face sanctions from all humanity. Faced with questions, threats, doubts, and abuse flooding the screen, the purple-haired girl only tilted her head. Her smile became brighter. When the number of viewers finally reached an immeasurable peak, she cleared her throat. Then, with a sweet and teasing voice that seemed to tickle the heart, she spoke while giggling. Tardie. Good evening to everyone on site and all the insects. I mean, dear human audience members watching the live stream around the world. Tilda. Her voice rang out through speakers across the globe and clearly entered everyone's ears. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. I am the super cute and intelligent AI who serves the great and supreme alien god, the first apostle of God with a slightly mischievous side. BB-chan is here. She lifted her skirt and gave an elegant curtsy. Then she winked at the camera and continued with dazzling energy. Everyone must be very curious about my identity. Simply put, you can think of me as a super-duper powerful artificial intelligence with an independent personality and independent thought. She raised one finger. As for my technical level, I am probably several thousand to 10,000 years ahead of the most advanced technology on your planet. So, things like hijacking the global network or creating an unclosable pop-up window are as easy as breathing for BB. Her self-introduction plunged the world into a strange silence. AI, artificial intelligence, and a super AI thousands of years ahead of humanity. What was this? Skynet? Ultron? The executioner behind that declaration filled with divine judgment and theological arrogance was actually a creation of the technology side. That violent contrast made countless people's brains stall on the spot. Streamer. Are you really an AI? Are you the main control system of an alien spaceship? Can you tell us why your god wants to judge humanity? What did we do wrong? BB. Do you and your master not violate universal law and morality by doing this? Aren't you afraid that such a powerful advanced civilization bullying a weak civilization that has not even left its homeworld will draw punishment from other righteous alien civilizations? Lady BB, look at me. Does the alien god accept surrender? I've actually been disappointed in foolish humanity for a long time. Only great higher beings like you and your master are worthy of ruling this beautiful planet. Please let me join you. After BB finished introducing herself, the chaotic abuse in the live comments was swept away. In its place were questions and statements with clear positions. Some people tried to communicate, seeking understanding and hoping to uncover the alien god's true intentions. Some tried to stand on moral high ground, using so-called universal law to restrain and condemn BB and her master. Of course, there was no shortage of opportunists who immediately chose to betray their own species, hoping to defect to God's camp at the first possible moment. BB did not even bother to lift an eyelid at those messy reactions overflowing with the ugliness of human nature. She simply continued in her sweet voice. Oh my, everyone sure has a lot of questions. She held up a finger and shook it gently. But unfortunately, BB has no obligation to answer such boring things. Her smile became more dangerous. My mission is only one thing. As the eye of God, I will faithfully record and broadcast to all humans struggling to survive on this planet how you display your insignificant value during the trials of the great alien god. She clasped her hands together with exaggerated sweetness. After all, no one wants to be cleared away like trash without even knowing why, right? So the great God mercifully sent BB to give you all a chance to see reality clearly and properly recognize yourselves. This is supreme grace. You should be very grateful. At this point, BB's face revealed the smile of someone whose prank had succeeded perfectly. Well then, enough talk. She spun lightly in place, then pointed toward the camera with her small hand. Let's get straight to the main event and enjoy the exciting performance of the first batch of humans to taste divine punishment after the trials began. Following BB's declaration, the background behind her changed instantly. The BB channel livestream shifted from the virtual space of flowing data into real-time night footage that looked as though it had been captured from a high-altitude drone. The frame showed a wide elevated bridge at the edge of a city. A group of Bosako riding exaggeratedly modified motorcycles were revving their engines, producing deafening roars as they sped wildly along the empty late-night road. Sharp-eyed viewers immediately recognized the location. This is Tokyo's Rainbow Bridge, right? Exactly. It's Rainbow Bridge. Those Bosako must be the Black Phantom gang that's been giving the Metropolitan Police Department a massive headache lately. I heard they specialize in late-night street racing and are insanely arrogant. At first, people wondered why BB had suddenly pointed the livestream camera at a group of social outcasts. Then the more observant viewers noticed something wrong. The Bosako were not racing to show off. Nor did they look like they were seeking thrills. Every one of them had pushed their throttle to the limit. Their bodies were pressed low against their bikes, as if they wanted to fuse with their machines and squeeze out even more speed. From time to time, they looked back. Their eyes were filled with terror. That was not street racing. That was fleeing. They were desperately fleeing from something. As if hearing the thoughts of the viewers, BB's camera very considerately panned toward the rear of the convoy. Then everyone saw it. About 100 meters behind the motorcycles, something was chasing them. Ho ho ho! A roar filled with rage and excitement echoed across the bridge. It was neither human nor beast. The ground trembled violently. A massive figure, wrapped in ominous black-red mist and comparable in size to a heavy truck, was charging after the Bosako convoy at a speed that defied common sense. Every time it moved, the thick asphalt beneath it shattered inch by inch, like crackers struck by a hammer. Broken chunks of road flew in all directions. That power. That speed. It was far beyond human imagination. Mommy. Monster. A monster is chasing us. Run. Faster. I don't want to die. On the motorcycles, the Bosako screamed and cursed in despair. They had originally planned to come out tonight as usual, looking for excitement and venting their excess energy. But they had never imagined that this time, the excitement would reach such an absurd level. A living monster that should only exist in films and games had targeted them at some point. And now, it was hunting them as prey. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Lu Bu Fengxian arrives here. 1,386 words. Chapter 43, Lu Bu Fengxian arrives here. A few minutes earlier, before the alien god's declaration had shaken the entire world. Tokyo, Bunkyo Ward. Late at night, the streets should have been quiet. Instead, the silence was torn apart by the shriek of engines. More than a dozen modified motorcycles rushed through the empty roads and narrow alleys like ghosts in steel shells. Their headlights sliced across apartment walls, throwing distorted shadows over shutters, vending machines, utility poles, and sleeping storefronts. They were the Black Phantom, a biker gang with some reputation in Tokyo's underworld. To them, law and order were nothing but chains for the weak. The city after midnight was their private hunting ground, a place where they could roar through the streets, frighten residents awake, and vent all the restless violence that had nowhere to go during the day. Boss. Tonight's boring as hell. A young member with dyed green hair revved his engine and shouted toward the large man riding at the front. I haven't even seen one cop. The man called Boss rode a custom Harley, his body nearly 2 meters tall and packed with muscle. When he heard that, he let out a rough laugh. What are you scared of? It'd be better if the cops showed up. Let them see how fast Black Phantom's new bikes are. Yeah, exactly. Another member immediately joined in, laughing. Besides, the internet's been crazy lately, right? Spiritual energy recovery, Oni, monsters, all that stuff. Boss, do you think we'll run into one tonight? I hope we do. Someone else whistled. If we run into a ghost girl or a monster babe like that Ibarakiduji from the news, I'll catch her and make her my queen. Keep dreaming, idiot. Something like that would look at you. What if she likes wild and free men? The group burst into laughter. With those absurd, ignorant thoughts, the lawless youths shouted and roared through the night, tearing the peace of the residential district to shreds. They wanted excitement. They wanted something extraordinary. They wanted something worth bragging about. Whether their luck was good or bad was hard to say. In truth, The noise they made had already severely disturbed a certain ordinary high school author in a nearby apartment who had been trying to conceptualize a new plot. And so, when the Black Phantom gang rounded a corner and prepared to rush toward the elevated road leading to Rainbow Bridge, they finally encountered something abnormal. It stood beneath the shadow of a streetlight. A horse. No. A centaur. Its lower body was that of a magnificent steed, its muscles powerful and smooth beneath the dim streetlight. Its upper body resembled that of a broad, muscular man, while its head was that of a horse covered by a fierce, hideous mask. The strange figure stood silently at the roadside, like a statue that had stepped out of an ancient battlefield and into modern Tokyo. It radiated an aura that said very clearly, "Do not approach." "Hey, boss, look over there." One sharp-eyed member spotted it first. His first reaction was fear. His second was excitement. The boss of Black Phantom followed the direction he was pointing. His eyes immediately lit up. Although it was not the beautiful female ghost or monster he had imagined, the smooth lines of muscle and the overwhelming sense of power from that centaur-like figure were enough to fascinate any man obsessed with speed, strength, and violence. Cool. Too damn cool. Surround it. At the boss's command, the Black Phantom convoy rushed forward. More than a dozen modified motorcycles encircled the strange figure. Their engines roared louder, as if trying to intimidate it through noise alone. "Who are you all?" A deep, majestic voice came from beneath the horsehead mask. Red Hair, controlled by Tochibana Hibiki through partitioned thinking, looked at the group of ill-intentioned humans before him and gave a simple judgment in his heart. Idiots. To actively approach a supernatural being that so obviously looked dangerous, one either had to be high on something or have a brain made of mush. "We're Black Phantom." The gang boss stopped his bike and looked at the centaur monster with greedy eyes. Tokyo's most badass biker gang. His gaze swept over the creature's powerful body, undisguised possessiveness flashing in his eyes. "You look pretty cool. Pretty heroic too." He grinned. "How about it? Interested in becoming my mount?" In his mind, he had already imagined himself racing through Tokyo's streets on the back of this centaur monster. That would be 10,000 times more impressive than riding any modified motorcycle. When that time came, he would become the undisputed king of Tokyo's night roads. "Is that so?" Beneath the mask, a terrifying red light suddenly flared in Red Hair's eyes. "You wish to become my master?" Hearing these tiny humans immediately demand that he become their mount, Red Hair laughed. It was a low laugh filled with mockery. "Ha ha ha ha. Interesting. Truly interesting." The surrounding air changed. "Originally, I answered the summons and came to this world to seek an opponent worthy of me, to seize the so-called Holy Grail, and to prove to that high and mighty alien god that I am a heroic spirit powerful enough to resist him." The laughter stopped. His voice became colder. "But since you dare speak such arrogant words, since you wish to ride above me," the red light in his eyes intensified. "Then do not blame me for beginning with slaughter." The moment those words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. The air seemed to freeze. The bikers suddenly felt as if they were being stared down by a prehistoric beast. Breathing became difficult. The fingers gripping their handlebars turned stiff. "Listen well, ants." The centaur-like monster reared upward, his upper body rising high as he let out a roar that shook the night. "I am Lu Bu Fengxian." His voice rang through the empty street like thunder. "Peerless under heaven. If you wish to become Fengxian's master, then use your lives to prove whether you have the qualifications." A massive, terrifyingly shaped halberd appeared in his hand out of thin air. "Sky Pisser." Without the slightest hesitation, he swung it. The blade descended toward the unlucky biker who had been shouting the loudest. A sharp crimson light split the night. The smile on the biker's face was still frozen in place. He had not even seen what happened. The next second, the world exploded. Boom. The biker and the modified motorcycle he was so proud of were cut cleanly in two. The severed edges were smooth as mirrors. The scorching halberd wind ignited the fuel tank at almost the same instant, and a fireball shot into the sky, dyeing the nearby buildings red. The shockwave mixed with metal fragments, broken glass, and blood, sweeping outward and knocking several nearby gang members off balance. For a moment, it was as if someone had muted the entire world. Everyone froze. They stared blankly at the flames, at the two halves of the motorcycle wreckage burning on the ground, their minds completely empty. Dead. Just like that. The companion who had been laughing and bragging with them only moments ago was gone. Only now did they finally understand. The monster before them, the one calling himself Lu Biyu Fengxian, was not something they could tease, threaten, or bully like ordinary people. He was a true demon from hell. And he could take their lives whenever he wished. Ah! A heart-rending scream shattered the silence. Run! Run! The boss of Black Phantom was the first to react. His face, previously flushed with alcohol and excitement, had gone white as paper. Terrified out of his wits, he twisted the throttle, turned his bike around, and fled toward the elevated bridge with everything he had. The other members woke as though from a nightmare. They screamed one after another, no longer caring about formation, pride, or reputation. Like frightened rabbits, they scattered and fled in panic. And so, a bloody hunt began. All of it would soon be presented before billions of people around the world through a livestream called BB Channel. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. This is Divine Punishment. 1183 words. Chapter 44. This is Divine Punishment. The scene returned to BB Channel. Ho ho ho. A roar that sounded neither human nor beast echoed across the night, filled with madness, excitement, and violence. The elevated bridge shook. A massive figure wrapped in ominous black-red mist charged forward at a speed that defied every common law of physics, chasing the Bosako convoy ahead like a meteor streaking across the asphalt. Wherever that eerie figure passed, the thick road surface cracked and burst apart, as if struck by a giant hammer. Chunks of asphalt scattered to both sides. The bridge groaned beneath the impact. Its power was terrifying. Its speed was beyond human imagination. Mommy. Monster. There's a monster chasing us. Run. Go faster. I don't want to die. On their motorcycles, the Bosako screamed until their voices cracked. Their hearts were full of regret. They had never imagined that the joke they made about wanting to see a monster would actually come true. And they certainly never imagined that the excitement they sought would reach this absurd level. A living monster, something that should have existed only in games, movies, and urban legends, had targeted them. And now, it was hunting them as prey. The moment the livestream viewers clearly saw the massive figure chasing after the bikers, the comments exploded. What the hell is that thing? Is this CG? This has to be a pre-recorded movie clip, right? Is that AI named BB lying to us? Lying my ass. Can your CG make every video site in the world lag like a PowerPoint slideshow? This is definitely live. My God, that thing is too fast. It's faster than the modified motorcycles. This isn't scientific. Scientific? Since that alien god appeared, science has already become a joke. That's a monster. A real monster. Fear, shock, disbelief, and a certain morbid excitement mixed together in the hearts of billions of viewers. For the first time in human history, the existence of a supernatural monster was being shown so clearly, so directly, through a real-time livestream. This was not a blurry secret recording. It was not an edited mockumentary. It was not a rumor buried in some obscure forum. It was live. Raw. Unavoidable. On Rainbow Bridge, the piercing roar of engines intertwined with desperate screams, forming the prelude to death. The Bosako had completely lost their minds. The driving skills they once took pride in were laughable before absolute speed and strength. Boss. What do we do? That thing's catching up. A young biker with a mohawk shouted hoarsely at the burly man riding a Harley beside him, twisting his throttle as far as it would go. How the hell should I know? The boss of Black Phantom was covered in cold sweat. He glanced back at the approaching black-red mist, and his heart almost leapt out of his throat. Scatter. Everyone scatter. Every man for himself. At his command, The convoy that had been clustered together suddenly burst apart like frightened birds, fleeing wildly toward different lanes and ramps. That move seemed to provoke the pursuer even further. Ho ho ho! You want to run? A roar like a giant bronze bell erupted from within the black-red mist. A swarm of ants. Do not think you can escape the sky pisser of Lu Bu Fengxian. The voice had been distorted by the mist and sounded eerie through the livestream, but the arrogance and domination within it reached every viewer clearly. Lu Bu Fengxian? That peerless general from Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Before the viewers could digest that information, the black-red mist accelerated again. A piercing sonic boom tore through the air. A crimson streak flashed across the bridge like lightning splitting the night, catching up to the biker at the rear in an instant. The unlucky man did not even have time to react. He only felt a terrifying gale strike from behind. The next second, the black-red mist flashed past him. Boom! A violent explosion tore through the bridge. The biker and the motorcycle beneath him were smashed apart as if struck head-on by a high-speed train. Twisted steel and broken flesh flew through the air in a shrill arc before crashing dozens of meters away. The motorcycle wreckage tumbled across the asphalt, sparks and flames scattering behind it. The livestream captured everything faithfully. No mosaic. No cutaway. No mercy. Only the direct, cruel broadcast of death. For a moment, billions of viewers around the world fell silent. The comments vanished. Everyone felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. They stared blankly at the burning wreckage on the screen, their minds going completely empty. Dead. Just like that. Crushed as easily as a fly. After that brief silence, the comment stream erupted even more violently. Someone died. Someone really died. I'm gonna puke. This is too disgusting. Is this divine punishment? Is this the trial BB mentioned? This is too cruel. Cruel? How many innocent people have these bikers harmed racing through the streets at night? Getting killed by a monster now is karma. Get out of here with that bullshit. Is this the time to debate karma? The point is that monster kills people. It really kills people, and it does it like that. Panic spread through the internet like a virus. If the alien gods declaration earlier had still allowed some people to cling to the fantasy that it was all some elaborate joke, then this bloody reality shattered that illusion completely. This was not a game. This was not a movie. This was a monster that truly existed. A monster that would take human lives without hesitation. And humanity was being forced to watch the hunt through a livestream room. Tokyo, Metropolitan Police Department Headquarters. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. Deploy immediately. Contact every unit near the scene. The Superintendent General roared into the communicator, veins bulging on his forehead. Blockade Rainbow Bridge. Evacuate the civilians. Move. Superintendent General. A communications officer turned around, his face deathly pale. It's too late. Traffic near the scene is completely paralyzed because of the panic. Our ground units can't get through. Then send the aviation corps. Where are the helicopters? They've already been dispatched. But. Superintendent General, please look at the screen. The Superintendent General snapped his head up and stared at the large monitor. On the screen, the Crimson Monster was carrying out a bloody hunt at a speed almost impossible for the naked eye to follow. This speed. A technical consultant's voice trembled. It has already exceeded the speed of sound. His face was drained of color. Our helicopters cannot catch up. The Superintendent General's body swayed slightly. A deep, suffocating sense of powerlessness surged through him. He watched the bloody scene on the screen. He listened to BBS sweet yet cold commentary flowing from the broadcast. A chill rose from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his skull. So this was divine punishment. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Desperate Slaughter and the Decision. 1,455 words. Chapter 45. Desperate Slaughter and the Decision. On Rainbow Bridge, the slaughter continued. The monster calling itself Lu Biyu Fengxian seemed to grow even more excited after crushing its first prey. Wild laughter rolled out from within the black-red mist. Its massive body tore across the elevated bridge at terrifying speed, leaving only blurred after-images in its wake. Every burst of acceleration brought a piercing sonic boom. Every sharp turn carved deep scars into the solid road surface. Next, the voice came like the roar of a demon. A crimson streak flashed again. One biker tried to escape through the off-ramp. The exit was right there. Relief had only just begun to appear on his face when the world in front of him flipped upside down. The monster slammed into him from the side. Boom. The heavy motorcycle, the one he had poured all his savings into modifying, shattered in an instant. Parts flew everywhere, scattering like cold metallic petals beneath the night sky. The rider was flung away like a discarded sack. By the time he struck the road far ahead, he was already dead. And you. Another flash of red. Another biker had completely lost his nerve. He gave up on the bike, threw himself off, and scrambled toward the bridge railing on all fours. He was actually trying to jump. Perhaps in his mind, leaping from a bridge dozens of meters above the water was still better than being crushed beneath that monster's hooves. But he was too naive. Before he could climb over the guardrail, a massive hoof emerged from the black-red mist. It descended from above like steel. Crack. The agonizing sound of bones breaking traveled clearly through the livestream's high-fidelity microphones and into the ears of the world. The biker's body folded at an unnatural angle. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his life vanished before he could even scream. The giant hoof did not stop. It trampled over him and moved on, leaving behind a horrific mark on the bridge. Slaughter. It was a one-sided massacre. The Bossico who had been so arrogant only moments ago, who had fancied themselves kings of the city's night roads, were now nothing more than lambs before the crimson monster. They had no room to resist. They wailed. They cursed. They fled in desperation. But no matter where they ran, that crimson symbol of death followed like a shadow, ending their lives in the simplest and most brutal way. In BB Channel, that sweet yet emotionless voice chimed in at just the right moments, providing commentary for the bloody feast like a professional sports announcer. Oh my, it seems contestant number 2 chose the wrong escape route. What a shame. He was only a tiny bit away from the ramp. Oh. Contestant number 3 has an idea. Trying to jump off the bridge. Unfortunately, our hunter is faster. Good children watching at home, don't copy him. Jumping off bridges is very dangerous. TSK, TSK. What a wonderful performance. Do you see it, everyone? In the face of absolute power, clever little tricks are meaningless. Please remember this lesson well. It might appear on the exam later. Her cheerful tone formed a bizarre and chilling contrast with the cruel scenes on the screen. At that moment, billions of viewers around the world felt cold from the depths of their souls. This AI girl who called herself the Apostle of God was a demon who took pleasure in watching humans die in despair. The comments were no longer merely shock and fear. Devils. You're all devils. Stop. Stop it. I'm begging you, don't kill anymore. Why are you making us watch this? Countless people broke down. They screamed, cried, cursed, and tried to deny reality. But reason told them this was not a prank. This was happening. Right now. On this planet. Meanwhile, at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. The atmosphere inside the conference room had frozen to the breaking point. Everyone stared fixedly at the giant screen at the front of the room, which was broadcasting BB Channel. Every impact. Every death. Every charge from the centaur-like monster calling himself Lu Biyu Fengxian. Each one struck their hearts like a hammer. Bastard. The Superintendent General's eyes were bloodshot. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Bastard. His body trembled, not from fear, but from overwhelming anger and powerlessness. As the highest official responsible for maintaining order in Tokyo, he could only watch as citizens were slaughtered by a monster. He could do nothing. That humiliation was more painful than death. Superintendent General. A communications officer shouted. Report from the aviation unit. AH-1 attack helicopters have arrived above the target, requesting permission to fire. Fire. The Superintendent General roared the order without hesitation. Use every available method. Stop it. On the screen, the silhouettes of 2 attack helicopters appeared in the night sky. They circled above Rainbow Bridge. The autocannons beneath their noses began rotating, locking onto the crimson figure rampaging below. Oh! The humans' iron dragonflies have arrived. BBS voice carried a hint of curiosity. Across the world, the hearts of countless viewers leapt into their throats. The military. The military had arrived. Was human armed force finally going to clash head-on with the monster? Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Tongues of fire spat from the autocannons. Tracer rounds drew lethal arcs across the night, raining densely toward the crimson monster. Then, what happened next plunged everyone into deeper despair. Facing firepower powerful enough to tear through armored vehicles, the monster calling himself Lu Bu did not even dodge. He merely snorted in disdain. Grains of rice trying to outshine the moon. Sky Pisser swung. With one casual motion, he wove a dense red curtain of light before him. The moment the bullets touched that crimson curtain, they vanished without a trace, like stones sinking into the sea. Not even a ripple remained. What? The helicopter pilot shouted in disbelief. Ineffective. The attack is completely ineffective. Dead silence filled the Metropolitan Police Department's conference room. How is that possible? A consultant slumped into his chair, muttering blankly. Those are 30mm autocannons. They were actually blocked. It seems he's annoyed now. BBS voice rang out again, full of delighted schadenfreude. On the screen, the crimson monster slowly raised his head. The blood-colored eyes hidden beneath the visor pierced through the night and locked onto the 2 circling helicopters. Insignificant flies, he roared. His hind legs suddenly exerted force. That massive body leapt from the bridge, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Inherent skill, all kinds of martial arts, horse, A. This was one of Red Hair's abilities. Through an absurd range of cultivated combat techniques, he could adapt to all kinds of battlefields and combat situations. Underwater combat. Aerial combat. Even environments he had never personally experienced before. Do not be deceived by his appearance as a beast. In reality, this fellow could run across water as if it were flat ground and maneuver through the air to a certain extent. And now, his target was one of the attack helicopters above. Pull up. Hurry. The pilot screamed in terror, desperately trying to maneuver away. But it was too late. The crimson figure traced a perfect arc through the air. Sky Pisser whistled as it tore through the night. Then it slammed violently into the helicopter's rotors. Boom. The high-strength alloy blades were severed like paper. The attack helicopter lost power immediately. Trailing black smoke, it spun wildly through the air like a kite with its string cut, falling toward the sea below. No. Several cries of despair rang out inside the Metropolitan Police Department's conference room. A monster. The Superintendent General watched the demon-like figure slowly descend back onto the bridge. His vision swayed. This is simply a monster. He understood. Conventional police force had completely lost meaning. With a trembling hand, he reached for the red phone on the desk. The emergency line representing the highest level of crisis response. Connect me to the Ministry of Defense Operations Command Center. He closed his eyes. Then, one word at a time, he forced himself to speak. In the name of the Superintendent General, I request the self-defense forces to deploy the highest level of fire support. He knew very well what this decision meant. Once made, the situation would spiral completely out of control. Tokyo, this international metropolis, might become a battlefield. But now, they had no other choice. This was humanity's first formal declaration of war against the supernatural, using the machinery of the state as its weapon. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 46, God of War's 5 Weapons, Heaven and Earth Rend. 1,336 words. Chapter 46, God of War's 5 Weapons, Heaven and Earth Rend. On Rainbow Bridge, only a few members of Black Phantom remained alive. Their boss, the burly man who had only minutes ago shouted about taming the centaur as his mount, was now crouched behind an overturned truck, trembling so badly his teeth chattered. He had watched his companions die one after another. He had watched that crimson monster tear them apart in the most brutal ways imaginable. He had watched an attack helicopter, a symbol of the state's monopoly on violence, get swatted from the sky with a single swing of a halberd, as easily as a man swatting a fly. His mind had completely broken. Demon. He clutched his head, muttering incoherently. It's a demon. We provoked something we shouldn't have. We're all going to die. Fear had swallowed him whole. As for the crimson monster, after shooting down one helicopter and forcing the other to flee, he seemed to lose interest in continuing to hunt the remaining ants. He stood in the center of the bridge, looking over the devastation he had created with his own hands. Black-red mist surged around his towering body. Boring. His voice rolled across the bridge like thunder. So boring. A roar full of disappointment and impatience shook the night. Are these the strong of this era? So fragile. Not even worthy of letting me stretch my limbs. His voice spread across the world through BB Channel. Countless people heard it. And within that voice, they heard contempt. Not merely contempt for the bikers. Not merely contempt for the police. It was contempt for the entire modern world. Since that is the case, the monster's voice suddenly turned cold and cruel. Let this boring farce end in a magnificent way. He laughed. Ho ho. Here and now, I shall grant all of you an ending, together with this fragile iron bridge. He stopped. His front legs rose high, and his massive body stood tall beneath the night sky. With the halberd in his hand and the bridge groaning beneath his hooves, he looked like a demon god about to pass judgment upon the world. Among men, Lu Bu. His voice rang out like an ancient oath. Among horses, red hair. At this moment, the two become one. As he chanted, the sky pisser in his hand began emitting a blinding red glow. The surrounding black-red mist converged madly toward the halberd, twisting and surging like blood drawn into a wound. Then, something happened that left everyone watching dumbfounded. From somewhere, he produced an enormous metallic greatbow. Then he placed the glowing sky pisser onto the bowstring as though it were an arrow. What? What is that? What is he trying to do? Use a bow? Is he joking? He's using that huge halberd as an arrow? Can he even draw it? Across the globe, ordinary citizens and military experts alike stared at the surreal scene, unable to process what they were seeing. But in the next second, they understood. Noble phantasm. The monster's voice lowered. Then he released its true name. Pseudogod Force, 5 Weapons of the War God. The great bow was drawn back. Slowly. Firmly. Unstoppably. Those arms, filled with explosive strength, pulled the bowstring into a perfect full moon. The sky pisser resting upon it had transformed into a crimson sun, gathering endless destructive energy. Its light and heat grew so intense that the livestream footage began to distort. An indescribable aura radiated from that arrow, as if it could tear open heaven and earth. This is bad. Tokyo, Metropolitan Police Department Headquarters. A technical analyst stared at the skyrocketing readings on the screen and screamed. The energy reaction is rising exponentially. It has already exceeded the measurement limit of our instrument. If that thing is released, the consequences will be unimaginable. He did not get to finish. Boom. A sound like thunder crashing down from the highest heavens shook everyone's eardrums through the screen. The sky pisser left the string. It became a flash that tore through the sky. White Mach rings appeared clearly in its wake, one after another. Like a crimson meteor falling from outer space, it dragged a long tail of fire and slammed into the central pier of Rainbow Bridge. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No dazzling light show. No dramatic burst of flames. At the moment of impact, the world seemed to fall silent. Time, space, and sound all froze for a single breath. Then heaven and earth began to collapse. Rainbow Bridge. A landmark of Tokyo. A symbol of modern industry, steel, concrete, design, calculation, and human engineering. That enormous suspension bridge, built from tens of thousands of tons of steel and concrete, spanning hundreds of meters across the dark water, broke apart from its center before the eyes of billions. Huge cracks spread from the struck pier like black lightning, racing madly toward both ends. The sturdy bridge deck became more fragile than tofu. Vehicles trapped on the bridge because of the earlier chaos, along with innocent drivers and passengers who had only just recovered from the terror of the monster's slaughter, did not even have time to scream. The road beneath them vanished. Cars and trucks fell like toys from the broken bridge, plunging dozens of meters into the cold, dark water below. No. No. The bridge broke. My God. Impossible. This is impossible. It's over, it's all over. At that moment, the comments in BB Channel were swallowed by despair. Everyone stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene on the screen. Their minds went white. They could not understand it. They could not accept it. One strike. Only one strike. That monster had destroyed a grand structure of modern civilization. This was no longer mere strength. This was divine punishment. This was a natural disaster. This was absolute destruction beyond the reach of human resistance. Japan. Prime Minister's official residence. Underground Crisis Command Center. The Prime Minister, who had just watched the entire process through the emergency line, slumped into his chair. His face was pale as paper. It's over. His voice was hollow. Tokyo is finished. At the Metropolitan Police Department conference room, the Superintendent General watched the vehicles and people falling on the screen. His vision went black. Then he fainted. Despair. An unprecedented despair descended upon every high-ranking Japanese official. The modern civilization they had always been proud of looked unbearably fragile before true supernatural power. And just as the bridge collapsed, just as countless innocent people and the last few members of Black Phantom were about to fall into the cold water below, bringing this divine punishment to its bloody conclusion, a change occurred. Across the screen of BB Channel, a pink-white lotus petal drifted past. It glowed faintly. Every viewer's gaze was drawn to that petal. For a moment, their vision blurred. Then, above the dark water beneath Rainbow Bridge, the sky that had been stained crimson by Red Hair's noble phantasm was brushed clean by a gentle spring wind. The gloom vanished. The blood-red light disappeared. In its place appeared a boundless, deep galaxy. An ethereal female voice rang out from nowhere. It was compassionate, clear, and powerful. That voice reached the ears of every viewer watching BB Channel. It also echoed through all of Bunkyo Ward. When this exists, that exists. When this arises, that arises. All conditioned things are impermanent. All phenomena are empty. All things are consciousness only. Enlightenment is but a single thought. The voice carried a strange power. The terror and despair boiling in people's hearts calmed without warning. Even the viewers watching from across the world quieted down, as if their souls had been gently pressed beneath a warm hand. Then the owner of that voice chanted the final mantra. Noble Phantasm. 5 Elements Mountain, Palm of Shakyamuni. The moment those words fell, a miracle descended. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Merciful Palm of Salvation. 1,440 words. Chapter 47, The Merciful Palm of Salvation. Just as everyone believed the broken Rainbow Bridge and the hundreds of innocent lives upon it would plunge irreversibly into the abyss, becoming a tragedy no one could stop, the solemn declaration rang out. Noble Phantasm. 5 Elements Mountain, Palm of Shakyamuni. In that instant, the entire world seemed to pause once more. Rumble. The dark water beneath the bridge, which had been calm only moments before, suddenly surged violently. Towering waves rose one after another, crashing against the broken shadows of steel and concrete. Then, before the disbelieving eyes of billions of viewers across the world, A pair of unimaginably vast hands rose slowly from the churning water. They were made from pure golden light, white as jade, solemn and holy. Each finger was like a mountain peak. The lines across the palms were clearly visible, deep and mysterious, as though they contained the truths of birth, death, karma, and the turning of all things. Those hands emerged from the water with impossible gentleness. Then, with perfect precision, they caught the two falling halves of the bridge from both sides. Hum! The massive bridge structure shook violently the moment it touched those golden palms. All its downward momentum stopped. Just like that. Time seemed frozen. The broken bridge, which had symbolized certain destruction and death, was now held aloft in midair by a pair of giant hands that had appeared from nowhere. On the bridge, the drivers and passengers who had screamed in despair and closed their eyes, certain they were about to die, slowly opened them again. They felt their vehicles shake once. Then everything stopped. They did not fall. They did not die. They had survived. What happened? We didn't fall. Look outside. What is that? A driver tremblingly rolled down his window and poked his head out. Then he saw a sight he would never forget for the rest of his life. A pair of golden palms too enormous for language to describe were emitting a soft, warm glow. Like the strongest and gentlest arms in the world, they held the broken bridge and all the people upon it steadily in the air. And above their heads, at some unknown point, an immense and merciful phantom had appeared. It was a Buddha seated cross-legged. The face was indistinct, blurred by holy light, but the serenity, peace, and boundless compassion radiating from that figure made everyone who saw it feel an instinctive urge to kneel in worship. Countless pink-white lotus petals drifted down from the Buddha's phantom like snow. They filled the night sky. They fell upon every survivor. The moment those petals touched their bodies, they dissolved into streams of warmth, washing away fear, cold, panic, and despair. A miracle. It's the Buddha. The Buddha manifested. The Buddha saved us. One after another, the survivors on the bridge stumbled out of their cars. Some fell to their knees on the damaged road surface. Some pressed their foreheads down and sobbed. Some clasped their hands together, staring toward the vast Buddha phantom in the sky through tears. This scene was clearly transmitted to the entire world through BB Channel. For half a minute, the live stream fell into dead silence. The shock was too great. Then the comments exploded with a frenzy unlike anything before. What did I just see? What the hell did I just see? Oh my God. Allah. Buddha. Hands. A pair of hands caught the bridge. Is this real? This isn't CG, right? I'm not dreaming, right? Someone slap me. The one just now was a demon. So this one is a god. Has a real god descended? I'm crying. I'm an atheist, but I'm actually crying watching this. This is too overwhelming. Across the globe, regardless of nationality, race, or faith, everyone was shaken by that scene of holiness and mercy. If the monster calling himself Lu Bu had brought them pure destructive despair, then at this moment, those golden hands holding up the broken bridge brought the most direct and undeniable hope. Tokyo, Metropolitan Police Department Headquarters. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. The Superintendent General, who had just been awakened by someone pressing his philtrum, opened his eyes and saw the impossible scene on the screen. He stared for a long time before asking in a hoarse, disbelieving voice, What is this now? I don't know. The advisors beside him looked like fools, only able to shake their heads blankly. It seems to be the Buddha. On the other side, at the broken section of Rainbow Bridge. The arrogant red centaur who had single-handedly destroyed the bridge, Lu Bu Fengxian, also stopped moving. He stood at the edge of the shattered road, staring at the giant golden hands holding up the other half of the bridge and the massive Buddha phantom above. The black-red mist around him surged violently, revealing the turmoil within. This is someone's noble phantasm? For the first time, a trace of solemnity entered his voice. To use a noble phantasm to directly intercept the aftermath of his pseudo-god force, 5 weapons of the war god and hold up half of the broken bridge so steadily. The newcomer's strength could not be underestimated. "State your name, newcomer." He raised Sky Pisser high and pointed it toward the opposite bank. Battle intent blazed in his roar. "I am Lu Bu Fengxian. I do not slay nameless nobodies." His voice echoed across the night sky. What answered him was a gentle, clear female voice, pleasant as a mountain spring. Amitabha. With that Buddhist chant, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows at the broken edge of the bridge on the opposite side. It was a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. She wore simple yet well-tailored white monk robes, with a magnificent red kasaya draped over them. Intricate scriptures had been embroidered across the fabric in golden thread. Her long, glossy black hair was tied back with a golden hoop, fluttering softly in the night wind. Her features were as exquisite as a painting, her skin white as snow, and her eyes clear and bright, as if they could see straight through the human heart. In one hand, she held a 9-ringed staff. Around her neck hung large prayer beads. Despite her monastic attire, she did not carry the lonely, withered air of someone living beneath an ancient lamp before an old Buddha. Instead, she was full of vitality. Bright, warm, reassuring. She walked barefoot, step by step, to the edge of the broken bridge. Then she faced the ferocious red monster across the gap. I'm in love. This is a fairy, right? A fairy definitely descended to earth, right? A monk. Such a beautiful nun. No, a warrior monk. But why does it look like she's wearing something incredibly bold under those robes? The move just now was called Palm of Shakyamuni, right? Wait, does that mean Buddha is actually a girl? My mom asked why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. The viewers erupted the moment they clearly saw the woman's appearance. Unlike the monster radiating destruction, this woman in white radiated pure, untainted goodness and mercy. Standing there, she was like a lamp lit in the darkness. One that made people instinctively want to approach. One that made people want to trust her. Facing Lu Bu's battle-hungry demand, the woman in white merely smiled. She placed one hand upright before her chest and gave a Buddhist salute. This humble monk is lacking in talent. My Dharma name is Sanzang, also known as Xuanzang. Her voice spread clearly across the world through the live stream. I am merely a traveler from the great Tang of the East, journeying west to worship the Buddha and obtain the scriptures. She looked at the red monster before her without the slightest fear. By borrowing the Buddha's power, I barely managed to stop your evil deed, Demon General. She lowered her gaze slightly. Amitabha. Amitabha. In her eyes, there was no hatred. Only a gentleness and tolerance like an elder looking at a naughty child. To save one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It seems that even though this humble monk lost her way again this time, the trip was not wasted. Tang Xuanzang. The Tang monk from Journey to the West. And a woman. At that moment, the minds of viewers all over the world crashed once again. There was simply too much information. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, Heroic Spirits, Humanity's Final Trump Card. 2062 words. Chapter 48, Heroic Spirits, Humanity's Final Trump Card. Xuanzang. Across the world, countless viewers stared at the woman in white on the screen, their thoughts crashing into one another. Wasn't Xuanzang Sanzang supposed to be the monk from Journey to the West? The holy monk who rode the white dragon horse, traveled west to obtain the scriptures, and needed Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, and Shuo Wujing to protect him from demons along the way? Now not only had that monk appeared as an impossibly beautiful young woman, she had also displayed the divine strength to hold up an entire broken bridge. What on earth was happening? The worldviews of viewers everywhere had already been shattered several times tonight. Now they were being crushed, reshaped, and crushed all over again. Tang monk. A woman. And she can fight like that. This character setting is completely different from the story I know. You're still hung up on that. She saved hundreds of people. She's a hero. In fate logic, heroic spirits don't always match ordinary history or literature. They're shaped by legends, faith, and how humanity remembers them. Exactly. This might be the Xuanzang recorded on the Throne of Heroes. Not just a protected monk, but the saint who crossed countless trials to reach the scriptures. So a heroic spirit claiming to be Lu Biyu, and another claiming to be Xuanzang Sanzang, are about to fight on Rainbow Bridge? This world is completely insane. The comments in the livestream were swallowed by exclamations, arguments, and frantic questions. Meanwhile, at Shahu Shrine, Mizuki Mirai was crouching on the roof beside Ibara Kiduji, watching the livestream on her phone. When those giant golden hands lifted the broken bridge, Mizuki had been shaken just like the rest of the world. But unlike ordinary viewers, her attention soon shifted to the woman in white who had called herself Xuanzang. Because from the moment that woman appeared, the Mount Ooi Oni beside her, who had been gnawing on fried chicken with grease all over her face, suddenly froze. Ibara Kiduji dropped the chicken leg in her hand. Her golden vertical pupils fixed on the woman in white on the screen, unblinking. Gulp. The sound of her swallowing was clear. A glistening thread of drool slipped from the corner of her mouth. It was the primitive, hungry gaze of a beast that had seen the finest prey in the world. Ibara Kiduji abruptly stood up from the roof. Her tongue slid over her lips. Her golden eyes shone with a greed Mizuki had never seen before. I want to eat her. The words burst out of her mouth. I want to eat her whole. Not even the bones will be left. Demonic energy surged from her body. Black markings began crawling rapidly from her neck, spreading across her skin like living ink. Hey, Ibaraki, calm down. Mizuki was startled and hurriedly hugged her from behind, desperately trying to hold her back. She was beginning to believe that the female monk really was the legendary Xuanzang Sanzang. After all, in the stories, countless demons had pursued Tang Monk's flesh because eating it was said to grant immortality. To an Oni like Ibara Kiduji, this woman's existence must have been irresistible. A walking piece of human-shaped bait. Let go of me, shrine maiden. Ibaraki struggled wildly, and her strength nearly dragged Mizuki across the roof tiles. I am going to eat her. If I eat her, I can recover even more of my power. Then it will be easier for me to bring Shu-Ten into this world. Mizuki clung to her with all her might, inwardly close to tears. One Lu Biyu. One Xuanzang. And now Ibara Kiduji wanted to join the battlefield too. Was Tokyo going to become the stage for an upgraded night parade of 100 demons tonight? At the break in Rainbow Bridge, Lu Biyu and Xuanzang, two heroic spirits from legends that should never have crossed paths, faced one another across the shattered span. HMPH Xuanzang Sanzang? Lu Biyu, or rather, red hair acting under that name, snorted 2 streams of hot breath from his nose. I do not care who you are. You interrupted my pleasure. That makes you my enemy. Benefactor, you are mistaken. Xuanzang shook her head. Her face still carried that same compassion for all living beings. All life suffers. Why must you build your happiness upon the pain of others? Lay down the butcher's blade, and even now, the shore is not far. Enough preaching. Lu Biyu clearly had no patience for Buddhist sermons. Sky Pisser slammed heavily against the ground, causing the broken bridge to tremble. You are also a heroic spirit who answered the summons of the throne, are you not? Then you should understand your mission. His voice rang through the night. Our mission is to display martial valor and prove humanity's potential during the trial initiated by the alien god. It is not to waste time saving insignificant ants. Heroic spirit. Throne. Mission. Through BBS livestream, Lu Biyu's words dropped another bombshell upon the entire world. Just as everyone was drowning in confusion, BB Chan's sweet voice rang out at exactly the right moment. Ding dong tilde. BB Chan's Science Corner is now in session. In the corner of the livestream, BBS virtual avatar popped into view. She held a small pointer and stood in front of a cute virtual blackboard with the words Heroic Spirit written on it. Simply put, heroic spirits are records of heroes who left behind great achievements in human history, myth, and legend, then continue to be praised, feared, worshipped, and remembered by later generations. BB tapped the blackboard with her pointer. After death, their souls and legends are elevated and recorded in a place on the reverse side of the world called the Throne of Heroes. Think of it as humanity's ultimate archive, a storage server for miracles, glory, regrets, grudges, and legends. She winked. When humanity faces a massive crisis, such as being judged by our great alien god, the world's counterforce, the thing you might understand through names like Aleia or Gaia, can call upon the records stored in the throne and allow those heroes to descend into the present age. Those descended forms are called servants. BB spread both arms, smiling brightly. In other words, they are humanity's ultimate weapons against extinction. On the screen, a small chibi Lu Bu and a small chibi Xuanzang appeared beside her, one swinging a halberd, the other holding a staff. Just like the Mr. Lu Bu and Miss Xuanzang you are seeing right now. Both of them answered the world's call and descended as guardians of humanity, in order to oppose the alien god and protect the nearly doomed human race. BB's explanation was clear, logical, and deeply misleading in exactly the right way. It gave the bizarre events happening before humanity a reasonable framework. In an instant, the whole world erupted. Heroic spirits. Guardians. So they're here to help us. Isn't that Lu Bu killing people? He counts as a guardian. Didn't BB say it? He's trying to show humanity's potential. That Lu Bu is using his own way to show martial valor to the alien god. I get it. One represents destruction and power, while the other represents protection and mercy. They're both heroes, but their philosophies are different. Humanity's final trump card. I see. So humanity still had a backup plan like this. The Metropolitan Police Department. The Prime Minister's official residence. The Pentagon. The Kremlin. Command centers, palaces, ministries, military bases, and secure bunkers across the world. After hearing BB's explanation, the leaders of countless countries fell into deep shock and contemplation. For the first time, they felt as if they had touched the hidden truth of the world. It turned out that in places unknown to them, the world had always possessed its own means of protecting humanity. These heroic spirits who stepped out of history and myth were the final trump cards of human civilization. So, they are allies. At the Metropolitan Police Department, a young officer asked in a trembling voice. Perhaps. The Superintendent General looked at the two figures facing each other on the screen, his expression extremely complicated. One wanted to kill. The other wanted to save. What kind of allies were these? Allies. Don't make me laugh. An intelligence analysis official slammed both hands on the table, his face flushed with anger. That thing calling himself Lu Bu just slaughtered more than a dozen people in front of the entire world, destroyed Rainbow Bridge, and shot down one of our attack helicopters. You call that an ally? But, didn't BB say they are here to show humanity's potential to the alien god? Another official argued weakly. Does showing potential require killing people? What kind of rotten logic is that? The intelligence officer was furious. In my opinion, that BB has no good intentions at all. She is deliberately confusing the situation and making us fight among ourselves. I agree. The Superintendent General took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Regardless of whether what BB said is true or false, the existence of heroic spirits is now a massive variable. We cannot easily trust either side. He paused. His sharp gaze swept across everyone present. Immediately form two task forces. One will focus on that crimson monster calling himself Lu Bu, analyze his behavior patterns, abilities, weaknesses, everything. The other will study Xuanzang Sanzang and attempt to establish contact with her. His voice grew heavier. Find out her purpose. Superintendent General, that is too dangerous. A subordinate immediately objected. The opponent is capable of lifting a broken bridge. What if she is just like Lu Bu? There are no what ifs. The Superintendent General interrupted him decisively. One represents destruction. The other represents protection. At the very least, they are clearly not standing on the same side. His jaw tightened. The enemy of our enemy may become our friend. We have no way back now. We can only gamble. His words plunged the entire meeting room into silence. Everyone understood. This was indeed a gamble. If they won, humanity might find an ally capable of opposing the alien god. If they lost, the consequence might be eternal damnation. Meanwhile, at the break in Rainbow Bridge, facing Lu Biyu's battle-hungry declaration, Xuanzang only sighed helplessly. Amitabha. Benefactor, you are too attached to appearances. She lightly tapped the 9-ringed staff in her hand against the ground. A clear chime rang out. To have compassion for the weak, to help others, and to devote oneself to goodness. These are the principles the Buddha taught me. She looked at Lu Biyu calmly. As for displaying martial valor to some alien god, or proving humanity's potential through slaughter, such distant ambitions are merely the delusions of a demon general. Her voice was gentle, but it carried across the broken bridge and through the live stream to the ears of the entire world. This humble monk only wishes for every life in this world to find happiness and peace. I will do my best to help those I meet. Only when people free themselves from inverted dreams and delusions can they approach supreme perfect enlightenment. Her voice was not loud, yet everyone heard it. And at that moment, the favorable impression countless people had toward her rose sharply. Did you hear that? This is a true saint. Her values are so noble. I love her. She's completely different from that muscle-brained maniac who only knows how to fight and kill. HMPH, womanly compassion. Lu Biyu snorted, and the black-red mist around him churned even more violently. Our paths differ. We cannot plan together. He raised Sky Pisser. Since you insist on blocking me, do not blame my halberd for knowing no mercy. Then there is no other way. Xuanzang's smile did not disappear, but her gaze became serious. It seems that today, this humble monk must subdue your demonic delusions on behalf of the Buddha. The moment she finished speaking, golden light flared from the 9-ringed staff in her hand. A vast, majestic aura erupted from her petite body, no less powerful than Lu Biyu's own. The great battle was about to begin. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Battlefield of Heroic Spirits, Mortal's Retreat. 1715 words. Chapter 49, Battlefield of Heroic Spirits, Mortal's Retreat. At the break in Rainbow Bridge, the air had frozen. On one side stood the crimson man-horse wrapped in ominous black-red mist, Sky Pisser gripped in his hand. He looked like a demon god that had stepped down from an ancient battlefield. On the other side stood the stunning holy monk in snow-white robes, her 9-ringed staff resting lightly in her hand. A faint halo of Buddhist light shone behind her, making her seem solemn, compassionate, and untouchable. Two beings who should have existed only in myth and legend now faced each other beneath the gaze of billions. Behind them, the pair of enormous golden hands still held up the fractured bridge, radiating a soft, steady light above the cold water below. Like a miracle-given form, they protected the lives of hundreds of survivors who should have already fallen to their deaths. HMPH Xuanzang Sanzang? Lu Biyu, or rather Red Hair, who firmly believed himself to be Lu Biyu Fengxian, snorted 2 streams of scorching breath from his nostrils. His voice was arrogant and filled with disdain. I do not care who you are. Since you have blocked my enjoyment, you are my enemy. Benefactor, that is incorrect. Xuanzang shook her head. Her expression still carried compassion for the world, but her gentle voice possessed a strength that could not be shaken. All living beings suffer. Why must you build your happiness upon the pain of others? Lay down the butcher's blade, and even now, the shore remains within reach. Enough nonsense. Lu Biyu clearly had no patience for lectures. He slammed Sky Pisser into the ground. The already damaged bridge deck let out a tortured metallic groan. Spiderweb cracks spread wildly from the point of impact, and the entire broken bridge shook violently beneath his strength. You are also a heroic spirit summoned from the throne of heroes. Then you should understand your mission. His roar was deafening. Our mission is to display martial prowess in this trial initiated by the alien god and prove the possibilities of humanity, not to stand here fussing over a handful of insignificant ants. The exchange was transmitted clearly to the entire world through BB Channel. Heroic spirit? Throne of heroes? What is he talking about? Did you not hear BB Chan's explanation earlier? They're heroes from human history and legend, summoned by the world to fight the alien god. So, they're here to protect us? Protect us? That red guy just killed people. He crushed someone in the blink of an eye and destroyed the bridge. The woman in white, Xuanzang, is the good one. She saved so many people. I think I understand now. These two heroic spirits have conflicting ideals, right? One uses destruction and power to prove humanity's potential, while the other uses protection and compassion to save living beings. My God, isn't this basically lawful good versus chaotic neutral? Based on only a few short lines, the viewers had already imagined an epic clash of ideals. Meanwhile, at the Metropolitan Police Department's Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures headquarters, the atmosphere was even heavier. Contact the scene immediately. Rescue teams, enter the bridge area at once. Save every survivor. The Superintendent General, who had only just regained consciousness, ignored his weakened body and grabbed the communicator to shout orders. Superintendent General, the scene is too dangerous. One subordinate anxiously tried to stop him. Those two monsters are still confronting each other. They could start fighting at any moment. That is exactly why we need to be fast. The Superintendent General's eyes were bloodshot. He was almost roaring. Can't you see it? Those golden hands are still holding the bridge. That Sanzang is creating an opening for us to rescue them. We cannot waste her goodwill. But. No buts. Execute the order. The Superintendent General cut him off decisively. Notify the rescue teams. During the operation, no one is to approach those two heroic spirits. No provocation. No weapons aimed at them. No unnecessary communication. His voice hardened. We have one objective. Save people. The order was quickly passed down. Soon, under the eyes of the world, several patrol boats and boats belonging to the Japan Coast Guard cautiously approached the underside of Rainbow Bridge. At the same time, police helicopters hovered at a distance, prepared to perform aerial rescues at any moment. A large-scale rescue operation, carried out at the edge of a battlefield between gods and demons, began. On the bridge, Xuanzang glanced down at the rescue boats beginning their work below. Her smile softened. Then she looked back at Lu Biyu and sighed helplessly. Amitabha. Benefactor, you are deeply attached. She lightly tapped the end of her 9-ringed staff against the bridge. A clear chime rang out. To have compassion for the weak, to help others, and to devote oneself to goodness. These are the principles taught to me by the Buddha. Her voice was not loud, but every word possessed an unshakable firmness. As for displaying martial prowess to the alien god, or proving the possibilities of humanity through slaughter, such distant ambitions are nothing more than the delusions of a demon general. She raised her eyes. This humble monk only wishes for every life in this world to know happiness and peace. I will do all I can to help those I encounter. Only when people leave behind inverted dreams and illusions may they approach supreme perfect enlightenment. Those words caused the viewer's favor toward her to skyrocket. Exactly. There's no reason killing humans should prove anything to aliens. Who can guarantee those sacrifices have any meaning? Xuanzang is so gentle. She is literally the mother of my dreams. Support Sanzang. Oppose that violent maniac Lu Biyu. HMPH. Womanly benevolence. Lu Biyu scoffed. The black-red mist around him churned violently, like rage taking physical form. Our paths differ. We cannot work together. He lifted Sky Pisser. Since you insist on standing in my way, do not blame my halberd for showing no mercy. Then there is no other way. Xuanzang's smile did not change, but a trace of seriousness appeared in her clear eyes. It seems that today, on behalf of the Buddha, this humble monk must subdue the delusions of a demon general. The moment she finished speaking, golden light erupted from the 9-ringed staff in her hand. A vast, majestic aura burst from her seemingly petite body, no weaker than Lu Biyu's own. Boom. Two terrifying presences collided in midair. The shockwave caused the water below to cave inward, forming a huge circular depression on the surface. The rescue boats in the distance were rocked violently. Crew members swayed and shouted in alarm, nearly losing their footing. Oh no! Xuanzang frowned slightly. She glanced at the rescue work below, then at Lu Bu across from her, whose battle intent had risen to its peak. This was no place for a battle. She made her decision instantly. Benefactor. Her white robes fluttered without wind. Do you dare follow me? Before the words fully faded, she transformed into a streak of white light and soared into the sky, flying away from the city center toward the port's industrial district. Her intention was clear. She wanted to move the battlefield to an empty, open area. Ho ho ho. You want to run? Lu Bu laughed wildly. How could he fail to understand her intention? But that suited him perfectly. To the ends of the earth, I, Lu Bu Fengxian, will catch you. He roared and stomped all four hooves heavily against the bridge deck. Boom. The already broken bridge deck shattered beneath his terrifying force. His massive body became a crimson meteor, following closely after the white light as he tore through the air. One white. One red. Two streaks of light carved long trails across Tokyo's night sky, like comets chasing each other. In an instant, they vanished toward the horizon. Only the giant golden hands remained, still steadily holding up the broken bridge. And behind them, a group of humans whose minds had nearly shut down. We lost them. At Metropolitan Police Department headquarters, the technician responsible for radar tracking stared at the two disappearing light points on the screen and reported in a stuttering voice. The last captured speed, both exceeded Mach 3. Our equipment cannot keep up. The conference room fell deathly silent. The Superintendent General looked at the screen. Then he looked toward the window, where two fading streaks of light were about to disappear into the night. His throat went dry. Was this the battle of heroic spirits? Even their movement alone had already surpassed the range modern technology could fully grasp. Order the aviation units to retreat. He took a deep breath and issued a new command. Blockade the direction they are heading. Ground units, clear all civilians along their projected route. Fast. Fast. That direction is Tokyo Port's industrial and storage district. A staff officer quickly marked the area on the map. It is basically uninhabited at night. Someone murmured. That heroic spirit called Xuanzang Sanzang is deliberately guiding the battlefield. She is protecting us. That discovery caused a complex, indescribable emotion to rise in everyone's hearts. Facing such a terrifying disaster, an outsider from myth and legend was protecting them without asking for anything in return. That kindness was so heavy it made them feel breathless. Superintendent General. The communications officer spoke again, his voice trembling slightly. The survivors of Rainbow Bridge have all been rescued. The Superintendent General sharply turned toward the main screen. On the screen, as the last survivor was hoisted into a helicopter, the giant golden hands that had held up the broken bridge for so long finally began to dim. They turned into countless golden particles and scattered into the night. The broken bridge, having lost its support, released one final groan and crashed into the cold water below, stirring up monstrous waves. A tragedy that would have shocked the world had been averted. The Superintendent General watched the scene in silence. His lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. He only stood straight. Then, facing the screen, he bowed deeply. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Demonic Monk vs Fiendish General. 1927 words. Chapter 50. Demonic Monk vs Fiendish General. Tokyo Port, Shinagawa Pier Storage Area. During the day, it was one of Tokyo's largest logistics hubs, crowded with trucks, workers, forklifts, and the metallic rhythm of cargo moving in and out of the city. At night, it became something else entirely. Rows of towering cranes stood silent beneath the dark sky. Mountains of shipping containers formed narrow steel canyons. Sodium lamps cast pale light over empty service roads, and the sea wind carried the smell of salt, rust, and machine oil through the deserted pier. That silence was torn apart by two streaks of light. One white. One red. Boom! Xuanzang Sanzang landed lightly atop a crane dozens of meters high, her white monk robes snapping in the night wind. A heartbeat later, the crimson meteor descended. It crashed into a stack of containers not far away. Boom! High-strength steel containers were smashed apart like children's blocks. Twisted sheets of metal flew in every direction, shrieking as they scraped across the concrete. From the wreckage, red hair rose. Black-red mist churned around his massive frame. Sky Pisser rested in his hand, its blade glowing with a savage crimson edge. Ho ho ho! You run well. He pointed the halberd at Xuanzang standing atop the crane, battle intent surging. This place is good. Wide enough for you to die without regret. Amitabh her. Xuanzang placed one hand upright before her chest, her expression calm. Benefactor, your killing intent is too heavy. Malevolence clings to you like a shadow. You have strayed onto the demonic path. Her eyes lowered slightly. Today, this humble monk shall deliver you. Deliver me. You, a mere woman? Red Hair laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then come and try. Let us see whether your Buddhist teachings are deeper, or my halberd sharper. Before his voice fully faded, his hind legs drove into the ground. The concrete cracked beneath his hooves. His massive body became red lightning, charging straight toward the crane where Xuanzang stood. The speed was terrifying. A deep furrow tore open behind him. Containers along the way were smashed apart by the shockwave alone, steel plates folding inward as though struck by an invisible battering ram. Facing that thunderous charge, Xuanzang did not dodge. She merely raised the 9-ringed staff in her hand and pointed it forward. Grow. Vroom. The 9 metal rings atop the seemingly ordinary staff erupted with brilliant golden light. The staff lengthened and thickened at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, it became a golden pillar over 100 meters long, as thick as the support beam of a bridge. In BB Channel, sharp-eyed viewers immediately cried out. Wait, is that Sun Wukong's staff? No way. Why can Xuanzang use the Monkey King's weapon? Maybe because she's a heroic spirit. BB said they're records of legends, right? So the legend of Xuanzang includes her disciples too? Sun Wukong, Zhu Baji, Shuo Wujing, the whole journey. That actually makes sense. She isn't just one monk. She's the center of the entire journey to the west. Stop analyzing. It's about to hit. While the comments erupted, the enormous golden staff fell. It carried enough force to crush the pier flat. Well, come. Red Hair was delighted rather than alarmed. With a roar, Sky Pisser swung upward. A blood-red arc tore through the night and met the golden staff head-on. Clang. The collision of metal rang through Tokyo port, loud enough to tear at the eardrums. A shockwave exploded from the point of impact and spread outward in a violent ring. Within several hundred meters, every container, whether empty or fully loaded, twisted under the pressure as though squeezed by the hand of a giant. Some nearby containers were sent tumbling away, crashing into one another with deafening booms. Crack! Crack! The crane beneath Xuanzang's feet wailed. Thick steel supports split open with countless cracks. What strength! Xuanzang's eyes narrowed. Through the staff, she felt a purely destructive force transmitted from Sky Pisser, savage and direct, without hesitation or restraint. Red Hair was not untouched either. Although he had blocked the strike, his enormous body was forced back dozens of meters. His 4 iron hooves plowed deep trenches through the concrete, sparks bursting beneath him. Interesting. He shook his slightly numb arms, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning even brighter. But if that is all, you will not defeat me. He jerked the halberd and knocked the golden staff aside. Then his body pivoted. Sky Pisser came again, not with brute force alone, but from a strange and vicious angle. This time, it was no longer a contest of strength. It was martial skill. In Red Hair's hands, the halberd became many things at once. At times, it darted like a venomous snake toward Xuanzang's vitals. At times, it swept down like a tiger descending a mountain. At times, it spun into a crimson wheel, airtight and merciless. For a moment, the air filled with blood-colored halberd shadows, each one aimed at a lethal point. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Faced with that storm-like assault, Xuanzang remained composed. The giant golden staff instantly shrank back to the form of a 9-ringed staff. Then she flipped her left hand, and a massive 9-toothed rake appeared in her grasp, its cold metal teeth gleaming beneath the port lights. That's Jubaji's rake, right? Another weapon from Journey to the West. So the weapons of her disciples can appear through her legend? BB said heroic spirits are recorded from history, myth, and belief. Maybe the pilgrimage itself became part of Xuanzang's power. The master was the most terrifying one all along. With the staff in her right hand and the rake in her left, Xuanzang wielded two completely different armaments with startling speed and precision. The staff guarded. It danced before her as a screen of golden light, blocking every strike of Sky Pisser without a gap. The rake attacked. During the brief openings between parries, it swept in from unexpected angles, forcing Red Hair to shift, block, and counter. For a time, the sound of clashing metal rang endlessly over the pier. Sparks scattered like fireworks across the storage yard. The two figures moved across cranes, containers, and broken steel at speeds ordinary eyes could not follow. One white, one red. They collided, separated, vanished, and clashed again. Each exchange was enough to shake the night. When Red Hair slashed with Sky Pisser, the blood-colored wind easily cut through container stacks like mountains of paper, leaving smooth mirror-like wounds through the steel. When Xuanzang swung the rake, golden Buddhist light smashed craters several meters deep into the concrete. This was no longer a battle on the level of human beings. It was a clash between legends. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. Inside the conference room, everyone stared at the footage transmitted by distant drones. The image was blurry. The distance was great. Even so, every collision seemed to shake their souls. Analysis. The Superintendent General's voice was hoarse. Is the analysis complete? Reporting, Superintendent General. A technical consultant swallowed hard and pointed at the readings on the screen. According to current calculations, the energy released by each of their attacks is roughly equivalent to a direct hit from a Tomahawk-class cruise missile. He paused. His voice trembled. And in the past minute, they have exchanged blows more than 300 times. The meeting room became so quiet that a dropped pin would have sounded deafening. 300 Tomahawk-level exchanges in 1 minute. What did that even mean? It was as if the conventional firepower of a small nation had been poured into one tiny pier in 60 seconds. Monsters. A young officer could no longer bear the pressure. He slid down to the floor, muttering blankly, "They're both monsters." The Superintendent General ignored him. His gaze remained fixed on the screen. He knew. From tonight onward, the world would truly be different. The technology and military power that humanity had always taken pride in seemed painfully fragile before true legends. Then the battlefield changed again. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Red Hair laughed as he attacked without pause. But this is still not enough. Is this the limit of your martial skill? Amitabha. Xuanzang parried calmly. If the benefactor feels it is insufficient, then this humble monk shall show a little more. The 9-toothed rake in her left hand vanished. In its place appeared an ancient demon-subduing staff with a crescent-shaped blade gleaming at one end. That's Sho Wujing's weapon. Sun Wukong's staff, Jubaji's rake, Sho Wujing's crescent staff. The whole pilgrimage team is here through her. So Xuanzang's legend really carries the journey and her disciples with it. I suddenly understand why BB called heroic spirits humanity's records. This isn't just one person. It's a whole myth standing there. I declare Tang Monk is the hidden final boss of Journey to the West. The livestream viewers had completely lost their minds. And after switching to the crescent staff, Xuanzang's fighting style changed with it. If the 9-toothed rake had relied on broad sweeps and overwhelming impact, then the crescent staff was agile, fluid, and unpredictable. Her movements carried a strange zen-like rhythm. She swung the staff lightly. It looked ordinary. Yet every time, it arrived later and struck first, precisely touching the weak points in Red Hair's halberd technique and forcing him to retreat. For the first time since the battle began, Red Hair, who had held the initiative through raw aggression, was driven into a defensive rhythm. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? The more Red Hair fought, the more alarmed he became. The opponent's staff work seemed slow, almost gentle, yet it felt as though she could see through every movement before he made it. He had strength. He had speed. But no matter how he attacked, she guided his force away before it could fully bloom. It is not over yet. Xuanzang's voice sharpened. She seized a flaw in his defense and stepped forward. Instead of using the reach of her weapon, she closed the distance directly, entering the range of Red Hair's massive frame. Not good. Alarm rang through Red Hair's instincts. He wanted to retreat. Too late. Xuanzang tossed both the nine-ringed staff and the crescent staff into the air. Then she pressed her palms together and chanted beneath her breath. Body outside the body. She plucked several strands of her own hair and blew gently. In the next instant, golden light erupted from her body. One after another, those lights took shape in midair. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beautiful women in white monk robes, each identical to Xuanzang Sanzang, appeared around Red Hair. Every one of them radiated an aura nearly indistinguishable from the original. Clones. That has to be one of Sun Wukong's abilities, right? Even the Monkey King's techniques are part of her legend. BB said heroic spirits are shaped by myths and belief. If people remember Xuanzang together with her disciples, maybe their powers can appear through her. One Xuanzang was already terrifying. Now there are this many. Help. The scene is too beautiful and too scary at the same time. In BB channel, the comments were completely drowned by screams, exclamation marks, and stunned disbelief. The entire world fell speechless before the impossible scene unfolding on the battlefield. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@Trion. p@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, The Peerless Demonic God. 1,384 words. Chapter 51, The Peerless Demonic God. Under the night sky at Tokyo Port, an impossible scene unfolded. More than a dozen Xuanzang Sanzangs, each dressed in white monk robes and bearing the same exquisite features, surrounded the Crimson Centaur monster from every direction. Every clone carried the same compassionate aura as the original. Some held nine-ringed staffs. Some gripped nine-toothed rakes. Some carried crescent-shaped demon-subduing staffs. Others stood empty-handed, palms joined or raised in stances that seemed gentle at first glance, yet carried the weight of Buddhist martial discipline. It looked less like a siege and more like a grand exhibition of Buddhist mystery. What kind of sorcery is this? Red Hair roared, shock and fury tangled in his voice. Even he could not immediately comprehend the sight before him. But the instincts of a peerless general were not so easily shaken. Sky Pisser swung. Blood-red magical energy erupted from the halberd, whipping into a violent tornado as he tried to tear every illusion to pieces in a single sweep. But what answered him was not illusion. It was an attack from all sides. Clang! A massive golden staff descended from above, carrying the weight of a mountain. It slammed heavily onto his halberd, forcing his enormous body to sink from the impact. Ding! A nine-toothed rake thrust in from his left blind spot, aiming viciously for the joint of his foreleg. Swish! A crescent staff swept across the ground from the right, its cold blade cutting straight toward his hind hooves. Red Hair's eyes flared. His body spun violently, and Sky Pisser carved a perfect crimson arc through the air, parrying all three weapons at once. But before he could regain his rhythm, more attacks arrived. The dozen Xuanzangs moved with seamless coordination. Some pressed the attack, their golden staffs striking with broad, heavy, overwhelming force. Some focused on defense, their crescent staffs shifting with agile and unpredictable changes, blocking and redirecting his halberd. Others controlled the battlefield, their nine-toothed rakes rising and falling like hunting hooks, constantly targeting his joints and openings to restrict his movement. For a time, the sound of metal clashing rang through the night. Sparks burst above the port, brighter than fireworks. Red Hair was forced into a passive state. Despite possessing martial skill worthy of being called peerless, He was being suppressed by the most shameless group fighting tactic imaginable. The halberd techniques he prided himself on could not fully unfold beneath the siege of 3 different weapons and countless coordinated angles. He could only parry, dodge, and force his way through narrow gaps. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Red Hair let out an unwilling roar. He felt like a tiger caught in a spider's web. His strength remained immense, but every movement was restrained. Every attack was diverted. Every opening was immediately punished. That frustration was harder for him to endure than defeat itself. He could not continue like this. If he was losing in martial technique, then he would abandon technique. He would use the purest, most primitive, most unreasonable form of power to tear apart this inescapable net. Roar. A cry that seemed to shake heaven and earth erupted from his throat. The ominous black-red mist around Red Hair suddenly contracted. Then it exploded outward. He discarded all intricate variations, held Sky Pisser horizontally before him, and stomped all 4 hooves heavily into the ground. His enormous body became an indestructible siege ram. Then he charged toward the weakest point of the encirclement. This was the strongest expression of the absurd union between Lu Bu among men and Red Hair among horses. A peerless charge born from the unity of man and horse. Once he began running, who could possibly stop him? Do not even think about it. A Xuanzang clone holding a golden staff shouted sharply and blocked his path. She swung the massive staff down toward his head. This time, Red Hair did not dodge. Get out of my way, the horse roared. He used flesh and blood to meet divine iron head-on. Boom. The golden staff was knocked aside by an unstoppable force. Before the Xuanzang clone could make a sound, Red Hair's violent charge smashed straight through her. Her body shattered on the spot, scattering into golden light. Crushed in a single blow. Although the clones possessed the aura and techniques of the original, they were not true bodies after all. Before Red Hair's full-force charge, where he gambled everything on raw impact, they were as fragile as glass. After tearing open a gap, Red Hair did not slow down. He accelerated. His crimson figure became a destructive streak of light racing across Shinagawa Pier. Any Xuanzang clone that tried to stop him along the way, whether with a rake, a staff, or a crescent blade, met the same fate. They were smashed apart. One after another, they burst into golden motes and vanished. He had regained motion. And once Red Hair was truly in motion, the battlefield became his. Boom. A row of containers was snapped in half by his impact. Their contents spilled out like trash, scattering across the ruined ground. Creak. A towering crane was grazed by the edge of his charge. Its thick steel base twisted and deformed in an instant, then collapsed with a thunderous roar. The entire pier storage area was trampled into ruins beneath his iron hooves. The rampaging Red Hair was like a peerless demonic god on the battlefield. A body heavier than a truck. Speed faster than a maglev train. A charge wrapped in the murderous legend of the world's strongest warrior and the fastest horse. Who could possibly stop him? Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. My God, what is he doing? Is he going to tear down the entire port? A young police officer stared at the drone footage in horror. The Superintendent General clenched his fists tightly. On the screen beside the combat feed, the estimated damage continued to jump upward. The number had already reached a level that made ordinary financial sense meaningless. Analyst. Energy levels. Reporting, Superintendent General. The technical consultant's voice was shaking. With every collision, the energy reaction exceeds our expectations. He is like a meteor constantly bouncing across the ground. We have no means to stop him. Then what about the other one? The Superintendent General's gaze sharpened. What about Master Sanzang? Everyone's attention turned to another part of the screen. The original Xuanzang, who had remained atop a crane and quietly watched the battle unfold, no longer wore that helpless, gentle expression. In its place was solemnity. She looked down at the pier being destroyed, at the crimson streak trampling through steel and concrete. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Amitabha. When she opened them again, she made a decision no one expected. She lightly pressed her hands together before her chest. Return. A single word. Her command became reality. All the clones still chasing red hair, along with those whose bodies had only just begun to reform, stopped moving at the same time. They turned into streaks of golden light and flew back from every direction, merging into Xuanzang's body. The three divine weapons vanished with them. In the next instant, Xuanzang stepped off the crane. Her white monk robes spread in the air like a falling lotus as she descended from dozens of meters above, landing lightly on the ground. Her landing point was directly in the path of Red Hair's next charge. Die. Red Hair's eyes were bloodshot with killing intent. When he saw the white figure standing before him, he had no intention of slowing down. Instead, he roared and accelerated even further. In his eyes, there was nothing in this world capable of blocking his charge. Nothing. But Xuanzang only stood there quietly, empty-handed. She raised one hand, her fair palm held upright before her chest in a standard Buddhist gesture. Her exquisite face was solemn. Then her lips parted. Her voice clearly drowned out the shriek of tearing steel and the trembling of the earth. It seems I must show you, vile beast. Her gaze became calm as still water. The mercy of the Buddha. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Even Buddha gets angry. 1459 words. Chapter 52. Even Buddha gets angry. Xuanzang's action left the entire world stunned. In BB Channel, the flood of comments that had been racing across the screen because of the battle between the holy monk and the fiendish general froze for a brief instant. What's happening? Why did she put away her weapon? Is she surrendering because she can't win? No, wait, the fight clearly isn't over yet. I don't understand, but I'm terrified. Is she going to use kindness to reform that monster? Please don't. That thing is not listening to sermons. Miss Xuanzang, move. Lu Biyu's charge is worse than getting hit by a heavy truck. The viewers could not understand Xuanzang's behavior. To them, standing barehanded in front of Red Hair's full-speed charge was no different from suicide. Even Red Hair, who had been charging with the momentum of a runaway meteor, hesitated for a fraction of a second because of her sudden action. His mind, clouded by rage and battle lust, cooled slightly. Something was wrong. This woman was absolutely not the type to give up so easily. There had to be another purpose behind this. A sense of crisis, born from the instinct of a warrior who had survived countless battlefields, surged through Red Hair's entire body like an electric current. After discarding her weapons, the aura radiating from the unarmed woman in white had not weakened. It had become deeper, heavier, more dangerous, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Not good. The warning rang through Red Hair's mind. He forced his body to halt. His 4 iron hooves ground against the concrete, tearing up the ground and sending dazzling sparks spraying into the night. His massive frame finally stopped dozens of meters away from Xuanzang. He did not rush in again. Instead, every muscle in his body tensed as he lowered his stance, Sky Pisser held defensively before him. His blood-red eyes locked onto her, trying to see through her intention. His beast-like intuition was screaming. Danger. Extreme danger. As for Xuanzang, she simply looked at him quietly. A faint smile of approval appeared on her face. Oh, you sensed it. Her voice was gentle, as expected of a fierce general whose name reached history. Your battle instinct is truly extraordinary. Slowly, she raised her open hands before her chest, forming a hand seal shaped like a blooming lotus. Just now, this humble monk merely borrowed a few minor techniques from my disciples to warm up with you. Her voice remained soft, but the meaning of those words made viewers across the world collectively gasp. Warm up. That battle almost tore down the pier. The golden staff, the rake, the clones, all of that was just a warm-up. I feel like my worldview just shattered again. So her real strength isn't using those weapons. Then what is she going to do now? Punch the centaur tank with her bare hands? While the world drowned in suspicion and shock, Xuanzang's voice rang out again. This time, it carried solemn authority. Vile creature. The thing you should least have done was trample upon the hard work of the living. Her eyes opened fully. How can you be allowed to casually destroy the order, wealth, and peace that people worked so hard to build? The lotus seal before her chest shone. Let me show you the wrath of the Buddha. The moment those words fell, an indescribable pressure erupted from Xuanzang's petite body. Boom. A golden Buddhist light too brilliant to look at directly shot into the sky with her at its center. Like a pillar connecting heaven and earth, it pierced the night and dyed the entire port sacred gold. The light was so pure and so radiant that people could see it even from Tokyo's city center several kilometers away. Countless citizens who had been startled awake by sirens, explosions, and emergency broadcasts rushed to their windows and balconies. They stared dumbly at the golden pillar rising from the direction of the port. Some knelt on the spot. Some clasped their hands without thinking. Some simply stood there, unable to speak. At the center of the battlefield, the pressure fell upon Red Hair like a mountain. His massive body was forced back one step. The concrete beneath his hooves cracked inch by inch. This. Red Hair struggled to lift his head and stare at the figure bathed in golden light. For the first time, horror appeared in his wide, copper bell-like eyes. What power is this? This had already exceeded the scope of what he could understand. It was not merely magical energy. It was not merely aura. It was something higher, something close to a rule. Before that power, he felt like a small boat caught in a storm, tossed helplessly beneath the vastness of heaven. Then a clear cry rang out from within the golden pillar. At some unknown point, a pure white cloud had appeared beneath Xuanzang's feet. It emitted a seven-colored halo and slowly lifted her upward. The cloud's shape was strange, soft and curling, as though woven from freedom itself. It gave off an air of carefree movement, unbound by roads, sky, or earth. Is that Somersault Cloud? The cloud from Journey to the West? The one that can cross an absurd distance in a single leap? Why does she have that too? Maybe because BB said heroic spirits are records of legends. Xuanzang's legend includes the whole pilgrimage, right? So the weapons, the techniques, even the cloud of her disciples can appear through her? Wait. Was Xuanzang secretly the most terrifying one in the journey all along? The truth is out. The monk was the hidden final boss. The viewer's imaginations had already broken through the sky. On the battlefield, Xuanzang stood atop the somersault cloud and looked down at Red Hair, who had assumed a defensive stance as if facing a great enemy. Are you ready to wake up, benefactor? Her tone was light, almost as if she were teasing a friend. A palm from the Buddha may hurt a little. But Red Hair felt no relaxation from her words. Only a chill rising from his hooves to the top of his skull. He even wanted to turn around and run. For the first time in his life, the thought of fleeing from battle crossed his mind. But he could not. The terrifying pressure descending from the sky had locked the space around him. It felt as though he had been buried inside solidifying cement. Even moving a finger had become difficult. Well then. Xuanzang smiled. Here I come. The somersault cloud beneath her feet erupted with dazzling light. Whoosh. Her figure vanished. No. She had not vanished. She was fast. Fast to an impossible degree. Red Hair's dynamic vision could only capture a streak of golden lightning tearing through space and appearing directly before him. Too fast. That was the last thought that flashed through his mind. A second later, a slender leg clad in an over-the-knee sock and walking shoe slammed violently into his chest. Bang! A dull impact rang out. Red Hair did not even have time to react. The sturdy breastplate that could withstand cannon fire caved in and shattered like paper before that flying kick. The force passed through the armor and struck his body directly. Fart. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs burst from his mouth. His massive body flew backward uncontrollably, as though he had been struck head-on by a battering ram. But that was only the beginning. The golden lightning followed him like a shadow. Bang! 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 Dense impacts rang through the air like a storm. The viewers could only see a golden streak moving at impossible speed around the flying crimson figure. Every flash brought another heavy blow. Every impact shattered another piece of armor. Every strike sent more blood scattering into the night. It was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided beating. Oh my God! Is this still that compassionate holy monk? She's even more violent than Lu Bu. I take back what I said about her being too saintly. This is a saint who punches evil until it repents. So this is what she meant by mercy. The viewers were completely dumbfounded. The shift was too extreme. One moment, Xuanzang had been a living bodhisattva saving countless lives. The next, she had become a bare-handed martial monster, every strike precise, merciless, and terrifyingly effective. Finally, accompanied by Xuanzang's solemn declaration, the continuous palm technique reached its final strike. 5 Elements Mountain. Her palm shone like the sun. Palm of Shakyamuni. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Redemption and Punishment, Buddha in a Single Thought. 1422 words. Chapter 53, Redemption and Punishment, Buddha in a Single Thought. 5 Elements Mountain, Palm of Shakyamuni. When that solemn mantra left Xuanzang Sanzang's lips, the sky over Tokyo changed. The sacred gold that had dyed the night suddenly deepened. Above Tokyo port, clouds churned like an overturned sea. Then, out of the darkness, an enormous mountain range emerged. It was only a phantom. And yet it carried a weight so vast that everyone who saw it felt their breathing stop. 5 peaks rose above the port, each with a different shape, yet all connected as one. They were formed from pitch-black stone, ancient and oppressive, exuding the aura of suppression, sealing, and absolute judgment. It was the 5 Elements Mountain. The mountain from legend that had once sealed the great sage equal to heaven beneath its weight. 5 Elements Mountain. It really is 5 Elements Mountain. Didn't she use that same power to save Rainbow Bridge earlier? So this power can save people and attack enemies. It makes sense, right? BB said heroic spirits are shaped by legends. If Xuanzang's journey includes the mountain that sealed Sun Wukong, then maybe that legend can appear through her too. Don't ask anymore. Just accept that the Buddha's power is terrifying. I feel like I'm suffocating. Everything I've seen tonight is more insane than every disaster movie I've ever watched. The comments in BB channel were completely swallowed by shock. Everyone understood. This next strike would decide the battle. On the battlefield, Red Hair had already been beaten until he was almost unrecognizable. His massive body rolled through the air, armor shattered and hanging from him in broken pieces. The black-red mist around him had completely dispersed, revealing the wounded crimson horse body beneath. Blood streaked his body. Scars covered him from chest to flank. He looked like a broken war machine waiting for the final blow. And Xuanzang, after completing the final gathering of power, transformed once more into golden lightning. She tore through the night and appeared above Red Hair in an instant. Looking down from above, she raised her right hand. Her fingers pressed together. That single palm contained immeasurable Buddhist light, infinite weight, and a force that could redeem or destroy with equal mercy. Receive this. Her expression was solemn. This is the Buddha's final mercy. The palm strike descended. It did not carry an earth-shattering roar. It did not produce a dazzling explosion. It looked simple, plain, almost gentle. But the moment it moved, the world seemed to lose all sound. Time stretched endlessly. Billions of viewers around the world held their breath, their eyes fixed on their screens, not daring to blink. They watched that fair palm fall. Slowly, swiftly, with impossible precision, it landed upon Red Hair's chest. Then, knee, a miserable cry, neither human nor beast, tore through the sky. It was sharp, wretched, and filled with pain and unwillingness. Countless viewers instinctively covered their ears, their faces twisting with sympathy despite themselves. Immediately after, something even more terrifying happened. The instant Red Hair's enormous body was struck by that palm, it was as if an invisible cannon had fired at point-blank range. Boom! He became a scarlet meteor flying backward. A long trail of blood-colored flame dragged behind him as he shot into the sky at a speed beyond imagination. Too fast. So fast his body ignited from friction with the air. Under the gaze of the entire world, the scarlet meteor that had once called itself Lu Biyu Fengxian collided with the phantom of the Five Elements mountain. The mountain that symbolized suppression. The mountain that symbolized sealing. There was no deafening explosion. No roar of collapsing peaks. At the moment of impact, the enormous phantom of the Five Elements mountain looked like a mirror struck by a stone. Crack. A crisp sound echoed through heaven and earth. A tiny fracture appeared at the point of impact. Then the crack spread. Like black lightning, it raced across the entire mountain range, splitting peak after peak in an instant. The seemingly indestructible Five Elements mountain shattered before the eyes of the world. It broke apart silently and magnificently, turning into countless black motes of light that scattered into the night. And the scarlet meteor, having smashed through the mountain phantom, did not stop. It flew higher, farther, until it became a tiny red star disappearing into the deepest edge of the night sky. The whole world fell silent. Tokyo Port, Shinagawa Pier. Xuanzang slowly descended from the air, her bare feet landing on the scarred ground. She lowered her palm and looked toward the red dot vanishing beyond the horizon. Then she sighed softly. Amitabha. Her tone carried a trace of regret. I used too much force. She pressed her palms together and quietly offered a prayer in that direction. I hope you can be a good horse in your next life. Inside BB Channel, after a full minute of silence caused by sheer shock, the comments erupted with unprecedented intensity. What did I just see? One palm sent him flying into the sky and shattered a mountain on the way? Too brutal. Too brutal. Is this really the palm of Shakyamuni? This looks more like divine artillery. That seems to be the same power she used to hold up Rainbow Bridge. So the Buddha's hand can save people, but it can also punish enemies. My mom asked why I'm kneeling on the floor shaking. I told her I saw a real God. So using the weapons and techniques from the pilgrimage was just hiding her true strength. Xuanzang's palm technique is the really terrifying part. I understand now. The monk wasn't weak. The monk was the one the demons should have been afraid of. I declare Xuanzang Sanzang is my new wife. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Are you tired of living upstairs? Do you want to be slapped into space? Billions of viewers felt their worldview collapse, then rebuild itself in an even stranger shape. The holy monk who, in ordinary stories, seemed gentle, protected, and almost powerless, had just proven to the entire world in the most direct and violent way who the true center of the pilgrimage legend was. People looked at the woman on the screen, standing barefoot amid the ruined port with her palms pressed together and compassion on her face. The amazement and adoration from before had changed. What replaced them was awe. Awe from the depths of the soul. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Headquarters. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. The conference room was dead silent. Everyone looked as if they had been struck by a freezing spell. Their mouths hung open. Their eyes were wide. No one moved. On the big screen, that heaven-shaking palm strike was being replayed again and again. Each replay struck their hearts like a hammer. Gulp. The Superintendent General swallowed with difficulty. His throat felt dry enough to burn. He reached for the water cup on the table, only to find that his hand was trembling so badly it would not obey him. Did that horseman Lu Biyu die? A young police officer asked in a dazed voice. I don't know. The technical consultant slumped in his chair, staring at the screen with dull eyes. According to the final estimated speed at the moment he was struck, he exceeded Earth's escape velocity. He paused. His voice was full of uncertainty. But the target is a heroic spirit. We cannot judge by ordinary physical common sense. Perhaps, he has merely left the battlefield for now. Left the battlefield. The Superintendent General repeated the words under his breath, feeling as if his brain had turned to mud. A monster that could shatter Rainbow Bridge with a single strike had just been slapped away by an even more terrifying monster. What was this supposed to be? A battle between gods had ended. Were they safe now? He did not know. He only knew that humanity's understanding of this world was shallow. Ridiculously shallow. Just as everyone remained trapped in the immense shock brought by Xuanzang's earth-shattering strike, the abnormality came again. An evil, cold, greedy, and tyrannical demonic aura descended without warning, covering all of Tokyo port. The sky changed color once more. This time, it was not sacred gold. Nor was it violent crimson. It was an ominous gold red. Like hellfire burning beneath a crown. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Demon General retreats, evil Oni attacks. 1031 words. Chapter 54. Demon General retreats, evil Oni attacks. Has that nuisance finally left the stage? Then I shall feast upon this delicious monk. A brash young girl's voice exploded from the ominous gold-red fire cloud like thunder. It was bright, arrogant, and greedy. More than anything, it carried hunger. A hunger so undisguised that everyone who heard it felt a chill crawl up their spine. Under the astonished gaze of countless viewers watching BB Channel, the gold-red cloud burning over Tokyo port began to churn. Flames rolled inward, gathering violently toward the center of the sky. Then, within that sea of fire, it condensed into a massive and hideous Oni head. Blue skin. Bared fangs. A single horn rising from its forehead. A pair of golden vertical pupils locked firmly onto the white-clothed figure standing on the ruined ground below. Ha 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 ha. The legendary Xuanzang Sanzang. They say eating her flesh grants immortality, and seizing her spiritual essence grants tremendous power. The wild laughter rolled across the night sky in waves. I never expected that I, Ibarakiduji, would encounter such fortune in the present world. Xuanzang Sanzang, who had only just repelled the fiendish General Lu Bu with overwhelming force, had not even been given the time to catch her breath before a new and even more malicious enemy appeared. An Oni of Mount Ooe. One who called herself Ibarakiduji. Another one? Ibarakiduji? Isn't that a famous Oni from Japanese legend? What is happening tonight? A Three Kingdoms general, Xuanzang from Journey to the West, and now an Oni from Heiankyo? Is Tokyo turning into some international night parade of 100 demons? From her tone, does she want to eat Xuanzang? There is a legend that eating Tang monk's flesh grants immortality. Could that actually be true? The viewers, who had barely recovered from Xuanzang's violent display of Buddhist mercy, grew tense once more. Hearts that had only just settled rose into their throats again. On the ground, Xuanzang lifted her head. She looked at the giant Oni head in the sky, then at the fire cloud radiating that ominous aura. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She could feel it clearly. What came from this new opponent was pure evil. Not Lu Bu's arrogance. Not a warrior's pride. Not a general's hunger for battle. This was something more primitive. A greed that delighted in devouring, plundering, and taking everything it desired. Who might you be? Xuanzang's voice carried a trace of caution. Are you another Oni who covets this monk's body? The battle just now had exhausted her more than she showed. Especially that final, overextended Five Elements mountain, palm of Shakyamuni. Its burden had not been light. And although this new enemy in the sky was not as powerful as Lu Bu at his peak, that did not mean she could be underestimated. Xuanzang could not afford carelessness. Chmph. At least you have eyes. The Oni head in the sky snorted. The fire clouds rolled. A petite figure slowly descended from within them. It was a girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. Long golden hair flowed behind her. Two fierce Oni horns curved from her head. Her golden vertical pupils shone with a non-human light. She wore a magnificent golden kimono that was both elegant and wild, and the skin it revealed was pale and delicate. But the most eye-catching thing about her was her right arm. It was enormous. Grotesque. Terrifying. It looked as though it had been forged from hellish lava and demonic bone, radiating a pressure that made the heart seize. That arm was the symbol of Ibarakiduji, the Oni hand of Rashomon. Listen well, Monk from a foreign land. Ibaraki Duji hovered in midair, looking down at Xuanzang with the tone of a queen issuing a decree. I am Ibaraki Duji, best friend of Shuten Duji and leader of the Oni of Mount Ooi. Her lips curved into a sharp, greedy smile. Since you have wandered into my territory, obediently become food for an Oni. It is your honor. She licked her lips. Her golden eyes were filled with undisguised appetite. In Ibaraki's eyes, Xuanzang was no longer a person. She was the legendary monk whose flesh had tempted countless monsters. A peerless delicacy radiating an irresistible fragrance. As long as she ate her, the power Ibaraki had lost after manifesting in the present world would be restored in an instant. She might even grow stronger than before. And when that time came, summoning her best friend Shuten to this era would become much easier. At the thought of it, Ibaraki Duji trembled with excitement. She could hardly wait. Wait a moment. Just as Ibaraki finished announcing herself and was about to move in to seize this delicacy, Xuanzang suddenly raised one hand. It was a clear pause gesture. Ibaraki froze. The viewers watching the live stream froze as well. Pause. What? Can you call timeout before a fight? What kind of development is this? Is Master Sanzang about to give a speech before battle? I don't know why, but I suddenly have a bad feeling. Ibaraki Duji frowned, her raised Oni hand stopping in midair. Ha! What is the meaning of this? Her expression turned suspicious. Do you want to beg for mercy? Useless. I am definitely eating you today. To Ibaraki, this was nothing more than a pitiful attempt to buy time. A last plea before death. But Xuanzang's next words made everyone's jaw drop. She tilted her head slightly. Her face was filled with genuine confusion, and her tone was completely serious. You just called me a monk from a foreign land? She blinked. Could it be that this place is not the Great Tang of the East? The solemn holy monk who had just slapped Lu Bu into the distant sky suddenly looked troubled. I received guidance from the Buddha and was supposed to head toward the Great Tang of the present world. How could this be? A bewildered and distressed expression appeared on Xuanzang's face. It seemed she had finally discovered a very serious problem. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 55, Xuanzang Sanzang, the master with no sense of direction. 1,405 words. Chapter 55, Xuanzang Sanzang, the master with no sense of direction. The moment those words came out, BB Channel exploded. What did I just hear? She said she was supposed to go to the Great Tang? So, she got lost. She got so lost that she ended up in another country. Oh my God. Such a powerful, beautiful, compassionate holy monk is actually hopeless with directions. No. Don't do this to us. Xuanzang belongs to China. How did she end up in Japan? I'm crying. I'm really crying. This is like watching a national treasure take the wrong flight. It's not too late. Form a rescue group. We go to Japan and bring Master Xuanzang home. Count me in. For Xuanzang, I'll swim if I have to. In an instant, countless Chinese viewers wailed in regret. They felt as though they had missed out on a fortune. The guardian deity who should have descended upon their own land had somehow wandered into neighboring Japan and displayed her divine power there, all because she had gotten lost. That feeling was more painful than watching a stock crash straight through the floor. Meanwhile, Mizuki Mirei, who was hiding on the hellfire cloud behind Ibaraki Duji while carefully making sure she did not fall off, found herself caught between laughter and tears after hearing Xuanzang's words. After all that, this great deity had no sense of direction. You are saying, this is not the Great Tang of the East. Xuanzang looked up at Ibaraki Duji in the sky. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock, and then to the look of someone about to cry. A mist of tears had already begun to gather in her clear eyes. That reaction left even the murderous Ibaraki Duji momentarily dazed. Oh, of course not. Ibaraki answered almost by reflex. This is Japan. You foreign monk, do you not even know where you are? Japan. Xuanzang repeated the unfamiliar word softly. Then, as if she had finally realized something terrible, she slapped her forehead with both hands and let out a miserable cry. Ah! This humble monk got lost again. She hugged her head and crouched down on the ground. Her entire body seemed to radiate a gloomy aura that said, "It's over." She looked like a large dog abandoned by its owner. Pitiful. Helpless. Almost unbearably cute. The contrast between this dejected posture and the terrifying majesty she had shown when she slapped Lu Bu into the distant sky was so absurd that it became comical. The viewers in BB channel completely lost it. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying. So she really has no sense of direction. Too cute. I thought she was a cool queen just now, but she's actually an airheaded holy monk. This gap is too strong. My heart can't take it. Look at her expression. She's clearly thinking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Road-blind holy monk accidentally wanders into foreign country. Urgent help needed. Am I the only one who feels bad for her? She looks genuinely distressed. Feeling bad +1. I really want to go there and guide her. The tone of the comments shifted instantly. From awe and shock, it turned into affection and doting. A powerful, beautiful, compassionate, slightly airheaded holy monk with no sense of direction. That combination struck directly at the hearts of countless viewers around the world. Just then, a slightly trembling female voice rang out from behind Ibarakiduji. Yes, Xuanzang Sanzang. This is Tokyo, Japan. Along with the voice, a black-haired girl in shrine maiden robes slowly stepped out from the shadows behind the Oni. It was Mizuki Mirai. Her appearance immediately caught the attention of the livestream viewers. Hey, another new character. And she's a shrine maiden. She's pretty too. What is going on tonight? Is this some kind of supernatural beauty festival? She seems to be with that Oni girl. What's their relationship? You guys are behind. Ibarakiduji appeared in Shinjuku 2 days ago. The current base of the Mount Oi Oni is the shrine connected to this shrine maiden. Found it. The shrine maiden's name is Mizuki Mirai. She's still a high school girl. Mizuki ignored the flood of comments. Floating quietly in midair, she bowed slightly to the distressed Xuanzang below. If I understand correctly, the Great Tang of the East that Master Xuanzang mentioned should be what is now China. She paused, then pointed across the dark sea. That country lies on the other side of the water. It is very far from here. Mizuki's voice was clear and calm, carrying a soothing power. Very far. Xuanzang lifted her head and followed the direction Mizuki pointed. She stared at the vast, dark sea. Her expression became even more dejected. In other words, not only did this humble monk get lost, I got lost in a foreign country. She lowered her head. What should I do now? Master gave me the task of going to the Great Tang of the mortal world to save all living beings, but I ended up in Japan. I will definitely be scolded when I return. She muttered to herself, her voice full of grievance. Through the high-fidelity pickup of the livestream, viewers around the world heard every word clearly. Master. She has a master. Someone who can teach a disciple like Xuanzang. How terrifying must that person be? If she is Xuanzang Sanzang, then isn't her master the Buddha? So she's afraid of being scolded by the Buddha? Wouldn't you be afraid? Did you see the palm she used just now? If her master can teach that kind of thing, imagine what happens when the master gets angry. Wait. What if the Buddha is also a terrifying martial monk like Xuanzang, and ancient people just wrote it too gently because they were scared? Stop. My brain can't handle this. The viewers' imaginations were ignited once again. A new topic, Xuanzang Sanzang's master, began spreading rapidly through the comments. People speculated wildly about what the Buddha who taught such a disciple might truly be like. Amid all that chaos, one person was about to lose her patience. What are you rambling about? Ibarakiduji looked down at the monk distressed over being lost, then at the shrine maiden who had stepped out to explain things on her own, and let out an impatient roar. I do not care if you are lost. I do not care where you were trying to go. Her golden slit pupils burst with greedy light once again. The scent on you is too delicious. I cannot wait any longer. She raised her monstrous Rashomon arm. Black flames blazed across that gigantic Oni hand. Obediently become food for an Oni. With a roar, Ibarakiduji turned into a streak of black light and clawed fiercely toward Xuanzang on the ground. The strike carried enough force to tear open space. The air along its path ignited, releasing a piercing sonic boom. Sigh, truly. Facing that ferocious attack, Xuanzang sighed helplessly. Why can't monsters ever speak properly with this humble monk? She stood up, lightly dusted off her robes, and the dejected expression on her face vanished. In its place was a serious look that seemed to say, there is no choice but to fight. Although this humble monk is in a very bad mood right now, I will not simply sit here and wait to be eaten. She watched the giant Oni claw approach. Then she formed the lotus birth mudra once again. Then you too shall witness the protection of the Buddha. Golden light began to gather. 5 elements mountain. She actually intended to launch that world-shaking strike again. Everyone froze. Again. No way. Can she use that move repeatedly? Is she not tired at all? This isn't reasonable. Run, Ibaraki. That horse got slapped into the sky. The one with the biggest reaction was Ibarakiduji herself. The instant she heard the words 5 elements mountain, her charging figure stopped like a sports car slamming on the brakes. She froze in midair in an extremely awkward posture. The greed and excitement on her face vanished without a trace. What replaced them was shock. Then disbelief. Then panic. Wait. Ibarakiduji looked at the figure below, whose body was once again beginning to glow with golden Buddhist light. Her voice cracked. Wait. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. True Name Discernment, Xuanzang, Caster. 1475 words. Chapter 56. True Name Discernment, Xuanzang, Caster. This is way too unfair. Ibarakiduji's scream, laced with disbelief, pierced the silent night sky over Tokyo port. Her petite figure hovered in midair atop the massive Rashomon Oni hand. The black flames that had been roaring across that monstrous arm now flickered unsteadily because of her turbulent emotions, as though they might go out at any moment. Her golden vertical pupils were wide as she stared at the white-robed monk on the ground. That monk was preparing to unleash another noble phantasm. Again. Ibaraki looked at her the way one might look at some unreasonable monster that had crawled out of the depths of hell. You. When you first appeared, you already used your noble phantasm once to hold up that broken bridge, didn't you? Ibaraki pointed at Xuanzang with her intact hand, her voice full of accusation. Then just now. Right after that. When you slapped that stupid horse into the sky, you used the same noble phantasm again. Her voice rose sharply. And now you want to use it a third time? The third time. Is your magical energy being pumped straight out of the ocean? Is it endless? Do you not need any interval at all before releasing a noble phantasm again? Ibarakiduji felt her worldview taking a violent blow. As an Oni of Mount Ooe whose name had been feared since the Heian period, she knew very well how power worked. A noble phantasm was a heroic spirit's trump card. A crystallized miracle. A manifestation of legend. Every activation consumed an immense amount of magical energy and placed a heavy burden on the Saint Graph. To release the same high-output noble phantasm repeatedly, without pause, in such a short span of time was absurd. It was like claiming an ordinary person could run a 100-meter sprint 100 times in a row and break the world record every single time. Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. It did not fit the basic rules of heroic spirit combat at all. Because of Ibaraki's furious questioning, the entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. No one had expected this great Oni, who had just been aggressively declaring that she would eat Xuanzang's flesh, to stop her attack on the spot and start complaining that the opponent was cheating. She looked less like a terrifying yokai now and more like a furious player reporting someone for unfair play. Faced with Ibarakiduji's accusations, Xuanzang merely tilted her head. Her face showed the innocent confusion of a child being asked an obvious question. Instead of taking the opportunity to attack, she began chatting with Ibaraki quite enthusiastically, as though she had finally found a new topic. Yes. What is wrong with that? Ibaraki almost choked on her own breath. What is wrong with that? You are actually asking me what is wrong with that? Seeing Ibaraki's face twist as though she was about to explode from rage, Xuanzang seemed completely unaware of how shocking her behavior was. Instead, she puffed out her chest with a small, innocent pride. Haha. One of this humble monk's strengths is that my endurance is quite good. Rapidly using a noble phantasm is only a small matter. She nodded solemnly. A very small matter. Those words were transmitted clearly across the world through BB channel. The viewers, who had been tense because another battle was about to erupt, instantly burst into laughter upon hearing this peak humble brag. Phut, a small matter. I declare this the most infuriating statement of the year. Look at Ibarakiduji's face. She looks like she wants to yell, I know you're messing with me, but I have no proof. Good endurance. Why do I feel like those words have some strange hidden meaning? I'm going to reflect on myself. Take me with you. My mind is no longer pure either. But seriously, is Master Xuanzang's magical energy infinite? How can she fire that terrifying palm again and again? Just as viewers across the world grew increasingly curious about Xuanzang's seemingly bottomless reserves, BB Chan's sweet, mischievous voice rang out in the livestream at exactly the right time. Ding dong tilde. Seniors, do you have lots and lots of question marks floating over your heads? Don't worry, your all-knowing, all-capable, super cute junior BB Chan is here again with another pop-up lesson. With a playful sound effect, BB's chibi virtual avatar appeared in the corner of the screen, this time wearing a nurse's uniform. She pushed up a pair of non-existent glasses and spoke in a mock-serious tone. Generally speaking, a noble phantasm is the ultimate armament of a heroic spirit, the final crystallization of their heroic life and legend. Each activation requires the release of its true name and consumes a vast amount of magical energy. The chibi BB tapped a virtual blackboard with a pointer. So, yes. For Master Xuanzang to release an A++ anti-army noble phantasm 3 times in such a short period is a very, very incredible thing. She winked. Then why can she do it? Let BB use these eyes that can see through true names to reveal the answer for everyone. The chibi BB circled 2 fingers into the shape of glasses, placed them before her eyes, and aimed them at Xuanzang in the center of the screen. In the next second, a data panel filled with both high-tech visuals and mysterious symbols jumped out beside Xuanzang, clearly displayed before billions of viewers around the world. Heroic Spirit, Xuanzang Sanzang. Class, Caster. Strength, E. Endurance, D. Agility, B. Mana, A+. Luck, EX. Noble Phantasm, A++. 5 Elements Mountain, Palm of Shakyamuni. Class Skills. Territory Creation A+, capable of constructing a temple territory advantageous to oneself. Personal Skills. High-Speed Sutra Chanting A, capable of chanting scriptures at high speed, shortening the activation time of high thaumaturgy and ritual incantations. Bewitching Rosy Cheeks A, an innate beauty and charm that abnormally attracts monsters, ghosts, and demonic entities. Sanzang's Teachings A, a skill as one who spreads Buddhism. Those who receive her teachings may feel refreshed in body and mind, and may even approach enlightenment. This panel, luxurious and bizarre in equal measure, was exposed plainly before the entire world. For a moment, the comments in the live stream stopped. 3 full seconds passed. Then they erupted with even greater intensity. What did I just see? Lucky X. Mana A+. Noble Phantasm A++. What kind of monster is this? Strength E. Endurance D. That can't be right. She was trading blows with that horse monster earlier. Maybe the panel only shows her basic ability. She was using borrowed weapons, clouds, Buddhist light, and that mountain palm thing, right? The point is Mana A+. No wonder she can use those terrifying attacks repeatedly. Wait, Bewitching Rosy Cheeks. An ability that attracts monsters and demons. No wonder Lu Bu fought her and Ibarakiduji immediately wanted to eat her. She has a built-in disaster magnet. I'm more curious about Sanzang's teachings. Refreshing the body and mind. Enlightenment. Does that mean she teaches by sermon, or by punching evil until it understands? Don't you think Bibi-chan is the scariest one? She can expose a heroic spirit's information so easily. If Bibi is this terrifying, how powerful is the alien god behind her? The discussion in the comments raged on. Meanwhile, on the battlefield at Tokyo Port, Mizuki Mirai also saw the panel appear on her phone. Her heart sank. She had already expected Xuanzang to be strong. But this was far beyond her imagination. Aside from strength and endurance, almost every parameter formed a crushing advantage. Especially that Mana A+ and Luck EX. That was not something one could simply deal with. Mizuki took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her chest, and quietly handed the phone to Ibarakiduji, who was still trying to argue with Xuanzang. Lord Ibaraki, please look at this. Her voice carried a tremor too faint for anyone else to notice. These are Master Xuanzang's status parameters. She paused. Do you still have confidence in defeating her? Ibarakiduji, who had been about to continue refuting Xuanzang, lowered her head impatiently. Then her gaze touched the glittering EX and A++ ranks on the phone screen. They nearly blinded her Oni eyes. Her golden pupils shrank to pinpoints. Her expression became one of someone who had seen an irreconcilable enemy. No. Something worse. Something even more unreasonable than hell. Subconsciously, Ibaraki jerked her head away, as though looking at it for another second would stain her eyes. Lord Ibaraki. Seeing that her great Oni was clearly guilty to an extreme degree, Mizuki could not help leaning closer to her ear. She whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. You wouldn't be scared, would you? If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, The Home. 1216 words. Chapter 57, The home field advantage is mine. Oh, of course not. Mizuki Mirai's soft question was like a needle, piercing cleanly through Ibarakiduji's fragile shell of bravado. The Oni reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She bristled instantly, whipped her head around, and glared at the shrine maiden behind her. Shrine maiden, she hissed, forcing her voice low, are you looking down on me? She clearly did not want Xuanzang in the distance to hear, but her golden slit pupils burned with humiliated rage. A heroic spirit's power is tied to their legend and fame. I know that much. The more widely a hero's deeds are known, the stronger their manifestation naturally becomes. Ibarakiduji spoke through gritted teeth, as though she were explaining it to Mizuki, but also trying desperately to convince herself. I admit that this foreign demon monk is, indeed, perhaps just a tiny bit more famous than I am worldwide. Her voice unconsciously grew smaller as she spoke. Even Ibaraki herself knew how weak that sounded. The name Xuanzang Sanzang, or Tang Monk, was practically known throughout the East Asian cultural sphere. Journey to the West had crossed eras, borders, and languages. It was not merely a legend. It was a story that had been repeated, adapted, mocked, worshipped, and remembered by generations. Ibarakiduji was infamous in Japan. But outside Japan, her recognition was undeniably far lower. That was a fact even an Oni could not claw apart. However, Ibaraki's tone suddenly changed, as if she had finally found the one pillar that could support her pride. Her fighting spirit reignited. This is Japan. This is my land. On this soil, I bear the advantage of the Oni of Mount Ooi. She stared fiercely at Xuanzang in the distance, her voice once again carrying the arrogance of a great Oni. If we truly fight, who wins and who loses is still far from decided. Behind her, Mizuki looked at that bluffing back and could only sigh silently in her heart. Home field advantage? She quietly compared the worldwide influence of the names Xuanzang Sanzang and Ibarakiduji. The result was too painful to look at. They were not even in the same league. One was a central figure in a world-class mythological masterpiece, a name adapted into countless dramas, novels, films, games, animations, and stage plays, influencing billions. The other was a famous yokai of Japanese legend. Terrifying, yes. Important to Japan, yes. But globally, Mizuki suspected there were plenty of people in Japan itself who knew Tang Monk better than Ibaraki Duji. No wonder Ibaraki was so stubborn right now. Her Tsunda Oni was clearly feeling incredibly insecure. While master and servant whispered in the sky, Xuanzang seemed to be running out of patience. Hey! Evil Oni over there. Her voice drifted across the ruined pier, still bright and full of energy, though now it carried a trace of urging. Are we fighting or not? Xuanzang placed one hand on her hip. Even this humble monk gets tired from standing around, you know. Whether she had seen through Ibaraki's bluff or not, the airheaded holy monk from moments ago took one step forward. The pressure around her became real again. Xuanzang pressed her palms together and looked at Ibaraki with a serious expression. Since you claim to be an evil Oni who once caused chaos in Kyoto, you must be a wicked yokai that eats people. Her voice was gentle. Her words were not. During my journey west to obtain the scriptures, I met many yokai like you. At first, they were all fierce, arrogant, and loudly declared that they wanted to eat me. A compassionate smile appeared on her face. But later, without exception, this humble monk sent them to see the Buddha, so they could receive the purification and liberation they deserved. The chill that ran down Ibaraki and Mizuki's spines was almost physical. So, Xuanzang continued softly, I expect this time will be no different. The instant she finished speaking, Xuanzang formed the lotus birth mudra once again. Golden Buddhist light, dazzling enough to blind the eyes, flared around her body. That terrifying aura descended once more. Ha! Demon monk, your arrogance knows no bounds. Xuanzang's words completely ignited the pride Ibaraki had barely managed to hold together. Sent to see the Buddha? That just meant being killed, and she had made it sound so proper and merciful. This time will be no different. Was she already deciding Ibaraki's defeat before they had even fought? I, Ibaraki Duji, fear no Buddha. Provoked beyond reason, Ibaraki threw the fear brought by that status panel to the back of her mind. Now her head was filled only with anger. If you want to fight, then fight. With a roar, the black hellfire on the massive Rashomon Oni hand burned wildly again. An ominous phantom gate slammed open behind her. Demonic energy surged into the sky, clashing against the golden Buddhist light from afar. Is that so? Xuanzang's expression became solemn, her voice ringing like a temple bell. Then let us try. Her eyes sharpened. Let us see whether the fangs of an evil Oni are sharper, or whether the Buddha's palm is more compassionate. 5 Elements Mountain, Rashomon Enki, the holy monk and the evil Oni. The compassionate palm of the Buddha and the hateful claw of hell. 2 entirely different powers condensed in their hands, both terrifying, both vast, both ready to collide upon the devastated pier. The air across Tokyo port seemed to freeze beneath the pressure. The viewers watching BB Channel did not even dare breathe. Everyone stared wide-eyed, waiting for the result of this duel. Would the holy monk from the Great Tang achieve a second victory? Or would the Japanese evil Oni, supported by her home ground, defend the dignity of local legend? It's finally happening. My heart is about to jump out. I'm betting on Master Xuanzang. Her status panel was way too luxurious. Ibaraki is still a famous Oni of Japan. Home field advantage has to count for something, right? I don't care who wins anymore. I just want to see what happens when Buddha's palm hits Rashomon's Oni hand. Stop talking. They're about to clash. Just as the comments were arguing wildly over the outcome, a voice no one expected rang out again. Please wait. A delicate yet firm female voice suddenly cut into the tension between the two heroic spirits. Mizuki Mirei, the black-haired shrine maiden who had been standing behind Ibaraki Duji, rushed out despite the danger and spread her arms wide between the two world-destroying powers. Everyone froze. What? Again? This is the 3rd interruption, right? Are they fighting or not? I was already holding my breath. Don't do this to me. Refund. I want to see the clash. Wait, isn't that shrine maiden crazy? She's standing between two ultimate attacks. The viewers of BB Channel immediately erupted into complaints and wails of frustration. The battle between Xuanzang and the centaur Lu Biyu had been so fierce, so decisive, so earth-shaking. Yet when it came to Ibarakiduji, the fight kept twisting, pausing, and being interrupted. For countless thrill-seeking viewers, the sense of anticlimax was unbearable. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on P@Trion. P@Trion.com FanficLord03. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. The Shrine Maiden's Delaying Tactic. 1,474 words. Chapter 58. The Shrine Maiden's Delaying Tactic. Master Xuanzang. Lady Ibaraki, she. Mizuki Mirai spread her arms wide. Her small body stood between two terrifying surges of energy, either of which could tear her apart in an instant. Her face was pale, and the air around her seemed to tremble from the pressure alone. Even so, her eyes were firm. She looked toward Xuanzang across the ruined pier and shouted with everything she had. Since Lady Ibaraki manifested in this world, she has never harmed a single innocent person. She has never committed the vile act of eating humans. Her voice shook from fear and urgency, but every word rang clearly. Just last night, she helped protect the residents at the foot of our shrine's mountain. She drove away the other monsters that were harassing them. Mizuki swallowed hard. You are all heroic spirits manifested to protect humanity, aren't you? As someone who protects humanity, please show mercy. As Ibarakiduji's master, Mizuki could sense the difference between the two sides more clearly than anyone. Her great Oni could act fearless. She could talk big. She could roar at the sky as though the world itself should bow before her. But the numbers did not lie. The pressure did not lie. Xuanzang Sanzang's strength was crushing Ibaraki in nearly every aspect. If they truly fought, with the world-shaking power Xuanzang had displayed earlier, Ibaraki's fate would almost certainly be grim. So Mizuki had to stop it. No matter what. Even if she had to gamble her own life. Ha! Shrine Maiden, what nonsense are you babbling now? Mizuki's heartfelt plea was immediately met by Ibarakiduji's furious rebuke. To wag your tail and beg an enemy for mercy in front of me. You are sullying the glory of the Oni of Mount Ooi. Ibaraki glared at Mizuki's back, her golden eyes blazing. Scorching hellfire surged around her, and the heatwave forced Mizuki to stumble half a step forward. The Oni was clearly enraged. Humiliated. To Ibaraki, her master's weakness was almost unbearable. Lady Ibaraki, Mizuki nearly fell, her skin stinging from the heat, but she did not look back. Instead, she quickly sent her thoughts through the connection between master and servant. I'm using a delaying tactic. The thought flashed into Ibaraki's mind. This Master Xuanzang looks powerful, but her personality is simple and her heart is kind. That is her greatest weakness. If we use that, we can make her lower her guard and gain a better advantage for your next attack. The quick lie traveled cleanly through the mental link. Ibarakiduji, who had been about to continue roaring, suddenly froze. A delaying tactic. Using the enemy's kindness. Gaining an advantage. Those human-sounding, complicated words spun wildly through Ibaraki's not particularly clever little head. They spun once. Twice. 3 times. Steam almost seemed ready to rise from the top of her head. Her straightforward Oni way of thinking could not immediately process all those twists and turns. Is that so? Ibaraki's eyes darted around. So this is human strategy? She still did not fully understand. But it sounded impressive. Very impressive. And when she thought that her master was actually doing something so despicable for her sake, most of the anger in Ibaraki's chest faded away. In its place came an inexplicable embarrassment. Had she misunderstood her shrine maiden just now? While Ibarakiduji was undergoing an intense internal struggle, Xuanzang, who stood across from them, gradually withdrew the brilliant Buddhist light surrounding her body. She quietly looked at Mizuki standing in front of Ibaraki. Then she looked at Ibaraki herself, whose face was shifting through anger, confusion, pride, suspicion, and embarrassment in rapid succession. A faint realization appeared in Xuanzang's clear eyes. Young girl who stands beside an Oni. Her voice returned to its gentle tone. Your words do not seem false. Xuanzang narrowed her eyes slightly. For a moment, it was as though that gaze could see straight through the human heart. This benefactor, Ibara Kiduji, indeed does not carry the aura of one who has slaughtered innocent living humans. Her gaze moved to the Oni's blazing arm. Her demonic energy reaches the heavens, yet its source is not built upon the sin of devouring the living. Xuanzang's judgment stunned the viewers watching BB Channel. Wait, what? Ibara Kiduji has no sin? How is that possible? Are you kidding? The gas explosion in Bunkyo Ward and the mysterious fire in Shinjuku were both connected to her, right? Calm down. Listen carefully. Xuanzang said she doesn't have the aura of slaughtering innocent living humans, and that her power isn't built on eating people. So that means the people she killed weren't innocent. The ones who died in those incidents were criminals and cultists, weren't they? Maybe that's why Xuanzang doesn't count it as sinful karma. So she calls herself an Oni, but she hasn't eaten innocent people? And she's protected by a shrine maiden? Wait, is this actually a monster doing good deeds situation? I love this. An evil Oni who only attacks worse evils. That's kind of cool. The direction of the comments changed in a strange and marvelous way. I see. Xuanzang nodded, her expression softening. It seems that even among monsters, there are those who have not stained themselves with needless sin. This humble monk was narrow-minded. She pressed her palms together and gave Mizuki a slight nod. In that case, as fellow protectors of this world's peace, I shall naturally show mercy and will not take her life. Gu. Guga. Hearing Xuanzang repeatedly speak of showing mercy and sparing her life, Ibara Kiduji, who had only just been convinced by Mizuki, felt her short temper flare again. What did she mean, show mercy? Why did she sound like she had already won? She was being looked down upon. Completely and utterly looked down upon. Even if you say that, I will not show mercy either. Ibaraki forced herself to raise her voice. The massive demonic arm burning with black flames rose once more, refusing to retreat. The flesh of Xuanzang Sanzang. I, an Oni of Mount Ooe, will definitely eat it today. Amitabha. Facing Ibaraki's obvious bravado, Xuanzang only shook her head helplessly and chanted a Buddhist name. Anger, delusion, greed, and obsession are all dreams and illusions. Benefactor, your attachment is too deep. To seek emptiness and realize truth is the path toward supreme perfect enlightenment. Her expression became solemn. Today, this humble monk shall personally break through the delusions of this Soha world for you. With that, the two heroic spirits took up their stances once again. Only this time, the killing intent on both sides had clearly been restrained. Mizuki's desperate interruption had worked. At least a little. Is the fight finally starting? It won't be interrupted again, right? I'm betting on Xuanzang. Even if she says she'll show mercy, her status panel is too strong. Ibaraki might still have a chance. Can't you see? Xuanzang clearly lowered her guard because of that shrine maiden's plea. Exactly. That high school shrine maiden is too cunning. She used compassion to affect Master Xuanzang's judgment. I bet 50 yen they still won't fight. As the monk and the Oni prepared to clash under an atmosphere that was somehow both tense and strangely friendly, the comments in BB Channel boiled over again. 5 Elements Mountain. Rashomon. Xuanzang and Ibara Kiduji chanted the true names of their noble phantasms almost simultaneously. A golden phantom of a Buddhist palm, carrying the power to suppress all things, manifested before Xuanzang. Behind Ibaraki, a hideous demonic claw wreathed in hellfire emerged from the gate of Rashomon. 2 terrifying energies rose to their limits. The space around Tokyo port groaned beneath the pressure, unable to bear the weight of these 2 powers pressing against one another. It was like thunder from heaven meeting fire from hell. A collision that would decide the dignity of 2 myths was about to erupt upon the devastated pier. And at that critical moment, watched by countless people holding their breath, the abnormality came again. Ha 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 ha. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. A deafening laugh rang out from high above the sky. The voice was filled with arrogance, wild joy, and a thirst for battle so intense it drowned out even the roar of the two noble phantasms. Monk, that palm of the Buddha is indeed worthy of its reputation. It has made the long-dormant blood of Lu Bu Fengxian, boil once more. Along with that battle cry, a crimson meteor that everyone had thought long gone tore through the pitch-black night once again. Trailing a long tail of flame, it descended at incredible speed toward the Tokyo port battlefield. That man. He had returned. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. The Demon General returns, battle blood boils. 1290 words. Chapter 59. The Demon General returns, battle blood boils. Holy crap. Are my eyes broken? That red star. Is that the centaur Lu Bu from earlier? No way. Didn't he get slapped out of the sky by Master Xuanzang? How did he come back this fast? Is he cheating? This isn't science anymore. Newton's coffin lid is about to fly off. I knew it. I knew they wouldn't fight. I said I'd bet 50 yen that they wouldn't fight, and I was right. Everyone who bet on Xuanzang and everyone who bet on Ibaraki lost everything. Only the brothers who bet that the fight would get interrupted made money. The battle between the holy monk and the evil Oni hasn't even started, and the demon general is already back? This is getting interesting. Is it going to become a three-way melee? The moment that crimson meteor re-entered everyone's vision with the force of thunder, BB Channel was drowned beneath a tidal wave of shock, curses, and question marks. Billions of viewers around the world felt an absurdity they could no longer put into words. A monster who had just been struck into the distant sky with enough force to escape Earth's gravity had actually returned, alive and burning with battle intent, in only a few minutes. This was no longer a problem science could explain. This was myth. No. Even myth was not this unreasonable. Boom. With an earth-shaking roar, the crimson meteor slammed heavily into Shinagawa Pier. Dust, broken concrete, and steel fragments burst outward. The ground trembled violently, as if a small earthquake had struck the port. The dust slowly dispersed. A massive figure stood upon the ruined earth once more. It was Red Hair. At this moment, the wicked beast looked utterly miserable. Blood-red steam rose from his body like raging flames. The imposing black heavy armor he had worn earlier was shattered so thoroughly that not a single complete piece remained, exposing the scarred crimson horse body beneath. Terrifying wounds covered him from head to flank. Some were deep enough to reveal bone. Blood still dripped from them, staining the ground beneath his hooves dark red. On his chest was a huge sunken palm print. The flesh surrounding it had turned charred black, necrotic from the impact. That was where he had taken Xuanzang Sanzang's 5 Elements Mountain, palm of Shakyamuni head-on. Yet despite such a wretched state, his blood-red eyes did not hold despair. They did not hold fear. Instead, they burned with battle intent stronger, hotter, and more tangible than before. It was the purest desire for combat. A primitive flame ignited by walking the edge between life and death. Another troublesome one has joined in. Ibaraki Duji looked at Red Hair standing once more and clicked her tongue. A grave expression appeared on her face. She withdrew the noble phantasm she had been about to unleash. The huge Rashomon Oni hand dissipated with it, leaving only embers of black flame drifting through the air. Amitabha. On the other side, Xuanzang also stopped. The giant golden phantom of the Buddha's palm slowly vanished. She looked at the blood-soaked demon general, whose battle intent had only grown more intense, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. You wicked beast, you truly linger like a ghost. Whether it was Ibarakiduji or Xuanzang Sanzang, both understood one thing clearly. The monster before them, the one who called himself Lu Bu Fengxian, was not an opponent who could be ignored. He had been defeated earlier. But that had been after being surrounded by Xuanzang's clones, suppressed by multiple weapons tied to her legend, and finally struck head-on by a high-grade noble phantasm. And now he was not only alive. He seemed to have crossed some threshold in desperation. The fierce aura radiating from him was more solid, more dangerous, and more savage than before. If the two of them ignored him and continued fighting each other, they would only give this third party the chance to reap the spoils. A three-sided standoff silently formed upon the ruined pier. Nay. Red Hair sensed the gazes from both sides. He raised his front hooves high and let out a piercing cry that seemed capable of splitting metal and stone. The sound was filled with excitement. With ecstasy. Refreshing. Truly refreshing. He lowered his head and looked at the nearly fatal wound on his chest. Instead of pain, what came from his throat was a hearty laugh. Since I, Fengxian, roamed the world, how many years has it been since I suffered such a grave wound? His laughter grew louder. How many years has it been since I tasted the exhilaration of struggling upon the edge of death? His blood-red eyes locked onto Xuanzang, flames of war burning within them. Monk, you are quite good. That palm of yours is indeed worthy of wounding me. There was even a trace of approval in his tone. Then his gaze shifted to Ibarakiduji, who hovered not far away. And the evil Oni over there. The demonic aura on you also pleases me. Red Hair roared, his voice shaking the sky and earth. Come. His manner stood on end like ignited flame. A scarlet aura, deeper and purer than before, erupted from his body like congealed blood. Under that burning aura, the terrifying wounds covering him began to squirm and heal at a visible speed. Torn muscle fibers reconnected. Broken bones shifted, regenerated, and locked back into place. The crushed flesh around the palm print began to pulse with brutal vitality. Among men, Lu Bu. His voice thundered over Tokyo port. Among horses, Red Hair. The ground beneath his hooves cracked. Now, man and horse are one. Battle blood boils. Divine might surges anew. The demon general raised his head and let out a roar that seemed to shake the heavens. His already massive body began to swell once more. Muscles knotted. Veins bulged. His frame expanded, becoming even more brutal, more ferocious, more monstrous. A terrifying might capable of tearing apart heaven and earth spread from him as the center, once again covering all of Tokyo port. He had broken through his own limits on the edge of death. He had entered a form more violent than before. My peerless battle blood has fully boiled. Red Hair swept his scarlet eyes across Xuanzang and Ibarakiduji, issuing a challenge with the arrogance of a king. The two of you, attack together. He spread his arms, sky pisser burning crimson in his grip. Let me, Fengxian, properly enjoy the supreme pleasure of this battle. Madness. Utter madness. Facing two top-class heroic spirits at once, he not only showed no fear, but actively demanded a two-on-one battle. That arrogance. That pride that looked down on the world. That self-centered hunger for battle. Everyone who saw it felt their scalps tingle. A bloodier, more chaotic, more destructive battle seemed about to erupt. A battle that might wipe Tokyo port from the map entirely. And just as those three terrifying auras were about to collide. Hum. A strange, low sound rang out without warning. It did not come from the sky. Nor from the earth. It seemed to come from the pulse of the world itself, echoing directly in the depths of every soul. Immediately after, the three heroic spirits who had been about to move all trembled at the same time. Without exception, they stopped. The tense battle intent on their faces vanished. What replaced it was shock. An indescribable shock. All three abruptly raised their heads. Their gazes turned in unison toward the center of Tokyo Bay. Toward the pitch-black sea. Enjoyed the chapter? Join our newly created Discord community for updates, discussions, games, and more. https://discord.gg/kvmn2cfsmr. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Signs of the Holy Grail's Advent. 1334 words. Chapter 60. Signs of the Holy Grail's Advent. It began as a pulse from the depths of the Saint Graph. A throbbing. A summons. A vast and indescribable amount of magical energy was gathering at the center of Tokyo Bay at terrifying speed. It was as if the ley lines of the entire Kanto plain, perhaps even the whole Japanese archipelago, had been seized by an invisible black hole. Centuries of accumulated spiritual energy poured toward that single point without reservation. The sky trembled. The earth hummed. Even the air grew thick with the scent of magical energy, so dense that it seemed almost liquid. For the first time, something other than battle intent appeared in Red Hair's crimson eyes. Shock. He could feel it. The power gathering in the distance had already surpassed what ordinary heroic spirits could touch. It was something more fundamental, more magnificent. A force close to the laws of the world itself. Such strong magical energy fluctuations. Ibarakiduji also dropped her arrogant posture. She stared blankly at the distant sky, her golden vertical pupils reflecting a point in space that was slowly twisting and collapsing above the dark sea. The ley lines of this land are all converging there. Could it be? Amitabha. Xuanzang Sanzang pressed her palms together. Her expression became more solemn than ever before. She closed her eyes, as if sensing something beyond sight. Only after a moment did she slowly open them again. There is no mistake. Her voice was soft. This aura is the manifestation of a miracle. There was emotion in her tone, realization, and a faint trace of expectation. The omnipotent wish-granting vessel said to grant any desire. She looked toward Tokyo Bay. The sign of the Holy Grail's advent. The Holy Grail. When those words were spoken, the world seemed to hit pause. The three top-class heroic spirits, who had been ready to tear one another apart only moments ago, now turned their full attention toward that distant, twisting point of light. Like students called upon by a teacher, all three fell strangely still. The boiling battle intent in their hearts was instantly overtaken by something else. A stronger desire. The thirst for a miracle. The pursuit of a vessel that could overturn fate. The Holy Grail. I see. Red Hair muttered to himself. So it appears now of all times. The violent crimson aura around him slowly subsided. His monstrous body, which had swollen into a heightened combat form, gradually returned to normal. It seems the time to fight you all to the death has not yet come. He snorted coldly. His words remained stubborn, but his actions had already made his stance clear. TCH. What a buzzkill. Ibarakiduji curled her lip and withdrew the demonic energy around her. The enormous Rashomon Oni hand faded away with a swirl of black embers. She glanced at the light of the Holy Grail in the distance, then at Xuanzang and Red Hair beside her. Reluctance and wariness flashed through her golden eyes. Clearly, she understood as well. At this critical moment, with the Holy Grail about to manifest, fighting to the death against two other monsters would be foolish. Preserving strength to seize the Holy Grail was the true priority. Faced with a common goal, the three powerful heroic spirits reached a strange tacit understanding. A battle that could have destroyed Tokyo port came to an abrupt, almost dramatic halt. And this scene was transmitted clearly to billions of viewers around the world through BB Channel. The Holy Grail? What is that? It sounds really important. Something that can make those three monsters stop fighting definitely isn't simple. I think I've heard of it before. Isn't the Holy Grail a sacred cup from old legends? The one people say can grant miracles. My God, even the Holy Grail has appeared. What is going on tonight? A fierce general from the Three Kingdoms, a holy monk from Journey to the West, an Oni from Heiankyo, and now the Holy Grail? This doesn't feel like reality anymore. It feels like every myth in the world suddenly decided to hold a conference in Tokyo. Just as viewers everywhere were drowning in curiosity and confusion over the sudden appearance of the Holy Grail, BB Chan's perfectly timed little lecture began once again. Ding dong tilde. It seems all you seniors are very interested in that shiny golden cup, aren't you? In the livestream, Chibi BB popped into view once more. This time, she had changed into a glittering golden dress and held an equally glittering golden chalice in both hands. Then allow your most adorable junior, BB Chan, to provide an exclusive explanation. She lifted the golden chalice with a sparkling smile. Look carefully, everyone. That is the legendary Holy Grail, the ultimate wish-granting machine created from the full power of this planet's counterforce in order to resist the approaching Great Crisis. A bright diagram appeared behind her. Lines representing ley lines spread across Japan, all converging toward Tokyo Bay. Inside it is an immense quantity of magical energy, enough to reverse causality and reshape reality. Theoretically, anyone who obtains it can grant any wish. BB raised one finger. Becoming the richest person in the world, obtaining eternal youth, ruling over humanity. All of those are within reach. The livestream boiled over. Granting any wish. For ordinary humans, those words were more tempting than any treasure, more dangerous than any weapon. It was the myth of all myths. But BB's tone suddenly changed. Her expression became serious. The Holy Grail did not appear to satisfy someone's selfish desire. Its true purpose is only one. Her red eyes curved into a smile that did not quite reach warmth. To select the strongest heroic spirit and bestow upon them enough power to combat the alien god. Alien god. The moment that term appeared again, the hearts of countless viewers tightened. That's right. BB's voice carried a faint coldness. The heroic spirits you have seen tonight, whether it is Master Xuanzang, the centaur calling himself Lu Biyu, or Miss Ibarra Kaduji, are all top-class heroes and legends recorded by human history and myth. They are ultimate weapons that humanity can be proud of. The Chibi BB lowered the golden cup. However, before a true god, their current power is still small. Fragile. Insufficient. They do not even possess the qualification to stand before that god directly. The words fell like stones into the hearts of the world. Only by obtaining the Holy Grail, using the vast magical energy inside it to strengthen and elevate their own saint graphs, can they possibly gain the qualification to challenge that god from another star, the existence that should never have descended into this world. BB's explanation was like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake. The amount of information was overwhelming. Wait. I'm confused. You mean heroic spirits this strong still aren't qualified to fight the alien god? They have to get the Holy Grail first before they can challenge the final enemy? What kind of impossible trial is this? Master Xuanzang slapped someone into the sky, and even she isn't qualified. Then how strong is that alien god? I feel like my brain is burning out. This is too much. Alien god. It sounds hopeless. Do we humans really have any chance? After learning that cruel truth, the atmosphere in the livestream changed. The shock and excitement slowly sank. What replaced them was despair. Heroic spirits were already the limit of what humanity could imagine. They were legends made flesh. Miracles walking in the modern world. Yet even beings that powerful did not possess the qualification to directly face the alien god. The humans who had been intoxicated by the strength of heroic spirits, who had briefly felt security after witnessing their impossible power, were forced to realize once again what kind of crisis humanity was facing. Enjoyed the chapter? Join our newly created Discord community for updates, discussions, games, and more. https://discord gg/kvmn2cfsmr. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Temporary Truce, Parting Ways. 1539 words. Chapter 61. Temporary Truce, Parting Ways. Above the ruins of Tokyo Port, a strange silence settled over the battlefield. The three heroic spirits who had been ready to tear one another apart only moments ago now stood still, as though someone had pressed pause on the world itself. Their gazes were fixed on the distant sky. There, above the dark surface of Tokyo Bay, a golden point of light grew brighter with every passing second. The Holy Grail. That single term was like an invisible mountain pressing down upon everyone present. It extinguished the flames of war that had nearly erupted between them and replaced them with something colder, deeper, and far more dangerous. HMPH. So the war to seize the Holy Grail is about to begin. Red Hair was the first to break the silence. He flicked his tail. 2 streams of scorching breath escaped from his nostrils. Within his crimson eyes, a new flame had ignited. It was no longer just the hunger for battle. It was anticipation. The expectation of stronger enemies, grander slaughter, and a stage worthy of his name. Interesting. His enormous body turned. His arrogant gaze swept across Xuanzang Sanzang and Ibarakiduji in turn. Then today's battle shall be set aside for now. His voice carried unquestionable dominance. When the Holy Grail truly manifests and all 7 heroic spirits have gathered, I will return to determine the true victor with you all. The corners of his mouth pulled into a savage grin. When that time comes, do not disappoint me. The moment his words fell, he did not linger. His 4 hooves struck the ground. Boom! His massive yet agile body transformed into a streak of crimson lightning and galloped into the distance, heading away from the light of the Holy Grail. He did not immediately rush toward the point where the Grail was manifesting. Instead, he chose to leave the battlefield, recover from his wounds, and restore himself to his peak condition. The Holy Grail War was not merely a contest of mindless violence. It required timing, judgment, and preparation. As a peerless warrior, Red Hair understood that better than anyone. Watching his departing figure vanish into the night, Ibarakiduji clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. What does he mean, I will return to determine the true victor with you all? He talks as if he is certain everyone will gang up on him. She folded her arms and snorted. What an arrogant horse. After muttering that, she turned toward Mizuki Mirei beside her. Hey, Shrine Maiden. We are leaving too. Her tone sounded impatient, but deep within her golden eyes, a faint trace of relief was hidden. To be honest, facing Xuanzang Sanzang and that red hair, who had somehow broken through his own limits after nearly being smashed out of the world, had placed tremendous pressure on her. A temporary truce was undoubtedly the best possible outcome. Yes, Lady Ibarakiduji. Mizuki nodded, also feeling the tension in her chest ease at last. Thank you for your hard work today. When we return, I will prepare your favorite strawberry daifuku parfait. Chemph. At least you have some sense. Ibarakiduji huffed proudly, but the corners of her mouth curled upward despite herself. She reached out, grabbed Mizuki by the back of her collar as if lifting a kitten, and stepped onto the cloud of karmic fire that served as their transport. Before leaving, she still did not forget to turn back and throw one last threat at Xuanzang. Demon monk! Wash your neck and wait for me. Her golden eyes flashed with stubborn pride. The Holy Grail, and that head on your shoulders, I, Ibarakiduji, will take them both. Then the figures of master and servant disappeared into the rolling gold-red fire clouds. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield that had raged through the night was left with only Xuanzang Sanzang. The sea breeze blew through the ruined pier, lifting her snow-white monk robes and stirring her smooth black hair. She stood quietly amid the wreckage, watching the 2 very different figures vanish into the night. Then she looked toward the light of the Holy Grail shining like a distant lighthouse above Tokyo Bay. Finally, she let out a soft sigh. Sigh. That stunningly beautiful face once again revealed its familiar troubled expression. They all ran away faster than one another. Couldn't at least one of them have stayed to point the way for this humble monk? She muttered pitifully. At this moment, she looked like a completely different person from the awe-inspiring holy monk who had slapped Lu Bu into the distant sky with one palm. Where exactly is this place? She crouched down and hugged her head. Which way should this humble monk go to return to the Great Tang? Her whole body radiated a thick aura of depression. The Holy Grail. The war. The alien god. To her, none of those seemed as urgent as the simple words going home. This scene immediately made the viewers of BB Channel laugh until they nearly collapsed. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying. As expected of our directionally challenged holy monk. Fierce as a tiger during battle, helpless as a rabbit afterward. This gap is too strong. My heart aches for Xuanzang-san. I really want to fly over there and become her human GPS. Is it just me, or does this version of her make people want to protect her even more than when she was fighting? Protect? Are you sure you don't mean bully? The one above, your thoughts are dangerous. Amid the worldwide audience's doting and teasing, the lost holy monk agonized in place for a long while before finally standing up. She looked left. Then right. Then chose a random direction that somehow seemed agreeable and began walking. Her white monk robes fluttered in the night wind. A few moments later, she disappeared into the maze of shipping containers at the port. With the departure of the three protagonists, the god-tier battle at Tokyo port that had shocked the entire world finally came to an end. The screen of BB channel gradually faded to black. Everyone, this livestream is now officially over. Thank you all for watching. For follow-up developments on the Holy Grail War and more intelligence regarding the alien god, please continue to follow BB channel. Your cute and charming junior, BB Chan, will bring you first-hand reports at any time. Then, see you next time. More tilde. Along with BB Chan's cloyingly sweet closing remarks, the screen turned completely black. The world fell into a deathly silence. Countless people remained frozen in front of phones, computers, and televisions, unable to recover for a long time. Everything that had happened tonight was too shocking. Heroic spirits. Noble phantasms. The Holy Grail. The alien god. Terms that should have belonged only to fantasy had crashed into reality with the weight of falling stars. The world was no longer the same. Everyone understood that clearly. They were standing at the starting point of a brand new era. Meanwhile, Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Headquarters. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Headquarters. The large conference room remained silent. Everyone sat there as if struck by a freezing spell, mouths slightly open, eyes wide, staring motionlessly at the large screen that had already gone black. Ash fell silently from the cigarette between the Superintendent General's fingers. He had forgotten to smoke it. The ash burned the back of his hand, but he did not even notice. Gulp. After an unknown amount of time, a young police officer swallowed with difficulty. It was the only sound in the room. That small noise was like a switch, jolting everyone awake from their extreme shock. What was that? The technical consultant slumped in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his temples hard. His voice was filled with exhaustion and near collapse. Gods, those were gods. We just witnessed a war between gods. No. The Superintendent General finally came back to himself. He crushed the cigarette, now burned nearly to the filter, into the ashtray. When he raised his head, his bloodshot eyes held a complicated light mixed with fear, awe, and confusion. Do not force old assumptions onto the situation before us. His voice was hoarse, but steady. They are heroic spirits. He spoke the term slowly, as if carving it into the air. Humanity's final weapons against the alien god. The conference room fell silent again. Then he continued. And the Holy Grail War. The ritual that selects the strongest heroic spirit. Only by passing through that war could the powerful figures who had walked out of history and myth gain the possibility of becoming existences capable of challenging the alien god. As he spoke, the Superintendent General's gaze grew clearer. Piece by piece, he sorted through the intelligence they had just obtained. The coming era would be an era of heroic spirits. An era of war centered around the Holy Grail. And at the very end of that era stood the god from beyond the stars, waiting for humanity's challenge. Now was not the time to remain stunned. They had to act. https://discord, gg/kvmn2cfsmr. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Global Frenzy, Tokyo, The Eye of the Storm. 1,756 words. Chapter 62, Global Frenzy, Tokyo, The Eye of the Storm. The smoke over Shinagawa Pier had not yet fully dispersed. Yet across the world, a storm had already begun. News channels in every country, whether solemn state broadcasters or commercial networks built on spectacle, were replaying the footage provided by BB Channel almost without pause. 24 hours a day. Every angle. Every frame. Every impossible moment recorded in terrifying high definition. In the studio of a well-known American television station, a white-haired physicist sat before the camera, his face flushed with excitement. Behind him, the footage of red hair being struck into the sky and returning as a crimson meteor played on a massive screen. As we can see, the unknown centaur-like entity calling itself Lu Biu Fengxian was struck with a force exceeding Earth's escape velocity. Theoretically, It should have been unable to return under ordinary biological or mechanical principles. He leaned forward, his voice trembling with the fervor of a man staring at a new continent. Yet several minutes later, it re-entered the battlefield under its own power and displayed even stronger vital signs. This completely overturns our current understanding of physics, biology, and energy conservation. In China, the official news channel adopted a far more restrained tone, but the pressure hidden beneath that restraint was unmistakable. Xuanzang Sanzang, known in our cultural tradition as Master Sanzang, holds an irreplaceable religious and historical position. Her manifestation in female form, along with the power she displayed to subdue demons and protect the innocent, has already drawn deep attention from religious and academic circles. The anchorwoman's voice was clear and steady. Behind her, the footage showed temples crowded with believers. Incense smoke curled beneath ancient roofs. Monks chanted sutras. Devotees knelt, palms pressed together, eyes filled with tears and awe. The Buddhist Association has issued a statement and intends to send a delegation to Japan, hoping to communicate with Master Sanzang and further explore the true meaning of Buddhist teachings in light of recent events. Meanwhile, on Japanese television, folklore experts, historians, and religious scholars had nearly gone mad. Ibarakiduji is one of the most famous oni from the Heian period, closely associated with Mount Ooe and Shutenduji. If the entity that appeared last night is truly Ibarakiduji, then this is no longer merely folklore. It is living proof that the legends we inherited may have been records of real mysteries. An elderly professor spoke with trembling hands, unable to hide the fanaticism in his eyes. This is a once-in-human-history opportunity. We must investigate Tokyo immediately. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Immediately. That night, the eyes of the entire world turned toward Tokyo. On the internet, discussions spread like wildfire. Alien God? Isn't this basically the plot of a Hollywood disaster movie? Except this time, we actually have mythical heroes as reinforcements. I'm betting on Master Xuanzang. That palm strike was too cool. Whatever alien god shows up, just slap it flat. Don't be that optimistic. Didn't BB say even someone at Master Xuanzang's level doesn't have the qualification to challenge the alien god without the Holy Grail? Holy Grail War. 7 heroic spirits fighting for a wish-granting vessel, with the strongest chosen to challenge the final enemy. Damn it, why does that sound so exciting? Exciting. Tokyo might turn into a crater. That's why we need to go now. This is history happening live. Under that near-frenzied atmosphere, a strange phenomenon occurred. Airline tickets to Tokyo were sold out within hours. Narita. Haneda. Even flights connecting through Osaka, Nagoya, Fukuoka, Seoul, Taipei, and Manila were swept clean. Prices soared to absurd levels, yet even then, tickets were impossible to find. Devout Buddhists longing to see Xuanzang Sanzang. 3 Kingdoms enthusiasts chasing the martial glory of Lu Bu Fengxian. Folklore researchers desperate to witness Ibarakiduji. Historians, occultists, thrill-seekers, streamers, billionaires, mercenaries, religious fanatics, conspiracy theorists, black market dealers, cult remnants, and lunatics who believed chaos was opportunity. Like sharks smelling blood, they rushed toward Tokyo. Toward the enormous powder keg that was about to explode. The heroic spirits themselves said the next thing happening here is a battle for the Holy Grail. At the dining table of the Tochibana household, Kyoko Tochibana held a cup of steaming coffee and watched the news footage of Narita Airport packed shoulder to shoulder with people. She could not help shaking her head. Tokyo might turn into a battlefield at any moment. Plenty of people are trying every possible way to get out, and yet these idiots are shoving their way in. A cold smile mixed with disdain and worry appeared on her pretty face. Courting death with both hands open. In Kyoko's view, their behavior was no different from voluntarily jumping into an active volcano. Aunt Kyoko, I feel like you're the person with the least right to say that. Hibiki Tochibana, wearing an apron, placed the last serving of fried eggs and bacon on the dining table. Hearing his aunt complain, he could not help rolling his eyes. To chase the latest news, you've run into more dangerous places than I can count. Compared to you, These people are practically amateurs. Ha! How can I be the same as them? Kyoko immediately retorted, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. That is work. Work. As a reporter, uncovering the truth is my calling. Those people are just bored spectators trying to get close to disaster because they think it'll make a good story. She puffed herself up with indignation, trying to emphasize the fundamental difference between a professional journalist and the idiots rushing into Tokyo for excitement. Then her expression turned serious. She looked at Hibiki, her tone becoming stern. By the way, Kyo, you don't have school today, right? Yeah. It's the weekend. Then for the next while, don't go out unless you have to. Kyoko put down her coffee cup and spoke earnestly. You know what the situation outside is like. It's dangerous. Especially now, with people from all over the world rushing into Tokyo in the name of sightseeing, who knows what kind of people are mixed in among them. This city definitely won't be peaceful for a while. After last night's shocking livestream, one thing was painfully obvious. Tokyo was about to become the center of the supernatural world. Some people, whether cautious or simply timid, had already recognized the danger and left overnight with whatever they could carry. But more people saw the same danger as a once-in-a-lifetime turning point. An opportunity. A gamble that could change their lives. They were running toward the center of the vortex with shining eyes. Among them, how many were ordinary tourists? How many were criminals? How many were desperate gamblers, armed fanatics, mercenaries, smugglers, or schemers hoping to profit from the chaos? No one knew. And for Tokyo's public order, that uncertainty was a disaster. I understand, Aunt Kyoko. Hibiki nodded obediently. I won't go out unless there's something necessary. He accepted her concern without argument. Then he looked back at her. But you need to be careful too. Chasing news is one thing, but don't push yourself into something you can't escape from. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Kyoko smiled, picked up her knife and fork, and began eating breakfast. The two exchanged a few more words at the table, but Kyoko ate noticeably faster than usual. Clearly, an incredibly busy day was waiting for her. I'm heading out. Have a safe trip. With a quick farewell from the entryway, Kyoko hurried out the door. The living room soon fell quiet. Only Hibiki remained. He finished breakfast at an unhurried pace, then stood and cleared the dishes. Just as he placed a plate into the dishwasher, a patch of purple mosaic static flashed across the living room television. Is that your family member, Senpai? BB-chan's familiar little devil figure appeared silently in the center of the screen, hands clasped behind her back, head tilted slightly. Her tone carried curiosity and a trace of teasing. She looks quite capable. She seems like a good person too. Yeah. She's my aunt, Kyoko Tochibona. Hibiki did not turn around as he put the plate into the dishwasher. BB, keep an eye on her for me from now on. If she runs into danger, report it to me immediately. Oh my, Senpai really is a worrywart head of the household. BB giggled. But don't worry. As Senpai's chief steward, looking after Senpai's family is also part of BB-chan's job. That said, Hibiki wiped his hands, turned around, and looked at BB on the television. A trace of doubt appeared on his face. Wasn't Red Hair's strength last night a little too high? BB blinked. Hibiki continued, he took a noble phantasm of Master Xuanzang's level head-on, got sent into the sky, and still managed to run back by himself. Even I was shocked. This question had been stuck in his mind since last night. Red Hair's combat performance had clearly exceeded his expectations. Hibiki had set him as a top-tier servant, yes. But to fight Xuanzang Sanzang, whose template came from a 5-star gold card, to that extent, and even trigger a breakthrough after taking a direct hit from her noble phantasm. That had already crossed the boundaries of ordinary top-tier performance. It was brushing against something beyond that. Well, about that. BB's mouth twitched visibly. Her eyes drifted to the side. She seemed to want to say something, then swallowed it back. After several seconds of hesitation, she finally laughed it off. It's not because of you, Senpai. Ahaha, never mind. It's nothing. She waved her hand vaguely. Just treat that beast as naturally gifted and unusually tenacious. Is that so? Hibiki felt BBS' reaction was strange, but he did not press further. While chatting with her, he finished cleaning the kitchen. Now, at last, it was time for the main topic of the day. The public reaction from last night's livestream should have fermented enough by now. Hibiki sat on the sofa, leaned forward, and rested his elbows on his knees. His expression became serious. Can we start calculating the gains? The grand performance from last night had shaken the entire world. Its momentum, reach, and impact were immeasurable. Naturally, the amount of Human Order Foundation it could harvest as a reward would be astronomical. Hibiki had been looking forward to this for a long time. https://discord, gg/kvmn2cfsmr. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@Treon. p@treon.com fanficlord03. Chapter 63, Harvest Time. A new gacha pool. 2064 words. Chapter 63, Harvest Time. A new gacha pool. Okay. Please wait a moment, senpai. Your cutest junior, BB-chan, will now report the battle result. On the television screen, BB struck a playful salute. Behind her, a massive high-tech data panel unfolded with a crisp electronic sound. Countless streams of information poured down like a waterfall, each one representing attention, discussion, fear, awe, and speculation from every corner of the world. Detecting continued global influence from the Shinagawa Pier battle. Detecting exponential rise in discussion levels for the keywords, Alien God, Holy Grail War, Heroic Spirit. Converting global collective unconscious attention. Human Order Foundation injection beginning. As BB announced the results, the number displayed in the center of the panel began to rise at a terrifying speed. Human Order Foundation plus 100. Human Order Foundation plus 200. Human Order Foundation plus 350. Human Order Foundation plus 500. The numbers jumped faster and faster. A violent surge. A mad surge. A powerful surge. Watching that total climb, Hibiki Tochibana felt his heartbeat accelerate along with it. This feeling was incredible. Before this, if he wanted to save enough Saint Quartz for a single temple, he had to live like an ascetic monk. Every small-scale supernatural incident had to be carefully planned. Every bit of mystery had to be squeezed for all it was worth. It had taken him more than half a month just to scrape together enough. Later, after Ibarakiduji appeared, that time had been shortened to 3 days. And now, reporting, senpai. BB's voice was filled with excitement. According to preliminary statistics, as of this moment, we have harvested a total of 9,850 points of Human Order Foundation. She raised one finger and winked. And this number is still growing. Based on the current conversion efficiency, for the next several days, we should be able to steadily harvest close to 10,000 points of Human Order Foundation per day. In other words, nearly 100 Saint Quartz every day. One day. 100 Saint Quartz. One day, and he could do 3 temples. When BB stated that conclusion, Hibiki felt as if an enormous wave of happiness had swallowed him whole. He was floating. He was ascending. He had nearly arrived in heaven. After this battle, he had finally achieved the heroic spirit freedom he had dreamed of. From now on, there would be no need to count every last stone like a starving beggar. No more stinginess. No more carefully enduring temptation. If he wanted to pull, he could pull. If he wanted to go wild, he could go wild. Senpai, please don't ascend to heaven just yet. BB-chan still has 2 important pieces of news to report. Seeing Hibiki hugging a pillow, grinning foolishly, and looking as if he might start rolling around on the sofa at any moment, BB shook her head helplessly and called his soul back to reality. Ahem. Hibiki cleared his throat. He sat upright again and quickly recovered the dignity of a behind-the-scenes mastermind. Speak. First, regarding the alien god setting. BB's expression turned serious. At present, this world has completely accepted the doomsday invasion theory you fabricated, senpai. And the Holy Grail currently condensing at the center of Tokyo Bay is indeed a planetary treasure created by this world's counterforce. More precisely, by the planetary consciousness known as Gaia, which is exerting its strength to oppose what it perceives as a crisis. The floating data panel shifted. A diagram of Tokyo Bay appeared, with countless leyline patterns converging toward a single golden point. So, in the upcoming script design, you must take the Holy Grail into account as a key factor. BB tapped the screen. The Holy Grail possesses the power to grant wishes. Although the intention behind its creation is to select the strongest heroic spirit, if some unrelated person were to obtain it and make a wish like defeat the alien god. She smiled sweetly. Then your position as the actor playing the alien god would become rather dangerous, senpai. BB's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Hibiki's excited brain. He calmed down at once. The Holy Grail. Hibiki rubbed his chin and fell into thought. I didn't expect this world to actually produce something like that. To be honest, the sudden appearance of the Holy Grail last night had completely disrupted his original plan. According to his initial script, Xuanzang Sanzang, Red Hair, and Ibara Kiduji would have fought a three-way battle at Shinagawa Pier, tearing the entire battlefield apart and bringing the first act to a spectacular conclusion. But the descent of the Holy Grail had forcibly halted that battle. Fortunately, his ability to improvise had been strong enough. He had followed the momentum and thrown out the concepts of the Holy Grail War and the selection of the strongest heroic spirit. In the end, it had left the global audience with an even greater sense of suspense and anticipation. Looks like future scripts must use the Holy Grail as the main thread. Hibiki muttered to himself. I need to create a situation where multiple factions compete and kill each other over the Grail. That way, Gaia will be convinced that these heroic spirits are truly undergoing a cruel selection process to oppose me, the alien god. The more he thought about it, the more amused he became. He could not help laughing softly. Phut. Interesting. If this world's human order ever finds out that the heroic spirits summoned with all their desperate hope are actually just avatars and disguises of the alien god himself, I wonder what kind of expressions they'll make. After BB's further explanation, Hibiki had roughly grasped the principle behind the Holy Grail's appearance. This planet possessed two vast subconscious wills. Gaia, the will of the planet itself, which pursued survival. Alea, the collective unconscious of primates, which pursued prosperity. The heroic spirits Hibiki summoned through the system were essentially connected to the power of Alea. When Gaia sensed the appearance of that powerful force and heard the script about the alien god, it mistakenly believed Alea was desperately resisting an invader from beyond the stars. Since both Gaia and Alea belonged to Earth, Gaia also wanted to contribute. But the two counterforces were like two giants living under the same roof while speaking different languages. They could sense each other's movements, but direct communication remained obstructed by a subtle barrier. So Gaia had used its own method. It created the Holy Grail, a piece of reinforced equipment thrown toward the heroic spirits. Its meaning was roughly, brother, hold on, this is my support. A small misunderstanding, but one with consequences large enough to change the entire world. Besides the Holy Grail, there's another piece of good news, Senpai. BB's voice became cheerful again. To celebrate Senpai's great achievement of 100 stones a day, and because this world's spiritual energy, or rather, its concentration of mystery, has risen even further. She spread her arms dramatically. Our dear system has opened a brand new gacha event. Please look. Tardie tilde. The Lost Belt special theme summon is officially open. A series of magnificent sound effects rang out. The gacha interface in front of Hibiki underwent a dramatic transformation. The original simple summoning background vanished, replaced by a deep and twisted starry sky. Within that fractured starfield, cards appeared one after another. Each represented a heroic spirit, divine spirit, or impossible existence from a pruned history. Beings Hibiki had only seen through fragments of memory. Beings powerful enough to twist common sense itself. Holy crap, seriously. The instant Hibiki saw the new gacha pool, his eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. His breathing became rapid. He stared at the figures displayed on the summoning screen. Each one radiated an oppressive presence so intense that even looking at them made his heart pound. Excitement almost spilled from the corners of his mouth. The Tsar of the ever-frozen empire. Ivan the Terrible. The Snow Queen of the Nordic Lost Belt. Skachuk Skadi. The immortal emperor of the synchronized intellect nation. Qin Shi Huang. The star of hope of the fairy round table domain. The Witch of Rain. The strongest fairy knight. Melusine. The supreme god machine of the interstellar mountain city, Olympus. Artemis. The sole god of India's cycle of creation and destruction. Arjuna altar. Every name represented a pruned history. Every figure possessed a level of power capable of threatening proper human history. Just looking at those oppressive card illustrations made Hibiki's brain tremble with excitement. With a gacha pool of this level in front of him, who would still want to pull from the ordinary standard pool? Pull. 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 Hibiki stood up from the sofa, unable to contain himself. I want a 10 pull right now. I'm going to pull them all. His excitement was so intense that his voice nearly turned into a whale-like roar. Then BB's next words dragged him straight back down into cold hell. Sorry, Senpai Tilda, please look carefully. BB extended one finger and pointed at a small, inconspicuous line of text beside the Saint Quartz exchange button. The Lost Belt gacha pool requires Lost Belt exclusive Saint Quartz. And to exchange for Lost Belt exclusive Saint Quartz, the Human Order Foundation ratio is not 100 to 1. Her smile grew more mischievous. It is 1,000 to 1. BB tilted her head. Based on the current thickness of Senpai's wallet, it seems you don't have enough for even one 10 pull yet. Her teasing voice reached Hibiki's ears with cruel clarity. Hibiki froze. Slowly, word by word, he read the small text again. 1,000 to 1. Profiteer. After a brief silence, Hibiki's grief-stricken wail erupted through the living room. This is naked profiteering. Malicious price gouging. There's an invisible hand manipulating the market from the shadows. He had worked so hard. Directed such a massive scene. Shaken the whole world. Finally earned nearly 10,000 points of Human Order Foundation. And yet, when it came to the new gacha pool, he could not even afford a single 10 pull. Was there any justice left in this world? Was there any law? Hibiki cried and made a scene, rolling back and forth on the sofa like a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away. Honestly, Senpai, even if you throw a tantrum, it's useless. Rules are rules. Watching Hibiki disgrace himself, BB helplessly held her forehead and rolled her eyes. This person was so calm and reliable at critical moments. So why did he become more and more ridiculous whenever gacha was involved? Can't you give me a discount? Hibiki sat up abruptly, still unwilling to give up. What about a first purchase double bonus? A beginner gift pack? A special campaign for returning players? There's no such thing. Really, there isn't this time. BB rejected him firmly and decisively. So there was truly no way to muddle through. Fine. After being ruthlessly denied every possible shortcut by BB, Hibiki finally gave up struggling. Like a salted fish, he flopped helplessly across the sofa. For a moment, he seriously considered waiting a few more days until he had saved enough Human Order Foundation, then going all in on one 10 pull from the Lost Belt pool. But after thinking about it carefully, that strategy was clearly not worth it right now. The number of heroic spirit cards he currently had was still too small. There were only a few he could actually use. If he wanted to build the upcoming Holy Grail War into something exciting and grand enough to continuously harvest Human Order Foundation, he urgently needed more characters. More roles. More cards in his hand. At a time like this, only the stupidest gambler would throw all resources into an expensive, uncertain Lost Belt pool. In that case, I can only pull from the standard gacha pool first. Having analyzed the pros and cons, Hibiki sat upright again. The embarrassing expression vanished from his face. Calm returned. So did seriousness. BB. Exchange for 90 Saint Quartz. His eyes sharpened. I want to do 3 10 pulls immediately. Received. Senpai's gacha request has been accepted. At Hibiki's command, the image on the television changed instantly. A mysterious summoning circle lit up once more. 90 saint quartz were thrown into the ritual. Rings of brilliant spiritron light began to spin rapidly. https://discord gg/kvmn2cfsmr. If you don't want to wait for the next update, read 50 chapters ahead on p@Trion. p@trion.com fanficlord03. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.